and Claire responded in kind. She felt slightly suffocated by his presence, even if he wasn't exuding aura, but she powered through. Yes, I've heard so much about you. My name is Claire Watson. I'm sorry if my son has caused you any trouble. None at all, James smiled as he said. In fact, the boy has brought my daughter a joy she has been missing since her mother's passing. I can only say that you fostered a great child. Claire smiled at the compliment, but felt a little conflicted. After all, had she even done anything to raise him? Damien wasn't the only one who felt regretful about the way their family was in the past. James stood up from his throne and invited Claire into a separate dining hall where they both took their seats. Since the formalities were already out of the way, they went straight to conversation. Being parents must bring some sort of change to people's mentalities, since these two spent the majority of their time solely talking about their kids. Claire also spoke about Earth a bit while James introduced her to more of a Praran. Only half an hour had passed before Damien's group arrived at the castle. They were a bit confused when they were led by the servants to the dining hall, only to see a puzzling sight. James was roaring with laughter while Claire was doing her best to stop her giggles, albeit unsuccessfully. That's right, he would always go into our yard and start yelling these crazy phrases, even before we had manna on earth. You wouldn't believe the kinds of things the neighbors were saying. Ha ha ha, this doesn't compare at all to Rose, though. The way she used to run around the palace and cause mischief would always bring me loads of complaints. Damien and Rose could only stand there with their jaws agape while Elena tried her best to not laugh audibly. The scene of the Emperor laughing so happily was a surprise in itself, but when the two realized the topic of conversation, they immediately rushed into the room. Mom, Dad, they yelled in union, causing the two to look over. Oh, Damien, you've arrived? We were just talking about the past a bit. The past, my ass. Did you have to go revealing my black history to others? On the other side, Rose was having a similar conversation with her father. Yet, both parents simply smiled at their children's antics. It took many minutes for the scene to become less chaotic before Damien's group also sat around the table. Food was quickly brought in and everyone ate and laughed happily. Even Elena, who wasn't a part of the family, was included wholeheartedly. The group enjoyed their time like this until night fell and everyone retired to their respective rooms. Since they would be leaving soon, they opted to stay within the castle instead of returning to Damien's, or rather Claire's, house. Within their room, Damien and Rose laid in bed peacefully. Neither of them said a word, but it was clear that they were both awake. I haven't seen my dad laugh so happily in a long time, Rose said, breaking the silence. It's the same with my mom. It seemed like a large weight had been lifted from her shoulders. It was a good idea to bring Auntie here. I feel like our parents will be much happier in each other's company. Rose had another thought when she said this, but she didn't voice it. Truthfully, her father had never been the same with his harem ever since his mother's death. There were only a few left that he loved sincerely, but even they were pushed away. Now, she didn't expect her dad and Damien's mother to get together, or for Damien's mother to fill the void in her father's heart, but she figured that a good friendship would help him regain his smile like what she saw today. Damien and Rose spoke for a bit more before they headed to sleep. It became something of a routine to get proper rest every night, even if they didn't need it, since they had been living a mundane life for the past few months. And their mundane life continued for another week before it was time to leave Apiron. Damien was happy to live peacefully for a bit, but his entire being craved excitement. He couldn't withhold that urge for much longer. And so, the second he received word that Vormek had finished Elena's blade, he got prepared to leave. Boy, here's the sword for your lady friend. Make sure she doesn't scratch it up too much, since I doubt it'll work out the same as the one I gave ya. He was naturally referring to the evolving feature of Damien's sword. As it turns out, Vormek wasn't the one who added that feature, so he had no confidence in creating another blade that could replicate Damien's. But Elena was extremely satisfied with the sword she received. Similar to the one she picked from the front of the shop, the blade was almost translucent, looking like it was made from glass. Its length was just short of a meter, and it was single-edged like a katana. Its hilt was an intricately designed material that looked like wood, but had hardness far surpassing it. And its guard was patterned like a flowing river. The sword weighed next to nothing, which Vormek explained was a quality of the material. It was a perfect supplement for Elena's speed-based fighting style. And after that was finished, it was finally time to leave. Their first destination would be a brief return to Earth, and then they would follow the old men to the Cloud Plane. As for that matter, it had been mostly settled after Damien's talk with Rose on that fateful day after Nibelheim's destruction. She knew his worries, but didn't want to separate for him, so she came up with a solution. They would all go to the Cloud Plane together, but they'd have their own separate adventures. Rose would take Elena while Damien and Zara would go together. As for Elena's part, it was her own decision to follow them. Just like Rose, she had also guessed that Damien would be leaving soon. Even Claire had been able to reach this conclusion with her limited knowledge. And so, in the 2 weeks the group had been traveling a Pyrrhon, Elena made it her personal goal to convince the two to allow her to accompany them. It almost took the whole 2 weeks to do so. Unlike Damien and Rose, Elena didn't have experience living in a place where powerful beings were prevalent. She was essentially a frog at the bottom of the well. The only way she would be allowed to accompany them is if either Damien or Rose was by her side at all times. And for this situation, it would be Rose. Currently, Damien and the rest stood in front of Claire, who could barely withhold the tears in her eyes. Damien, I know I don't have any right to say this since I left you alone for so long, but please be careful out there. Damien smiled. Of course, Mom. Do you think I have the nerve to die? If I don't come back, wouldn't you drag my soul from the afterlife just to beat me up? Claire chuckled a little at his words. Yes, that's exactly right. And I'll make sure to become strong while you're gone, so it'll be the fiercest beating you ever received. There was a certain glint in her eyes as she spoke that almost made Damien shudder in fear. Still, her intent was well received. Damien strongly hugged his mother, inwardly grateful that he could be berated by her in such a manner, before opening a portal back to Earth. It was finally time for his adventure to continue. Chapter 111 Cloud Plane 1. When they arrived back on Earth, Damien wasted no time. Their group immediately headed for the Asgard headquarters that stood tall in the middle of Los Angeles. The mana density of the atmosphere has dropped intensively, Rose commented as they were on their way. Damien couldn't really feel the difference since the planet itself provided him mana as long as he was present on its surface, but when he actively attempted to tell the difference, he noticed that around 50% of the ambient mana in the world was gone. This must be the work of those old men, so they should be ready to leave. While communicating with the world core, he was able to tell that it didn't really mind the drain of mana that occurred. It could simply produce mana to make up for the difference, even if it took many years to do so. It was a planet, after all. Time that counted as lifetimes where humans could barely even be regarded as milliseconds to it. Not to mention that the world core had only recently gained sentience. It had no attachments to the beings who lived on its surface besides Damien. It only thought about its own survival and progression. Thinking about the world core, Damien remembered something important. In my rush to feel some more action, I forgot to check if I could bind a Pyrrhon as well. He already confirmed that he had a stronger connection to the world than any other planet besides Earth, so he wanted to try his hand at gaining power through it. He even had plenty of free time in the month he spent on the planet. His thoughts were so preoccupied with the future that he'd overlooked such an important task. Well, I haven't even explored the full benefits of binding Earth, so I guess it's fine. Plus, I can just go back to a Pyrrhon at some point and see what I can do. Damien snapped out of his thoughts as the group arrived on the balcony of the Asgard skyscraper. They were greeted by the two old men that still remained. Come in, Shajin said with a smile. Let me introduce you to our cloud plane before we leave. Yin Jian still looked like he held a slight grudge, but it wasn't anything major. He was aware of the necessity of Damien's actions, he just didn't agree with the speed at which he took them. There weren't any signs of hesitation in his eyes. But their plan had already been set in stone long ago. There was no need for any extra talking or negotiation. When everyone had taken their seats within the meeting room Damien had seen on his first visit, Xiaojun began his speech. Compared to what I've seen on this planet, our cloud plane is far more advanced, and even our method of cultivation vastly differs. For starters, what you call classes have different names in our world. First class is called the Foundation Establishment Realm, where one begins their journey to strength. Second class is called the Elemental Comprehension Realm, where one feels their uniqueness and decided on the direction of their future path. From here, it gets a bit more technical. The realm you call third class is actually two separate realms for us. There are the core formation and core expansion realms. To explain this step, I must explain a few other facets of our world. Our denizens are born with pathways within our bodies called meridian pathways, and we practice cultivation manuals that show us how to circulate mana throughout our bodies. The meridians act as gates for mana and aid in the efficiency and potency of our mana output, and the cultivation manuals have varying efficiency as well. The lowest grade is common grade. These are the ones possessed by the common populace who never end up reaching last the Foundation Establishment Realm. Next comes black grade, then earth and sky grade, and finally, heaven and divine grade. Each has increasing rarity, with divine grade meridians signaling heaven-defying geniuses and divine grade cultivation techniques able to turn someone with common talent into a relatively powerful genius. The reason I mention this is because these are important for speaking about the core formation and expansion realms. Although the meridians have the purpose of regulating the flow of mana, they aren't always enough for the higher levels of power, especially if one doesn't have a higher grade set of meridians. And so, we form cores. The placement depends on the cultivator, but their core is essentially the center of their entire pathway. It helps with regulation, efficiency, potency, and even increases mana capacity. During the first 50 levels of what you call third class, we form and develop our cores to fit with the already existing system we have in place, and during the latter half, as the name implies, we expand them. And finally, what you call fourth class. This class is split into two realms as well, but they are much more complicated. They are the Law Connection and Law Sea realms. As for the processes of these realms, they don't need to be described as they are far away from any of us at the moment. The more Damien listened, the more he realized that the cloud plane was a true cultivation world. From meridians to sex to the heavens, all of them were prevalent there. It was as if the concept came from a novel, or maybe the novels were inspired by places like the cloud plane. After talking some more about the realms, Xiaojun spoke about the power structure of the world. There were 5 continents, 4 in each cardinal direction and 1 in the center. The strongest power of them all was the Jade Heavenly Palace, which ruled the central continent and even had some say in the other 4 continents, which had their own rulers. The Jade Heavenly Palace had tens of 4th-class beings in the Law Connection realm, and even a few who entered the Law Sea realm. Meanwhile, powers like the Burning Sun sect that the old men originated from, which could be considered mid-sized powers, had only a single or a few Law Connection realm experts at best. Third classes, on the other hand, were spread far and wide without rarity. The world was objectively tens of times stronger than a Pyrrhon. There were also various major clans and organizations, and too many sects to name, so Damien cut Xiaojun off. After all, learning new things as they came was part of the excitement. He just needed a general overview so he wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb. To be honest, our Burning Sun sect isn't suitable for any of you. You'd already be considered at the level of an elder if you joined us. In my opinion, you should join a power in the central continent. Damien picked up a detail from the tone of his voice. Unlike before, when Xiaojun had said only he could join them in the cloud plane, he now included the girls as well. It seemed the power he displayed during their last meeting had changed his mind. All right, there's no need for more talking then. We already know the powers on the central continent, so we can choose which one to join when the time comes. For now, let's go to the world, Damien said. And Xiaojun agreed. They had already completed their mission on Earth, so there was no reason to stay. They only waited an extra few weeks for Damien. But Damien suddenly thought of something crucial. How did you guys even get here in the first place? He could move through space easily without any help, but that was only because he received Celestial as his third class. It wasn't extremely common for people to have this ability, or it'd be impossible for Earth to have remained secluded for so many years without outside forces invading. Xiaojun smiled slightly before walking toward the balcony. Come, let's go somewhere secluded first. The group flew to an empty plain well outside of the city before Xiaojun made a motion to take something from his spatial ring. Flash. In front of their eyes stood a large vehicle that was shaped like a mountainous sword. This is our flying treasure. The larger ones aren't very common, but they've been handed out by the Jade Heavenly Palace to those of us who receive these kinds of missions. Although this treasure is only at the sky grade, it can still take us to our world in the span of a few months. Only sky grade? Damien asked in confusion. Wasn't sky grade the third highest in their entire system? Yes, when it comes to flying treasures that can traverse the boundless space, sky grade is the minimum. Those heaven grade and the few divine grade ones in existence are much faster, have more defenses, and can even kill cultivators and the beasts that reside in the darkness with their specialized artillery. Damien raised his brow but didn't comment. He knew nothing, so it wasn't his place. Instead, he directly stepped into the massive sword treasure in front of him. It was time to see a new world. Chapter 112 Cloud Plain 2. Endless. The sea of darkness filled with shining stars that surrounded them was truly endless. It was like looking into a boundless abyss that could swallow everything, yet it was filled with life. It had been a month since Damien's group had left Earth en route to the Cloud Plain, and they were finally able to see how different the observable universe was from the previous notions on Earth. The Milky Way galaxy itself was no more. Instead, it had merged with the surrounding areas and created a massive starfield. Most of the gas planets that inhabited the galaxy were nowhere to be seen, and even Mars had all but disappeared into the void. When Xiaojun was asked about this phenomenon, his reply was simple. Not every planet has the ability to adapt to mana. Those planets that didn't have as much corporeal mass, or the ones that couldn't birth intelligent life, weren't suitable for a universe introduced to mana. The world cores of these planets weren't able to grow and facilitate this new energy, which led them to be either banished somewhere else within the infinite void or destroyed without a sound. Just thinking about these massive celestial bodies disappearing without a trace sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, but they quickly shook it off. They didn't have the power nor the ability to comprehend such large-scale destruction. Instead, they focused on the new worlds that inhabited the space around Earth. As it turns out, many discovered exoplanets were still remaining in the area but hadn't developed as Earth had. There were also countless new worlds radiating life. In the short month that they had been traveling, they had already come across 3 other worlds that were either beginner worlds like Earth or middle worlds like the Cloud Plain. These classifications were also provided by Xiaojun. Apparently, they relied on both the mana density and purity and the strength and number of the beings residing in the world. Higher worlds, which none of them had ever seen, were said to contain tens of demigods and had ambient mana that would feel heavenly to people like them. But Damien didn't necessarily believe this. The mana purity aside, the fact that there were worlds with such large numbers of unascended demigods didn't sit right with him. Didn't they want to pursue more power? What would drive them to give up that path to stay within their worlds? Still, he tried his best to take his mind off the hypotheticals. The flying treasure itself was another marvel for Damien's group. It was similar to a luxury cruise ship with many built-in facilities. There were halls filled with bedrooms that could contain a few hundred people if they shared 4 to a room, and training and dining halls as well. There was also a sort of recreational center meant for killing boredom. Although Damien didn't visit it yet, he was slightly curious about what it held. Recreational culture would also differ between worlds. However, there was one thing he was most excited about. The ship had its own gravitational field, allowing the people on board to use the balconies attached to their rooms and feel as if they were truly standing alone in the vast space. Why was Damien excited about this? Well, it wasn't simply to sightsee. Rather, it was for training. Damien has known for a while that he could traverse space with his bare body already, and he had been dying to try it. The only problem now was that the ship was moving leagues faster than he ever could. If he simply left its premises for a few minutes, he'd get stranded. Although he could warp back on board, he had never tried this skill on an object without a fixed position, so he didn't want to risk it. As he told Rose about this, she reminded him of something crucial. "Can't you just do that yourself through your vector manipulation?" Damien smacked his forehead. His excitement had turned him into an idiot for not thinking of such an easy fix. Putting some thought into it, Damien realized that this was an even better option. If he got to control the gravity field, wouldn't he be able to train as he pleases? Still, vector control drained his mana, so he couldn't use it to form a continuous field as he had no idea how long he would stay training. It didn't take long for Damien to put his plan into motion. The very next day, he left the protection of the flying sword and sat atop its hull. The gravity here was still present, but it didn't isolate the ship as much as the areas on the balconies. This was probably due to the fact that the people who designed it didn't mean for there to be people sitting on this area of the ship. Still, this was the perfect environment for Damien. He hadn't even begun to comprehend what dimensional magic could do, and being in outer space was the best place to do so. As he entered a meditative state, Damien felt the presence of a larger volume of spatial mana than he'd ever felt before. Well, this was obvious since he was surrounded by the element. Is it even an element? This spatial mana seems to be much stronger and more profound than anything that could merely be called an element. He opened his eyes and tried to see the swirling ambient mana that always colored his vision, but he wasn't able to do so. Is it because the element is colored black like the space around me? Or am I too weak to see it? He had the faint feeling it was the latter, but it didn't make sense to him. His eyes had never failed him before this, so they shouldn't do so now. No, being overly reliant on them is stupid. Damien shook off his stray thoughts and went back to focusing on his surroundings. The mana around him carried its own ebb and flow, but the space itself was incredibly still. He wanted to compare the sensation he felt to peeling an onion, but that metaphor didn't do it justice. There were just too many layers to call it as such. What is space? He thought he already had a good grasp of the concept, but this experience was proving him wrong. It's ever-expanding, but it also constricts upon itself. If it collapsed, then the result would be chaos. Can time even flow without the presence of space? Time and space were two interconnected concepts. Without space, where would time flow? Time was sometimes said to be a concept only perceived by the mind, and it was something that was perceived differently by many beings. Could the difference in the processing speed of the brain contribute to how beings perceive time? Time continued flowing no matter what. It was like an immortal and unbiased river. It listened to no opinion and never slowed down. What changed was how people used their time, and how much time they had. Damien remembered the murals on the ancient temple in the eternal secret realm. Those demigods on a pylon lived for at least 10,000 years. How would they perceive time? The measly 21 years he had been alive would only be a drop in the ocean for them. They might even spend a longer period of time simply sitting in meditation as he was doing now. What would people do if they had the ability to stop or even reverse time? Revive the dead? Fix their mistakes? There were plenty of options, but would any of them lead to positive results? As he figured before, time was an unbiased concept. It was impossible for someone to manipulate it in a single instance solely for their own benefit without affecting anything else. Time was a river, and swimming upstream in that river would inevitably cause massive ripples. But would I still choose to change the past, ignoring these ripples? For Damien, the answer was a resounding no. His fall, the bullying he suffered, and even his father's disappearance were all events that led him to where he was today as the person he was today. Without those events, he wouldn't have become strong. Without those events, he wouldn't have met the people he cared about. He might not even have been able to heal his mother. But for others? He knew that there were countless people in this ever-expanding universe that would do unspeakable things for the chance to change the past. To turn the wheel of time on a universal scale for such a selfish action was absurd, yet oddly relatable. But what about controlling time within a smaller area? Does this relate back to space? The two concepts went hand in hand. They showcase duality and a balance in the universe. Without space, where would time flow? And without time, how could space expand? Why did I start thinking about time all of a sudden? His thought process had skewed so far from the original goal that he almost forgot he was meditating. However, unbeknownst to Damien, two different translucent types of mana began slightly stirring around his body. Chapter 113 Cloud Plane 3. 6 months later. The massive flying treasure had trekked through tens of star systems and witnessed many amazing sights, varying from desolate worlds that were plagued with death to worlds made entirely of a single element. Stars like the sun were essentially massive balls of fire, but there were even some worlds that were wholly made of water or even lightning. Rose and Elena had their horizons broadened by a maddening degree. Both had only seen 2 worlds in their entire lifetimes, which could already be considered more than any normal person, but now they had been enlightened to the vastness of the universe. Currently, they were sitting together at a table in the recreational hall of the ship, trying to relieve their boredom in any way they could. They quarreled often, they trained often, and they even lived lavishly like empresses for a bit, but their journey was too long for them to find any constant sources of entertainment. By now, the two weren't as opposed to each other as they were when they first met. Even fighting as they used to do could get boring nowadays. While space travel was fun in concept, it was always a prolonged endeavor. And the loneliness would have quickly become maddening if they didn't have each other to talk to. He still hasn't returned yet? Elena asked with a sigh. Nope, Rose responded. He used to visit every week or so to chat with us, but for the last 4 months, he hadn't left his position. Are we sure he didn't get stranded somewhere on the way? How could that be possible? If it really happened, wouldn't Zara be going crazy right now? Rose said as she pet the silky fur of the wolf by her side. I would be fine without him. He is just my best friend, that's all. Zara complained defiantly, causing both girls to laugh. They both knew that she could only talk like this if she felt his presence clearly. He hasn't said anything to me for a while, but I can still feel him in the same place he was last time. The girls sighed as they attempted to peer through the ceiling of the ship. I wonder what he's up to. Meanwhile, the person in question sat like an ancient monk training his patience. As the girls said, he hadn't moved from his spot in many months. Of the 2 currents of mana that surrounded his body, one had become a raging torrent while the other had barely changed, in no hurry to make itself known. Its presence was negligible to the point where even when Damien paused or re-entered his meditation, he never felt its existence. Opening his eyes once more, Damien let out a deep sigh. Dimensional magic is insane. It had been 7 whole months since he immersed himself in his training, but he had barely made progress. Well, that wasn't quite true, but it's how he felt. On the small scale, he had made immense progress. His existing abilities were further developed, and he was able to create the next form of his sword art. This was the new second form he had been thinking about for a long time. Its main concept was distance, and now to influence it through space. Its profundity was much higher than his previous iterations, but since it was a single target attack, he placed it as the new second form of his sword art. Since he was creating the art from scratch, this kind of thing was easy. His art focused on fluidity, but not in a sense where the order of moves mattered. Switching from any step to another step needed fluidity, ignoring any barriers. The problem was, even with his improvements, his dimensional magic skill was stuck at level 1. Even what he would have previously considered as major improvement turned out to not even scratch the surface of this new ability. Wondering the true extent of his power, Damien slowly stood up from his position. In the distance, he could see a massive planet that was slightly larger than even a Pyrrhon. And judging from the direction of the ship, it was their destination. They had finally reached the cloud plane. Damien left his spot on the hull of the ship and joined the others inside. It wasn't just the girls, but Xiaojun and Yin Jian had also gathered. "You've finally arrived. I take it your training was a success." Damien nodded with a slight smile as he joined the group. Now that we're here, I have one more detail I need to confirm, Damien said. Do we need to use fake names, or will we be fine as is? Xiaojun pondered for a bit, but shook his head in the end. It should be unnecessary. Although our names tend to bear similarities to the ones you call Chinese in your homeworld, it isn't uncommon for others to exist. There are a plethora of cultures in our world, some even sharing similarities with your own. And, since you will be headed for the central continent, you will find a largely mixed population. It's the largest and most advanced of the 5 continents, and it's a place where many cultures converge. Damien nodded, hiding the slightly disappointed look in his eyes. It would have been fun to become Tianlong or Yang Lintian or something. Cultivation was one of Damien's favorite genres back in the day, so he held a decent amount of excitement to act as they did in those novels, but he shook away these thoughts. If my name is normal in this world, I can still do all of those things. First on the bucket list, offend a young master. Second on the bucket list, procure a jade beauty. As he thought nonsensical things, the flying ship entered the atmosphere of the cloud plain. Surprisingly, the mana density was a bit lower than that of a Pyron, but not by a noticeable amount. Damien could only tell since he was already connected to a world core. This connection made him more sensitive toward ambient mana. This must be due to cultivation. With a large amount of the populace spending prolonged periods simply absorbing ambient mana in place of the usual method for gaining experience, the planet is bound to encounter setbacks. Damien glanced at Xiaojun. Well, with conditions like this, I can understand the need to usurp mana from other planets. Luckily, this world has a strong divide between the righteous and wicked path, with the righteous sects being in control. The righteous and wicked path were terms Damien had learned of not too long ago. While both paths were viable to gain strength, their difference lay mainly in morality. Wicked path cultivators weren't averse to committing genocide and mass slaughters for their own gains. They also practiced what was called vile techniques and manuals. These cultivation manuals would use various means to quickly increase strength, sacrificing foundation in the process. Some of these manuals even allowed people to steal experience from others, though they were rarely effective. The ones that could do this efficiently would most likely be considered as divine-grade manuals, but the ones most people used obviously didn't reach this level. As such, they needed more victims to proceed in their path to strength, leading to the aforementioned vile acts. Damien didn't want to imagine what would have happened to Earth if wicked path cultivators were more prevalent in this world. The righteous path could be considered as people with even the slightest bit of morality. Though, Damien didn't believe this. From what he had read and experienced, the righteous path was usually just filled with people who schemed in the shadows rather than in the open. Well, he didn't want to generalize, as he was aware that there would be plenty of truly righteous people within this classification, while most of them would fall in the gray area like him. He also didn't mind people scheming in the dark. If anything, they'd help him grow his political sense and logical thinking. At the peak of these people stood the Jade Heavenly Palace. Its name was grandiose enough, but its status was even bigger. If the Jade Heavenly Palace told people to go right, there were very few who would dare to go left. Should I aim to join them? He definitely considered it, but he had just arrived in the world. It would be stupid to make a decision purely based on hearsay. While he tried to think logically, the ship finally landed on the ground outside of a massive city. The city itself was surrounded by a large wall, presumably to keep out beasts, and its whole aesthetic screamed flames. "Welcome to our Burning Sun sect," Xiaojun said as the door to the flying treasure opened. Smiling lightly as the varied scenes of the area were revealed, he continued. "And more importantly, welcome to our cloud plane." Chapter 114 Central Continent 1. Damien looked at his surroundings with clear curiosity. At the moment, Damien's group was on the western continent where the Burning Sun sect was located, as this was where Xiaojun and Yin Jian were headed. And just from the sight of the city in front of them, Damien could tell how much Eastern influence this world contained. Well, it couldn't necessarily be called influence since the two worlds were never related, but to him who was raised on Earth, the sight of pagodas and Eastern-style architecture felt that way. But he felt that something was off. It wasn't the scenery itself that was different. Rather, there was something about the vibe that set the cloud plane apart from the other two worlds Damien had been to. He could feel it in the air he was breathing. It was like this world contained a spirituality that a Pyron didn't, let alone Earth. Earth was new to Mana and the new observable universe, so it didn't contain this type of uniqueness. As for a Pyron, he hadn't noticed the difference until he stepped into the cloud plane. He had assumed it was just the increased quality of the ambient mana, but it wasn't just that. A Pyron's atmosphere gave a peaceful yet adventurous feeling that piqued Damien's interest. Meanwhile, the cloud plane's atmosphere felt more ruthless and thirsting for strength. Something about this atmosphere enthralled Damien, making his blood boil. There was no way this entire world was in a constant state of violence, but he felt that the amount of conflict and pressure he could encounter would be leagues ahead of a Pyron. Currently, Damien's group had already separated from Xiaojin, as their cooperation finished when they arrived in the world. With Jian holding a slight grudge against them and Xiaojin having responsibilities within the sect, they most likely wouldn't meet again for a while, if ever. So, does anyone have ideas for how we should proceed? He asked. Judging from what we learned previously, we won't find any challenges on the 4 smaller continents, since we already qualify as elders in these mid-sized sects. It's best if we head straight to the central continent. Rose responded. Yeah, I also think we should go straight there. I won't get the chance to improve myself unless I experience some serious pressure. Elena chimed in with a resolute expression. Out of the 3 of them, Elena was the one least in her element. Everything that had happened in the past few months was simply surreal to her. Only during their extended trip to reach the cloud plane did reality finally sink in. First, she met Damien again. When it comes to him, she always tended to subconsciously avoid any issues. She had built a strong determination to meet him again that almost bordered on insanity, and driving this determination was her feelings for him. But when they met, he brought back a woman of his own. She was crushed, but did her best to put up a strong front. She started avoiding her strong emotions for him as they slowly settled back into the relationship they used to have. Yet, things weren't the same. Damien wasn't the same kid he was back then. He was always focused on something else, rarely ever having fun like he used to, and his entire personality seemed to shift towards something more indifferent. She missed the old Damien, but she didn't say anything about it. Did she even have the right to? She had no idea what he had experienced in the 4 years they had been apart, but she knew it was extreme. And so, she once again evaded the issue. She continued to live life like they did until the Nibelheim infiltration. At that point, she felt both excitement and terror. She thoroughly enjoyed the new feeling that came with entering danger with allies, but she also got the chance to realize the vastness and cruelty of the universe. The scenes she saw that day still haunted her dreams sometimes, but she still ignored them. And after that, she traveled to a new world, saw its sights, was given a new sword, and even dined with a being whose strength seemed unfathomable. Throughout every ordeal, she just went with the flow. She decided not to think too deeply about things since she felt her brain would overheat if she tried. That is until she ended up on a spaceship to another world. She was given 7 months to herself, where her only company was Rose and Zara. During those 7 months, everything came crashing down on her. The reality she tried her hardest to evade finally caught up to her. As she looked out the massive windows of the ship and saw the glimmer of stars that surrounded it, she realized that in a simple 2 months, her life had flipped upside down. She wasn't okay with the fact that Damien was with someone that wasn't her, but could she complain? Frankly, she liked Rose too, even if it was just as a friend. She finally got to experience what it was like to have a rival. Sometimes, she would wish that Rose was more arrogant and hateful so she could justify her intrusive thoughts, but she forcefully suppressed that emotion. She didn't want to become some stereotypical envious girl. She tried her hardest to revert to just being Damien's friend, to be someone he could rely on, but was it ever a simple task to do so? Her crush on him had sprouted when they were still children. One could imagine how much those feelings evolved when she harbored them for 10 years. She was also made painstakingly aware of her own weakness. Even though Damien and Rose never said anything about it, even including her when they could, their subtle actions made her understand the gap. The fact that they almost didn't allow her to come with them on this adventure was testament to this. She was weak and still in second class while they were in third. She saw their power when they fought the dark imps of Nibelheim, and she also saw how unhesitant Damien was to kill. She knew that her current mindset wouldn't cut it in the future. She had only recently learned about mana circuits, and in a bid for strength, had created her own during the trip to the Cloud Plane. While Elena was happy, she also hated her situation. And when she thought of how she could change it, strength. This was the only thing that came to mind. If she was stronger, she could walk side by side with her friends, and if she was stronger, she could make her own decisions and be respected. Even if it was out of concern for her safety, Elena hated being patronized. And so, she made it her goal to both catch up and surpass at least Rose on this trip to the Cloud Plane. She was aware that they'd be separating from Damien later, but she wasn't worried. All this meant was that she had to grow enough to impress him when they reunited. And then maybe. She shook off the thought, thinking it nonsensical. In the end, nothing else mattered until she could contend with the others. Elena was firm in her resolve. Unlike their 4 years when she gained strength for Damien's sake, or to make sure she wouldn't end up in a similar situation again, this time she was doing it for herself. Sure, she wanted to be recognized, and sure she wanted to be praised, but this was all secondary. She wanted strength so she could achieve what she wanted when she wanted. It wasn't a grand goal, but it was a resolute one. It was a goal that she could follow until she reached the apex. And now that she finally had a direction, all that was left was to implement it. Elena, you there? Elena was snapped out of her thoughts by a large hand that was continuously patting her face. I'm here. Stop being a weirdo, she said as she slapped it away. The hand was naturally Damien's. Sorry, we're just spacing out for a while. It looks like we've finally reached the sea. Only then did Elena notice her surroundings. While she was in thought, their previous conversation had already ended. They made their way to the edge of the western continent to reach the sea before flying, but Elena was only following them subconsciously. Now that she was woken from her thoughts, she was finally able to appreciate her surroundings. The rolling waves of the massive body of water brushed against the sandy shore of the continent. This was the Cloud Sea of the Cloud Plane. The body of water took up much more of the world than the continents, so it was named after the world itself. Crossing this vast sea, the group would reach the central continent, where their journey would begin. Watching the calming scene in front of her, Elena only had a single thought. I will surpass everything. Chapter 115 Central Continent 2. The Cloud Sea was expansive to the point where many cultivators didn't have the ability to cross the whole thing, leaving them stuck on their own continents. In the first place, the 4 peripheral continents of the Cloud Plane were vast enough to where there wouldn't be a need to leave them if one didn't aspire to, so there weren't many that tried. But of those who tried, very few were able to succeed. Besides the distance that could diminish the mana pool of anyone attempting to cross the whole thing in one go, there were also the dangers of the sea itself. It wasn't just Earth where sea monsters ran rampant. If anything, Earth was a beginner example of this. For worlds as old as the Cloud Plane, the sea was bound to be even more terrifying. However, there were ships that people used to ferry to the different continents, but they were extremely rare and meant for only those in the upper class of society. Luckily, the sea monsters that resided near the surface were usually at the peak of third class at their strongest, so such a service was possible. But the risk of a much stronger sea monster rising from the depths was always present. Nobody could guarantee absolute safety within the Cloud Sea. Currently, Damien's group was experiencing these dangers firsthand. Zara was flying at a high altitude, causing the sea monsters to be unable to reach them, but it didn't stop them from trying. They would often see massive beasts, some resembling animals of Earth while some were completely mythological, jumping towards them, trying to swallow them whole. The sight was frankly amazing to watch. Especially since almost everyone in the group could combat these monsters alone, they took the experience as a show. But they didn't drop their guard. Xiaojun had warned them about the Cloud Sea and the monsters residing within it, pointing out one beast in particular. If you ever see a storm charging towards you, always run in the opposite direction, he had said. That is no natural storm, it is one of the massive sea dragons that will occasionally surface to hunt prey. The sea dragons were described more like huge snakes larger than most buildings, but they still fell into the category of eastern dragons. And while they were told to avoid them at all costs, Damien was anticipating the encounter if it ever came. He had met a wyvern at the beginning of his journey, but he hadn't met anything that could be confidently called a dragon. And a dragon was something he desperately wanted to meet and potentially devour. Not even mentioning his skill, Damien hadn't evolved his body in a very long time. There simply weren't any suitable beasts to do so. Besides, at the level they had reached now, beasts were intelligent life forms who wouldn't wantonly seek conflict. Well, if it's conflict I want, I should be able to find plenty in this central continent. The central continent's major forces were mainly split into the 5 sects and 4 major clans. These sects were the Azure Lotus sect, the Divine Dragon Temple, the Supreme Fairy Paradise, the Celestial Star Palace, and finally, the Jade Heavenly Palace. The 4 major clans of the central continent were the Wang, Shi, Shui, and Long clans. Unlike the 4 major clans, which were relatively equal in strength, the sects had a ranking for themselves that followed the aforementioned order from last to first. They were based on the number and strength of disciples and the sect's placement in both the Secret Realm and regional tournament events. Sadly, the regional tournament was still 5 years away, so Damien most likely wouldn't get to compete in it, but he wasn't aware of the date when the Secret Realm opened. He already had experience in a Secret Realm, so he was excited at the prospect of entering another one. There were tens of smaller sects within the continent as well, but they were rarely mentioned, as their disciples came mainly from those who failed to get accepted into the top 5 sects. Besides them, there was also an alchemy guild, whose influence spanned all 5 continents, as well as other auxiliary forces. However, these forces didn't strictly require loyalty, as one could join them even while being in a sect. Damien had also heard about a mercenary guild that functioned similar to the Adventurers Guild on Apeiron, but its influence wasn't near as large. It was counted among those previously mentioned auxiliary powers. Suddenly, Damien opened his inventory and took out a small piece of crystal that Xiaojun gave him. Who would have thought that spirit stones actually exist? The currency of this cultivation world was actually spirit stones, however, they weren't exactly as they had been written in the countless cultivation novels he had read. They were made of crystallized mana, but they weren't rare in the slightest. It seems this world produced them from the very start when it was introduced to mana. Spirit stones couldn't be used to raise cultivation or mana capacity though, as the mana inside of them wasn't pure at all. It was contaminated with various other forms of energy that resulted in the clear crystals that became known as spirit stones. Even without explanation, Damien was able to figure this out. After all, he had personally crystallized pure mana and seen its appearance and ability. Those mana beads he made worked like compressed bombs rather than harmless currency. As Damien slowly took his attention away from the spirit stone in his hand, he noticed the shadow of land in the distance. While they weren't exactly close, they weren't far at all. Truthfully, he thought they'd be in for another month of traveling, but Zara's speed made the trip much more convenient. It had only been a week, but he projected that they'd reach their destination in another day's time. However, it was as if the heavens didn't want them to have a smooth journey. How could they cross the Cloud Sea peacefully when everyone else was forced to struggle? From the distance, a massive storm approached them. It looked like a hurricane, with swirling winds whose speed reached the level where they could shred any weaker being, raging lightning that evaporated the seawater it touched, and roaring waves whose height reached the level of tsunamis. It was a true natural disaster, yet there was nothing natural about it. In the middle of that storm, Damien could make out a massive shadow that silently swam through the air. The Cloud Sea's famous sea dragon, They have the innate ability to control the weather, and their affinity lies in water and lightning. If one meets a sea dragon on their voyage, their only option is to pray for a quick death. Elena and Rose looked at the incoming storm in trepidation. Although they had some confidence that they could win the battle if they worked together, it didn't suppress the innate fear they felt as they watched the scene in front of them. Damien, it might be best if we speed up our journey so we don't encounter that thing. It looks like it'll be too close of a shave for us. However, Damien's thoughts didn't align with this notion in the slightest. He suddenly felt a thirst that he hadn't felt in a while, maybe even since his days within the dungeon. His eyes began to change, with the blood-red color overtaking the amethyst that it usually calmly interacted with. His teeth elongated into fangs, and his fingers did the same into claws. His muscles tensed and his throat felt hot. He felt the undeniable urge to roar into the heavens. His blood boiled as if there was something within him that refused to retreat from this encounter. And there was. The traits he had gained from the wyvern felt challenged by this beast that was also descended from dragons. It felt the need to establish dominance over the sea dragon. Damien's aura began to shift, its color mimicking the blood red of his eyes, as his bloodlust leaked, grabbing the attention of the sea dragon. Sensing its gaze, Damien's excitement grew as a certain feeling pricked at his intuition. It was a sense he had long forgotten due to its inactivity over the past few years. It was the sense that told him when he would benefit from devouring his prey. That power, I want it. Chapter 116 Central Continent 3. Boom. It wasn't the sound of an explosion or impact, but the sound of the shockwave released when Damien catapulted himself towards the raging storm in the distance. He could no longer wait for the upcoming combat. Sensing the bloodthirsty aura approaching it, the sea dragon roared in fury. Human, you dare challenge me within my own domain. Damien responded with a wild grin as he reached the outer edge of the storm, thrusting himself into it without an ounce of hesitation. The entire sequence of events took place in mere seconds, leaving the girl stunned without the ability to react. Hey, big guy. Why don't you give me a good fight? Damien yelled. Humph. I'll show you what happens to those who dare challenge my authority. The sea raged as the waves transformed into massive tornadoes that wildly moved through the storm. The lightning that had been randomly striking the sea began concentrating on Damien's location. Boom. Boom. Everywhere he went, he was greeted with another lightning bolt, but Damien didn't seem to care. His entire being radiated that blood-red color that craved destruction. Black lightning began crackling around his body. Unlike his previous lightning, this new iteration seemed much more threatening and wild. He didn't even try to aim, randomly discharging the lightning into the space around him to counter any attack thrown his way. At this point, he still hadn't seen the sea dragon's true appearance, only the faint shadow that presented itself within the storm. As Damien dodged another lightning bolt, a tornado of swirling water charged in his direction, enveloping him within it. Within the tornado, Damien was subjected to countless blades of water that barraged him from every side. It was clear that the dragon's strength was above his, as the damage it could do to him was quite severe. Cuts began accumulating on his body, but Damien laughed it off. He could feel his body regenerating, albeit slightly slower than the rate of injury. Realizing that if he simply charged out of the tornado he'd get shredded, Damien summoned his sword before taking his stance. He widened his legs and bent his knees slightly, crouching in midair while his arm holding the sword pulled back, keeping the sword angled perfectly horizontal. Void Sword Art Second Step, Horizon Break. Boom. Damien's sword flickered as he thrust his arm forward, causing a massive hole to be punched into the tornado. Damien rushed out of this opening, smiling at the potential of his new attack. However, he wasn't given a moment of rest. The second he left the tornado, he was barraged by a series of lightning bolts, as if the heavens wanted to smite him. Boom! He avoided as many as he could, but some still hit their mark. Damien was flung back and his shirt was torn open, revealing the massive burn mark that had appeared on his chest. Still, Damien was grinning from ear to ear. He wasn't a masochist by any definition of the word, but he was finally in a fight that he wouldn't automatically win. Deciding that he had enough fun with the storm, Damien charged for the sea dragon. He abused his teleportation, spazzing from one area to another with seemingly no pattern. Human. Stop running and die for me. The sea dragon was losing its temper, but before it could do anything, it felt imminent danger. It quickly twisted its massive body at an impossible angle, watching a large gash be torn in the haze where it had been residing. Void Sword Art First Step, Bladeless. Now that he had reached a new level of destructiveness, especially after his training in outer space, the possibilities for Bladeless were immense. Yet, Damien used its most primal form, putting large amounts of mana into the strike to enlarge its target radius. With the haze removed, he finally got a good look at the sea dragon. Well, serpent was a better word to describe it. It was larger than even Zara, with its length being around 100 meters, and its entire body was covered in shining green scales. It had no limbs, and its resemblance to dragons resided in its head. It looked like a knockoff version of a Chinese dragon, just massive and terrifying. You dare? It spoke once again. Not once had it met someone who could make it past the storm. But it wasn't weak without the storm. On the contrary, its abilities hadn't even been showcased yet. Now that he had a clear picture of his opponent, Damien went straight for its head. He wanted to slice it off in one go, but that was never an option. The sea dragon whipped its tail, causing a loud clap as the air around it was pushed in on itself. Instead of teleporting away like he logically should, Damien met the tail head-on. He charged mana into his fist as quickly as he could, sending his mana circuits into overdrive as he punched out. When the two came in contact, another explosion resounded through the area. The tail was pushed back, cracks evident in its scales, while Damien was flung much further. His arm was dangling by his side, seemingly not functional anymore. His bones had been shattered in the collision, almost to the point of no recovery, but Damien was able to offset some of the damage at the last second. The sea dragon was surprised that the human in front of it had survived that collision, but it shook off its thoughts. It was already getting bored of this battle, so it wanted to end it as soon as possible. Human, let me show you what it means to face a dragon. The sea dragon opened its mouth, gathering mana within it. A massive cerulean blue ball of water mana began forming within its jaws. It's going to use a breath attack, Damien thought. Then, let's compare that as well. He hadn't used his breath in a very long time, and he hadn't seen its capability after the change in his affinities, so he was anticipating the next clash. Just like the dragon, Damien began inhaling a massive breath. A translucent destructive mana gathered within his jaws as black streaks crackled along its surface. The two remained stationary, staring at each other with ferocious eyes as their attacks charged. Maybe it was out of respect, challenge, or because neither could be bothered, but they didn't interrupt each other in the slightest. And then, two resounding roars shook the cloud sea. A beam of striking blue energy that looked eerily similar to a laser and a beam of translucent energy crackling with black light collided with each other. Boom! An explosion like no other was produced at their collision, but neither seemed willing to back down. They continued pushing at each other, attempting to overpower the other before their energy diminished. The sheer heat generated by the collision was enough to damage both of them. The scales on the sea dragon's neck began to melt, while Damien's skin also started to blister. If one looked closely, one would be able to see the red muscles underneath. But he wasn't even close to done. Even while the collision of the energy beams was ongoing, Damien teleported onto the dragon's head. Finding a crack in the scales, he thrust his sword down. Void Sword Art Fourth Step, Spatial Collapse. He initiated spatial collapse within the dragon's skin. Instead of the atmosphere twisting, it was the dragon's body itself. Roar. The dragon released a roar of agony at this feeling. It couldn't allow this human to continue, or it might truly die. The sky began to rumble as thunderclouds formed above the two. Without suspense, tens of lightning bolts began raining down. Boom, boom, boom. Unlike before, Damien didn't even try to dodge. He stood firm on the dragon's head, pouring more mana into the spatial collapse as the lightning impacted his body. His head felt fuzzy, his skin was burned off, and even his muscles began to melt due to the heat. Yet, he stood strong. If he didn't have innate lightning resistance because of his own affinity, he'd have been reduced to ashes already. But that was only a hypothetical scenario. Erg! Damien roared in pain, but he didn't budge. Grasping his sword with both hands, he twisted it within the wound, causing it to expand. Not wanting to stay stationary and be bombarded, he used all his strength, even using some mana to enhance himself, and dragged his sword through the dragon's body, carving a massive gash into its flesh. When he met with scales, he used sheet power and heat to blaze through them. He ignored everything else, only wanting to kill this damn beast. His body tried its best to regenerate, but it was piling damage too fast for it to work effectively. For the first time since the dungeon, Damien began accumulating scars. Pressurized jets of water shot towards him, drilling holes into his already breaking body, but he didn't care. He twisted his blade once more, deepening the wound he was causing. The dragon no longer had the ability to roar. Its internal organs had already been ruptured by the spatial collapse, and with the positioning of the sword, its brain was next. If it didn't do anything, it'd die here. The storm's ferocity increased, leaving Damien's regeneration insignificant. Both opponents were fighting death. Damien's eyes were filled with the light of madness. Something was driving him to these insane lengths, but he was none the wiser. He felt the pain, and he felt the threat of death, but it only made his blood boil with excitement. The battle seemed at a standstill, with both opponents knocking on death's door, but Damien still had a card up his sleeve. A bright flame enveloped his blade, its heat melting even the air around it. With this final push, Damien cut through the dragon's skull like butter. Crack! One final sound resounded in the area before everything went quiet. In the deafening silence that followed, only a single word could be heard. Devour. Chapter 1:17 Central Continent 4. The transition from the intense life-or-death battle to the point when everything ended was so drastic that the girls couldn't make heads or tails out of the whole situation. They only knew the intense fear they had felt from seeing Damien's condition. Even if it had been a while, Damien was still accustomed to the perilous situation that he had just gone through, so from his perspective, it was just an entertaining fight. To the girls who had only ever seen him dominate his opponents, though, the shock factor was intense. Realistically, he had almost died in that fight. His skin was torn off, his muscles were melting, and his regeneration ceased to function, but he took all the pain with a grin on his face. It was truly harrowing. What does someone have to experience to shoulder that kind of pain with a smile? The same thought was running through both Rose and Elena's minds. Rose especially was told the story of what happened to him in the dungeon, but hearing about it and seeing firsthand was different. He was bestial and insane during the fight. His aura and entire personality had gone through an immense change. He was like a different person, a person none of them had seen before. The only one relatively unaffected by the situation was Zara. Since she had been with him during many of the intense fights he went through in the dungeon, this wasn't anything new to her. She had also seen him at his worst when his humanity had all but escaped him, so she saw this behavior as normal. Her emotional intelligence hadn't reached a level where she could tell that this change was concerning. Damien had been slowly improving. Either that, or he had successfully suppressed his insanity after prolonged periods of human contact. But it wasn't something he could simply get rid of. Especially when he finally met an opponent that could challenge him and a beast that could grant him another trait, he lost himself. Even now, after the battle had ended, he stood atop the sea dragon's corpse with the same light in his eyes. The light of mania. His muscles and skin were already healing, but they didn't look as pristine as they once did. Due to the fact that his regeneration had failed, the scars and burns of the battle stayed with him. Albeit they weren't grotesque and were instead faded as if they were years old, they were still present. It was then that the girls heard Damien speak. In his voice, which was still hoarse due to his vocal cords being slightly fried, he said that single word. Devour. An abyssal black fog materialized around him, wrapping around the sea dragon's head before expanding and covering its entire body. Slowly but surely, the corpse began to vaporize into motes of energy. As the energy entered his body, Damien once again went through a change. His organs, which had already been refined, were broken down and restructured to be more suitable for combat. A strong outer defense wasn't enough to get by. Even if the damage of an attack was negated, the force of its impact could still rattle the internals and kill a cultivator easily. Along with the hardening of his organs, the other areas of his body began to change as well. Unlike his previous evolutions that were mostly centered around one area to house the new trait he gained, this one was different. The storm trait of the sea dragon wasn't something that was concentrated on a single area of the body. But something interesting started to occur in his blood. Damien's beast bloodline was something he gained through his first mutation, and due to this it wasn't complete and evolved into something new every time he devoured a suitable beast. The last time it experienced this kind of evolution was when he devoured the wyvern on the 40th floor, and being the most powerful beast he evolved from until that point, its bloodline took priority. And now, Damien had devoured another subspecies of dragons. When the two bloodlines came into contact with each other, they immediately reacted negatively, seemingly fighting each other for dominance. Damien's blood literally boiled at the collision between the two prideful sources, causing his body to jerk and stiffen from pain. It wasn't an external impact this time, but his own body fighting itself. His veins bulged as he clenched his teeth, grinding them together hard enough to produce an audible sound. His body began to spasm as his blood burned. However, this collision wasn't allowed to continue for long. In some unknown location within him, Damien's void physique became active, sending its essence into his bloodstream. The second this essence met the two opposing bloodlines, they instantly calmed down. The effect was magical. The adverse reaction he was having stopped abruptly as his two dragon bloodlines began to calmly fuse under the guidance of this new essence. His eyes widened as his usual cross-shaped pupils continuously alternated to a more vertical and reptilian shape. Two bumps formed in Damien's skull, causing protrusions in his forehead that his skin couldn't contain. It quickly burst, letting two blade-like horns erupt. However, they were quickly evaporated into essence and returned to his body. The same happened with his skin. It hardened and separated into shining ink-colored scales before returning to normal. Now that his beast bloodline had tipped towards becoming a holy dragon bloodline, the physical traits threatened to show themselves. Yet, his void physique continued to disallow it. Any external changes to his body were destroyed and turned into energy to supplement the strengthening of his physical body. As the evolution process came to an end, any liquid within his body began to churn. Logically, this should have caused more pain, but that didn't occur in the slightest. Instead, the churning seemingly empowered him. It felt similar to the sensation of extreme anticipation, making Damien want to roar into the heavens. And so, he did. The seas raged and storm clouds gathered in his vicinity. Thick black streaks of lightning danced through the air. Whirlpools formed in the water below him and the waves once again peaked. No sea monster dared to go near the area. Even the ones who had planned to investigate after sensing the disappearance of the sea dragon's aura hesitated. The storm was much smaller than the previous one, but its intensity didn't lose out in the slightest. But after only 10 brief minutes, the entire thing subsided. Damien slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He hadn't felt such excitement in a very long time, not even during his time infiltrating Nibelheim. These kinds of head-on collisions were his favorite. With his battle finished, Damien flew back to the area where the girls were watching, not even aware of his changed state during battle. The blood-red aura had receded, and his eyes had returned to their usual yin-yang pattern of red and amethyst. He interpreted the extreme urge to kill that he had experienced as the thirst for battle he hadn't felt in so long, subconsciously avoiding the subject. Reaching the girls, Damien let out a light smile. "Let's get to dry land now, shall we?" Rose and Elena had a mountain of questions they wanted to ask, but seeing that he was stable again, they didn't want to push it. I have no idea what triggered that state, and I don't want to bring it up and induce such a thing again, Rose thought. She knew there was a problem, but she had no idea how to fix it. It was something that they'd need to talk about at another time, but that wasn't now. Meanwhile, Zara was simply excited. That was awesome. Watch, I'll be able to do something cool like that, too. Damien smiled as he patted her soft fur. I'm sure you will. Even after so long, he had no idea what her bloodline was, and this spoke volumes. An unknown yet powerful bloodline would surely grant her an overpowered trait. And the fact that she hadn't received one yet was testament to this fact. The group flew in relative peace for the next day, everyone in their own thoughts as they reached their destination and set foot on dry land once more. Finally, the Central Continent. Chapter 118 Separation 1. Unlike the sandy beaches of the Western Continent, the Central Continent bordered the Cloud Sea with massive overarching cliffs. The waves of the sea crashed against these cliffs and created spiraling patterns on its surface. Landing on flat land, Damien and the girls took a moment to appreciate the air they were now surrounded with. It was odd that there wasn't a gradient that led to the change in atmosphere, but they didn't focus on this point. Instead, they focused on the cleanliness and elevating feeling the manna contained. It still contained that underlying message that the entire cloud plain followed, but its vibe was much loftier. It's crazy to see how different the feeling of manna is in different places, Elena commented. Rose nodded. Yeah, it's more obvious here since there are multiple continents unlike a Pyrrhon, but it really makes you wonder if manna is just a random energy that simply exists. Are you trying to say that manna might contain some sentience? Damien asked, intrigued by the concept. I'm not sure exactly, but doesn't the records have at least a basic level of sentience to accurately manage every being in existence and cater to their individuality? Yeah, that makes sense. Still, I don't think any of us are qualified to ask such questions. There's that old saying about the truth being too dangerous for a reason. The other two nodded in agreement. Sometimes, knowing things could hurt more than it helped. It could deflate one's confidence and drive, and also drive them into despair depending on the truth they learned. Well, let's not focus on such an ethereal concept at the moment. We need to figure out the direction we want to take from here. At the mention of the future, Rose's expression became slightly pained. Although she was supportive of Damien, it didn't mean she didn't want to stay with him. She had much more fun adventuring together with him than when she was alone. Turning to Elena, she smiled lightly. Since you're going off on your own, I'll just have to settle with little Elena over here. Who are you calling little? Elena challenged as she puffed out her chest. She was slightly taller than Rose, so with this move, she was able to slightly look down on her. Just because you're taller doesn't mean I can't call you little. Rose responded with her gaze focused on a certain area. Hey. As the two squabbled, Damien ended up looking in the other direction. Why did they have to bring up that kind of thing around him? If he inserted himself into the conversation, he would probably be labeled a pervert, but he felt that interrupting them would make him a buzzkill. Sigh, we probably should have asked for a map or something before we left the Western Continent. They were in too much of a hurry to leave that they had disregarded some small conveniences like directions. Well, I guess I'll just let fate lead me or something. Damien already had a goal in mind once he heard about the power structure of the Central Continent. Rather than the Jade Heavenly Palace, he was more interested in the Celestial Star Palace. After all, just from its name alone, he felt it was more suited to him. Are you guys planning to join a sect? He suddenly asked, curious about the girl's decision. Elena was the one to speak up first. We talked about it and decided we will head to the Supreme Fairy Paradise. That's right, Rose continued. The sect only accepts females, so we won't have to worry about any annoying young master tropes that'll cause us more trouble in the long run. Damien raised his brow. It turns out Rose had graduated from strictly watching anime and had read some novels in her time on Earth as well. You should still be careful, though. Even if you can evade the young masters, you'll still be subject to plenty of jealousy with your talents. Both of you need to stay cautious even within the sect. Yeah, don't worry. We can take care of ourselves. I thought we already proved that. Damien smiled wryly. Even if he knew their strength, he was allowed to worry, right? Still, he was glad they had confidence in themselves. If this world is anything like what we've read, arrogance is a good quality to have as long as we don't try to challenge the heavens as ants. Keep your heads high and bow to nobody unless they've earned your respect. There was definitely something mysterious about Earth. If it was just some fantasy novels, he could accept the coincidence, but the various genres and various theologies around the world were resemblant to real worlds that existed in the observable universe. But Earth wasn't in contact with mana before a decade ago, so it should have been impossible for this to occur. But from Damien's experience in Apiron, the fiction on Earth was generally accurate in its tellings of other worlds, at least when it came to power structure. But even as someone who bound the Earth's world core, he didn't have the answers. Whatever, it's not important right now. Looking at the girls, Damien felt slightly unwilling to part. He was surprised by his own feelings, but he disregarded them. He wouldn't go back on his decisions now, and he didn't want the girls to forgo the plans they had made just because he changed his mind. Just be careful out there, Damien said lightly. Rose smiled at his change in demeanor. This big idiot really hates being honest with himself. Disregarding Elena, who was standing next to her, Rose embraced Damien tightly and stole a kiss. Unlike the chaste kisses they'd shared before, Rose made sure she got some tongue this time. Damien's eyes were wide as they darted between Rose and Elena, but in the end, he just closed them and enjoyed the kiss. He wouldn't see her for a while, so he would relish this small moment they could share. After a full minute, Rose decided it was enough and pulled back with a slightly red face. If you forget about me before we meet again, I'll make sure to beat you up until you remember again. Elena had been looking in the other direction, obviously not interested in watching their show of affection, but when she heard Rose talk again, she turned back around and took her chance to say farewells as well. Unlike Rose, she simply gave Damien a tight hug. Well, the hug wasn't too simple with how tight she was squeezing him. Damien was trying his best to ignore the feeling of her chest pressing into his when he heard her mouse-like voice. His hearing had advanced to the point where he could hear her clearly, even if Rose couldn't. We aren't the only ones who need to be safe, dummy. Don't do dangerous things as you did with the sea dragon. I don't want to lose you again. Damien smiled lightly and replied in a voice only she could hear. I'm glad you feel that way, and don't worry. I won't put you through that again. They hadn't really talked about their feelings when he initially fell, and he didn't know whether to be happy or sad that she had been affected so deeply. He was glad she cared for him that much, but he felt that he burdened her for the 4 years it took him to return. He really owed her a lot more than he let on, but he realized he had been neglecting her for a while. There was a reason for this, he just didn't want to admit it. He didn't know how to feel about her. He liked her before his fall, and his feelings for her increased after the Legacy Tomb trial, but he felt that those increased feelings were fake. Regardless of how accurate the representation was, that wasn't the real Elena. He didn't want his feelings for her to be based on an illusion. So, he had been subconsciously avoiding her to somehow rid himself of those false feelings. He didn't know how he'd treat her when everything was over, but he persisted. Still, he didn't admit this. He just comforted her slightly before they broke off their hug. With the farewells finished, the group slowly split up. Damien watched as Elena and Rose's figures faded into the distance with a slightly forlorn gaze before turning to Zara. I guess it's just us again, he said. Zara responded. Let's go, let's go. She was also saddened by the separation, but she was excited to spend more time with Damien. Even if she really liked the girls, she still missed the days when it was just them. Smiling at her excitement, Damien climbed on Zara's back. Maybe I haven't been giving her enough attention recently. Then let's go. We have a whole new world awaiting us. Chapter 119 Separation 2. For the next 2 days, Damien and Zara simply flew through the blue skies of the central continent as they looked out for any large cities near them. Well, it wasn't too hard like it was in Apiron. They managed to find a port city only a few tens of kilometers away from their starting location, but it wasn't what they were looking for. Instead, Damien just took a quick stop there and used the meager amount of spirit stones he had acquired from Xiaozhen to buy a map. He learned how expensive life in this world would be. I'm going to have to figure out some way to make money here. He had used all 10 of his spirit stones on a map that wasn't even detailed. However, it was enough for him. He only needed to know the location of the Celestial Star Palace, which, as the second-ranked sect in the entire continent, was clearly outlined on the map. But that wouldn't suffice for his entire stay in this world. He had no plans for leaving anytime soon, so he needed a way to make money and sustain himself. It's going to be a pain in the ass. For now, he chose to ignore it and turned his focus back to the map in his hand. With no surprise, the sect was located near the center of the continent where the mana density was thickest. Although the Jade Heavenly Palace had the privilege of taking the exact center, the Celestial Star Palace wasn't too far from it. In fact, both sects had a long-standing relationship as rivals. The Jade Heavenly Palace had a firm hold on its title as the top-ranked sect, but the Celestial Star Palace always stayed directly behind it, waiting for an opportunity to overtake it. Their rivalry wasn't something Damien knew the full extent of, but for them to be located within such a close range to each other, it had to run deep. Being new, Damien also didn't know the scale of the map, which correlated to the size of the entire central continent. He just assumed its size based on what he could see. But in the following days, the world proved him wrong. In fact, the central continent was many times larger than he could have ever expected. Currently, he had spent an entire week traveling, and, even at Zara's speeds, he was just beginning to see the outline of the central region in front of him. Thinking about it, this half of the continent was the same distance as the cloud sea that separated it from the western continent. He couldn't imagine how big the entire thing was. Damien thought to immerse himself in training to pass the time, but it was already too late for that. The mana density had been steadily increasing for the past day or so, and he felt it was reaching its peak soon. In the distance, he saw a coiling mountain range that corresponded to a picture on his map. It was the point of separation between the central region and the rest of the continent. Flying over these mountains, a new world was opened to Damien's eyes. Even though it was blurry due to distance, he saw massive cities that spanned larger distances than some small states in America. They were far from each other, but he was still able to see a few due to his current altitude. And, even from this height, he could feel many strong auras radiating from these cities. So many third classes. And, even fourth classes are appearing occasionally. If there was one thing he was supremely confident in, it was his aura-sensing abilities. They stemmed from his eyes, and with the kind of name they had, he was sure they wouldn't fail him. The vast difference in sheer manpower he sensed simply from this broad inspection was enough to shock him. After all, on a Pyrrhon, there were very few third classes and even fewer fourth classes. Then why is a Pyrrhon also considered a middle world? Frankly, he couldn't compare the two in strength or mana density. The cloud plane was leagues better. But Damien had seen the mural on the temple walls that showed a Pyrrhon in its prime. He knew the conditions had to be different back then. Then, is it because of the war? He didn't know how the war could have such a lasting adverse effect on the planet, but he could only think of this reason for its stasis. It had been 1,000 years since its end, but the world wasn't able to recover. However, the web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Ox who attacked it. He knew for certain they had recovered. Not only were they targeting the cloud plane, but also Earth and many other worlds by extension. They were his first thought when he heard about vile cultivators, but he had suppressed this thought. He didn't have enough faith in human nature to believe only Nox believers took such wicked cultivation paths. And some of them could even be hiding in plain sight. He didn't trust the righteous path purely based on its name either. From what he knew, the righteous path was simply where people schemed in the dark rather than in the open. He didn't want to discount the efforts of those truly good people that existed, but his worldview was pessimistic, to say the least. He has never believed that people could act purely out of the good of their hearts. Everyone had selfish intentions, even the best of people. He despised people who acted innocent on the outside, but were the worst monsters in reality. Noticing that his thoughts had skewed, Damien focused once again on the scenery around him. By this point, Zara had already taken him close to the general location of the Celestial Star Palace. From what the map says, the next city should be the closest to the sect. Let's stop there and see if we can gather some information before we leave, Damien said. Zara complied happily. Whenever he wasn't in his thoughts over the past week of travel, he had given her all the company she could ask for. Not only did they talk about various matters, but at one point they even landed and raced like they used to do in the past. When they reached the periphery of the city, Damien noticed that there was a long queue to enter. "This reminds me of last time," he said as he reminisced on their entrance to Archdale. Unlike that time, though, the strength of the average person was much larger. Damien wouldn't be able to trailblaze his way into the city. Even among these common people that he saw, there were plenty of second classes. Zara shrank to the size of a normal carriage before entering the line. Tamed beasts were much more common in this world, so there was no problem. Or at least, that's what Damien thought. As he calmly sat in meditation on Zara's back, a commotion started taking place behind him. "Make way! Make way! My young master has no need to stand in line with filth like you." A booming voice resounded, and the people did indeed make way. Seeing the symbol on the side of the cart, they didn't dare to even make a sound to express their grievances. "That's the Wang clan insignia. That's right, they are cemented in third place among the 4 great clans. I heard that they have the backing of the Jade Heavenly Palace. I heard from my uncle that their young master is to be wedded to the Shui clan young miss." The carriage moved unimpeded through the hordes of people, unbothered by their murmurs before the driver spotted a large black obstruction in the distance. "Make way, or don't blame the servant for trampling you." However, the obstruction didn't move. Damien, who had just exited his meditation, sat calmly atop Zara's back, suppressing the smile that was threatening to form on his lips. "Is this my first young master interaction?" Zara had her own pride, so even without Damien's instruction, she didn't budge. As the carriage approached, the murmurs of the crowd became more prominent. "Who is that? I don't recognize him, but his beast seems very powerful. Maybe he's a secluded young master? To have a beast like that, he must have some status. He's quite handsome. Maybe this big sister can climb this social ladder through him. Don't dream, lady. If he has the guts to obstruct the Wang clan carriage, why would he fall for an ugly hag like you?" "What did you say?" The carriage neared Zara, but as warned, it didn't stop in the slightest. In fact, the driver slightly sped up in a bid to cleanly dispose of the ones barring his path. The 2 lion-like beasts that were pulling the carriage ran at full speed with ferocious expressions, kicking up large gusts of wind that pushed back any cultivator it came in contact with. However, just as the beasts were going to collide with Zara, they stopped abruptly. It wasn't that they wanted to, but their paws had been frozen to the ground below them, almost fusing the 2 surfaces into one. If the beasts pulled a little too hard, their paws might cleanly separate from their bodies. From within the carriage, a massive thump was heard, followed by a billowing aura. "Who dares stop this young master?" Chapter 120 Separation 3. "Who dares stop this young master?" A relatively young voice yelled from within the carriage. From the previous thump, it was clear that the owner of the voice had been flung into the wall or floor due to the abrupt stop. The carriage door opened and out stepped a young man with black hair and eyes. His build was mostly slim, however, his most glaring feature was his height. This guy is tiny. If Damien had to make a guess, he'd say the man in front of him was 5 foot 2 inches maximum. He might even be shorter than that. "Who gave you permission to stare at me?" The man yelled angrily when his eyes landed on Damien. Is it a typical young master thing, or does this guy have a Napoleon complex? Still, Damien kept his mouth shut, choosing to observe before acting. He was still new to this world, so it was unwise to do anything stupid. Well, if I get some backing, I should be fine. The young man quickly became further incensed by Damien's lack of reaction, but his eyes suddenly lit up in realization. Oh, I get it. You must be some sort of country bumpkin. My name is Wang Ming. Now quickly kneel before me so I can go on with my day. The whole situation was quite comical. Rather than a normal young master interaction like Damien was expecting, he had simply met a clown. Perhaps I really should kneel? Maybe only by doing this would we be able to see eye to eye. Faint giggles began spreading through the crowd as people understood the meaning behind Damien's words. Unfortunately, Wang Ming seemed to be lacking in the brains department as well. As expected of trash like you. It's good that you know when to kneel. Recalling the conversations he heard in the crowd earlier, Damien began to feel sorry for the Shui clan's young miss. Unless she was equally stupid, it'd be a shame for anyone to have to marry this guy. Feeling disappointed by the interaction, Damien simply communicated with Zara to leave. Kid, you're too much of an idiot for this to be any fun, so maybe next time you should come back with someone better. However, Wang Ming naturally wasn't satisfied. Did I give you permission to leave? Without warning, he pulled his arm back and punched forward, sending a large dragon made of flames toward Damien. This kid is just a second class and still has the nerve to act like this. Is this what they call having eyes but can't see? Damien wondered. Still, he wasn't someone to take insults lying down. Since Wang Ming wanted to be humiliated so badly, Damien would just oblige him. Disregarding the fire dragon that wouldn't be able to harm him even if he simply stood there and allowed it to hit him, Damien pointed his finger at Wang Ming. Let's just do this then. Dropping his finger slightly, Damien adjusted his aim before shooting off 2 concentrated beams of lightning. Without even waiting to see the results, he turned and continued into the city, leaving a slight glance at the carriage driver as he left. With the line already being parted due to Wang Ming's earlier actions, he didn't have any trouble. As he entered the city, Damien heard a shrill cry from behind him, followed by the muffled laughter of the crowd. Any clothing below Wang Ming's waist had been burned to a crisp, becoming ash and exposing his lower body. The inevitable showing of his tiny member was what caused the crowd to laugh. While Wang Ming continued being comedic relief, the driver of the carriage watched Damien's receding back in interest. The second young master needs to grow up, so interactions like this are necessary. However, the first young master will not be pleased when he learns of this. He had seen through Damien's intent even before the lightning had been released, yet he did nothing. Damien was also aware of this, as the old man's aura concealment couldn't fool his eyes. That young man's talents shouldn't be small. Maybe the first young master might even find a rival. Without speaking another word, the old driver used his mana to cover Wang Ming's exposed legs and led him back into the carriage. As they departed into the city, Wang Ming was seething. A random trash bastard dares to humiliate this young master. I will find some way to punish him, I swear it. As he partook in his rage-fueled monologue, he finally realized the meaning of Damien's earlier jab. Damn it. He slammed his fist against the wall. I'll make sure first brother makes him pay. Meanwhile, Damien was curiously looking through the city. The atmosphere was just as bustling as major cities in a pylon like Aurora, but there was something inherently different that he couldn't place his finger on. Still, this wasn't his focus. To his surprise, the talk of the town was perfectly in sync with his current goals. Quick, quick. Didn't you hear? The Celestial Star Palace is holding its disciple examination in 3 days. Really? When I grow up and become a strong cultivator, I'm going to join the sect. Stop dreaming. The Celestial Star Palace is the second best sect in the entire world. How could you get in? Well, I want to get accepted to the Jade Heavenly Palace. Second ranked is too little for me. As he listened to the various conversations, Damien couldn't help but be amazed at the impeccable timing of it all. Don't tell me fate is actually a real thing? It was only then he realized he hadn't even done proper research on the sect. Well, I have 3 days to do so. Plus, it shouldn't be too hard, right? What Damien had forgotten was that he was dirt poor in this world. He was so used to not caring about money that he forgot how necessary the resource truly was. For the next day, he didn't even take the time to enter a hotel or inn, simply spending all his time trying to gain information on the sect. And while he was largely unsuccessful, he was able to gain some general knowledge. As its name suggested, the Celestial Star Palace was highly focused on such concepts. Not only was it a martial sect that cared about offensive prowess, but it also had a unique specialization in divination. Now, Damien didn't necessarily believe in divination, but with mana anything was possible. He couldn't simply write it off as falsehood, especially when such a large sect prioritized it. Not to mention, I don't really have anywhere else to go. Besides the fact that he was poor and had little knowledge of the Cloud Plane in general, he also found that the sect was even considered righteous among the righteous path. With its reputation, he didn't see a harm in trying to join them. He didn't have any knowledge of divination, but it clearly had some correlation to time. And from his previous meditations, he was already aware of how closely interlinked space and time were. The disciple examinations were open to anyone below the age of 60, which was still relatively young, especially in a world like this one. With the large number of fourth-class beings in the world, meeting people whose age surpassed 1,000 wasn't too uncommon. The sect was still a few days of travel away, so after he gained this knowledge, he immediately set out. I can't miss this chance to get free housing. I mean to expand my horizons. Chapter 121 Disciple Examination 1. Built into the side of a magnificent mountain, there was a large city that could house tens of thousands of people. Its infrastructure was filled with pagodas of varying heights, all following a color scheme of blue and black. Within the city, various people wearing matching clothing were going about their days, some leaving to adventure the lands of the Cloud Plane, and some choosing to stay in their homes and cultivate. The city was just the base, though. Along the slope of the mountain leading all the way to its peak, there were lines of various facilities and houses, each of these belonging to one or many of the people in the city below. And at the peak of the mountain, there was a magisterial castle made of glossy black material. From its color scheme, one would expect it to look dreary or haunted, but it didn't fit this vibe at all. Instead, it was mystical, invoking a sense of wonder in all those who laid eyes upon it. The entire mountain was seemingly cut in half by a large looming wall that was patrolled by these similar black-robed people. And outside of this wall, thousands of cultivators stood in wait. This was the grand scene of the Celestial Star Sect. Its entire presence, even the mountain it inhabited, was ethereal. It gave onlookers the feeling of vast space and profundity. When Damien arrived at the sect, he was astonished by its grandiosity. Even compared to the most lavish areas of Apiron, it was still far greater. The mountain itself was only slightly smaller than the God's Park mountain Damien had visited in the Secret Realm. Even for one of the peak organizations in the entire world, isn't this too grand? Currently, Zara had returned to his shadow and Damien was waiting amongst the anticipant crowd. Their excitement could be felt in the air as even the mana buzzed due to the congregation of intense emotions. 2 days had already passed while Damien traveled to the sect, and he had only arrived a few hours prior, but it seemed he wasn't the last. Even as he waited patiently, hundreds of cultivators arrived in various manners. This year's examination is going to be exciting, one of the guards said to his friend. Indeed, many geniuses from the large clans have shown up this time. Did you see the Earth Dragon that the Long clan's young master arrived on? I did. That was Long Qin, rumored to be one of the greatest geniuses the Long clan ever produced. But why would he come here instead of the Jade Heavenly Palace? It's not just him, though. Byren from the Bai clan and even Shi Ling and Shi Meng, the Wonder Twins of the Shi clan, are here. This must be a truly fortuitous year for our Celestial Star Palace for so many geniuses to flock to us. Maybe we can finally take the spot of top sect from the Jade Heavenly Palace. Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. You never know what twists fate will bring to those who look down on it. You're right, senior brother. I apologize for misspeaking. Damien listened to their conversation with interest. Looks like there'll be plenty of competition for me within the sect. If there was one thing Damien feared about entering the sect, it was a lack of action. The entire reason he decided to travel to this new world was for excitement and adventure, so he'd be severely disappointed if he didn't receive it. Especially from that last interaction with Wang Ming, his hopes had been dashed. Even if it wasn't true conflict, he at least wanted some challenge. Maybe I can even find a proper rival in this world. The thought brought back the memory of his friend from Apeiron, but he shook it off. Even if Ethan had the appropriate talent, Apeiron itself wasn't a proper place to groom him. Maybe if he explored the vast universe, Ethan would be able to keep up. That thought got Damien wondering. Why is it that we didn't encounter other travelers in our 7-month journey to the Cloud Plane? It was odd to him for there to be no one capable of traversing space. Or rather, it was downright impossible. Even if they couldn't freely walk through space with their bare bodies like him, there had to be many worlds that were technologically advanced enough to pull off similar feats. No, the Cloud Plane has the ability to do it, so there are definitely other worlds that can too. The Cloud Plane wasn't even a scientifically driven society, and if they could discover space travel using flying treasures, others could too. Welcome, young cultivators, to the Celestial Star Palace Disciple Examination. A booming voice interrupted Damien's train of thought. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man floating above the towering walls. My name is Mu Chen, but you can call me Elder Mu. I will be explaining your examination today. The entire crowd, which now consisted of many thousands of people, stood silently, watching Mu Chen with rapt attention. Satisfied with their response, he continued. As you all know, our Celestial Star Palace is a large power, but that doesn't mean we simply accept everyone. Today, you will showcase your talent, your strength, and your wit to earn a spot among our ranks. Just like always, we will only be accepting 1,000 new disciples, so be aware of how competitive this exam will be. And for your own safety, be aware that there are some dangers you may face. If you aren't careful, you may be seriously injured or even lose your life. This is the nature of the cultivation world. Strength is king. You speak with your fists. The winner is right, and the loser must wallow in self-loathing. If any of you is afraid of this, you may leave now. Mu Chen's voice boomed through the surroundings. However, even after hearing his words, nobody turned away. Nothing he said was new to them. In fact, it was the rules they abided by every day. For Damien, these words resounded in the very core of his being. It reminded him of his days in the dungeon. That was the most primal version of the law of the jungle. Strength is king. This phrase alone made his blood boil in excitement. His beast side wanted to run rampant, inspired by the majestic intent of Mu Chen's words. If Damien had his way, he would roar to the heavens right now to exert his will. But he held himself back. Now wasn't the time to make a scene. He simply stood with the rest, the excited glint in his eyes never fading. In fact, even the aura he radiated changed slightly, becoming more unruly. The people crowded around him were forced to slightly make space, and the attention of many geniuses snapped to him for a brief second. Gazing upon the crowd, Mu Chen smiled. Good. You all have the spirit of true cultivators. Without danger, there can be no reward. Now, let me explain the many parts of the examination you will partake in today. Chapter 122 Disciple Examination 2. The disciple examination will be split into 3 parts. Mu Chen said, continuing his previous speech. The first part will be a simple talent test. You will learn the specifics after you enter the specified area. The second part will test your comprehension ability. As for the last part, well, you'll just have to find out if you reach that far. When he spoke the last sentence, Mu Chen had a devious grin on his face that created an ominous feeling in the hearts of the young cultivators before him. Before anything else, take these tokens. They will be used as your identifiers during the exam. It wasn't even a long process. Mu Chen simply threw a large mass of tokens into the air like candy, and seemingly without intervention, they landed in the hands of each participant. Damien looked at his number, which was 3416. Maybe it judges based on the order we arrived? Remember, this examination isn't simply to gain entry into the sect, but much more than that. If you are lucky enough, you may receive the favor of a sect elder and become their disciple. Upon hearing this, the crowd broke out into hushed conversation. We will actually become disciples of the elders? The pressure to do well just increased by tenfold. Damien looked around in slight confusion. Was being an elder's disciple that important? But he quickly berated himself for thinking such stupid things. The help he had gained from Malcolm after taking him as his teacher was immense to the point where it was almost unquantifiable. His lightning element had been supremely improved, and he had gained insights into mana circuits. Without the Anunta system that was currently infused into his body, Damien didn't think he'd be so well off in his cultivation path. Not only did it boost his mana regeneration rate and reaction speed, but it also multiplied his output enough to give him his current edge. It could be said to be half the reason he was still able to fight above his rank to such a degree even after becoming third class. After all, the levels in this class were much wider apart than those in the previous classes. All right, Mu Chen said. Now that I've given you this explanation, it's time to begin the test. Let me say in advance, I wish prosperity among those of you that will become new outer disciples of our grand sect. Right after his words fell, Mu Chen waved his hand, creating a large portal in front of the wall he was standing on. Enter through this portal and you shall be taken to the testing grounds. May fate shine upon you all. The crowd of cultivators immediately rushed towards the gate, many of them wanting to be the first to get through. They didn't know if this was also a test for them. However, those true geniuses within their ranks waited patiently and walked calmly to the portal. They had no rush to prove themselves, as they had an inborn pride in their own achievements. Damien was among these geniuses. He simply walked forward as he admired the structure of the portal in front of him. Not just the structure, but the stability and functionality are leagues above what I can do. Damien had the eyes of someone trained in space element. He could clearly see the oceans of spatial layers that made up the world. He could also see the way they were distorted by the portal. There are so many pathways leading from this single portal. Just this single portal could lead to tens of different locations. Damien had no idea how it was done. He could only connect 2 points in space, and even in this regard, he was limited. Portals weren't something he was too familiar with, as he had only used them for world travel. Maybe I wasn't giving this sect enough credit before. He couldn't be blamed, though. Judging on reputation alone wasn't something anyone would do, even if they used it as reference for their evaluation. Damien wasn't aware of the Celestial Star Palace's feats or achievements, so he was subconsciously looking down on them. Well, it's to be expected from a sect lead by tens or even more fourth-class beings. As he wrapped up his thoughts, Damien stepped through the massive portal in front of him. When his vision was returned to him, Damien found himself in a slightly expansive room filled with other competitors. However, the number was vastly reduced. Out of the thousands that he saw in front of the gate, only around 500 were here with him. The scenery of the room was simple, yet confusing. There was a large lake filled with silver liquid, its surface reflective and depth unknown. At end of the lake, there was a small island with a stone obelisk on it. After the entrance of a few more people, the portal to the room closed and a young woman appeared before them. All right. Now that everyone's here, we can begin. This is the talent test, and it is relatively simple. All you have to do is walk across this lake as far as you can. Anyone who can take more than 45 steps will pass this portion of the exam. The participants looked doubtful but didn't raise their voices. Every time the Celestial Star Palace held its disciple examinations, no word was leaked about the process. Even those who failed the exam would never speak about how they were tested. Number 2500, come forth. Out of the crowd, a young woman stepped forward. She stood at the edge of the lake with nervousness clearly written on her face. I just have to step in here and walk? She questioned. Yes, just walk forward until you can't anymore. Hearing the confirmation, the young woman stepped into the lake. The water only reached her ankle and she didn't feel any change, so she continued forward. 5 steps. 15 steps, 25 steps. She was halfway through the passing requirement, and the young woman could already feel the purpose of this test. With every step she took, a minute amount of pressure bore down on her. And with each step further, the pressure would multiply. Now that she was at the 26th step, she felt like there was a large boulder placed on her back. 35 steps, 40 steps, 44 steps. She only had one step left until she passed, but she felt immense difficulty in taking it. With the pressure continuing to multiply, the previous boulder had been transformed into a small hill. However, with much difficulty, she managed to take the last step. Boom! The water in the lake pulsated due to her momentum, but it wasn't totally moved. With sweat covering her entire body, the young woman turned back and returned to the shore. Good job. You may proceed to the next section, the lady in charge said. Another portal opened up in front of the young woman before she passed through it with a smile on her face. Disregarding this, the lady continued with the exam for the next few hours. Many people ended up passing, with some even going a few steps further than the goal, but the results were always the same. Before the 50th step, they'd always be forced to retreat. With the hours passing, the number of people left in the room dwindled, and Damien's turn was fast approaching. But before him, there was another genius who had to go. Unlike the others who simply had their number called, this person was called by name. Longchen, please step forward. Chapter 123 Disciple Examination 3. The man who stepped forward had flowing black shoulder-length hair and eyes that looked like a deep abyss. The second he made his presence known, the attention of everyone in the room shifted to him. It wasn't just his looks, but his natural aura was noble and heroic, commanding respect from those who gazed upon him. Looking at this man, Damien only felt one thing: strong. It wasn't the same indomitable strength he had felt from those far above him, but a strength that matched his own, even though they were at the same level. This was a genuine achievement, as there weren't many who could keep up with him. Those he usually fought on equal standing were far above him in terms of level. When Longchen was called forward, he didn't hesitate like the rest. Instead, he calmly and indifferently entered the lake and took his first steps. 10 steps, 30 steps, 50 steps. Even at the distance that limited everyone that came before him, Longchen showed no signs of struggle. He kept walking with purpose. 60 steps, 70 steps, 75 steps. It was only when he reached 3/4 of the way to the small island at the end of the lake that Longchen slowed down. Although his facial expression didn't change much, the beads of sweat that began trickling down his body showed his struggle. 78 steps, 80 steps. Seeing him continue, various chatter broke out in the crowd. As expected of the scion of the Long clan, none can compare with his talents. Indeed, it's our bad luck to be put in the same testing room as him. Damien's gaze was intense, to say the least. As Longchen continued, he slowly released his aura to empower himself. The threat Damien felt was similar to what he felt from Ethan back during the Nexus event. This guy, I want to fight him. 85 steps, 89 steps. Upon reaching the 90th step, Longchen finally met his limit. It was clear that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to continue. But Longchen wasn't the type of person to simply give up. Huh! With a loud cry, he released all his strength. The pressure that bore down on him had increased to the point where his skin began to crack, leaking blood into the pristine silver pool. Break for me? With a loud bang, Longchen stomped his foot back into the pool, successfully breaching the 90th step. Ha ha! The entire room was silent, the only sound being Longchen's rough breathing. And then, he turned around and walked back to the shore with a valiant look on his face. His firm expression, even while covered in his own blood, had its own appeal, making many of the women in the room swoon at the sight. However, Longchen took no notice of this. Instead, his eyes were focused on a single spot. He sensed it. The concealed aura of a predator that had been locked onto him since he began his climb. At that time, he was too busy with the pressure to check who it was, but now he saw it clearly. At the back of the crowd, standing inconspicuously, he saw a man he had never seen before. The man's features looked foreign, unlike those he usually interacted with, but Longchen didn't care. What he focused on was the feeling he was getting from that man. He's strong. He left the Long clan in search of experience. He was someone who valued cultivation above all else. And seeing someone blatantly provoking him, even if it was only evident to the two of them, made his blood boil. I want to fight him. Longchin, you may now proceed to the next section of the test, the examiner said. However, Longchin shook his head. I will stay. There's something I need to see. His gaze stayed on the man in the back. Damien had been returning that gaze this entire time, and seeing that Longchin wanted to compete, he would gladly oblige. Grinning provocatively, Damien walked to the front of the crowd. I'll be going next. His move was immediately met with criticism, the crowd being naturally unhappy that some no-name cut the line, but their dissent was never even considered by the involved parties. Right, he's going next, Longchin said to the examiner, who nodded her head. It didn't matter to her which order they went in, as long as they all did as they were supposed to. What's your badge number? She asked. This was the only information she needed. 3416. Receiving a nod from the examiner, Damien didn't waste any more time. He directly entered the lake and began walking. Just like Longchin, Damien continued unimpeded through the entire walk. The 50th step that barred the path of many was nothing but a joke to him. The pressure that bore down on his body was great, but after all the pain he had gone through, it didn't even make him bat an eye. 70th step, 80 teach step, 90 teach step. Without suspense, Damien reached the same position where Longchin had previously stopped. At this point, he finally felt the pressure was becoming great. It felt like he was carrying a small mountain on his back, but he felt he could do more. No, he had to do more. When he took the 91st step, everything changed. The mountainous pressure on his back increased exponentially, forcing his knees to bend slightly, but he didn't stop. Who is this guy? I don't know. He's not from any major family, right? Young Master Long seemed to acknowledge him. Maybe they know each other? The crowd had long dropped their dissatisfaction and was now fervently discussing the scene in front of them. Meanwhile, Long Chen's gaze was heavy. Not only has he surpassed me, but he's done it with ease. But he wasn't envious. It wasn't in his character to feel such vile emotions. Instead, his fighting spirit was burning. For too long was he fostered like some sort of holy son. For too long he could never find someone he could match. He didn't feel envy, no, it was the complete opposite. Even the examiner was watching with rapt attention. For someone like Longchin, she had no expectations as his talent was widely known. If he did anything lower than the results he got, she would have been disappointed. Rather, seeing someone unknown overshadow the scion of a large clan, that was something she had to see. Taking out a communication jade slip, the examiner slowly spoke. Sect Master, you have to see what's happening here. As all this was going on, Damien continued his walk. Each step multiplied the pressure on his back exponentially, so these last 10 steps were harder than the previous 90 combined. Still, he persevered. When he reached the 95th step, his skin robes were slowly torn to shreds due to the pressure. With his muscular body revealed, his skin also began to crack. 96th, 97th, 98th. The blood that leaked from his body began to dye the lake red, but he continued. His body regenerated as fast as it broke down, so he felt no threat to his life. Almost there. From the 90th step, Damien had been using his mana to support him, but now it was gushing out like a waterfall. The amethyst aura around him slowly began to turn red as he continued without pause. 99th step. His aura flared, and he let out a massive roar, shaking the pristine surface of the lake. With a final push, he stumbled forward onto the island in front of him. The 100th step. Chapter 124 Comprehension 1. Within the large palace that adorned the peak of the mountain on which the Celestial Star Palace resided, a meeting was being held. Sect Master, is it true that this year will be fortuitous for our palace? That's right, the prediction simply seems too grand to be entirely true. At the head of the table sat a woman with unparalleled grace that contrasted the indifference in her expression. Simply the natural aura radiating from her body could command the attention of anyone in her vicinity. "It's true," the woman said. "Not only did the divination speak of fortune for our sect, but it also spoke of calamity. Not just for us, but the entire world. However, the latter half of the prediction isn't set for the near future, so we only need to focus on the former." The gathered elders knew the accuracy of their sect master's divinations. They had personally bore witness to previous divinations come to fruition time and time again. "We sincerely apologize, sect master. None of us dare doubt your divinations or ability. It is just a bit hard to process," one of the elders said. "Well, we have no reason to doubt the prediction, however. What makes this year so different?" Ha ha ha. Suddenly a laugh resounded through the area. When everyone turned their attention to the source, they saw an inconspicuous white-bearded old man. However, none of them dared to speak against him. "Isn't that the reason we're watching the disciple examination this year?" commented the old man. "Let us be patient and find out with time." The attention of all those present subsequently shifted to the large screens that decorated the hall. On these screens were thousands of young cultivators currently taking the talent test. The amount of geniuses present in this year's examination is already high, and some are even like that long boy whose talent is one of the highest in the continent. At that moment, the sect master felt a vibration within her spatial ring. Taking out a jade slip, she injected her mana only to hear a frantic message. "Sect master, you need to see this." It wasn't hard for her to locate the source of the call, and when she did, she was forced to pay attention. Not only her, but the rest of the elders who heard the message as well. On the screen in front of them, they saw an unknown young man powering his way through the final steps of the talent test. "Impossible!" one of the elders shouted as he stood up in shock. "Is he going to reach the obelisk? There's no way. That kind of talent wouldn't remain unknown for so long." "You're right, but he keeps pushing forward without pause." While the other elders discussed the scene, the old man and the sect master silently looked at each other, interest evident in their eyes. As they watched, Damien made his way through the final steps and pushed himself onto the small island at the end of the lake. "Ho!" the old man said with a raised brow. "I think this boy might be worth paying attention to." Meanwhile, Damien was on his knees, roughly catching his breath while his body recovered from the injuries he had accumulated during his final push. Although they weren't deep, they were numerous. As he stood up to return to the shore, Damien felt a slight pull from behind him. Turning, he saw the small obelisk at the center of the island letting off a slight glow. However, he didn't immediately walk toward it. He remembered the last time he randomly touched an obelisk, and he didn't want to relive that kind of experience. But the obelisk didn't seem to give him a choice. From its center, a beam of black energy coagulated before shooting forward. The whole process was so sudden that he had no means to react. Without any intervention, the energy entered his body and disappeared. There was no flashy scene or great change. In fact, he couldn't even feel the energy's existence anymore. The beam was small enough to draw no attention from the others in the room, so he didn't cause any major reaction apart from him completing the walk across the lake. Calming his nerves, he slowly walked back to shore. The pressure seemed to only work one way, so his walk back was leisurely. He spent the time thinking about the black light that he saw, but he couldn't come to a conclusion. "I'll just figure it out later." On the other hand, Long Chen's gaze was practically drilling holes into Damien. He could accept the fact that Damien beat him, but for the difference to be this large, he was slightly indignant. "I have to train harder." He wasn't the type of person to have prejudice against those without massive backgrounds like him, but it was different with Damien. A genius of his caliber should be known, but for him to come out of the woodwork here and now without any prior achievement and crush Long Chen's score was a blow to his pride. But he was still a cultivation fanatic. He made no plans or schemes to bring Damien down. Instead, he decided to see if Damien was a new goal for him to surpass. Simply having the talent didn't qualify him as such, so a battle between them was necessary. And he could feel the same fighting spirit from Damien. He could feel Damien's will to be challenged and pressured to grow simply from his aura and demeanor alone. If Longchin was forced to state what his feeling toward Damien was after this first meeting, it'd be mainly admiration. With Damien's test done, there was no need for him to stay within the room anymore. And so, without delay, he entered the portal to the second exam. What an interesting guy, Damien thought as he reached the shore. Ignoring the stares of everyone present, he followed Longchin into the portal. What entered Damien's view was an isolated space. Rather than a large room like last time, he found himself alone in darkness. While it felt like it expanded to infinity, it also gave off the feeling of a small enclosure. Since he was aware he was still within the disciple examination, Damien calmly walked forward to explore the room, but after only a few steps, he was forced to halt his movements. The space in front of him twisted and melded together before becoming a jumbled mess of things he couldn't understand. Words in ancient languages he couldn't read floated through the air, and various images flashed by and disappeared in an instant. The entire thing seemed random, but planned at the same time. The entire room was filled with contradictions, confusing Damien's senses, but his eyes were focused on the floating words in front of him. There was something profound about it, but he couldn't quite make out what. At some point, without his conscious thought, he had sat down on the floor and slipped into a meditative state. As he focused on the scene in front of him, 3 large blocky words appeared in his field of view. Wall of Comprehension. Chapter 125 Comprehension 2. Wall of Comprehension. Although there were only 3 words in front of him, the intent behind them was vast. Sitting in front of these words, Damien was immediately made aware of what he needed to do during this portion of the exam. The Wall of Comprehension contains countless martial skills dating back centuries or even millennia. As for what skill you will comprehend from it, that is decided by fate. In 3 days' time, if you have not succeeded in comprehending 25% of the martial skill, you fail. The test seemed too simple at a glance, but he knew there had to be some twist to it. Still, he never doubted his comprehension ability, counting it as one of his strongest points. So Damien continued to stare at the words in hope of gleaning something from them. He was also curious about what a martial skill was exactly, as he had only heard about cultivation techniques, but there was no point in pondering about it. He'd find out soon. After he understood the underlying intent. Behind the 3 words before him, they once again scattered into the sea of characters. Sometimes these characters would come together as if forming something greater, but the second he focused on them, they'd once again scatter. It was like the skills in the wall were purposefully evading him. But Damien had just arrived at the wall, so he wasn't too concerned. With a relaxed attitude, he let himself sink into his meditative state as he stared daggers at the flowing wall. It only felt like minutes to him, but several hours had passed since Damien began meditation. Yet, he wasn't able to see anything of value. Wait, if there are thousands of years' worth of knowledge here, how is it supposed to just randomly give me a skill that'll reflect my prowess? He found the entire concept illogical. If he just sat there and stared at the wall, there was no way it could do anything. It was an inanimate object. Continuing down this line of reasoning, he made another assumption. I have to pick the branch of skill I want to learn? Whether it was a skill for his spatial element, his lightning, or his martial arts, each was a different category. It wasn't an easy decision, though. He had to consciously understand his strengths and weaknesses and figure out what he needed to improve. Yet, being unbiased in such a situation was difficult for anyone. After some serious thought, he understood what he had to do. The thing I haven't focused on much is my sword. Although I've been developing my sword art, all of those moves are centered around the space element. My raw sword aura hasn't been polished at all. In fact, he had almost completely forgotten about sword aura. It was something that helped him immensely within the dungeon once he had begun grasping it, but once he reached the peak of sword mastery, he didn't put any more attention into it. It's too conceited to say I've gotten to the peak of the sword path. I've probably barely scratched the surface. Just because the skill was max level didn't mean his attainments matched it. He had to refine his sword style more, or it would simply become a tool to display his spatial prowess. I want to be like those sword cultivators in the manhwa I read. Those guys could slash planets in half with a single swing. Imagining such a scene made Damien's heart race in anticipation. It might have been a bit childish to think that way, but he didn't care. Slowly but surely, he released his pure sword aura out of his body. Being something that hadn't improved since his dungeon days, this aura was different from most other powers he possessed. It hadn't been refined yet, and it hadn't been domesticated. It was an embodiment of the Damien who only knew the inside of a dungeon. The aura was colorless, but its undulation could still be seen and felt. If someone were to drop a sheet of paper within a 5-meter radius of Damien, it'd get shredded to dust in an instant. The sword aura surrounding his body was wild, untamed, and uninhibited by such concepts as morality. Its sole drive was to kill, its only motivation was survival. As he basked in this feeling once again, Damien felt reminiscent. Not traumatized or sad about the past, but reminiscent of his days in the dungeon. It wasn't so obvious externally, as even Damien had subconsciously avoided noticing the fact, but he was still broken. He never truly took the time to heal from the dungeon, and it was unknown whether he ever would. Something had snapped within him during those years, a core part of his being was convoluted. Even as he bathed in his own sword aura, momentarily forgetting about the test in front of him, he avoided realizing this fact. On the wall of characters in front of him, many pieces began clicking together like a puzzle, as if reacting to the aura that had been released upon them. Characters connected to form words, and lines of text layered to become a paragraph. But this paragraph didn't last long. The myriad ways outlined in the paragraph condensed upon themselves to create another set of words that contained boundless intent. There were no more floating characters and no more flashes of scenery. In the empty void, there were only two things. One was Damien, and the other was the text facing him. When Damien opened his eyes once more, he was enraptured by the scene. Void Heartsword Law. The second the words left his mouth, Damien felt his entire world fade to black. Back within the palace, another commotion was taking place. The young master of the Long clan was chosen by 9 dragons roaring through the heavens. Yes! That technique belonged to an ancient dragon that once graced our sect. Considering the Long clan's connection to the dragons, it isn't surprising that he would receive such a skill. Byron has also received a powerful skill. I heard she is practiced in Sound Law. Both the Sher clan twins managed to receive the same skill. How is such a thing possible? I thought the wall's effects were unique based on the individual. What about that boy from earlier? An elder suddenly asked. He just got some random unknown technique. Sadly, his comprehension must not measure up to his talent. Another elder responded. However, the old man from before had a completely different outlook. He had been watching Damien the entire time, and he saw the whole process that led to him receiving his technique. The Void Heartsword Law. Such a skill should have never showed up here. He thought to himself. That specific sword law had a harrowing past in the Cloud Plane, but very few were aware of it. The historians had done everything they could to rid the world of its existence. Yet, it still showed up for that boy. His future. The old man didn't continue his thoughts, but he knew the fate of most who had previously practiced the sword law. With a hardened face that hid endless sorrow behind it, the old man made a decision. Never again. I must take him under my wing and ensure that such a tragedy is never repeated. Chapter 126 Comprehension 3. Meanwhile, within the darkness, Damien was seated motionless, his eyes closed. All his senses were shut off from the outside world as his mind was transported elsewhere. When he opened his eyes, Damien was still within darkness, but something felt different about it. The darkness of the trial room was just that dark. However, this darkness was much more abyssal. Damien didn't move. He had no idea where he was, and his mind was still focused on the sensation he got from the words earlier. Even within this abyssal space, he concentrated on comprehending those words. Void Heartsword Law. He didn't know what it meant, but its name was overbearing enough to leave a great first impression. He did his best to delve into the mysteries of the sword law, but every insight he had was fleeting. The original sensation he received was disappearing quickly. When he tried to remember the feeling he got from those words, it'd only vanish faster. Before long, he could barely remember it at all. "You aren't doing it right," a cold voice echoed through the void. No matter how Damien attempted to locate its source, it was futile. "Don't waste your time trying to find me. I ceased to exist long ago." The voice once again spoke. Despite the fact that it was talking about its own death, the voice remained emotionless. "Then, what am I doing wrong?" Damien responded. "Everything." The casualness of the voice's response irked him, but he said nothing. "When you hear the words Void Heart Sword Law, what do you think of?" the voice questioned. Damien thought for a moment. The name of the skill was unique, as it could be interpreted in many ways. The inflection of each word should clue him in on how to correctly interpret it, but the voice was so stoic and emotionless that such inflections were neglected. Void Heart Sword Law. What does it mean? From a first glance, he could only understand that it was a sword move, which was what he had already expected after releasing his sword aura. Still, he didn't think that's what the voice was referring to. "You really are an idiot," the voice continued. "Do not focus on the sword yet, for you have not even met the basic requirements to learn it. Do not focus on the sword." Damien didn't quite understand what it meant, so he took it at face value. Void Heart. What is Void Heart? Damien had plenty of connections to the word void. Not to mention his last name, even the physique that kept him alive at his weakest point was named Void. But even with this, he didn't know much about the concept. "I have my space element, but space doesn't seem to be the same thing as void." To Damien, space was an all-encompassing concept. Everything existed within space, and space existed within everything. Void, however, the void is all-consuming. It was either a part of space or space was a part of it, but Damien felt that their purpose was completely different. When he imagined the void, he imagined emptiness or a black hole that swallowed everything. If I put that concept with the word heart, does the meaning change? Heart wasn't as elusive as void, at least not in Damien's mind. It was either a biological aspect or an emotional one. And judging simply on instinct, Damien felt it was the latter. All-consuming and emotions. If I put those two together, there was a major clue in front of him the entire time, and when he got to this point in his thinking, he finally realized it. Emotionless. That's correct, the voice said. Void heart is emotionless, but that is simply the surface. A true void heart is free of anything. Desire, ambition, emotion, attachment, morality. It all becomes irrelevant in front of a truly void heart. The concept was terrifying. Someone who cared for nothing, someone who had nothing to lose, that was the scariest kind of opponent. That kind of person could do anything to achieve their goals, using even their own body as a tool. The Void Heart Sword Law is an embodiment of this concept. Your sword will be swung without hesitance, free and unfettered from all restrictions. For you to arrive here means you have shown compatibility with this ideal. Was he compatible, though? Damien didn't think so. He had plenty of attachments and things he cared about that he couldn't just sacrifice. But this sword law could be a game-changer in battle. If he could shut out any distractions and focus solely on what needed to be done, the benefits were unimaginable. Plus, something was steering him towards accepting. And how do I free myself of emotion? He asked. I am not here to mentor you. Figure it out yourself. However, I shall show you what it means to practice this art. The void was lit as the surroundings changed. Suddenly, Damien found himself on an expansive battlefield. On one side, a massive army adorned in all black, and on the other, an even larger army adorned in white. At first glance, they seemed like opposing forces. Yet, this wasn't the case. As he observed, Damien noticed that both armies were working in tandem against a third party. A single person? At the forefront of the battlefield stood a single man. His long black hair cascaded down his back like a midnight waterfall, and his eyes were like a deep abyss that could steal one's soul. His body wasn't large, but it was clear he had experienced his own share of battles. The man held a single sword in his hand as he faced both armies. The man raised his sword and swung. Without warning, thousands of black lines appeared on the battlefield, intersecting with each other countless times to create intricate patterns. As quickly as they came, they disappeared. But the effect they had was catastrophic. Anyone caught within those black lines was shredded to pieces, thinly sliced chunks of their bodies thumping onto the ground. Just like that, thousands of soldiers died. Why must you do this to us? We have wives, children, people we love. Why must you force us into death? The armies couldn't take it anymore. A similar scene had played out before them countless times, but they were never able to stop it. They pleaded and begged, hoping to be spared, but the man paid it no mind. You were in my way. It was his only response to their cries before he slashed out once more. The scene soon faded and Damien arrived back in the void, reflecting on what he had just seen. It was true ruthlessness. Uncaring about circumstance and uncaring about consequence. Although he was frightened at the prospect, it also somewhat excited him. That scene, there was something familiar about it. He thought back to a certain scene he had once witnessed. A man standing before an army, simply raising his hand to cause a mass slaughter. That was the level of power he wished to achieve. And this void heartsword law could give him that power. After many minutes of silence, Damien finally spoke. This sword law, I want it. Chapter 127 Comprehension 4. 2 days had passed since Damien witnessed the benefits of the void heartsword law. For the past 2 days, he had done nothing but sit in a meditative position with his eyes closed. After expressing his desire to practice the sword law, he was sent back to his real body from the void space he was transported to. The emotionless voice he had heard said nothing else to him. But it wasn't without benefit. When his mind returned to his body, he could feel an immense wave of information imprinting itself onto his consciousness. The void heartsword law actually wasn't very difficult to learn in theory. The main caveat of the art was the user's capability at emptying their mind of all emotion. Without passing this first step, it was impossible to practice the art. And, even in these past 2 days, Damien wasn't able to complete this step. The first phase of the void heartsword law is called mind prison. The description seems easy enough, but damn is it hard to actually do. Mind prison wasn't an attack at all. Instead, it was a method to cage the user's emotions so they could effectively perform their art. Mana, in most definitions, was considered a form of energy. It could power technology, cleanse the air, and allow beings in contact with it to perform mystical feats. Yet, not everyone believes energy was enough to term mana. It was something that could do anything. It was theorized that even true creation, creating something out of nothing, or even revival could be made possible through mana. And mere energy shouldn't be capable of such feats. Instead, some people theorized that mana was something akin to the fabric of the universe. It was something that created reality itself. And if that was the case, then mana could be used in a much larger variety of ways. Mind prison was a concept that capitalized on this theory, and in some sense, proved its truth. Thoughts, emotions, ambition, all of these things were conceptual. There was no way to give them true form, even when taking into account the chemical responses of the brain. However, mind prison was designed to do exactly that. It used mana as a base to cage those illusory concepts like emotions into a specific area, contained until they were released once more by the user. However, the method to create a mind prison was never mentioned in the information implanted within Damien's mind. According to it, each individual had different aspirations and created different mind prisons to cater to their goals. Damien couldn't even begin to understand how to cage emotions, as that didn't make any sense to him. So instead, he focused on designing a structure for his mind prison. At first, he tried to structure it like a jail cell, something he'd actually seen before, but that didn't work well at all. The things he was trying to contain didn't have physical form, so bars weren't ideal. Next, he tried something similar to a white room. It was a completely solid box with no defining features. If a human was forced to live within such a construct for a prolonged period of time, they'd go insane with 100% certainty. However, there was a problem with this structure as well. He found that if he used this white room, he'd have a hard time releasing his emotions once again, regaining his full self. Damien's view of the void heart concept was like he was splitting himself in two. On one side was his rational mind, and the other was his emotional one. He didn't know what state he would be in once the two separated, and he didn't want to take any risks. What if his rational mind refused to release his emotions? What if his emotions, trapped within the white room, become chaotic and self-destructive? He didn't want to take any chances. He needed to make sure there was a way for both exit and entry from both sides. He viewed both sides of him once he activated the mind prison as conscious beings. And so, Damien began experimenting with other shapes. On the second he finally settled for something akin to a soccer ball, connecting hexagonal panels that created a circular construct. With this structure, he could effectively seal his emotions, leaving no clear exits for them to seep through without permission, yet he could install a backdoor for emergency situations. He had learned long ago to be prepared for any situation, which is why he had rarely been surprised by the developments that took place since he left the dungeon. With a structure in mind, Damien immediately wanted to get to work, but he was still clueless about where to start. Should he crystallize the mana and make a solid structure, or would it be more ethereal like mana circuits? He was charging forward without knowledge, and although he was aware of its dangers, he didn't stop. He had gotten so used to simply bulldozing his way through obstacles that it became second nature to him. Damien focused his awareness into his mind. He was trying to find something like a sea of consciousness that he could use to root the mind prison. But he only saw darkness. After searching tirelessly for what felt like days, he came to a realization. Wait, I'm seeing darkness? Logically speaking, he shouldn't be seeing anything. This was inside his mind. The only thing he had ever witnessed here was memories. But the fact that he was seeing darkness. Could this be my sea of consciousness? Rather than that, it was more like a mind space. There wasn't anything established within it yet, but its existence couldn't be denied. Damien called forth his mana and led it to the location his awareness was currently at, and it actually appeared in front of him. Staring at the shining amethyst energy before him, Damien smiled. I finally have a starting point. Without delay, he started working. Since he had already thoroughly planned the structure beforehand, the actual creation process wasn't too difficult. But the process itself was enlightening to Damien. He was using mana to create an ethereal construct inside a space he didn't know truly existed. The process made Damien aware of how versatile mana truly was. Time passed in a flash as Damien continued this process. The single hexagonal panel he created at first multiplied a dozenfold until it became 64 panels of equal size. Then, he carefully attached them together in a process similar to welding metals. When the spherical prism finally took root, Damien could feel a specific feeling in his mind that he couldn't quite place. However, this feeling confirmed the existence of the mind prison he had just painstakingly created. Just this was enough to make him want to leap with joy. Just because he was working without pause didn't mean he held no doubts about his methods. The entire time, he wondered whether all his hard work would collapse like an illusion once he wasn't concentrating on it. But it was there, a fully formed construct that embodied his completion of the Void Heart Sword Law's first phase. Chapter 128 Final Exam 1. Damien wanted to quickly move on to learning how to cage his emotions, but the opportunity was denied. His body was soon bathed in the warm sunlight as the darkness receded along with the wall of comprehension. Looking around, Damien noticed that he was in the middle of a vast field surrounded by thousands of people who he assumed were the other cultivators taking the disciple examination. Each of them was separated by around 10 meters of space, creating a semi-isolated area around them. This must have been the space that the last examination area took up. Within a few hours, the rest of the cultivators also woke up from their meditation and were made aware of their new location. But Damien didn't feel any joy about the fact that the test was over. He felt that he most likely failed it since he had barely completed half the first phase of his new art. He was fully prepared to leave and try his luck at joining another sect. Young cultivators, welcome back from the second exam, a familiar voice greeted. Looking up, they saw Muchin floating in the air above them. I understand that many of you are confused, so allow me to give a brief explanation. The Wall of Comprehension is a unique treasure, and the skills you were granted were done so by fate. Although not all of you have passed this test, you have all benefited from its contents. For this reason, I advise you not to share the process of our examination if you do not gain entry to our sect. You can try if you wish, but you should first question why news of the process has never been leaked to the outside. Damien finally realized why the Celestial Star Palace was able to remain secretive. It wasn't simply due to respect, but also fear and quick decision-making. Anyone who attempted to reveal their information was promptly dealt with. As for how they were able to track anyone who did so, Damien could only shudder at his own wild assumptions. Now, if the area below you lights up red, you may leave back to your homes, but if it is green, stay in place as you have passed on to the final phase. Damien looked down, fully expecting a red glow to emanate from the ground, but the result was the complete opposite. The lush grass below him shone in its own color, illuminating his square green. I passed, he wondered. He felt that there was no way he comprehended 25% of the entire Void Heart Sword Law in such a brief period. Young man, an aged voice suddenly rang out in his head, do not question the results. If you can succeed in this final segment, the answer shall be revealed to you. For someone to send him a mana transmission that went undetected by those around him, they had to be extremely strong. So Damien simply nodded indiscreetly to show his affirmation before focusing his attention back on Muchin. All around him, cultivators were showing different reactions to their squares. Those who passed were jubilant, some even crying tears of joy, while those with stature like Longchin stayed indifferent. The reaction of those who failed was the complete opposite. Some simply left with downtrodden expressions, but others cried and begged, hoping to gain sympathy. Others simply didn't accept the results and tried to revolt, but they were shut down without hesitance. Anyone who overstayed their welcome was forcefully removed from the area, and although no deaths were incurred, plenty of injuries were handed out. Although the scale was much smaller, their tragic scenes reminded him of what he saw in the vision about his sword law. Cries and pleas, unwillingness, and hope were all disregarded. That's right, this whole world revolves around such a principle. The Void Heart Sword Law is simply the peak of such a thought process. To those of you who passed, welcome to the third phase. The rules of this phase are incredibly simple. All you have to do is survive for an entire week within the forest to your right. Anyone who doesn't arrive back at this area once the week ends will be disqualified or counted dead. Now, all of you may go forth, and may fate allow you to keep your lives. Muchin immediately moved on to the next portion without sparing a glance at the failed cultivators. Hell, he didn't even pay attention to the states of those who passed. While the others stood confused, Damien didn't hesitate to move. Without even doing a rough sweep of the forest, he charged in. Longchin, who saw him move, quickly did the same, followed by the rest. Only after entering the forest did Damien notice its strangeness. The towering trees and lush vegetation, although normal on the outside, contained too much life force to be simple. Not only that, he could feel the aura of countless beasts roaming the area. Everything living here can be considered an enemy. But Damien didn't care about any of it. I have a week of spare time I can use to finish the first phase of my sword law. He was still hung up on this. For some reason, he wasn't apprehensive at all about closing off his emotions. It wasn't even something new to him. For Damien, he lived his whole life burying and suppressing his emotions. The few years he spent with Rose were the only ones where he let himself roam free. But that alone wasn't enough to change his personality. He was still running from his problems. It was the reason he had separated from Rose and Elena in the first place, and it was most likely the reason why the concept of Void Heart appealed to him so much. He hated the control his emotions could have over his life. While he loved the time he spent with Rose, Elena, Zara, and his mother, he felt that in other situations his emotions were usually a burden. They were something he reserved only for people he cared about, and he wanted a way to make them exclusive to those people. Why should others be allowed to sway me? He didn't want to be swayed by beauty, he didn't want to be swayed by pity, and he didn't want to be swayed by trust. Trusting people wasn't something Damien was ever willing to do. And while he was aware that running away from his emotions would never work as a long-term solution, he didn't care. He would rather call himself a hypocrite than solve his emotional problems. In this case, he was the opposite of his usual self. For someone who charged unhesitatingly in the face of danger, to avoid it like this was a sight to behold, but it wasn't funny in the slightest. The trauma he developed on Earth followed him everywhere. It haunted him even in his relationship, forcing its development to halt. There was a reason he and Rose didn't act much different than they did in a Pyrrhon when they were simply friends. It was entirely his fault. These emotions, I don't need them. Without his conscious effort, some ethereal concepts floating within the blackness of his mind space migrated into his mind prison. And then, click! It trapped them within. Chapter 129, Final Exam, 2. In the dense and eerie forest, a single man walked with relaxed yet calculated steps. His eyes were entirely emotionless, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Boom! The man waved his hand, causing a large explosion to occur. A few meters to his left, a massive crater was formed. Its shape was perfectly round, as if someone cleanly removed that portion of land. And in fact, they had. The man kept walking forward, and a few seconds later, a massive chunk of rock fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. On that rock, there was a large plant, however. Each of its petals was coated in razor-sharp blades that looked like a mouth. On landing, that creature was squashed into paste. Feeling the experience enter his body, the man continued walking. He had no purpose besides to find life forms and kill them so he could level up. The goal is to survive, but such a thing is too simple, the man thought. Merely surviving wouldn't cut it. He wanted to gain something beneficial out of this time. However, he only cared about his goals. In order to gain experience at a faster rate, he made his way as far into the forest as possible. There was no rule about not harming other participants, and they were the closest source of EXP in his vicinity, but he thought further. There will be problems in the future if I commit mass slaughter without cause. But it didn't mean he wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't go out of his way to do it. Instead, he would kill anyone who was unfortunate enough to run into him. As the man continued to walk, he suddenly felt movement to his right. Twisting his body at an unnatural angle, he dodged an incoming claw. Behind him stood a massive panther, retreating after its attack failed. You made a grave mistake stepping into my territory, human. The panther hissed while releasing its full aura. The beast was clearly at third class just like him, only it was somewhere in the mid-levels. However, Damien said nothing in response. He waved his hand, retrieving a large shining sword from thin air. In the next second, he swung it down. A massive sword wave was released when he struck, cleaving its way towards the panther. The ground rumbled as it was split in two, and even the air whistled as it was torn apart. Sensing danger, the panther quickly dodged to his right. However, even this was of no use. Just the simple move made the panther feel lightheaded. Wait, that wasn't right. He was a proper third-class beast. There was no way for him to get exhausted from such a small movement. Upon making this realization, the panther looked down at his own body. To his shock and horror, there was a small hole within his chest, leading directly through his heart and out the other side of his body. Looking up at the human standing across from him, he only saw the man's hand on his sword hilt as he stared on with those cold, emotionless eyes. With this scene, its consciousness faded to black. Void Sword Art Second Step, Horizon Splitter. The concept of distance became irrelevant with the use of this move. Without giving another glance at the beast, he continued walking. Next prey. Meanwhile, Long Chen was having a different experience from Damien. Long Chen, I dare you to move against us. Now that we're alone, I can finally take action against you, a black-haired young man said. From his facial structure alone, it was clear the two were related. Looking at the crowd of people that had formed around him, Long Chen stayed calm. Long Bai, you should be aware that you gain nothing from this. Even without me, you won't receive the successor position. Shut up, Long Bai screeched. With you out of my way, the rest are nothing but trash. Today is the day you meet your end. Long Bai signaled with his arms, causing all 10 of the goons he had brought to charge as he watched from a distance. Young master, forgive us, but we are loyal to the Luo branch. Humph, Long Chen snorted. The Luo branch is simply a bunch of trash wishing for death. Reaching out in front of him, Long Chen withdrew his sword from his spatial ring. Unlike Damien's, it was a large broadsword. Its design was ornamental, its blade shining in the sunlight that peeked through the foliage. The hilt was covered in golden designs on a white base. A long golden streak ran through the middle of the double-edged blade, whose length was around 2 meters long. With such a large sword, one would expect equivalent weight. However, Long Chen wielded the massive blade with a single hand. Come, then. Allow me to show you the difference between us. The surrounding cultivators also drew their weapons, simultaneously attacking Long Chen. Heavenly Cloud Steps. A small white fog materialized beneath Long Chen's feet. Slightly pushing against the ground, he shot through the crowd of cultivators. His movements were light as a feather, yet contained speed faster than the eye could see. He seemed to blend with the air with every step, randomly appearing in a different place. His elusive movements alone were able to spread panic within the crowd. Soon enough, attacks were being thrown into empty space, none being able to touch his figure. Fire pillars rose from the ground, shards of ice and spikes of earth charged toward him. With such a large crowd, it was impossible to use large-scale destructive attacks, so they were stuck using smaller ones. Still, the power contained within them was nothing to scoff at. The last time it was recorded, Long Chen was only at the peak of second class. With this group of second classes and my own strength, he has no chance. Long Bai thought as he watched the battle. Even seeing Long Chen's mind-numbing skill, he had no fear. He was confident that Long Chen's mana reserves would run dry soon. But as time passed, he felt an ominous feeling rise in his chest. It had been half an hour, but Long Chen was still actively evading every attack thrown at him. Continuously using a powerful technique should have emptied his reserves already, but he wasn't even sweating. Suddenly, Long Chen spoke. I'm getting bored already. Making distance, he changed his stance into a more offensive one. Try taking my moves then. 9 dragons soar through the heavens. Grabbing his sword hilt with both hands, Long Chen swung it down with all his might. His muscles bulged at the pressure of his swing, becoming visible through his loose-fitting robes. When the sword made impact against the ground, a massive earthquake erupted. The ground shook and cracked, segmenting into hundreds of different parts. From the space below 9 of the cultivators in the group, fear-inducing roars could be heard. The earth exploded, letting forth 9 holy white dragon phantoms. Their jaws opened wide, clamping shut on the 9 victims before they continued soaring into the sky. Long Chen quickly appeared behind the final cultivator and cleanly severed his head from his body. The last thing that cultivator saw was 9 dragons in the sky, opening their mouths to let out mighty roars into the heavens. And out of the mouths of those dragons, 9 lifeless bodies falling to the ground. Paying no mind to the falling corpses that were soon to become meat paste, Long Chen turned to Long Bai, who was attempting to slowly back away, with a twisted smile on his face. Chapter 130 Final Exam 3. Did you think I, Long Chen, was some sort of easy target? He said. Although his face stayed indifferent, the pride infused into his entire being was almost palpable. Did you think you could simply ambush me and succeed? You truly are a fool, Long Bai. Don't come over here. Long Bai stuttered with fear evident on his face. He wasn't the type to spend his time training, rather he would spend it scheming. How he reached his current level with such a mindset was inconceivable to Long Chen, but he knew that Long Bai had no actual skill besides raw strength. After all, for a 3rd class to kill a 2nd class, raw power was usually enough. But Long Bai had underestimated Long Chen. He didn't even spend time cross-checking his information to prove its truth. The second he saw that Long Chen was a second class, he assumed it would be an easy feat to stomp on him. But the current situation wasn't playing out how he expected. You know who my father is. Do you really want the Grandelders to turn on your Yun branch? Long Chen paused briefly but continued walking as if his hesitation was never present. Your Luo branch turned on our Long clan the second you decided to fight the clan rules. You simply don't know that you were dead a long time ago. Long Chen reactivated his movement technique and appeared directly in front of Long Bai, causing the latter to fall on his, but in horror. Let me show you why I am titled as a peak genius of this generation. Let me show you what it means to be young master of the Long clan. Let me show you what power is. Just like before, Long Chen raised his sword into the air, taking a similar posture. But the way his mana moved was entirely different. Divine Dragon roars to the heavens. The sound of thunder tumbled through the area as thick dark clouds began to gather. Any living being, whether magical beast, plant life form, or other cultivators, all scrambled away from the vicinity. Kaboom! Pillars of lightning descended faster than the eye could see and impacted the earth, causing massive craters in the surroundings. Trees were charred and then reduced to dust. The lush greenery on the ground had been incinerated, making way for a barren wasteland. A 20-kilometer radius around the duo was nothing but scorched earth, but no attack had landed near them. It was clear the amount of control Long Chen possessed. Boom! Lightning descended once again, this time striking Long Chen's sword, which was still pointed skyward. A strange scene occurred. The lightning was absorbed by the sword, causing it to glow ominously. Long Chen swung the sword, eliciting another massive roar from the sky. An eastern dragon made entirely of lightning emerged from the clouds. Its destination was directly on Long Bai's body. Following the path of Long Chen's sword, the dragon descended, piercing Long Bai through his chest before entering the ground. Seeing this scene, Long Chen flew into the air, where the thunderous clouds had begun to disperse. When the dragon entered the ground, it signified the end of this battle. A bright light shone inside the cracked earth, illuminating the already bright day. Following this light, many pillars shot out of the ground, before the entire thing erupted. Sound seemed to have been put at a loss for what to do, as the actual sound of the explosion only rang out minutes after it had already happened. The previous 20 kilometers worth of scorched land had been torn to shreds, creating a large sinkhole whose depth couldn't be seen through. Looking at the destruction he caused, Long Chen slightly shook his head. He attached no significance to the event. Instead, he lifted his gaze to survey the land around him. Now would be a good time to fight that man from earlier, he thought. But first I should recover my mana. For days had passed in the forest and currently, Damien could be seen seated on the massive branch of a tree. Within his mind, a careful process was taking place. Damien sent his awareness into the black area he had titled his mind space. He was currently watching a formless aura trapped within an ethereal cage. This is my emotions. It's time to revert to normal. There were no other thoughts in his head. He simply used the exit he created to open the mind prison. As soon as he did, that formless aura was released and it dispersed into his mind space. Damien felt a rush of emotions. Excitement, anger, intrigue, and many more wild feelings plagued his mind, causing him to grab his head in pain. Luckily, his feelings were mostly positive, or he couldn't imagine the side effects. It took an entire half-hour before Damien's raging headache calmed down, allowing him room to think. That was intense. The feeling was completely different from what he imagined. He didn't feel trapped in his own body as logical thought took over, rather he was completely himself. It was surreal. He could act like a completely different being, and since his emotions were sealed, he felt no guilt or dilemma from doing so. He was left without room to even question himself. He had spent the last 4 days killing anything he came across, soliciting him an increase of 5 levels. This was barely anything, but it made sense. Third class was always said to be much harder to cross than the previous 2. This skill could be extremely dangerous if used incorrectly. The main problem he saw was that he had no ability to change his actions from the logical ones he took. If he felt he made a mistake, there was no turning back. And if, for instance, the emotionless version of him decided that abandoning those close to him was the most ideal scenario, I don't even want to think about what would happen. He didn't have a goal in mind while activating his mind prison, so the chosen goal was his deepest desire to grow in strength. After the 4-day killing spree, his rational mind decided that there was no need to use the mind prison to take such actions. Due to that, Damien ended up in his current position, finally regaining his true self. If he had to judge it, he felt that overall it was a positive experience. The only problem was that he still had no idea how he managed to seal his emotions in the first place. All I was doing was suppressing them as hard as I could. There's no way it could be that easy. Yet, it might have been exactly that. Damien wanted to test it out once more when he suddenly heard rustling from the tall grass on the ground. Whoever the newcomer was, they weren't trying to hide their presence. Damien spread his awareness to check who it was before a smile emerged on his face. Well, I didn't expect this to happen anytime soon. The figure finally exited the grass, revealing its form. It was a familiar black-haired man whose valiant and battle-hungry aura was on full display. Chapter 131 Power 1. You understand why I have come, don't you? Longchen said as he gazed at Damien. His eyes were as sharp as his sword, indicating that he wouldn't take no for an answer. I do. But are you sure you want to do it now? Damien responded. He was also feeling the desire to fight, but he didn't want to do so now. He still had a few things he wanted to test after exiting his void heart form. But Longchen didn't seem to care. Let's fight. I want to truly test my prowess, and you seem to be the only one here that might have the capability to do so. Might? Damien scoffed. Don't underestimate me too much, or you won't know how you lost. How about this, on the final day of the exam, we meet back at this spot. That will be when we fight. Longchen thought for a moment. It was more convenient for him to fight on the final day as well, since he still wasn't sure Longbai was the only one out for his head. This way, the crowd they'd attract wouldn't have time to make any sudden moves. If anyone wanted to strike them when they were tired, it'd be impossible unless they wanted to fail the exam. Well, Longchen didn't know about Zara, so this was the security he felt. Very well, I will see you in 3 days, he said. He had taken so long to find Damien that he got a little too excited and caught in the moment. It was a strange feeling that Longchen hadn't experienced before. Perhaps my search for a rival has gone on for far too long. It was the only reason he could think of for his recent actions. He didn't think or plan, just acting on will alone. Then I will spend the next few days increasing my level and training before our confrontation. Damien and Longchen weren't the only ones present in the vicinity. Many other participants and beasts had been attracted by the clash of their auras and had come to find the source of the commotion. Due to this, news of their upcoming duel spread. Did you hear? The young master of the Long clan is going to duel some random guy on the final day. What? Why would I be interested in that? The other guy will obviously lose to Longchen. But you don't understand. I personally saw them clash in aura, and the other guy didn't lose out in the slightest. What? That's impossible. It's true. If you want to see it, just come watch the duel. I'll judge the truth with my own 2 eyes. Many similar conversations took place, everyone having their own goals. Some simply wanted to reach the gathering spot to kill off their competitors, some wanted to kill Longchen, and some simply wanted to watch the show. Within a shadowy area of the forest, a black-haired man was talking to a group of what seemed to be his followers. Longchen will be tired out after this match. That idiot Longbai and his group failed to kill him, so it's up to us. Don't fail me when the time comes. Yes, young master. As all of this took place, Damien flew around in search of an isolated area within the forest. There was something he wanted to try. It was unrelated to any training or technique he created, but still equally important. What does the full power of a 3rd class look like? The question was an interesting one, as Damien should be able to feel his exact power level. The problem was that he had never seen large-scale destruction to use as a basis for what he could do. He had estimated his power back in a Pyron, but never had the chance to test it out. Reaching a lush area without too much wildlife, Damien began charging his attack. He wouldn't use any new techniques, but he wasn't simply going to use pure mana. He would use his most destructive attack for this test. The fourth form of his sword art, Spatial Collapse. When he previously used this move, he always encapsulated a few kilometers at best, but there was a reason for this. It was the amount of mana he poured into his attack. He usually did this instinctually, never thinking about the mechanics behind it. He didn't know whether it was a natural talent or a benefit of evolving, but he was always able to naturally tell how much mana he needed to put into an attack. Due to this, he never used his full power or overused mana even when he was going all out. Besides this fact, he also never had a reason to use large-scale destructive force. But today was different. He still had 2.5 days before he needed to fight Longchen, and that was more than enough time to recuperate his mana. Not to mention, he had Zara who could guard him while he was recovering. Damien took out his sword and began channeling mana into it. Since he was testing his all-out force, the amplification feature on his sword was a necessity. The colorless light of spatial mana coated the 1.5-meter-long blade of the sword, causing it to shine iridescently. Damien slowly moved his arm, bringing it above his head. As his sword passed through the air, ripples occurred in space. It wasn't quite strong enough to cause spatial cracks, especially with the resilient atmosphere on the cloud plane, but its strength couldn't be denied. As Damien continued to pour his mana into the sword, the area of the spatial ripples spread, causing a phenomenon to appear in the air. Clouds became small boats floating on an ocean of space, the sky ebbing and flowing like waves. Just like before, many people witnessed it, but none dared to go forward. Damien's mana capacity at the moment was nearing 17,000, and although he didn't know the unit used to quantify it, he had more than 10x the mana he had at second class. He couldn't imagine the sheer power he could produce. It took around 5 minutes even at Damien's fastest speed for all his mana to enter the body of the sword, but once it was done, the sword itself looked like a second sun. Void Sword Art 4th Step, Spatial Collapse. He didn't hesitate any longer, swinging his sword down in the air. His target was space itself. Even though it only hit air, the sword made impact as if it was a solid surface. The sky beneath its blade cracked and became a massive black crevasse in the air. Within seconds, the crevasse expanded to cover a wide area, but other than that, there was only silence. Thousands of beings watched the crack in the sky with fear, not knowing its next move, but they weren't forced to wait long. Boom! It was chaos. The sky continued to crack, creating a massive black hole that began to relentlessly pull its surroundings. The sky twisted into the ground and the ground became walls. Trees were uprooted and fused together as their molecules collided. This fusion phenomenon occurred in the grass, the ground itself, and even a few unlucky beasts as well. The grassy land cracked and splintered, unable to resist the terrifying gravitational force of the black hole. As theorized by scientists, even light was pulled into this gravity, creating a massive shining ring around the void that slowly became filled with rocks resembling meteors. Everything went to hell. The beasts that were remaining in the area were shredded to pieces by the opposing gravitational forces or pulled into the black hole, never to be seen again. The ground no longer existed, leaving room for a massive abyssal chasm with no bottom. The world tried its best to repair the sky, but as long as the black hole existed, it was impossible. The scene of devastation carried on for an entire 10 minutes uninhibited. And by the time it was over, nothing existed within the area. The black hole slowly became smaller and smaller, turning into a pin-sized, before disappearing into the air. Silence once again descended. Not only in the area Damien was in, but through the entire area of the massive forest that bore witness to the event. 1,500 square kilometers worth of land was gone just like that. That number didn't mean much out of context, but it was a plot of land slightly larger than Los Angeles. His full power was at the level where he could reduce an entire city to dust in a few minutes. Damien simply stood in the air basking in the sensation he felt. He needed to take time and understand why he had so much power, as none of his previous fights had been so large-scale. It almost didn't make sense for him to be this strong if he went all out. But other than that curiosity, he only felt one thing about this experience: the feeling of having this much power. It was enlightening. Chapter 132, Power 2. The most prominent question at this moment was, why was Damien so powerful? With the way every fight of his had gone so far, one would expect the collateral damage to have reached city level, or at least something far more destructive than it had. However, the answer was simple. For starters, Damien needed an entire 10 minutes of charging his attack to reach the city level. It was a widely known fact that the difference between second and third class could be considered the first true milestone in one's cultivation journey. Unlike the previous two classes, third class was an evolution of one's being. By the time one completed their leveling and forged the legends necessary to class change once more, they would gain more power over the natural law. Damien didn't understand much about this natural law that was mentioned every time someone talked to him about fourth class, but he was intrigued to figure it out. At the moment, his powers were at their weakest point, at least in the grand scheme. His elements were just that, elements. They had no power to manipulate reality and perform truly grand feats. Just thinking about how the spatial mages of Apiron were able to turn an entire world into a secret realm for the sake of their future generations, Damien could feel the massive power gap between classes. He had met a few fourth-class beings before, and none of them really gave him the same feeling as those he heard tales about from Kurt's remnant soul within the temple. After much thought, he understood the reason for this. Why would a fourth-class being be unable to conceal things from someone much weaker than them? It didn't make sense. Even if his eyes were extremely powerful, they weren't reality-breaking. What he saw from Malcolm or James in Apiron was simply what they wished to show him. And the power he felt during their altercations wasn't even enough to be considered the tip of the iceberg. The after-effects of many fourth-class beings going to war on Apiron was almost the total extinction of the world's population. If that wasn't enough to showcase how much power they could truly possess, nothing was. His thoughts ran a little wild, considering that there might have been other continents on Apiron that were totally destroyed and sunk during the war, but that was just his own fantasy. Every time he had asked Malcolm about the reason for such a wide gap, he was told nothing. Even those elders from the Burning Sun sect kept him in the dark about it. But that didn't curb his curiosity, instead making it burn with even brighter passion. Strength and power were things Damien loved, and learning about how they worked was something he had set his mind to. One way or another, he'd figure out how it all worked. Other than that, he simply had no need to use such levels of power. Back when he was fighting the leaders of Nibelheim, he had the elders of the Burning Sun sect with him to offset a majority of the pressure he might have faced, not to mention his companions. If he had to fight those dark imps alone, he would have been forced to go all out, maybe even getting killed in the process. On Apiron, he simply didn't have any major conflict. The fight with the Nox in the ancient temple might have been much more destructive than any of his other fights, but he didn't have a major part in that one. With the sturdiness of the palace and Rose's mitigation of damage through the use of her illusory throne, the collateral of that fight became underwhelming. No matter how focused he was on his goal, or how strong his resolve to crush those in his path was, he needed true enemies for that to happen, and Damien had never been one to wantonly make enemies. The funny part was, the one time he actively sought enemies, he met the laughingstock named Wang Ming. He didn't know whether he should praise his luck or curse it. His personality craved for battle, it craved for life or death situations, but he was left largely unfulfilled. If his 2 years in the dungeon were counted, he had more than enough life or death to last him many years, but it wasn't. The reason being that his time in the dungeon was what caused him to develop such a mentality. Since it developed that trait, it couldn't be considered as fulfilling its desires. However, he wasn't insane. Damien didn't just hop into situations that'd lead to his death due to his urge to feel that riveting sensation of walking the line. If he was that dumb, he would be finding some Nox-infested planet and charging in headfirst. At the end of the day, what Damien wanted was more opportunities for destruction like this. He loved the feeling he got from causing it, and he loved the sight of it. He actually felt like he comprehended something elusive just moments ago, but he couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. All he knew was that destruction was something closely related to him, as the core of his being reveled in its sensation. He felt like the question marks in his affinities section were slowly revealing themselves, with one set being glaringly obvious to him. He just didn't know how to proceed with comprehending it enough to truly gain an affinity. While he thought of these things, Zara flew him to an isolated area so he could recover. Truthfully, he had almost dropped out of the sky, unable to sustain himself due to the overuse of his mana. And directly after everything had ended, he fell deep into his own thoughts. His behavior could be seen as stupid and self-destructive, but in another vein, it could be said that he had immense trust in Zara. After finding an indiscreet cave, Zara quickly scared away the beasts living in it with her aura before taking Damien inside. "Damien, how did you do that?" Zara asked, intrigue evident in her eyes. She had similarly never witnessed such a scene, and it made her faith in Damien almost turn to worship. "What do you mean?" Damien chided. "If you try your hardest, you can probably do something like that as well. After all, my Zara will be the strongest beast to ever exist." Zara nodded, happily prancing around the cave. Inwardly, she was swearing to not neglect training, wanting to do the same as Damien one day. Without much action, another 2 days passed. The sun rose over the horizon as the day of the duel dawned on those present. Everywhere within the general vicinity, large movements could be seen. Crowds of surviving contestants all made their way over to the tree where the meeting spot was set. This was a duel involving a peak genius, so they had to witness it. When they arrived, they saw a black-haired man floating in the air, his aura radiating serenity. It only took 10 minutes for his opponent to arrive, causing his eyes to snap open. Finally, let us see who is stronger. Chapter 133 Power 3. A 50-kilometer radius surrounding a massive tree was crowded by slightly more than 1,000 people who made up a large crowd prepared to watch the upcoming battle. In the air above the tree stood a heroic man whose flowing black hair and robes fluttered in the calm wind. His sword-like eyebrows were calmly set above his closed eyes. He didn't do anything special, but his presence captivated the attention of everyone in the vicinity. From the distance, another aura emerged, flying at high speeds towards their location. Most of the crowd was only able to see an amethyst light approaching them. When it finally arrived, the figure it encased was revealed. Another man whose aura was equally valiant, leaving no obvious discrepancies between him and his opponent. His hair was tied in a ponytail, the silver streaks within its deep black looking like shooting stars in the night. His brows were equally sharp, drawing attention to his mesmerizing eyes. The two colors that made up his irises swirled hypnotically, causing his cross-shaped pupils to look like a small boat amongst a raging storm. His clothing was styled much differently from those people were used to, giving him a unique and mysterious vibe. Floating above the rich greenery of the forest, these two men looked like immortal cultivators peacefully gauging each other's strength. However, this aura changed the second they met eyes. Their auras flared, starting their preliminary competition. An amethyst aura met a gold one, each displaying its own unique properties. Winds swirled around them as just the clash of their auras would have been enough to drop any second-class cultivator to their knees. "You showed up," Longchen said, excitement slowly emerging in his tone. "Did you think I wouldn't?" Damien responded with an amused smile. But Longchen shook his head. "I didn't take you for someone without honor. I am simply excited to see whether I can finally find a challenge." Among those who had witnessed the devastating scene that suddenly began in one portion of the forest a few days ago, Longchen was one of them. Although most were unaware of the cause, he had a good guess. "Is there any need for more hesitation? Let's fight," he said. In terms of pure aura, they were almost equal, with neither of them being able to gain a true advantage. It was pointless for them to continue with these insignificant altercations. Long Chen chose not to draw his sword immediately, flying forward at speeds that caused small booms to resound through the environment as even the air was broken through. In a mere instant, he arrived in front of Damien, throwing a fierce punch directly at his face. But Damien wasn't perturbed. He slightly moved his body, allowing the fist to pass by him as he threw his own punch, his speed not slower than Long Chen's in the slightest. The two stayed in close combat for many minutes, maneuvering within the air as if it was solid ground. Still, neither of them had been able to land a proper hit. Separating for a moment, they once again charged, their fists connecting. Each connecting punch resulted in a sonic boom. As they were in the air, they didn't cause any damage to the surroundings, but their clash resulted in fierce winds that attempted to shred the branches of the trees below them. They moved around the 50-kilometer stage that had been prepared for them at a rapid pace, unperturbed by any damage they might cause. At this point, the only way they were using mana was to empower their fists, so they hadn't been able to damage each other. Still, they were having plenty of fun. Each time they connected a hit, grins would emerge on their faces. Both of them felt the refreshing feeling that came with talking with fists. However, they didn't have all the time in the world to play. At the end of the day, they still had to pass the disciple examination. After 15 minutes, they finally separated once more. It's impressive enough for you to match me blow to blow with fists, but let's see if you can do the same with your sword. Long Chen said as he pulled out his massive greatsword. Damien grinned in response as he withdrew his own weapon. The difference in size between the two was glaring, but the aura they gave off didn't lose to each other. Damien knew his sword itself wasn't as refined as it could be, but he had confidence in the arts he created. Let's go then. Gold and amethyst covered their blades before they charged again. As their blades made contact, a loud screech could be heard from the grinding of metal. As their exchange continued, Damien slowly lost ground. As he expected, Long Chen's sword mastery was leagues above his. However, he wasn't perturbed. Void Sword Art Third Step, Dance of the Void. Damien's figure quickly became ethereal, flashing in and out of existence, randomly appearing in different places around Long Chen. His movements were patterned in such a way that soon, Long Chen was surrounded by tens of afterimages. With the addition of his spatial magic, Damien began gaining ground. Seeing himself get put at a disadvantage, Long Chen grinned. Using techniques? Let me join you. 9 dragons soar through the heavens. Just like before, the ground erupted, leaving way for 9 white dragon phantoms that charged toward Damien. Seeing the incoming dragons, he grinned. Putting his palm out, Damien pushed down. Long Chen suddenly felt the air around him get heavy as his movements became sluggish. Even his dragons were slightly struggling against the pressure. Gravity, he exclaimed within his head. This fight won't be as simple as I assumed. Heavenly Dragon Domain. A golden light expanded from Long Chen's body before encompassing a 20-kilometer radius around him. Naturally, Damien was included in this. Within the domain, Damien felt that his Lai movements were slowed to match Long Chen's under his gravity. Soon enough, those 9 dragons made their way to him, clamping down their massive jaws. First blood had been drawn, and Damien was the loser. The dragon phantoms attempted to tear through his body, but he soon teleported out of their grasp. He no longer had the freedom to relax. Void Sword Art Second Step, Horizon Break. Long Chen suddenly felt immense danger coming from an unknown direction. He twisted his body at an impossible angle, but he was unable to fully dodge. A massive gash formed on his left side, along his ribs. Grinning at Long Chen, Damien smugly declared, "Now we're even." Ignoring the pain, Long Chen grinned back. Even though their fight hadn't become serious yet, he knew. He met an opponent he couldn't simply destroy if he didn't show some of his cards. But as if it was an unspoken agreement between the two, they didn't use their most powerful attacks. As their clash continued, they only used the moves they had already shown each other. Blood continued to spill, staining the green forest with blips of red, but neither fighter paused their movements. It was time for round 2. Chapter 134, Power 4. At the edge of the forest, a meeting of elders was taking place. Not all the elders previously in the palace had assembled, but the ones willing to take disciples from the new batch of outer disciples were gathered. Have you heard the news? Right, that long boy is having a duel with the kid from the talent test. I think it'd be good if they could develop a healthy rivalry. Right, the Long clan might not have the same influence as us, but they're near the top of the 4 great clans. It won't be bad for us to make connections to them. Exactly, if the Long boy finds a rival within the sect, their clan will be much more favorable towards our disciples. As these miscellaneous conversations took place, someone raised a concern. Shouldn't we be monitoring their duel? We can't have either of them getting too injured or, even worse, crippled. They are both top geniuses that will benefit our sect greatly, so naturally that can't be allowed. However, we don't need to worry. The old man is already taking care of it. He moved personally? I wonder which of them caught his interest. Even though they addressed him causally, respect and adoration could be felt in the tones of these sect elders as they spoke about the old man. Nonetheless, after learning that safety was already taken care of, the sect elders resumed their idle chatter. Meanwhile, the fight between Damien and Longchen had escalated intensely. Unlike their previous bouts, they both had serious expressions on their faces. The lush scenery of the 50-kilometer radius around them had already been destroyed. The ground was cracked, and many of the plants in the vicinity had been charred or incinerated. The crowd of onlookers was forced to scatter since the battle had escalated past the point where they could stand close by and watch. Some decided to eliminate their competitors during this time. So many small skirmishes were taking place in the area. Clang! The sound of swords impacting each other was heard once again, but this time wasn't so simple. A wave of lightning crashed into Longchen, obliterating everything in his vicinity, while the same occurred with Damien. As it turns out, Longchen also had a lightning affinity, so after many hours, they had decided to compete on whose was better. Damien's crackling black lightning contained properties of destruction, while Longchen's gold lightning felt more pure and authoritative. When the 2 waves of lightning collided, a massive explosion engulfed the entire 50 kilometers around them, pushing both of them back. Turning his head to the side, Damien spit out a mouthful of blood. With their clash becoming more volatile, there was no way to remain uninjured. Well, at least it isn't as bad as the sea dragon. Thinking about it, Damien got an idea. He hadn't been able to test his new trait on any opponents recently. Longchen, we've already been fighting for hours without a clear winner. Let us end it in this next clash. Longchen was in a similar state as Damien, and while his injuries were also rapidly healing, his healing factor wasn't as pronounced as his opponent's. Is there no way for me to win? Going into this fight, he had expected a challenge, but nothing like this. When comparing raw strength, Damien was above him. However, he won in terms of technique. With each having their own specialty, their battles stayed at a standstill for this long. Every time Longchen used his wits to land a critical hit on Damien, he would collapse space, or use his odd invisible sword strike to counterattack. Spatial cultivators are truly terrifying. He was aware that if this was a life or death battle, he'd lose purely due to Damien's spatial element. After all, Damien had the ability to flee whenever he felt like it to recuperate, while Longchen had nothing of the sort. Even if he used the life-saving talismans his family provided, they were a finite supply, unlike Damien who only needed mana. Looking at his opponent who was breathing heavily, but still looked in generally good shape, Longchen checked his own condition. I can continue fighting for many more hours, and my mana capacity is still 3/4 THS full, but we can't fight forever. Very well, the next move will be the last. Since they were finishing it here, he might as well go all out. This was Longchen's thought. And although he didn't want to use his trump card, he felt he had the perfect attack for this confrontation. Both fighters nodded at each other in mutual agreement before their auras flared. They gushed out mana at an incredible pace, putting everything into their final attacks. Only leave enough mana to protect myself. This was the thought running through both of their minds. Above Damien's head, the sky once again raged. Thunder boomed so loud that it could even be heard by the elders on the outskirts of the forest, and black lightning crackled through the storm clouds that began to gather. It was like a heavenly tribulation, but much more destructive. But Damien wasn't done yet. If he was going all out, he'd truly go all out. He slowly began inhaling as a small black formed in his throat. On Long Chen's side, a similarly catastrophic scene was taking place. Heaven and earth rumbled as pillars shot down from both, connecting in the middle with such force that small space cracks formed. These pillars were entirely gold, forming an illusory golden palace around Long Chen, with him sitting on a throne of swords. The earth cracked apart and gave way for the hot lava within, which rose to create golems that guarded their king. The sky cleared and the sun shone through the dark clouds, illuminating Long Chen's figure like a heavenly immortal descended upon the mortal world. Damien's eyes slowly turned entirely red, while Long Chen's became vertical slits of a reptile. Looking at each other, they both yelled at the top of their lungs. Heavenly Dragon God's Descent. Storm Dragon's Fury. On Damien's side, a beam of destructive black light thicker than any tree trunk shot out of his mouth and entered the storm clouds, empowering them with its strength. Soon after, the rumbling clouds became pitch black, causing a massive hole to be opened in the space above the battleground. Through this hole, an even larger beam with the thickness of a building shot forward towards Long Chen's throne. However, the beam was destined to be obstructed. The tens of magma golems protecting Long Chen fused, becoming a massive dragon made entirely of molten rock. The gold beams creating the structure of the palace shifted their aim and entered the magma dragon's body, covering it in light. Finally, the shining sunlight converged to create a golden dragon hundreds of meters in length. The dragon opened its massive maw, shooting out a golden white beam that didn't lose out to Damien's in the slightest. The scene of carnage could be viewed by anyone near the forest. One pitch black and the other gold, the two beams collided looking like an epic clash between good and evil. But the destruction it caused had no morality. The world was bathed in light that swallowed everything in its path, including Damien and Long Chen. The light incinerated everything, even the third-class competitors that were too close were immediately turned to ash. This was the result of a combination of Damien and Long Chen's power. As for whether the two of them could survive it, it was entirely unknown. Chapter 135 Celestial Star Palace 1. Many hours passed and the surviving cultivators made their way to the entrance of the forest. They rushed with whatever power they could muster, as there were more than the 1,000 that would be selected who survived. Due to this, the first ones to reach the meeting point would be chosen. But even while moving at such speeds, most of their minds were preoccupied with the massive explosion that occurred a few hours prior. After the event, some had even chosen to go back to that area to witness the scene, but they found nothing. There was only a massive crater several thousands of kilometers in diameter, the bodies of neither Damien nor Long Chen being present. Looking at the cultivators who slowly showed up in front of him, Mu Chen smiled. He got to witness many interesting scenes today and found many talented youngsters for their sect. Observing the kind of power the new generation could hold was one of his favorite pastimes. Especially those two. His mind drifted to the two that could be considered as the peak geniuses of this class of outer disciples. One had immense status while the other was entirely unknown, but neither failed to make a grand entrance. Taking his mind off of them, he once again gazed at those who had gathered. All right. To the 998 of you that arrived first, welcome to our Celestial Star Palace. Your badges should have lit up green by now, so you know who you are. You are allowed to return to your families and say your goodbyes if you'd like, but remember to be back at the sect with your token in 3 days' time. As for those who didn't pass, you can always try again during the next exam. The cultivation path is endless, and there is always a peak above the peak. If you don't have the fortitude to cope with this loss, you do not deserve to be titled as a cultivator. Some voiced their dissent, but in the end, they didn't do anything. At least, most of them didn't. Senior. I counted myself, and I was the 1000th person to come out of the forest. Why is my token red? A black-haired man shouted. He was the same man who had plotted with Long Bai earlier in the exam. Indifferently glancing at him, Muchen spoke. I said clearly that the first 998 cultivators gained entrance, so why are you complaining? But the exam was supposed to allow 1,000 of us. Don't think my Long clan will take this slight sitting down. Long clan, Muchen said with a questioning tone. The man's face became smug. That's right. I am Long Hao. I will be sure to inform my elders about what occurred here, he said. Long Hao clearly believed he had the upper hand, becoming more arrogant with every word he spoke. But Muchen didn't care in the slightest. Why would your Long clan lose face here? Your young master is already our sect disciple. Not to mention that your Long clan cannot harm us even if they tried. The humiliating words in the latter half of the sentence were completely disregarded due to the shock of the former. Longchen is still alive. Impossible. Long Hao was part of the group that had almost been incinerated in that massive explosion. He firmly believed that Longchen was dead, which was why he had the guts to act so brazenly. Whether you believe it or not isn't my problem. If you don't leave the area right now, I'll have to force you to do so, Muchen responded. Long Hao's face went red with rage, but he knew he didn't have the strength to do anything. I'll remember this, he said as he reluctantly flew away. Just like that, the disciple examination was over, along with most of the drama it brought. Many of the cultivators returned to their homes to wish goodbyes to their families, as they were aware they wouldn't leave the sect often, while others directly entered its premises. Within a certain building within the expansive city that decorated the Star Mountain on which the sect resided, 2 men could be seen lying down in beds. Their bodies were riddled with scars, and even with their healing factors, it was taking them many hours to heal. Days passed as these men lay motionless, and even after their bodies had returned to peak condition, they still hadn't awoken. Next to one of these beds, a large black-winged wolf was pacing nervously. She had been watching Damien for the past 3 days hoping for some change, but she saw nothing. During that explosion, she felt that they would definitely die, but she had no qualms about it. As long as she died with Damien by her side, she'd be content. Yet, at the last moment, she saw a blurred figure race in. After that, her vision went black. She didn't pass out, nor was she obstructed in any way. Her eyes simply couldn't process the speeds at which Damien's body was being carried. The next thing she knew, they were in this building. Fear not, little one, came an aged voice from the entrance of the room. Their minds are simply exhausted from all the effort they put into their duel. They should be waking up in a few hours. Zara simply nodded and went back to watching over Damien. By now, she was aware of the old man's presence. He was the one who brought them to this building and fed them the healing pills they needed, and Zara felt no malice from him. As for how she'd treat him, that depended on what happened when Damien woke up. And after waiting a few more hours, just like the old man said, both Damien and Longchen began to stir from their slumbers. Ugh, Damien groaned. The second his consciousness returned, he was met with a splitting headache. How the hell am I still alive? He didn't expect the outcome to happen as it had. At first, his only goal was to use his storm talent. Yet, seeing the grand palace that was built around Longchen, his competitive nature arose, and he went harder than he should have. Longchen was having similar thoughts. He only planned to use his golden palace and lava golems to attack, yet he ended up using one of his most powerful moves. The two reflected on their battle, and in the end, neither could conclude who had won that exchange. They both would have died if it wasn't for that shadowy figure that swooped them up at the last second. Are you kids done with your reminiscing? A web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Voice resounded through the room. Even if they weren't in peak condition, they both immediately put their guard up. Oh ho, it's good to see that you have the energy to look at me like that. In front of them stood an old man with flowing white hair and a similarly long beard. His look was the epitome of the old monster stereotype. Well then, if you're doing good enough to be so vigilant, I might as well begin my introduction, he said. Shifting his gaze between the two geniuses, the old man once again spoke. Welcome to the Celestial Star Palace, new Outer Court disciples. Chapter 136, Celestial Star Palace, 2. A startled sound left the mouths of both Damien and Longchin. They hadn't passed the last exam since they had fallen unconscious before leaving the forest, but they still gained entry into the sect. You thought we'd allow talents such as yourself to fail? The old man chuckled. Both of you had already passed the exam after the first test ended. The rest was simply for show. Now that he was back to his senses, Damien noticed something he disregarded previously. You're that voice from before. Finally recognized me? The old man smirked. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tian Yang, and I am the Grand Elder of this fine sect. The two men were both stunned into silence once again. The Grand Elder? Such a figure had status only below the sect master, and he was here taking care of them? No need to look at me like that, Tian Yang continued. I am merely an old man with status. I really have too much time on my hands, so I decided to have a bit of fun. Well, let's ignore that for now as I introduce you to the sect. Tian Yang waved his arm, causing two bluish-black tokens to fly into Damien and Long Chen's hands. These are your disciple tokens. Not only will they indicate your status within the sect, they will also serve as communication devices and locators for various establishments on the premises. Our sect's facilities span this entire top half of the Star Mountain, so navigating can become quite difficult without such a guide. Damien and Longchin nodded, paying close attention to Tianyang's words. As for the structure of the sect, it's quite simple. Since you are new, you will immediately become Outer Court disciples. The resources you will be distributed will be minimal, and the conditions are harsh. It is the gathering place for the majority of our sect's population. Every 6 months, there is an examination to enter the Inner Court. As for the requirements to do so, you can find out at the induction hall. The Inner Court is where the competition truly begins. Each disciple competes with each other for their place in the rankings, hoping to enter the Core Court. The both of you witnessed the pagodas lining the areas closer to the peak of the mountain, correct? Each of those is home to a core disciple or an elder. So far, our sect only has 10 core disciples. Considering how we have tens of thousands of disciples, you can imagine the difficulty and struggle it takes to reach such a level. Pausing for a moment, Tian Yang's gaze drifted to Damien. As Elder Mu mentioned at the beginning of the disciple examination, this year the elders of the sect were looking to take disciples from the new entrants. Being the disciple of an elder will immensely raise your status, and even if you still need to work your way up the ladder, you will have a much easier time doing so. Not to mention, with an elder's backing and teachings, your realm progression and comprehension speeds will catapult. Young man, although I have talked so much, I am still unaware of your name. Do you mind telling me? Even though Tian Yang's tone and phrasing was polite, like a gentle old man, it was clear that he wasn't simply asking. My name is Damien, Senior. Damien Void. His eyes flashed slightly, trying to see through even a hint of Tian Yang's power, but he failed to do so. Facing such a person with immeasurable depths, Damien decided it was best to be polite. Damien, is it? A truly odd name. However, this isn't important. What I wish to ask you, Damien, is whether or not you'd like to be my disciple. Although you aren't my only disciple, it doesn't mean I don't have the time to teach you. This scene was familiar to Damien, as the same had happened with Malcolm in a Pyrrhon. A peak expert was willing to teach him. Not only would he gain status to protect him if necessary, he'd also be able to progress with breakneck speeds. It wasn't as if Damien blindly believed what Tian Yang had told him earlier, rather it was something he had felt personally. Even if he couldn't feel nor see any aura from Tian Yang, he could see the colorless mana that surrounded him. There were 2 types of such mana, and Damien felt familiar with both of them. He knew for sure that one was spatial mana, but the other. It was definitely one of the hidden affinities that appeared in his status sheet while he was in the ancient temple. Unlike the master-disciple relationships people had in the cloud plane, where it would be an insult to take another master, there was no such custom on Apeiron. Malcolm was a teacher at an academy, not a personal master. And although he trained Damien personally, it was mainly for the sake of the Nexus event. They barely retained such a teacher-student relationship after the fact, becoming more like friends than elder and junior. When considering all these facts together, Damien felt no need to hesitate. Quickly bowing his head, he spoke. Damien greets Master. Ha ha ha. Good. I like your decisiveness, young man. Such is a great skill to possess in such a world as ours. Raising his head, Damien suddenly looked over at Longchin, who was watching everything go down with a slightly sour look on his face. Senior, what about Longchin? He asked tentatively. What, you aren't calling me master anymore? Tianyang teased, causing Damien to look away in embarrassment. Don't worry about him, he continued, turning to Longchin. You are actually a hot commodity among the elders, young man. There are plenty of them who wish to take you as their disciple, and you can choose who to take as your master after you meet them. The only reason it was this simple with Damien was because it was me who wanted to take him as my disciple. As for where to find those elders, simply inject mana into your disciple token, and it shall show you the way. Longchin nodded, his precious sour look gone. His face now contained a fierce determination. Standing up from his bed, he walked over to Damien. Damien, you are the first person I've met within my age range who was able to force me into a stalemate. Therefore, I refuse to lose to you next time we fight. As if I'd let you win next time, Damien smirked. I was going easy on you last time, so you got off lucky. Longchin couldn't help but smile back. Then, until next time we meet. With his parting words, Longchin swiftly left the building they were currently in. I guess I shall leave as well. Damien, I will have someone sort out your registration and introductions. Later on, I will summon you when it's time to train. Without another word, Tianyang vanished from the room. No trace of his existence remained, not even the residual mana from his teleportation. Left alone in the room, Damien wanted to take rest, but even that was disallowed to him. Instead, he was pounced on by a large black wolf who he had once again worried to death. Chapter 137, Celestial Star Palace, 3. Once he finally placated Zara's anger a bit, Damien stepped out of bed. Flexing his muscles that had gone slightly sore from overuse, Damien went and threw on the robes that had been prepared for him. They were a similar color to the disciple token, and the same ones being worn by those guarding the wall when he first came to the sect. Their design was fully black, looking like an endless night, but lines and swirls of deep blue that encapsulated its surface made it look more like a starry abyss. After admiring himself in the mirror for a bit, Damien injected his mana into his disciple token to see where he should be headed. The second he did so, a small sheet of information appeared in his vision. Disciple, Damien Void. Status, Outer Court Disciple. Master, Grand Elder Tion. Living Quarters, 17A. Tap to open map. He realized that the cloud plane was more technologically advanced than he originally thought. They seemingly just preferred their old-school customs. Clicking the map icon, he saw many locations highlighted in red, with one shining particularly bright. Induction Hall 6. This must be where that old man wanted me to go. Even if he had accepted Tianyang as his master, he still hadn't witnessed the old man's capabilities. This led to him not recognizing him as his master any more than superficially. Still, Damien did as he was told and exited the building, walking towards the location that was outlined. Along the way, he saw many beautiful scenes. Disciples laughing and enjoying their daily lives, the lush greenery that lined the mountain and melded with the sect perfectly, and the sound of music that would occasionally resound from somewhere within the large city. The mana in the atmosphere was especially calm and ethereal. It was like the soft hum of a lullaby, but at the same time the lively music of a Renaissance fair. The ambience was, in his opinion, a very accurate representation of the word celestial. It was otherworldly and uncaring for mundane affairs. It was something he truly appreciated. He felt that he should really explore this place at some point once he had settled down. As he enjoyed its products, he ended up smiling. The battle he fought with Long Chin brought him the excitement he was searching for when he adventured to the Cloud Plain. But he also realized he had plenty of flaws. Thinking back to the battle, he realized that he really did have a lot of cards he didn't use very often. Since he was always focused on improving his sword art or fighting at close range, many of the abilities of his Vector Controller class were collecting dust. Even his Vector Field, which had the capability to offset much of the damage he took during that final impact, was mostly unused. It wasn't that he had forgotten about it, he simply didn't like using it if he wasn't fighting with his life on the line. His fight against Long Chin was purely a friendly duel. Even if the two of them had gotten out of hand with their final confrontation, it didn't change their original purpose. And in the end, Damien felt like he had lost. Logically, the two of them had tied, but it didn't matter. The only thing Damien had at the moment was brute strength. If his raw power was equal to or inferior to Long Chen's, it was impossible for him to win. Realizing this made him think about all his previous fights. He couldn't think of a single one where he won based on strategy or technique. Even his most recent fight with the Sea Dragon was purely based on raw strength. They had bombarded each other with devastating attacks until only one of them remained standing. Am I an idiot? His thought process always revolves around what was currently going on, never thinking about the future. Sometimes he would introspect and realize his flaws, but even that only had him reevaluate his past. He realized that his journey so far was genuinely without purpose. At first, all he wished for was survival. He needed to stay alive so that his mother wouldn't die a lonely death without ever waking up from her coma. But he had never truly believed that he wouldn't be able to save her. The only time when that thought could have possibly shown up was while he was in the dungeon, but back then he didn't have the time for idle thinking. Why do I even want to gain strength? It was the core of his being, the desire to become strong. The desire to dominate everything and become the most powerful. Yet, there was quite literally no reason for it. He wanted strength because he wanted strength. He wanted to travel worlds just for the adventure and new experiences. He had no grand goals, and he hadn't experienced any true tragedy to drive him. But he had no intention to lose anyone, so he didn't know whether it was a good or bad thing that his life's trajectory was going the way it was. A true goal. Motivation. It wasn't something simple to find. Life was easy on Damien. Perhaps it was fate or purely luck. Or maybe I just have some incredible plot armor. He didn't think so. He had worked hard to get where he was today. He spent years and years doing grueling work to achieve his current strength. But he knew it was naive to think it was all his own achievement. There were plenty of times when pure luck was the reason he could continue forth. Arriving here at the perfect time for the disciple examination, gaining a connection to Earth's world core, meeting Rose, finding Kurt's subspace in the dungeon, and even succeeding in his very first evolution after killing the first-class wolf. All of it could be considered as the machinations of fate or destiny. Everything was going so perfectly that he started doubting whether he was truly in control over his life, or if some supreme being was steering him in a specific direction. But he shook off that thought. He wasn't nearly important enough for someone with the power to manipulate things like that to care about him. He also realized that he might be ADHD or something because his thoughts had skewed so far from his original intention that they were almost unrecognizable. By the time he snapped out of his thoughts, he was already in front of the induction hall. Its structure wasn't anything special, but it was clear that it was meant for large gatherings of people. When Damien opened the door, just like he expected, there were another 100 or so new disciples there as well. These were some of the others who passed the exam with him. However, when they turned back to see who had entered the hall with them, any and all conversation was hushed. Hey, isn't that? Yeah, when they said there were only 998 spots I thought of the possibility, but he is a supreme genius on par with Long Chin. Facing the countless stares and mutters about him, Damien indifferently walked up to the crowd. Chapter 138, Celestial Star Palace, 4. Only a few minutes after Damien's accidentally grand entrance, a beautiful woman entered the room. In fact, the word beautiful didn't do her justice in the slightest. Her skin was pale white and smoother than even the finest jade. Her posture was akin to a swan in a crowd of ducklings. The grace she exudes captivated the entire crowd within the induction hall, forcing their attention onto her. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back like a river made of moonlight, contrasting her golden eyes that shone like two suns. Her face and body could make any man lose their sanity, but none would be stupid enough to approach her. If there was one thing that could be said to ruin her beauty, it would be the coldness of her gaze. She looked upon everything as if it was below her, not even bothering with the disciples that were going to be her junior brothers and sisters. However, even this added a sort of charm to her. A woman who had the strength to back such undaunted arrogance was someone who would inevitably be coveted by many powerful men, and in a world like this one, many of them were destined to be caught by at least one of them. But the purity she radiated and the fact that she was able to keep her disposition made it clear that she wasn't one to fall to such destiny. This fact made it so not only were the men infatuated with her beauty, the women were in worship of her tenacity. Her clothes were also different than the ones they wore. They had the same black color as the base, but the lines outlining them were purple in color. It wasn't the same one as the elders, but it was clear that her position in the sect wasn't the same as theirs. Even Damien fell into a daze while watching her. Yet, his reasons were different than the rest. That manna, it's beautiful. What his eyes showed him was a sight he wanted to engrave into his memory forever. A cool silver manna with aura as cold and desolate as an apocalyptic ice age, but security like a loving mother. Damien didn't understand how manna could give off such a human sensation, but it was one he had never experienced before. He was so enraptured by the manna that he barely took note of the woman's beauty or grace in the slightest. Rose's manna was deceptive as if it was never allowing one to know its next move. Elena's manna was holy, disallowing any impurity. Zara's manna was secretive as if it wanted to evade anyone's senses. As for Damien's own manna, it was brutal and ethereal. It existed at its own convenience, yet could become vicious at a moment's notice. The feeling each person's manna gave off was partially influenced by its user, but the elements themselves also played a large part. It was why Damien's manna was ethereal even though he as a person was always direct. This woman's manna was contrasting itself, but not in a way that created contradiction. Even if the two emotions were vastly different, they interlinked and formed a synergy with each other. What kind of person and what kind of element can create such a scene? Damien wondered, but he wasn't able to remain in his thoughts for long. He suddenly sensed an icy gaze on his body. His eyes lightly glowed as the two colors within them swirled. It was an automatic response that he had never had before. The trait simply acted on his own. But he didn't need an explanation of what it did. For a brief moment before his eyes reacted, he felt like he was naked, all his secrets being unraveled by that cold gaze that landed on him. Looking up, he noticed that same woman staring at him with a well-hidden look of disdain on her face. Even if she tried to hide it, he could still read it in her eyes. What did I do to offend her? Damien cried inwardly. He didn't know what kind of status she had, but her noble aura wasn't something that could be cultivated by a commoner. Her gaze didn't linger long, with the entire interaction only spanning a second at most before she continued to pan across the crowd. To anyone unaware, it didn't seem like anything special had happened. After a long silence, the woman began talking. You are now outer court disciples of our Celestial Star sect, so listen carefully to what I am about to say. As outer court disciples, you are the lowest of the low within the sect. Even if you choose to flaunt your status when you are outside, within the Star Mountain you are nothing. There are tens of thousands of outer court disciples like you, yet there are only a few thousand of us in the inner court. You can imagine how rigorous the test to enter will be. Your life as outer court disciples won't be monitored nor policed. What you do is your own choice. However, there are a few requirements you must meet. Every year, you have a mission quota. This quota ensures that you will contribute to the sect instead of being useless wastes after joining. As for the specifics, you can go to the mission hall to learn them. As for the basic rules, they are simple. Don't be a trash person. Killing your fellow disciples is not allowed, but if you have unreconcilable grudges, you may take the issue to the life or death arena to settle it once and for all. Also, if you try to force yourself on someone, you will be either expelled or killed. We do not allow filth within our ranks. You will have a monthly allowance of 100 spirit stones, with other resources being purchasable at the Star Plaza. If you wish to hire this amount, you have to work for it. Just for reference, we inner court disciples get 5,000 spirit stones a month, while the core disciples have an almost unlimited supply. I will neither lead you on a tour nor give you any more information. If you are worthy, you shall climb the ladder, and if you aren't, you shall rot within the outer court. As for where you will live, anyone who isn't an idiot among you should have already received such information from your disciple tokens. That is all. You are dismissed. With those final words, the woman swiftly left without another glance at the stunned disciples she left in her wake. Well, that was certainly something. Damien didn't think they were supposed to be left to do everything themselves, but he didn't care either way. The first impression that woman gave him couldn't be considered good, but he doubted they'd ever interact again. With how much she seemed to disdain the outer court, he shouldn't be seeing her soon. I wonder what the food is like in this world. Ignoring the rest of the new disciples, he left the induction hall to go explore the sect. Within a large pagoda near the peak of the mountain, a woman was sitting obediently in front of an old man. Master, why did you force me to do that? It is a task usually designated to other outer court disciples, so there was no need for me to go. The woman complained. Ha ha ha, if you didn't have such poor social skills, I wouldn't need to do such a thing, now would I? So, how was it? It was stupid. I didn't gain anything from interacting with them, not even one of them could stand straight in front of me. Oh! And what did you think about him? The old man pressed. The woman slightly hesitated. I was only able to see through him for a second before I met interference, but I briefly witnessed a field of stars slowly being formed within his being. Still, it doesn't make him worthy in the slightest. Ho! The old man uttered with an intrigued expression. Soon, he slightly smiled. What an interesting junior brother you'll soon have. Chapter 139 First Lesson 1. A week passed by in a flash. During this time, Damien did his best to explore every corner of the sect that he had access to as an outer disciple, and it was much livelier than he expected. After that woman's explanation of the outer court, Damien's view of it changed, seeing it as a rat race to reach the better resources of the inner court, but he was sorely mistaken. Most people didn't mind staying at such a low tier. They were able to enjoy themselves and live comfortably with just the 100 spirit stones a month they were given. He realized the reason for this, though. While the sect promoted competition, they only wanted those who were worthy to thrive. By giving the outer court disciples a comfortable living environment, they could automatically weed out those without the drive to move forward. These people still had value to the sect. They'd always fulfill their mission quotas to keep their status as a sect disciple, and they'd take all the odd jobs necessary to keep the environment clean and friendly. These odd jobs also counted as missions, but they were more long-standing. Damien learned that even those disciples guarding the sect walls did so while earning spirit stones for their efforts. The buildings Damien found to be most useful for him were the Mission Hall, the Grand Library, and the Star Plaza. While there were other facilities, the ones that would help him progress in cultivation all cost more spirit stones than he currently had. The Mission Hall was structured similar to the Adventurers Guild, but without all the unnecessary parts. There was a large board spanning the entire back wall of the hall that was filled with different quests and missions. There were disciples who regulated who could take which quests and a few elders that cataloged everyone who left the sect. There was also a disciplinary hall where the law enforcers of the sect gathered. However, selection for this position was harsh and only a few were able to maintain it. Being a part of the disciplinary hall was something that could gain one plenty of adoration from fellow disciples. As for the Star Plaza, It covered a large part of the central area of the city. In the plaza, one could buy almost anything they'd ever need. Resources, beast companions, and even cultivation techniques were for sale at the various stalls that made up its area. The rest of the city was mainly housing and entertainment, functioning like any other city. The housing for outer disciples wasn't bad, but it couldn't be considered good either. Damien's room was about the size of a one-bedroom apartment. He didn't know if everyone was able to live alone, or if it was a privilege granted to him because of his master, but he didn't mind either way. The living space was still nothing special. As for his favorite area, it was either the woodland areas surrounding the city or the Grand Library. He enjoyed the atmosphere that both areas had, and with the forest, he could go hunting if he ever wanted to. It was common for disciples to hunt within the mountain, and they could even sell the beast corpses back to the mission hall for spirit stones. As for the Grand Library, it helped him learn many things that he didn't previously know. He learned about the Holy Lands where every major sect was located. Star Mountain was one of them, and each was something akin to a mana hotspot. They were points in the world where the mana density peaked and ambient mana was drawn towards. He also learned much more about meridians and the cultivation system here. Based on his educated guess, meridians were actually another form of mana circuits. The difference was that people in the cloud plane were born with them rather than having to create them later. It was an interesting concept, but since the knowledge was only regarding meridians and didn't touch on the systems of other worlds, he wasn't able to test the veracity of his conjecture. Since he was waiting for the first lesson from his new master, he chose not to research anything on his elements. He wanted to see what he could learn as a clean slate when he went into that lesson. The Grand Library had 3 floors, and he only had access to the first one, with the second and third floors being open to inner and core disciples respectively. Although it was located in the outer court, it was a location where disciples of all 3 ranks gather. If there was one more location Damien was particularly excited about, it was the Star Tower. The Star Tower, from what Damien had understood, was a massive treasure. He didn't know who owned it or who put it on Star Mountain, but it was said that it was there since the sect's beginning. The Star Tower was a place where one could be challenged and in return receive great rewards. He didn't know much else about it, since he didn't try to do any in-depth research, but he definitely wanted to try it at some point. With his exploration of the sect finished, Damien didn't really have anything to do. He spent his time in his small dorm room in meditation, attempting to comprehend more of that elusive new element he had been gaining small enlightenments about. At this point, he was very clear on its identity. It had begun after his long meditation during the trip through outer space, but he had been perceiving its flow in much more detail recently. It should have been obvious from the start what its identity was, considering how close of a relationship it has to his space element, but he didn't think he'd actually gain it. After all, having control over both of them was too op, right? But his thought process was always logical when it came to comprehension. He knew that the element would have many drawbacks if its power was vast, or there'd be many limitations on what he could do with it. It was only natural, since disrupting its flow could potentially lead to dire consequences. But he still wanted to comprehend it. He didn't leave meditation, even for the smallest convenience, submerging himself entirely within his consciousness. And his perception was much stronger there. If space felt like a stable seafloor that made a home for everything to live, time was like the waves that allowed things to live and grow. With both of them working together, the universe would cease its function. Without time, even if things lived, they would be robotic, in total stasis. And without space, where would they live in the first place? Damien based plenty of his knowledge on the books he had read on Earth, since he had already confirmed that they were based on truth. And if that truth extended to the truths of the universe, even nihility could exist. That nothingness that existed before even the concept of existence. If there was one place that existed outside of space and time, it was that. Still, that wasn't his focus. After another entire week he spent focusing on meditation, Damien felt a vibration from his disciple token. Chapter 140, First Lesson 2. Come to my residence. Your disciple token will lead the way. The message was short, but it was all Damien needed. He had been anticipating the teachings he could get from his new master for an entire week. It wasn't simply due to his new master's strength or status, but the fact that someone with the same affinity as him was going to teach him. This was someone whose comprehension of space was undoubtedly leagues ahead of his. This much could be judged based even just on how Tianyang teleported. Without wasting a second, Damien got dressed and left his residence. The distinction between the three versions of disciples was made prominent even by their position on the mountain. Outer court disciples didn't have their own place. They lived within the Star City where many of the sect's other functions also existed. This was a way to show that they genuinely didn't have any position in the sect. Even if they made it in, they didn't work to climb the ranks. But if that was what they desired, so be it. The Star Mountain had a massive ancient staircase that spanned its entire length, from the very base to the peak. The staircase was made of polished stone and looked like something one would usually see at a shrine. As for its steps, there were thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of them. After all, Star Mountain was massive. The inner court was slightly higher up the mountain compared to Star City, and the only way for outer court disciples to access it was by climbing this staircase. There was an odd feature to it. Unless one's disciple token had a mark of authorization that allowed the disciple to climb the steps, they would feel a growing pressure with each step they took. It was rumored that by the time one reached the sect master's abode, the pressure could even crush any normal law connection realm expert. This both prevented outsiders from moving unabatedly within the sect and lower status disciples from wandering where they weren't qualified to be. A part of the inner court examination was to climb these steps while bearing the pressure. However, none of this mattered to Damien. He had the authorization needed to climb uninhibited. Reaching the grand archway that indicated the entrance to the inner court, Damien was met by two powerful auras that locked onto his body. Halt! What business do you have in the inner court, outer court disciple? A loud voice came from the gate. Although the pressure did weigh on him, it wasn't nearly strong enough to make Damien feel constricted. Raising his disciple token for the guards to see, he responded, "I've been called to my master's residence." The pressure he felt reduced by a large margin and was replaced by 2 waves of mana that scanned his token. Obviously, Damien wasn't the only one who could spread his awareness. The 2 gazes stayed on the badge for close to a minute before receding along with the remaining aura suppression. "All right, you may continue." The gates to the inner court opened, allowing Damien to pass by. The scenery he saw was a massive improvement compared to the outer court. Large pagodas intermingled with the trees of the forest, walkways and fountains decorated the scene. Even if it still looked like a small town, it was much less cluttered than the outer court. Not to mention that the quality of the ambient mana had increased. But Damien didn't pay any attention to this. He just continued walking until he reached the staircase leading to the core court before repeating the same procedure. After another scan of his disciple token, he was allowed entry once more. However, the core court truly stunned him. There were only a few dozen residences within his immediate vision, but they were all grand enough to be the most expensive mansions on Earth. The flora of the mountain was much more lively here as well, with the plants actually seeming to have gained sentience. Damien didn't know why the plants were so tame even after gaining a sense of self, but he assumed that the sect had cultivated them to be so. What took his attention, though, was once again the ambient mana. If the ambient mana at the inner court was a 10x increase in density and purity compared to the outer court, the core court was a 100x increase. The mana was insanely pure to the point where Damien could genuinely feel its weight on his shoulders as he walked. It was like wading through shallow water, except the entire atmosphere felt like that. Damien continued forward, looking around for the residence he was supposed to go to. In the distance, he could see the expansive palace where the sect master resided. Not too close yet not too far from it, he saw another residence that didn't quite fit the rest of the core court's ambience. It was a small pagoda the size of a 2-story house. It looked simple and comfortable, like something an average family would live in. Yet, that was his destination. It was the residence of the Grand Elder of the Celestial Star Palace. As expected of that old monster, Damien thought as he reached the house. He felt that this setup would fit the playing pig to eat the tiger, saying very well if not for the old man's status within the sect. Without even needing Damien to announce his presence, the door to the residence swung open, revealing a plain room with minimalistic decoration. Welcome, Damien. This is where you will be spending most of your lessons with me, so get used to it. However, we will not start right away. We need to wait for your senior sister to arrive. Eh? Damien exclaimed. Senior sister? Well, he didn't know anyone here and hadn't made any enemies, so he calmly waited until she arrived. He didn't need to wait long, though. Within a few minutes, a crisp voice resounded through the room. Master, why did you call me here? You know I am trying to have a breakthrough in my Een element. Damien felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he'd heard it before. Yet, the tone of the voice didn't nearly match what he had heard last time. Due to this, he didn't expect to see the person he saw when he turned around. The two of them locked eyes, and the woman's gaze immediately chilled. What are you looking at? That was the tone he had expected. It was cold, arrogant, and held a slight tinge of disgust. HM? Well, my master just told me I'd be meeting my senior sister, so I turned to look at her. Damien responded with a deadpan face. This girl might have been arrogant, but he didn't lose out in this department. It was just that he usually tried to push down his arrogance by keeping his eyes on the taller mountains. But he didn't like the way this woman always seemed disgusted by his presence. He literally did nothing to offend her, but he was receiving this treatment? He wouldn't take such a slight lying down. Damien's sarcastic answer clearly pissed the woman off more, and as the two glared at each other, Tianyang smiled in amusement. Damien, meet your senior sister, Shui Ryua. Chapter 141, First Lesson, 3. Shui Ryua. It was truly a name that matched her beauty. Her presence was like the moon, and even her name reflected this fact. Actually, Damien had been so focused on her mana and personality that he hadn't taken the time to admire her beauty. Still, beauty wasn't enough to make him change his impression of her. Even if she had looks that even surpassed Rose, her personality didn't hold a candle. Taking his eyes off of his new senior sister, Damien turned back to Tianyang. Master, now that the introductions are over, what are you going to teach me today? Tianyang smiled at Damien's impatience. Calm down. While I am prepared to teach you many things, some clarifications need to be made first. Beckoning Damien to come towards him, Tianyang continued. For different types of meridians, there are different methods that need to be used during training. Some meridians don't hold the flexibility to cater some methods, while others are too flexible to treat roughly. Now come hold your arm out to me so I can check the structure of your meridians. Damien walked in front of Tianyang and held out his arm as he was asked. He was well aware of the fact that he didn't possess meridians, but he wanted to see what would happen. His Anunta system was built to evolve with him, so he was sure he could tweak it if he ever found a more practical method. He was also curious what the denizens of this world would think of his system. When Tianyang grabbed Damien's hand, he let a gentle stream of mana enter his body. This mana didn't contain any malicious intent, instead, tracing along Damien's mana circuits and seeing their design. Oddly enough, Damien's void physique had no reaction to this new foreign mana. Tianyang was almost forced to do a double take when he saw the system running through Damien's body. Countless intricate amethyst veins lined his internal body, creating a second nervous system. Not only did they reach his extremities and all his organs, they even connected to his brain. When Tianyang reached the center of the system, he saw a large pulsing crystal that looked like a second heart. This crystal continuously refined mana and sent it back through those veins connected to it, creating a feedback loop of refinement. Like this, as long as Damien continued improving, his mana would refine itself to a higher level. What is this? Tianyang had never seen anything like it before. One thing he was sure of, however, was that they weren't meridians in the slightest. The smile on Tianyang's face widened. I see. So that's how it is. By this point, Tianyang had already lived for many centuries. It'd be odd for him to not understand what was going on. This kid is more daring than I originally thought. Someone who could inherit the Void Heart Sword Law would never be a normal person, but this was a different degree of abnormal. Tianyang was an adventurous spirit back in his prime before he realized his limits and settled down. He wasn't someone who would be content with sitting idly by while time passed around him. Not only that, but he was also someone with a spatial affinity. It would have been impossible for him to reach his current level of attainment if he didn't explore the cosmos himself. He had left the celestial star palace that he grew up in to explore other worlds. He adventured, he fought, and he grew in power to reach his current strength. By the time he returned to the cloud plane, he was an entirely different person with a wealth of experience under his belt. At that time, he had already entered the Lost Sea realm. Being at the peak of the world, he once again settled in at the sect he grew up in, supporting it and protecting it from his post as the Grand Elder. Now, in front of him, there was another boy similar to him. A boy whose adventurous spirit could be clearly felt in his aura, who also had the same spatial affinity as him. And this boy was visiting the cloud plane from some other star in the vast cosmos. The difference was that this boy's potential was much higher than his. Even after being a part of the sect that excels at divination for so long, I've always doubted fate. Yet, can this be considered anything else? Tianyang removed his hand from Damien's wrist as his smile deepened. "You're quite a bold child, aren't you?" he said teasingly. Damien knew exactly what he was talking about. From the start, he was aware he wouldn't be able to hide his origins from someone so much more powerful than him, so he decided it'd be best to be upfront with it. With a large grin on his face, Damien decided to quip back. "HM? What could you possibly be talking about? He has the spirit of a cultivator too. Daring to act smart, even in the face of power he can't comprehend," Tianyang thought. It was their first true interaction, not counting when Damien first woke up after the disciple examination, and it had a great start. The two of them took an immediate liking to each other. Shui Ruyue was watching the whole ordeal occur from across the room, and her eyes became complicated seeing the smile on her master's face. Still, her thoughts were known only to her. There was an odd thing that could occur when two people with the same affinity met. There was a small chance that they would gravitate towards each other and develop a stronger bond than most. When the affinity was as elusive and esoteric as the space element, this kind of connection could become even stronger. These people could bounce ideas off of each other and progress much faster through gaining enlightenment. Even if Damien's strength didn't match up to Tianyang's, his views and ideologies would be different. Through the intermingling of two perspectives and the exchange of their values, many newer and stronger ideas could be born. Tianyang naturally was aware of this, and he couldn't help but become somewhat excited over the prospect. How many years had it been since he'd made progress? All right then. With this kind of meridians, you shouldn't have any problems with the training I will be putting you through. So, let's get started right away. Slight undulations leaked from Tianyang's body as he revolved his mana. Sensing this, even Shui Ruyue made distance. Without warning, a suffocating pressure burst out of the old man's body. The pressure alone caused space to ripple, forming slight cracks. However, the small residence remained undamaged. Unlike that of the guards, Tianyang's pressure made Damien feel like an entire planet was being forced onto his back. He was doing everything in his power to hold himself back from kneeling. With his own aura flaring to negate a portion of the pressure he was feeling, Damien raised his head and grinned maddeningly. Let's play then, old man. Chapter 142, First Lesson, 4. Boom dash. At the moment, two flashes of light were connecting in various locations along the width of the room. Each of their clashes resulted in an explosion that threatened to crack the sturdy floor they were fighting on. From an outsider's perspective, it would be hard to even tell what was taking place to cause the bright flashes. Damien raised his arm, punching forward with a light of spatial mana covering his fist. With each movement, he felt like he was shattering a piece of glass. But instead of glass, it was the spatial layers in his vicinity that broke. The current fight wasn't taking place in the stability of the real plane, but within its gaps. It was previously explained that when Damien teleported, he connected the spatial layers of two different points and stepped through them, but in this fight, He was skipping the essential steps. He stepped in between these layers and tried his best to track his opponent, but he wasn't doing too well. After all, his opponent didn't leave a single trace when he moved. Boom dash. Boom dash. Damien continued to throw punches, trying to force Tianyang out in the open, but none of his attacks connected. The old man was simply too skilled at maneuvering through the folds of space. Recently, Damien had almost completely foregone the usage of teleportation whilst in combat, and there was a very simple reason for this. He was unable to control the fluctuations of space when he emerged from within its folds. At lower classes, this didn't matter much since people didn't have enough experience to deal with him, even if they could sense the fluctuations, but that wasn't the same anymore. If he had used teleportation in his fight against Longchen, he would have been forced into a corner much quicker. He wouldn't have been able to react quickly enough, while Longchen would easily be able to attack before Damien even emerged totally. This was a downside Damien had already accepted, and it led him to stop using the very first skill he earned, his short-distance teleportation. But everything changed when he first met Tianyang. The old man left no trace of himself after he disappeared. No physical clues, no lingering mana, and no fluctuations. This was something he truly admired, as he still hadn't figured out how to do it. While he tried to observe Tianyang's usage of space element, Damien clenched his palm into a fist before rotating it. Space followed his movements, distorting and cracking within a small radius of him. With this, Tianyang's figure was finally revealed. He was sitting leisurely in the air as if the entire fight was nothing to him. "You're finally making some progress, boy. But if you brute force your way through this, you won't learn a thing." Tianyang stepped forward, melding into the folds of space and disappearing once again. Damien was feeling frustrated. He had already been at this for half an hour or more, but he wasn't able to learn anything. He knew that brute force wouldn't always be the answer, but he was letting his mind be clouded by his emotions. So, he made the logical choice. Trying to emulate his moves from the forest earlier, Damien willed his emotions to enter the sphere of mana in his mind. Void Heart. Entering the state, he only had one goal: comprehend what Tianyang was trying to teach him. Damien's eyes lost their luster and became entirely emotionless. He slowly relaxed his posture, appearing entirely unbothered. Suddenly, he waved his arm to the right. Bang dash! A projectile that was flying in his direction at untraceable speeds was flung away from his body. The vectors controlling its trajectory were entirely altered. Looking in the direction it came from, Damien vanished. When he reappeared, he was 29 meters away from his original spot, punching toward the empty space in front of him. Boom dash! His fist was caught by a much more powerful hand. Although this method can be considered cheating, I applaud you for using everything in your arsenal. Now, continue. When Tianyang vanished again, Damien calmly stood and watched with utmost concentration. His movements are light. He wastes no motion while teleporting, not even causing ripples in the spatial layers. Tianyang moved like a fish in water, while Damien was more like a caveman. He figured that his lack of familiarity with movement in space somewhat contributed to his inability to conceal himself. Efficiency isn't the same for every person. I have different means than his. Gaining such familiarity would take years of diligent practice, and that wasn't what Damien was trying to do right now. He wanted an immediate solution to this problem. In my arsenal, the best choice would be vectors. Vectors existed within everything. Even space itself could be said to contain countless vectors that coordinated its movements. When Damien learned vector control, he used space as a medium to manipulate vectors. This time, he wanted to manipulate the vectors of the medium itself. If he could do this, negating the fluctuations shouldn't be a problem at all. The ability to control vectors gave Damien a wide range of options that he hadn't completely explored yet. Among these was the ability to control magnitude. Magnitude quite literally referred to the size or extent of something. Although space was ethereal rather than physical, it was the concept he felt most familiar with. He didn't re-enter the real plane for his experiment, opting to stay within the folds of space. He also stopped minding the fact that Tianyang was still occasionally sending projectiles towards him to disrupt his concentration. He erected his vector field to passively reflect any attacks that flew in his direction. Raising his arm once more, Damien began lightly flicking the air like he was playing an invisible guitar. With each flick, ripples appeared in the space around him. He coated his fingers in spatial mana to create this effect. Slowly but surely, he tried to grasp the vectors that upheld the space in his vicinity. On the other side of the room, Tianyang watched Damien work. For the first few minutes, he still sent attacks to try and challenge Damien's concentration, but they were all deflected effortlessly. Some of these attacks even reflected in Shui Ruyue's direction, forcing her to dodge and parry to the best of her ability. Since she wasn't able to see what was happening within the folds of space, she immediately became incensed, thinking it was being done on purpose. The powers this boy possesses are interesting, to say the least. This kind of force used to control trajectories and other forces related to an object wasn't something I learned until very late in my journey. Not to mention, his method is completely different, Tianyang thought. He watched as Damien slowly lowered the strength of the ripples emanating from his finger, even though the amount of force and mana he used was the same. And his rate of comprehension is also nothing to scoff at. In only an hour, he has grasped a method to emulate my usage of space laws. While Tianyang was deep in thought, he stopped paying attention to Damien, making him miss the time when Damien paused his experiments and looked in his direction. And while he continued to think, Damien vanished from his previous position, appearing silently in front of Tianyang and punching out with all his strength. Bang Dash! Chapter 143 First Lesson 5. Currently, Damien's figure could be seen sprawled on the floor, virtually painted black and blue. Ugh, Master, was that really necessary? He groaned, his pain evident in his expression. You're the one who got cocky after landing a single hit. Did you think I wouldn't teach you a lesson? Tianyang responded with a smirk. After learning how to use magnitude manipulation to offset and minimize the fluctuations that occurred during teleportation, Damien immediately appeared in front of Tianyang and landed a solid punch. Since Tianyang was lost in thought, he didn't have time to block. His powerful body that was leagues ahead of Damien's completely absorbed the punch, but he definitely lost face during the exchange. And so, Tianyang proceeded to lay down the law on Damien in a manner that he wasn't even able to counter or block. Tianyang would appear out of nowhere and disappear just as fast, beating Damien to a pulp. He didn't even use his raw strength as a Law C expert, only using third-class power to totally dominate the battle. The final result was the current scene. While Damien waited for his body to regenerate, which felt like it was going much slower than it should, he caught sight of Shui Ruyue in the corner with a slight smirk on her face. "What are you laughing at?" he quipped, slowly sitting up. Noticing that she was caught, she reverted to her icy expression before responding cluelessly, "What do you mean?" "This bitch," Damien thought. Still, he didn't focus on her for long. His thoughts shifted to the previous exchange. Not only did he learn how to teleport silently once again, which would be immensely useful in battle, but he also gained the realization that he had barely scratched the surface of what he could do with his vector control. There wasn't even a real lesson involved. Rather, it was a showcase of prowess that let Damien learn by feeling it himself. He definitely appreciated this method of teaching. Though, he didn't think that was all he would receive. At least, he hoped so. He wasn't a masochist to enjoy having this kind of lesson too often. While Damien was digesting his gains, Tianyang suddenly spoke up. "Do you know what the two main affinities necessary to practice our sex divination arts are?" Damien looked up. "Why would I know that? I just got here." Not minding the sarcasm in his tone, Tianyang continued. "It's a rare thing for someone to appear in the world with control over the two elements naturally. Most of our elders who practice divination only gain small amounts of inherited comprehension from their predecessors." Even Shui Ruyue began paying attention at this point. The divination techniques of the sect weren't made available to disciples, so she was naturally curious about their workings. Divination is an odd profession. It allows one to see into the future, but never more than the heavens permit. It can even allow one to gaze into the past or gain a deeper understanding of the present. In summary, there is a reason why the term seers is used when referring to those who practice this branch of arts. The main power of divination is to see through the fabric of reality. Panning his gaze between his two disciples that were listening with rapt attention, Tianyang spoke once again. As for the two main elements necessary for divination, they are space and time. A seer at the peak of their power is said to peer through space and locate anyone or anything they desire. They can also peer through time and decide which path would be best to achieve their goals. This kind of power is always frowned upon by others since it gives a seer nigh omnipotence in that aspect. At one point in time, people even banded together, attempting to eradicate all those who practiced divination techniques, but they were unsuccessful. Those seers also gathered, forming the beginning of what would later become our celestial star palace. Damien was intrigued by the topic and raised a question. So why is it celestial star palace? What correlation does that have to the seers? Tianyang smiled and answered him patiently. It's simple. The legacy of those seers can only be inherited by a limited number of people, so an entire sect formed on their foundations was close to impossible. But they looked to divination for the answer, and according to legend, they all saw the same prophecy. It was a scene that began and ended with stars. A massive cosmos formed by unknown means. However, before they could witness any more, they met with heaven's wrath. Looking too far into the secrets of the universe or important events that will change the flow of fate and destiny causes immense backlash for those who wish to know too much. Of those thousands of seers, around 80% of them immediately lost their eyesight, becoming permanently blinded. Even the most valuable healing pills were unable to solve the problem. The rest who got off lucky were nearly crippled, unable to use divination techniques ever again. It was their punishment from the heavens. And what is this concept of the heavens? Damien pressed. He had heard the term many times since arriving on the cloud plane, and even more in novels he previously read. Yet, none of them explained exactly what the heavens are. You don't even know that much, Shui Ryue interjected with disdain. Even the smallest of children know about the mighty heavens. Where were you raised? In some filthy mountain by beasts? However, before Damien could vent his rage back, Tianyang began calmly explaining. The heavens are everything. They are natural law, the law of the universe, the overseer of existence, and many more. The heavens manifest themselves in various ways that us mortals cannot comprehend. The holographic window that appears before us at birth and quantifies our power is one of the heavens' many faces. Another is the heavenly tribulation that descends when one enters law connection realm. Heavenly tribulation? Damien exclaimed. He didn't need an explanation about those, but he had no idea they actually existed. The system had shown signs of sentience before, being aware of every individual's progress and recording their legends, but he didn't think it'd manifest physically. That's right. Upon entering 4th class, there is an extremely large change that an individual will go through. To deem one worthy of such change, the heavens enact a tribulation for them to pass. If they fail the tribulation, they die. And if they pass, they are allowed to continue their path to strength. Not only that, but it is also fabled that upon entering the demigod realm, one experiences an even greater tribulation to shed their mortal body. It is the final step towards gaining divinity. Damien was in awe at this information. He finally realized how vast the universe was. How much power people could hold. He felt ashamed of himself for being proud of his measly strength in the grand scheme. There is always a peak above the peak. He felt that this old saying was truly apt. But he swore on everything he knew and loved. One day he would reach the highest peak. The one that looked down upon all creation in contempt. Chapter 144 Mission 1. Master, do you mind doing me a favor? Damien asked tentatively. He wanted to see something. Or rather, he wanted a reminder that he was still weak. Tianyang raised his brow in intrigue. We won't know until you ask. Then, can you release your full aura? I want to feel the true power of a Law Sea realm expert. Tianyang hesitated slightly, but nodded his head nonetheless. Very well. If I released my entire aura, it wouldn't be a surprise for you to sustain critical injury or even die, so I will release just the amount that I feel you can handle. He then turned to Shui Ryue and beckoned her over. You come too. It'll be a good learning experience. Although she didn't understand why, she still walked over as she was told. With both of his disciples in front of him, Tianyang's face became serious. When it feels like your body can't handle it, release your own aura. At that point, I will be able to gauge your upper limit. Without another word, Tianyang shifted his entire presence. Rather than the teacher and old man he was previously, he now gave off a domineering light like an emperor. Before either Damien or Shui Ryue understood what was happening, everything in their vision became black. The murky darkness filled the entire room, and it seemed to be emanating from a single spot, Tianyang. As he exerted more and more of his aura, the blackness thickened, and the pressure the two felt increased steadily. It reached the point where neither of them were able to confidently stand on their feet anymore. Thump dash. The sound of knees impacting the ground could be heard as the aura suppression continued to climb. Damien still wasn't using his aura to alleviate any of the burden, so his knees could no longer hold on. Space began to crack purely due to the weight of the aura. The sturdy interior of the house that didn't even show signs of damage when Damien and Tianyang sparred earlier began creaking like it was rusty and decrepit. And then, the aura flared. Damien felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. It was to the point where he almost forgot the feeling entirely. It filled his being, it froze his body, his mind went blank, and he began sweating profusely. It was the most basic instinct of a human. It was a primal fear that prevailed when all hope was lost. What is this? Damien could no longer think straight. The idea of using his aura to counter the suppression didn't even enter his mind. He was utterly terrified. Shui Ryue wasn't any better. She was also on the ground, shivering as if her body was submerged in the coldest of temperatures. As a member of the Shui clan, one of the 4 great clans, she was someone who was always surrounded by powerful people. She had seen more Law Connection and Law Sea Realm beings than she could count on her hands. Yet, she had never seen them exert all their strength. There had never been an altercation that forced them to do so. There was a treaty in place by the 4 great clans that she never understood until today. It only had one clause. Law Sea Realm experts are not to be mobilized unless a clan is facing threat of extinction. Conflict between 4th-class members must take place in an area secluded from civilization. But she understood it now. If this kind of power was ever mobilized as an attack near a city, that city would be demolished in seconds. Watching his 2 disciples, Tianyang began to slowly walk forward. Escape. I need to escape. Damien's mind revolved trying to think of a way to escape the scenario, but his rational thinking was impaired. His skin began to crack and blood leaked out of his pores. Without his conscious thought, his aura began to release itself. But it wasn't the usual amethyst color. It was blood red like the time he fought the sea dragon. His irises began swirling, the 2 colors contained within them battling for supremacy. The scene was like Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. But the red color was winning. His cross-shaped pupils spun wildly before elongating into a reptilian slit, his irises becoming completely blood red. His emotions were forced into the mind prison subconsciously, as he couldn't handle the strain they had on his brain anymore. All the while, the pressure kept increasing. Shui Ryue had already tapped out, using the last of her sanity to forfeit, so all the pressure in the room was being directed towards Damien with pinpoint accuracy. Shui Ryue watched from the side with lingering fear evident in her eyes. Even if the pressure wasn't directed at her, she could still feel its immense might. Damien felt like an entire cosmos was dropped on his back. He felt like he was carrying the sky itself. But now that his emotions were locked away, his rational mind was able to regain control. Or at least, it should have been. But the blood-red aura around Damien indicated something different. His teeth and nails elongated into fangs and claws, the muscles in his legs pulsated with power, Two protrusions were trying their best to make their way out of his skull, and the same was happening on his back. Pitch-black scales appeared and disappeared beneath his skin. Tianyang was of the mind to stop releasing his aura a long time ago, but seeing the changes happening within Damien, he continued to press him. He wanted to see where this led. But fate had different plans. Arf! Damien let out a howl of pain. His eyes began bleeding, and with the other changes taking place in his body, it made him look like a demonic being. His muscles spasmed as his body continued attempting to change, but something was holding it back. If Damien was sane, he'd immediately know what it was. His bloodline simply wasn't completed yet. Interesting, Tianyang thought to himself. A beast that even the Void Heart scriptures cannot contain. The boy has been cultivating it within him all this time. Feeling that it was enough, Tianyang began lowering the pressure he exerted. This gave the bestial Damien a chance to rage. Roar! With a guttural roar, he charged at Tianyang. There was no use of elements nor techniques, just pure physical strength. However, just this was enough to cause spiderweb cracks to form in the ground beneath him. His speeds reached an entirely new height that almost rivaled teleportation, appearing in front of his opponent in a flash. But his opponent this time wasn't someone he could mess with. Sleep. Tianyang's hand looked like it only made a slight movement, but in the next instant, Damien was pounded into the floor. The motion was so abrupt that the velocity he gained from his charge contributed to the strength of his fall, breaking through the sturdy floors of the house and causing him to directly fall unconscious. Looking at Damien, whose figure was returning to normal now that he was asleep, Tianyang let out a slight chuckle. I wonder what other secrets this boy is hiding. Chapter 145 Mission 2. When Damien opened his eyes, he found himself on yet another familiar bed. In the past few weeks, he had already been through this routine more times than he had since arriving at the Cloud Plane. But this time, his memory wasn't as foggy. He was painfully aware of what caused him to enter such a state. First of all, damn, that old man is powerful. It wasn't just the terrifying aura that made Damien say this, though that definitely contributed. The aura he felt wasn't what he expected at all. With his experience so far, he thought that a lossy realm aura might be enough to bring him to his knees, but he didn't expect it to be enough to instill such primal fear into the core of his being. And that was just the aura he could release without killing me. He remembered the old man's words before they even started, and he now wholeheartedly believed them. If the old man hadn't made his move with his disciples' safety in mind, they would have died without even knowing how. Damien realized that in his journey thus far, all the fourth-class beings he met were friendly. He now had another instance he could consider he survived purely based on luck. The other thing in Damien's mind was what happened to him under that intense suppression. That was like beast mode? He couldn't think of a better word to describe it. It wasn't like his traits became more prominent, but the most prominent parts of his bloodline fought for supremacy while trying to emerge from his body. His horns, scales, eyes, and even the wings that almost came out were all evidently draconic, but his legs and fangs were part of his original wolf bloodline. He had no idea how the bloodline he first gained during his fall in the dungeon could compete with that of a literal dragon, but he didn't question it. In the first place, he didn't have enough knowledge of what was going on to question it. Oh, you're finally up. A disdainful voice suddenly snapped Damien out of his thoughts. Though, he did notice that it contained less hostility than before. Standing up from the bed, Damien responded without looking over. How long has it been since I passed out? 3 hours, Shui Ruyue said. However, her face soon turned bright red for a moment before she turned away. And put some clothes on, idiot. Only then did Damien realize why he felt so breezy. He was only wearing his underwear, his other clothes getting torn to shreds in the previous events. Oh! Damien didn't think much of it. If he could spend 2 years running around naked in a dungeon of beasts, this much was nothing. Putting on a new set of clothes, Damien turned to look at his senior sister, who he didn't have a good impression of. Still, her decreased hostility did make him consider changing his mind. He would just reciprocate the attitude he received. It was that simple. Is there anything for me to do? Shui Ryue shook her head. Master had some things to take care of, so he left you here. Until he calls you again, you are free to do as you wish. All right, until next time then. Without waiting for a response, Damien warped back to his living quarters in the outer court. Looking at the now empty space where he once stood, Shui Ryue's eyes became complicated. Still, she simply sighed before turning away and continuing her day. A few days passed since Damien's first lesson, and he had spent the time resting in his dorm. For a first time, he felt that he had benefited immensely from his master's teachings. In these last few days, Damien tried to imitate the partial transformation he incurred previously, but to no avail. He could feel a trigger within his body, but he couldn't activate it. He visited the Grand Library to try and understand this phenomenon, but he couldn't find much information. It wasn't that humans with beast transformations or beast bloodlines were too rare, but he didn't have access to get the appropriate information. All he could figure out was that it was normal for humans with beast bloodlines to inherit their abilities. For instance, someone with dragon bloodline inheriting their flame control or breath wasn't too rare. As for transformations, they were a higher level of this inheriting. But for Damien it was different. He didn't have the bloodline of an existing beast, rather he had a bloodline made by devouring those of other beasts continually. It was like he was forging a new path the way beasts did when they reached 4th class. If he manages to heighten his bloodline to its peak, he might even become part divine beast. He mused that this was something anyone with the Evolver title had the privilege of doing. The title was what granted him the ability to practice the evolution system of beasts along with the normal cultivation system of humans. But considering the fact that he never met another Evolver, they must be somewhat rare. After his trip to the library, Damien was once again of the mind to be active. The hard truth of how weak he was on a grand scale made his drive to grow stronger burn all the more brightly. And with that in mind, made his way to the mission hall. Entering the large hall, he went straight to the mission board. There were 3 different branches of missions one could take: minor, mid-level, and major missions. The minor missions were simple collection missions or errands for the sect. Long-term occupations like guard duty were also included in these. To complete the mission quota, one would need to occupy guard duty for an entire year without pause. As for the mid-level missions, they were things like hunting beasts that were plaguing certain areas or killing some wicked cultivators who were terrorizing people. For missions in this level, one was required to complete 10 a year if they solely relied on them. As for the major missions, only 3 a year were necessary to fill out the mission quota. And naturally, their difficulty matched this small number. Major missions were always complicated. Eradicating an entire wicked power, aiding kingdoms in overthrowing coups, and other things like that. These requests always came from more high-profile people in society who wanted to get things done without moving personally. These missions were also the only ones that weren't limited to the central continent. The central continent was essentially the overseer of the entire cloud plane, and the major sects had a duty of keeping peace and providing aid when necessary. These major missions were always shared between the 5 major sects, each having their own protocols and areas they managed. And with the scale being so big, these missions usually required a party to complete rather than a single person. But Damien still went straight for these missions. He wanted to participate in something big like this and was searching for something he could do alone. Help this young family eliminate their opposition and take the throne. Location: Southern Continent. Strength required: Core Formation Realm. Reward: 2,000 Spirit Stones. Damien looked at this one, but he disregarded it quickly. He didn't want to get embroiled in political drama that could come back to bite him. He continued scouring the wall, looking for something more straightforward, before his gaze landed on a certain sheet of paper. Eradicate the wicked power, beguiled devil sect, who has been terrorizing the Xinjiang province. Location: Northern Continent. Strength required: Core Foundation Realm. Reward: 2,500 Spirit Stones. Chapter 146 Mission 3. When Damien reached out to grab the mission, he was met with another hand. As it turns out, someone else wanted it as well. Turning to look at the owner of the hand, Damien was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought we'd run into each other like this? When he thought about it, it actually wasn't so surprising that they would end up in this situation. There were very few missions meant for core expansion realm, since most that reached this level already made their way to the inner court. And even though neither Longchin nor Damien was at the core expansion realm, their combat prowess made it so missions meant for core formation realm cultivators wouldn't pressure them the same way. Indeed, the black-haired man responded, "It seems fate continues to push us together." Damien merely smiled at this. He still wasn't entirely convinced about the existence of such a thing as fate. "So, what are we going to do about this?" Damien asked, gesturing towards the mission. Our duel ended in a tie, so it's no use fighting over it. At the end of the day, it was meant to be taken on in groups, so why don't we do it together?" In fact, Damien had the same idea. He just wanted to prod at Longchin and see if he was of the same mind. He just hadn't expected Longchin to be so forward with it. "All right then. I've been wanting some excitement, so this should be fun." Damien grabbed the sheet of paper off the wall, and the two of them headed towards the registration desk to see one of the elders. When the mission hall elder saw the mission the two of them planned to take, he looked at them like they were a bunch of fools. "You know this mission is well above your puny levels, right? If you go, you will inevitably die." "It matters not," Longchin said. "We chose this mission well aware of the risks." A warning now means nothing. When the mission hall elder looked at Damien, he also nodded, expressing his agreement. Sighing, the elder took out a stamp and pressed it onto the paper. "All right then, I won't say anything else. The mission has been claimed by you and will remain that way for the next 6 months. If you haven't returned by that time, you will be declared dead." Damien and Longchin nodded at the elder before leaving the hall. The rest of the information they'd need would be directly transmitted to their disciple tokens. "Oh, that reminds me. Did you end up finding a master?" Damien mentioned. "Right. I did find myself a master. Her name is Elder Shaosun, and she is a genius with the sword. I believe that under her guidance I will be able to learn much." Damien nodded. Even from their first interaction, he could tell Longchen's interest in the sword. Meanwhile, for him it was just a means to an end. He never chose to be a sword cultivator. If the first weapon he found in the dungeon was a spear, that would have been his path instead. But he didn't hate the sword. It had effective reach and also cutting power. It was basically the most balanced weapon. That's why it was also the most commonly used. "Anyway, let's meet back up tomorrow in the same spot. After that, we can make our way to the northern continent." Longchin nodded before splitting up from Damien. He clearly wasn't a man of many words, and Damien respected that. It wasn't like the two automatically became friends after a single duel. Both had their own pride and goals. It could be said that their relationship was more one of mutual respect, which was why they took the mission together. After warping back to his dorm, Damien withdrew his disciple token to check the mission details. == Eradicate the wicked power, beguiled devil sect, who has been terrorizing the Xinjiang province. The beguiled devil sect is a mid-sized power in the western region of the northern continent. In recent months, they've been becoming more active, using their vile means to terrorize the Xinjiang province. Their focus is devil arts, which consume the life force of others to grant them power. The art has a side effect of turning them into bloodthirsty beasts, struggling to retain their sanity if they do not consume life force. It is suspected that this struggle has become more severe recently, causing the disciples of this sect to wantonly kill innocent civilians at a much more frequent rate for their life force. The Xinjiang province is ruled by the Shen clan, whose strength is almost on par with the beguiled devil sect, but if they move, they will lose too many experts in the crossfire. The Shen clan has hired help from the sects in the central continent to raid and demolish the wicked sect, putting an end to their deeds. == After that, some more information about the general power structure and strength of the beguiled devil sect was listed, along with more information they would need when the time comes. From this, Damien could grasp one thing with certainty. This world was truly ruled by strength. It was mentioned that the rate the beguiled devil sect disciples were consuming the life force of the innocent had increased, not that it had started. It was clear that the wicked sect had been plundering life force from the common populace of this region and others for quite some time, but the fact that they were generally indiscreet made it so the major powers didn't care much. Everyone was selfish, and that selfishness was even more pronounced in the Cloud Plane. Now that the activities of the wicked power were brought to light, they were forced to deal with it. Otherwise, they'd lose credibility in the eyes of their people. And in turn, this would make them lose face and power. These were the two most important concepts to cultivators, whose pride tended to be higher than the heavens. But Damien wasn't any better. Although he understood that these righteous powers were only representatives of good on the surface, that wasn't his business. He cared for strength, and he cared for those close to him. He was reminded of Rose at this moment. Ever since they separated, he hadn't been staying still at all. It was a part of his personality to constantly move, but perhaps he was also avoiding a certain feeling he recognized. It was loneliness. He had gotten so used to sharing a bed with Rose and seeing her in the morning when he woke up. He had gotten used to the idle conversation they would always have. Even if he had Zara, who he talked to and joked with frequently, it was different. Zara was closer to a little sister to him, while his bond with Rose was something more special. He knew that pushing her away was his own decision, but that didn't mean he didn't regret it. He was running from his problems like he always did. That's all there was to it. Shaking his head, Damien got rid of those depressing thoughts. Starting tomorrow, he would be on a new adventure. He just needed to put his focus on that. Chapter 147, Supreme Fairy Paradise 1. A few thousand kilometers away from the Celestial Star Palace, there was an area that looked like a natural heaven. There was no visible human interference in the area, and even beasts that were ever present within nature were absent. It was a pure ecosystem of thriving plant life. The trees reached for the heavens, being tens of kilometers in height, their foliage blocking out almost all sunlight that tried to pass through. Yet, even with the lack of sunlight, the plant life below them thrived. Lush green grass taller than the average human covered the jungle-like terrain. Vines swung from tree to tree, connecting the entire ecosystem, and beautiful flowers bloomed in every direction, painting the ground in a myriad of colors. Within this unblemished environment, many green and white motes of light could be seen. But if one was close enough to make out their features, they'd find bodies that were oddly humanoid. The only difference was that these creatures had crystalline wings on their backs that fluttered with their every motion. They danced and frolicked in the air without a care in the world. And naturally, all these creatures were female. As they danced and played, some of these creatures migrated through a certain area within the jungle, the air around them shimmering as they did so. It was as if they passed into another world. And indeed, the changing of the scenery around them attested to this fact. Rather than the continuation of the beautiful jungle that should have been there, they entered an area filled with large fertile plains and beautiful architecture. These buildings spanned for many kilometers, painting the site of a beautiful city that was even bigger than the star city that resided in the celestial star sect. The buildings in the city looked as if they were made of the most polished glass and marble, giving the illusion of complete transparency. Yet, oddly enough, no matter how hard one tried, they wouldn't be able to see into these buildings. And at the very end of this expansive city stood a palace that didn't lose out in the slightest to the one on Star Mountain. And while that palace gave off a mystical aura that enhanced its profundity, this one was more ethereal and lofty. Lining the streets of the city, one could see women of all different origins. They chatted happily and enjoyed the safety of their home while going about their daily lives. Just like the ranks of those fairy-like creatures, there were no men among them. This was the supreme fairy paradise. It was a haven for women who wanted to be surrounded by their own, away from the struggles that plagued a patriarchal society. This sect was actually one of the leading powers in abolishing that system, with women gaining great power that stands equal to those men at the top. The Supreme Fairy Paradise actually had a very cordial relationship with the Celestial Star Palace, with both having a woman at their head and advocating for power to be given to those who earned it, regardless of gender. At this point in the Cloud Plains history, women didn't suffer as much when it came to this sort of problem, as many capable women have risen through the ranks and proven their qualifications, but in the grand scheme, there were still many problems to be solved. The number of fairies and jade beauties among the ranks of the Supreme Fairy Paradise wasn't small at all. After all, beauty didn't come accompanied by status. Those whose background couldn't protect them from those young masters of larger clans always migrated towards places like this sect, gaining them protection as well as a place to gain strength for themselves. Personal strength always mattered more than background, and this was the main goal of most who joined this sect. Of course, being a major sect, not everyone within it was there for such noble reasons. Some were simply progressing their own selfish agendas, as was the norm in the Cloud Plain. Within one of the beautiful crystalline buildings in the city, two women could be seen holding conversation. They both had looks that rivaled the top beauties in the sect, yet they had only recently joined. One had blue hair and matching eyes, while the other had pink hair and ruby eyes. Their features were defined through many years of training, and the muscle they had built through combat only served to heighten their natural beauty. The disciple examination for the Supreme Fairy Paradise took place in another random location, with those who passed being teleported to the sect afterward via artifact. Its contents weren't anything special, almost mirroring that of the Celestial Star Palace, with only a few changes. It was natural considering the relationship the two sects had. As for Rose and Elena, they were easily able to pass. Especially when they worked together, not many of the new cultivators entertaining the sect stood a chance. We've been here for a few weeks already, but we haven't done anything eventful. I was really hoping I could advance to 3rd class soon, Elena said with a sigh. You can't be blamed for this, though. The sect elders have been using this time to observe the newest batch of disciples and choose who they wish to foster. Rose comforted. That's true. I heard it's not just our sect that's doing this. There must be something big coming around the horizon. Right, there's also that secret realm entrance that is supposed to take place. There must be some sort of event after that which requires a lot of talented people. Unlike the Celestial Star Palace, who kept their motives hidden, the Supreme Fairy Paradise was quite open with their disciples about the elders' decisions and discussions. Naturally, there was a reason for this. As the name implies, the sect was much more secluded from worldly affairs compared to the other 4 great sects. The women in the sect rarely left its confines, and although there were certain rules in place enforcing this, it was mainly due to their own decisions. How about we take a mission then? Rose suddenly suggested. Elena fell into thought. Missions here worked in a similar way to those in the Celestial Star Palace, and they were some of the only opportunities the women of the sect had to leave its premises. Yeah, a mission would be best right now. However, we know nothing about the world yet. Let's just take some mid-level missions for beast hunting so I can catch up to you guys. Rose nodded. This was her goal as well. She had been viewing Elena as a rival since their first battle before infiltrating Nibelheim, but they were never truly able to compete. This was because Elena hadn't reached Rose's level yet. No matter how hard she tried, in a serious competition, she wouldn't stand a chance. It was simply the difference in league that a class change brought. Although it wasn't too defined between 2nd and 3rd class, it was still a qualitative change. Making this decision, the girls promptly left their residence and headed for the mission hall. Chapter 148 Supreme Fairy Paradise 2. Walking down the streets of the sect, the girls took their time to enjoy the view. The peaceful atmosphere here was something they particularly liked, and due to the fact that they had only recently joined the sect, they didn't have to worry about any conflict. Not to mention, neither of them had accepted a master yet. It wasn't that they were picky about it or that no elder was interested in them, it was just that the number of geniuses who joined the sect during this disciple examination was too great. This led the elders to take careful consideration of their choices of disciple. The competition was especially fierce. However, none of the girls fought each other during this vetting process. They didn't want to make a bad impression on their potential teachers. When the girls reached the mission hall, they went straight to the section indicating mid-level missions. Rose didn't particularly need to partake in anything like this yet, but she wanted to support Elena. The two had decided to stick together even when they were apart from Damien, who was the main connection point between them. They were stronger this way, and the bond they had forged in the almost full year they had known each other wasn't shallow. While looking over the missions, however, they couldn't find anything interesting enough to grab their attention. Kill a tyrant hawk and bring back its egg. Location: Xian Mountain Range. Strength required: Elemental Comprehension Realm. Reward: 300 Spirit Stones. Kill a venomous eclipse snake and bring back its poison sac. Location: Xian Mountain Range. Strength required: Core Formation Realm. Reward: 600 Spirit Stones. The missions relating to beasts all had the same premise of killing the beast and bringing back a certain item or ingredient in its possession. While these were an easy source of spirit stones for them, it wasn't their goal. Elena was infinitely close to reaching 3rd class, with her level being 95, but a single beast wouldn't do the job. Even if she could stay within the Xian Mountain range and hunt other beasts to reach her goal, she wanted to maximize the benefits. Feeling curious, Elena went over to the section for major missions. These were much more riveting and even captured her excitement. She saw some missions that had to do with overthrowing coups, and even saw the one Damien took in the northern continent to eliminate a wicked sect. However, these weren't the ones that caught her eye. Aid the Yulong province in repelling a large beast tide plaguing its citizens. Location: Yulong province. Strength required: Core Formation Realm. Reward: 1,000 Spirit Stones. A beast tide is perfect, Elena thought. Not only would there be a plethora of experience for her to gain, but she would also get a much larger amount of spirit stones than any mid-level mission would provide. Tearing the paper off the board, Elena met back up with Rose and showed it to her, who naturally had no reason to refuse. All right, this mission will be taken by others as well, so we won't reserve it for you. However, your participation has been accepted. A fairy will accompany you as a guide, so be sure to meet her on your way out of the sect. After getting the stamp of approval from a mission hall elder, the girls left the premises. The Supreme Fairy Paradise didn't just get its name from the all-women nature of the sect. It was also due to the fairies they shared their home with. These fairies tended to be playful and carefree within the jungle area, but they were a completely different beast outside. Their small stature and delicate appearance have fooled many a greedy cultivator who has tried to capture them, but their power wasn't a joke by any means. The fairy race was inherently close with nature, and mana is as natural as one could get. Due to this, even the weakest fairies were created at the elemental comprehension realm. That's right, fairies weren't born, they were created. There was no way for a race that strictly bore females to conceive in the first place. Instead, fairies were born through natural accumulation of nature mana and plant life. For example, the fairies that shared their home with the Supreme Fairy Paradise were representatives of the towering trees that made up the jungle. Trees were odd beings even in a mana-filled world. Even plants could gain human form if they cultivated to the appropriate level, but it wasn't like that for trees. They could gain sentience, but due to their unusual natural lifespan, the process was extremely slow. Besides that, trees were stationary and without the ability to gain experience naturally. Plants could become carnivorous or take advantage of the symbiotic relationship they had with animals and bugs to gain experience. However, trees didn't have this privilege. Still, they were able to maintain their standing among the population of sentient flora due to their ability to project consciousness onto other beings. In this case, the fairy race became their representatives. As the fairies grew in cultivation, the trees would grow with them, and as the trees passively absorbed mana and converted sunlight into mana, the fairies' mana pools would increase. It was a true symbiotic relationship. The Supreme Fairy Paradise also did what it could to protect the ecosystem that was cultivated in this jungle. It was the reason the entire place lacked beasts, the only creatures besides their population being regular animals. The fairies weren't ungrateful, so they also helped the sect. With the relationship spanning since the origin of the sect, the bond these fairies had with the maidens of the sect was generally unbreakable. There was even precedence of a maiden and fairy becoming close enough to form an equal contract like the one Damien and Zara had. In this way, they would become the closest one could be without sharing an intimate relationship. Being guides and protectors for the disciples that left the sect was also something the fairies took upon themselves. The core formation and expansion realm fairies tended to take this job, as the ones in the Law Connection and Law C stages actually had the option of gaining an elder or advisor position within the sect itself. A day quickly passed by as the girls made their way to the entrance of the sect. Once there, a shining light rushed in front of them. When the light died down a bit, the figure within was revealed. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. This small fairy had shining blonde hair and green eyes, almost looking like a miniaturized elf. Hello, girls. My name is Dia, the fairy said while happily fluttering around them. The mana around you is so excited. You must be special people. The girls couldn't help but smile, infected by her cheerful attitude. My name is Rose and this is Elena. We'll be happy to work with you on this mission. Da smiled happily as they continued talking, leaving the premises of the sect. However, they didn't end up in the same jungle, instead being teleported to a random location. As the girls continued chatting with Dia, they made their way to the location of the Beast Tide. Chapter 149 Coincidence? 1. The waves of the Cloud Sea ebbed and flowed peacefully, seemingly unperturbed by the countless struggles and fights taking place under its surface. Occasionally, the scaly or smooth backs of the beasts that reside within it would peek out before once again submerging. However, the calm environment was soon broken by two streaks of light, one black and the other red, speeding across the air above it. The powerful auras they emitted caused the waves to tumble tumultuously, but they were long gone by the time it happened. Currently, Damien and Longchin had almost reached the shores of the northern continent, having traveled for many days without rest. This wasn't a problem for Zara, and apparently, Longchen's beast felt the same. Damien had only found out about it on the day of their departure, but it should have been obvious considering how his partner on this mission was the scion of one of the four great clans. He had a draconic beast that looked like a fire attribute variant of the sea dragon he met when he was first crossing the Cloud Sea. Its species name wasn't as presumptuous as the snake from before either. Ironically, its given name was Little Flame. As the two men and their beasts continued moving across the expansive sea, the outline of a massive landmass came into their view. The western continent Damien first appeared in was covered in vast plains and deserts with sandy shores. The central continent had cliffs and an array of different terrains, and as for this northern continent, it was covered in a blanket of white snow as far as the eye could see, with the shore being more of an ice cap than anything else. This was the first impression of the northern continent. It didn't take long for the two to land on the White Plains and take a small break after their long journey. The Xinjiang province is much farther inland than this. According to the map from our disciple tokens, it should take another 3 days' travel at this pace to reach it, Longchen said as he surveyed the surroundings. As someone from the central continent, not to mention one of its top powers, he had never felt the need to leave its ground. This was the first time he had ever left, and the first time he had seen snow before. It was obvious that he would take a moment to admire it. 3 more days isn't a problem for us. But we should hurry in case the raid already started. If we miss it, we might automatically fail this mission, Damien mentioned. Along with the general details of the mission, they received information that the Shen clan that ruled the Xinjiang province was executing a raid on the beguiled devil sect soon. However, no specific date was mentioned. If the raid started before they arrived and the wicked sect extermination was completed, they traveled all this way for nothing. Zara, can you continue? Damien asked with concern. She had been flying for over a week without pause already, and he didn't want to push her too far. Not to mention, she might have to fight in the upcoming raid. However, Zara was quick to ease his concerns. I can even fly for weeks without getting tired, she exclaimed while raising her head, trying to look tough. Damien chuckled a bit, but nodded his head anyway. All right, since the strongest wolf in the world can fly for so long, I don't need to be worried. Seeing that Longchin had also mounted his beast once more, Damien gave the okay, and they once again set off flying. Meanwhile, Rose and Elena also arrived at their destination. The Yulong province was closer to the eastern coast of the central continent, under the jurisdiction of the Long clan. However, the Long clan controlled too much area to personally oversee every province, so they delegated the duty to their subordinate clans. As for this region, it was managed by the Wang clan. The Yulong province itself was nothing special, with similar scenery to the other areas around it. The eastern region of the continent was mostly plains and forests, which was why it was plagued by beast tides more often than others. The current tide was centered around Jia City, near the edges of the province. This city directly bordered one of the massive forests, which made it something akin to a first stronghold against the constant tides that would exit. As for the source of the tides, nobody was able to figure it out. Many third-class beasts would partake in the stampede, making it obvious that those in the same class would die if they tried to investigate. And this notion was further solidified by the fact that any third-class individual who entered the forest always failed to return. As for fourth-class beings, they had bigger priorities than things like this. Beast tides were too common and had a various number of factors that could trigger them, so it was pointless to investigate any specific area. Rose and Elena materialized outside the gates of Jia City with the help of their fairy companion, Da, and directly entered its walls. With their robes as Supreme Fairy Paradise disciples, no other identification was needed. After all, impersonating one of the 5 major sects was nothing more than courting death. Once they entered the city, however, the first thing that greeted them was the smell of blood. It was thicker and more pungent than anywhere else they'd been but a single place, the Nibelheim Research Center. Actually, the feeling of familiarity between these two places didn't end there. The cultivators that tended to their wounds on the sides of the roads had clear indications of corrosion on their skin, and the smell of blood slowly became infected with something else as well. I have a bad feeling about this, Elena said as she warily glanced around. This mission might have been classified as a major one, but this sort of environment wasn't something the sect would usually send their disciples into without warning them first. In fact, even Da looked slightly perturbed. Her nose wrinkled at the smell in the atmosphere, and disgust was evident on her face as she glanced around. Luckily enough, she was small enough to go unnoticed by those around her. Rose narrowed her eyes as she observed the surroundings. Unlike the other two who simply had a faint feeling, it was different for her. A cultivator's intuition couldn't be ignored. With the heightening of their league with every rank up, even something like intuition always stemmed from a foundation of immense perception ability. But nothing was absolute without proof. Proof which presented itself in the form of ethereal strings in Rose's vision. Red strings were love, blue strings were trust, yellow strings were wariness, and gray strings were neutral. These were the main colors that Rose would see on a day-to-day basis. But in her vision right now, it was a field of black. Black strings that connected to every wounded cultivator in the vicinity and led to an unknown place. She hadn't seen these black strings enough to be certain about their purpose, but she had a faint guess. These black strings, they were death. Chapter 150 Coincidence? 2. Welcome to Ardalia City. It didn't take long after Damien and Longchin arrived at the city for someone to come greet them. Unlike the situation on the girls' side, everything here was still tame. As the two men arrived further towards the center of the continent, the snowy plains gave way to a more mountainous region filled with large landmarks of ice. These natural landmarks were shaped in such unique formations that they truly seemed man-made, but it was clear that it wasn't the case. As for the cities in this region, most of them were built into the rough mountain terrain or within the safety of the deep valleys between them. The northern continent was subject to a perpetual winter as well as winds that further decreased the cold, making it difficult for mortals to live here. As for those that did, they came from tribes or lineages that evolved over time to be accustomed to cold. Due to this, the population of this continent tended to have a more rugged and muscular build, regardless of age and gender. Even the woman in front of the two men at the moment was packed with muscle and boasted a height similar to theirs. Still, these features didn't ruin her beauty. After a small introduction, the woman led the two to a large building in the center of the city where the lord of the province resided. When they arrived, they noticed that there was already a large crowd formed. These people had various different uniforms indicating the powers they came from, making it clear that help wasn't only requested from the central continent. However, the two of them were the only people present from the 5 major sects. The others were from various smaller powers. Even the beasts that stayed next to them indicated this fact. From the front door of the residence, a large man walked out. He was essentially a giant, being roughly 7 feet tall with a body that would put those strongest men on earth to shame. He wore a cloak and pants that seemed to be made from the hide of some beast, but even these couldn't hide the massive muscles beneath them. This man was Shinli, the patriarch of the Shen clan. Good evening, everyone. Let me start by saying, thank you for your willingness to help our Xinjiang province in its time of need. His voice was booming, not even needing mana amplification to reach the ears of everyone present. He continued with light pleasantries for a few minutes before his face became serious. In recent times, the beguiled devil sect has become more and more brazen. Not only that, their disciples seem to be crazed. It isn't a matter of sustenance nor greed that seems to drive them, but pure insanity and primal desire. Before, our Shen clan did what we could to quell them, but didn't exterminate the source, fearing the repercussions that would come with such actions, but now we can no longer hesitate. Before coming, Damien already knew that the reason the beguiled devil sect was allowed to exist was due to the selfishness of those who ruled the region, but it seemed he had slightly misjudged. Although conservation of forces and not wanting to lose power were indeed selfish reasons, Damien expected it to be some sort of scheme rather than a blatant action. Shinli's upfront acceptance of these actions painted him in a new light not just to Damien, but to many others in the crowd as well. Schemes and ploys were common in a world where strength is king. Greed for power and status was a natural thing. However, most would rather die than lose face by admitting to it. Shinli seemed the opposite. He admitted it with confidence and still stood by his decisions, showing no ulterior motives in his admittance. The northern continent was the most separated from the other 4 when it came to cultures. It was the only one that had to deal with the harshness of perpetual freezing. The number of beasts here was much lower than any other continent, and those that did live in this harsh environment were much more powerful than those who didn't. Due to this, food supply wasn't something easy to have. Neither was raising an army of powerful warriors. Most conflicts in this continent were between humans for various reasons, but at the end of the day, they amounted mainly to power struggles and overpopulation. Shinli's decision was selfish, true, but his selfishness didn't come from greed or personal benefit. Being a good leader in such an environment forced one to partake in such actions. Not many had the information to come to this conclusion, so only a minor amount of respect was earned, but for Damien and Long Qin, who came from such a prestigious institution, how could they not know? Both of them have deep looks toward Shinli, paying much closer attention as he continued his speech. The beguiled devil sect is a mid-level power like ours, so it's sure to have at least one law connection realm expert at its head, maybe even more. Unfortunately, we've never seen the sect master in person. However, it matters not. My people will join this raid with all of you, so it should be more than possible to finish it off. Causalities are all but guaranteed in an operation like this, but as long as we move with purpose, we should be able to minimize the damages. And since none of us know or trust each other well enough to have synergy, let us operate on one simple rule. Don't get in each other's way. The raid will take place in 2 days' time, so make any preparations you need before then. After that, we meet again at the south gate of the city. I will see you all then. With his final words, Shinli returned to his residence, leaving a crowd full of hushed whispers in his wake. I guess we have 2 days to kill. Any plans? Damien asked as he turned to Longchin. None, he shook his head. None of these people are worthy to form relationships with, so any talk is unneeded. I will take rest for the next 2 days as I wait. Damien nodded, but a slight grin began to form on his face. Would you rather rest or finish what we started during the disciple examination? Long Chen's eyes flashed as he recalled that fight. It didn't take long for his fighting spirit to start burning. Very well. However, we are on someone else's territory right now, so we hold back, unlike the last time. Damien quickly agreed. He didn't want to pass out for another 3 days anyway. It was such a hassle to wake up after an incident like that. He had experienced it twice already since he arrived here, and he didn't plan to experience it again. With them having made an agreement, they quickly left to the outskirts of the city to begin their rematch. This time, with a much lighter tone than before. Chapter 151 Rank Up 1. Boom. 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 Thunderous footsteps and a fierce cacophony of roars shook the walls of the fortress as countless beasts charged out of the forest. Beasts of all types charged without discrimination, intense bloodlust leaking from their bodies. The eyes of these beasts contained a maddening light, some even showing a hint of unwillingness that would go unnoticed by everyone present. Still, they charged without care. They stampeded over each other, even killing fellow beasts in the process. Some even turned outright and began devouring their brethren as they charged the thick metal walls they were approaching. The scene was truly chaotic. From the top of the fortress walls, 2 women watched the scene play out. Do you think we can work safely within a tide like that? The blue-haired woman asked. It's no problem. My illusions should be perfect for this kind of situation. A pink-haired woman responded. After they entered Jia City, the girls were almost immediately thrust into action. Barely anyone paid attention to them, simply pointing them towards the location they should be situated and leaving them be. And only an hour or 2 later, another beast ride approached. The process of events was rapid to the point where Rose wasn't able to examine the black strings she saw on the cultivators, and Elena was also forced to suppress the nagging feeling in her heart. As the tide appeared closer to the city, a booming voice rang out, attracting the attention of every able fighter in the vicinity. All right. No time for talk. Everyone charge. A wave of elemental attacks flew into the coming tide, with many cultivators equipped with a variety of weapons following close after. Among these were Rose and Elena. However, unlike the others, they didn't attack head-on. At speeds faster than sound, they arrived in the middle of the beast tide before descending rapidly. Boom. The impact of their descent crushed a few beasts below them and forced the others to scatter. But Rose wouldn't allow them to get away. Illusory throne. The world became gray and a massive dome trapped all beasts within a 100-meter radius within it. However, the beasts were none the wiser. Even the cultivators outside had no idea this was happening. Go wild. I should be able to hold this domain for many hours without rest, Rose said, encouraging Elena. Elena gave her a deep look before charging into the crowd. Her body became a streak of light, and in the next second, howls of pain could be heard from the beasts. Shying. The sound of a blade being drawn resounded through the domain, and following it, 10 beasts were immediately bisected. Without hesitation, Elena moved to her next target. Taking one hand off of her katana, she waved it towards her back, causing golden-white ropes of light to bind a beast that was charging her. But she ignored it, continuing her forward charge. Behind her, those ropes tightened around the beast, the light it was created from burning through its body until it was eventually diced into mincemeat. A group of 10 more beasts suddenly pounced at her from every direction, while a flying beast dove down to ambush her. Facing this barrage, Elena stayed calm. Luckily enough, all the beasts she had fought so far were at second class, allowing her to blaze through them. Yggdrasil. Hundreds of thick tree roots exited the ground and surrounded her in a protective field, growing into a towering tree. The tree reached 1/2 kilometer in height, which would have been a sight to behold if anyone else on the battlefield could see it. The attacks of those beasts landed on the trunk of the tree, causing only light scratches, and that flying beast was skewered by the tree as it formed. Once the trunk had branched out, Elena's voice resounded once more. Her words fell onto the ears of even those rampaging beasts, causing them to look in her direction. Her voice was like a melody that attracted them to its source. Call of life. Every beast within Rose's domain found a new target within the massive tree. Previously, they were attacking randomly, some not even having opponents. However, now, they had a unified cause. Find whatever was in the center of that tree. It was truly a sight to behold. The sky was almost blotted out with the number of aerial beasts. The ground was a sea of darkness cast by the shadows of those running. And at the center of it all, a beautiful tree emanating a wondrous aura of life. As the battle continued without pause, Rose had been slightly increasing the size of her barrier, trapping more beasts. Like this, the number only increased instead of decreasing, providing Elena with a steady source of experience. As for the danger that would come if Elena ran out of mana, there was none. Everything happening was within Rose's palm, and all the beasts so far were weak enough to be crushed by a single move from her. In Earth terms, she had built an EXP farm for Elena's convenience. As for her, she simply sat back on the illusory throne that only she could see and watched the events in amusement. On Elena's side, the sea of beasts had finally reached her tree. The branches extended, becoming akin to massive whips that maneuvered through the crowd below her and bisected everything in their path. As for the aerial beasts, judgment. A familiar skill was cast as a beam of light left Elena's body and shot into the sky. It transformed into tens of swords, showcasing her progress after her first fight with Rose, and charged into the crowd of beasts flying towards her. Screeches of pain rang out, but they were drowned by the cacophony forming below. The swords of light in the sky continued unhindered, slicing many birds and winged reptiles into shreds. And on the ground, those beasts were being crushed into meat paste. It was a symphony of death, with blood spilling wantonly and assorted body parts flying through the air. Oddly enough, though, not a single drop landed on Elena. Well, that part could be considered a small gift from Rose. Slowly but surely, the sounds of roaring and stampedes died down, leaving only a single tree standing within the gray world. The ground was painted red, the massive tree was green, and the sky itself was gray. It was truly a beautiful contrast. However, the silence was quickly interrupted. Growling. A low growl could be heard within the domain as a single beast walked forward proudly. It was a massive lion with 2 pristine wings on its back. Its mane was billowing even without a breeze, as if it was blessed by the wind. Human, I cannot say I do not understand the reason for your actions, but you do not understand ours either. Regardless of wrong or right, you must die today. A deep and hollow voice left the mouth of the lion. Its aura was released wildly, clearly outlining its strength. It was a mid-level third-class beast, perhaps even higher level than Rose. Chapter 152, Rank Up 2. Elena glared at the beast with apprehension, unsure if she could take it on. She was able to fight Rose successfully during their spar, but neither of them were aiming to kill that time. This time, her opponent was leaking bloodlust greater than any she had ever faced, assuring her that losing meant death. However, even with the presence and aura of a beast seemingly in the core expansion realm, the gray world around them didn't break. If that's the case, then Rose should have the situation under control. And just as she thought, a voice suddenly rang in her head. How far are you from your class change? Checking her status, Elena smiled. Not even 1000 EXP. This kill should be more than enough. From her position on her throne, Rose slightly nodded. With such a small amount of experience left, Elena only needed to land the fatal blow on the beast to level up. I'll take this one. When you see an opportunity, go for the kill. Although she was slightly hesitant, Elena relented. Her main goal at the moment was just that, a rank up. The gray world made her forget, but the beast tide was still raging around them. After leveling up, she'd be able to fight stronger beasts as she pleased. The massive tree Elena was standing on slowly receded back into the ground, its vines and roots untangling. The swords of light around her turned into particles before merging with the surroundings. As for Elena herself, she jumped back and made a good amount of distance from the opposing beast. The lion was confused by her actions, but didn't think much of it. Making distance was a normal move, especially in combat with a much stronger opponent. However, he immediately became wary when the air in front of him coalesced into another figure who radiated an aura that was only slightly weaker than his own. Isn't it a little rude to pick on someone weaker than you? How about you get past me first? Rose didn't speak anymore before initiating combat. She raised her hand, causing tens of bladed weapons to shoot up from the ground under the lion. Whoosh! The lion took to the air, narrowly dodging before opening its mouth and letting out a thunderous roar. Light green mana raged in the atmosphere before turning into multiple tornadoes that charged towards Rose. A wind affinity? Just like me, she said as she formed her own tornadoes to match. The two sets of wind element attacks met and diffused each other, causing the ground beneath them to shred into dust particles. While the lion prepped for another attack, it suddenly felt pain in its side. Huh, it uttered before realizing that one of its wings had been severed. How? He hadn't felt any movement of mana nor any threat before it happened, only realizing it after the action had already taken place. Before he could think further, he felt the same pain on the adjacent side as his other wing fell to the ground. I guess you thought highly of yourself before coming here. Well, I'm a kind person, so let me explain. You're in my domain. My word is law. Simple, right? From the start, there was no competition. Any being even close to Rose in strength was completely subject to her will within her illusory throne domain. It was the reason why the concept of domains was largely feared. Unless one had their own domain to fight it, it was nigh impossible to win if the strength of both sides was even. Why you? The lion stuttered as fear began to overrun him. However, regardless of how he tried to flee, he found himself unable to move. Elena, the rest is up to you. With those words, Rose once again vanished. Elena watched the scene in awe, realizing how vast the gap between them was. It wasn't raw power, rather it was a difference in comprehension. Shaking her head, she rid herself of stray thoughts. Still, she felt a bit competitive. Purify. Mana gushed out of her body in droves, becoming a wave of light that crashed through the surroundings, illuminating the gray world. The golden-white sea continued unimpeded before crashing into the lion and swallowing it whole. The light attribute mana seeped into the lion's body, infecting his being with its color. Slowly but surely, he was purified into the most prime form of essence. He wasn't even able to release a sound as he died. As she watched the scene, Elena saw a series of holographic screens cloud her vision. Your achievements have reached the required threshold to change your class. Choose a new class from the list below. Choose a class. 1. Sword Saint. 2. Prime Saintess. 3. Valkyrie. 4. Nymph. Elena took her attention away from the receding sea of light and contemplated her options. The first two were immediately ruled out, as she had no interest in following either path. As for which of the last two to choose, she had to think further. Valkyries were geared towards war, and in the legends, they dominated battlefields and led deceased souls to the afterlife. As for nymphs, they were something akin to the embodiment of nature. Although she was sure this path would grant her immense power, it wasn't one geared towards fighting, which was her strong suit. Making her decision, she picked her class. You have become a Valkyrie. Valkyries are warriors who paint battlefields red with the blood of their enemies. Though you walk a path of bloodshed, you strive to remain pure of heart. The souls of the deceased recognize your intentions, calling out to you. Your existence becomes closer to death, increasing your battle prowess. Your legends have been enhanced. By becoming a third-class being, you have obtained the qualifications to choose a subclass. Choose a subclass. 1. Saintess. 2. Enchantress. 3. Alchemist. 4. Blacksmith. 5. Beast Tamer. Subclasses were an odd concept as they didn't seem to aid much considering the power of main classes, but they did help keep and enhance some abilities that might be discarded with the change of class. Due to this, she chose Saintess. Her healing capability was something she deemed necessary, especially if anything untoward happens to Damien or Rose. While she basked in the information that entered her mind and the elevation of her league, Elena opened her status. 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 Elena Pierce. Human. Female. Age 21. Level 100. Valkyrie. Experience value. 0/150. 000. Titles. Not applicable. Affinities. Light life. Physique. None. Magic power. 14,000. STR. 300. AGI. 315. Def. 290. Int. 300. Dex. 320. Skills. High-level recovery level 2. Holy magic level max. Life magic level max. Mid-level regeneration level 8. Sword mastery level 7. Judgment level max. Call of life level 7. Souls of Valhalla level 1. Elena smiled wholeheartedly. She had finally reached third class, becoming an existence on the same level as Damien and Rose. Perhaps their levels were ahead of hers at the moment, but as long as she tried, it wouldn't be hard to catch up. Looking to her left, she noticed a figure appearing from the air. "Congratulations," Rose said cheerfully. She was also genuinely excited for Elena's progress. However, Elena merely smiled as she looked at the scene outside of the gray world for the first time. The battle between humans and beasts was becoming more and more ferocious as time passed. This is definitely something to celebrate, but we can do that later. For now, I'm itching to test my new power. Chapter 153 Devil Worshippers 1. 2 days passed in a flash for the outside forces staying in Dahlia City, and the sun slowly rose once more to signify the day of the raid. Currently, Damien and Longchin stood in the midst of a crowd of cultivators as they waited at the south gate of the city. Their wait didn't last long, however, as a massive flying beast landed at the front of their ranks. On its back stood the valiant figure of Shinli draped in his usual beast hide cloak. "The time of our raid starts now. When we reach the destination, question nothing and leave none alive. This is our only mission." He had already given his extended speech 2 days ago, so there was nothing left to say. With these final words, his flying beast took off into the distance, followed by the crowd of cultivators. The journey wasn't long at all, taking only a day to carry out, and throughout the whole thing, no nervousness could be felt. It was almost like they weren't going into a battle where many of them would die. Instead, the atmosphere was filled with greed. The extinction of a sect didn't simply end there. Instead, it was a gateway to more wealth. Usually, this wealth would be claimed by the ruling power in the area, but since they were directly participating, they might have a chance to squander some of it. When Shinli's beast came to a stop, it hovered over a large canyon in the midst of the snow-covered land. The direct contrast of abyssal black and pure white was truly a sight to see. Within that canyon stood a small city that was painted in a red aura. It was similar to any other city in the northern continent when it came to architecture. Well, that was only if one didn't factor in the massive bloody mansion in its center. Usually, the aura around the city would contain a clear and visceral scent of blood, as it was created by refining the blood of many beings. However, such a smell was faded. The air still reeked, but of something much more putrid. As Damien descended into the canyon with the rest of the cultivators on the raid, he was immediately able to identify the smell. It's them again. Before even leaving Earth with the elders of the Burning Sun sect, he was aware that the threat of the Nox was also looming over the cloud plain. And though he wasn't surprised seeing something related to them, he was still taken back by how obvious it was. It was as if they were making no attempts to hide their desire for conquest, blatantly provoking the people on the planet who knew of them. Still, Damien found it strange that in such a situation, talk about war wasn't more prominent. And it wasn't even just that. The beguiled devil sect itself was acting strange, as even with their obvious and unbidden descent into their territory, they didn't make a move. Something's not right. His intuition was screaming at him about the discontinuity between the currently calm atmosphere and the situation that should be taking place. And he wasn't one to ignore his intuition. Zara also understood his intentions, quickly pulling forward and staying at the front of the crowd, and Longchen also followed. Although he wasn't aware of Damien's reasoning, he had learned through their various spars that Damien wasn't someone to make stupid moves for no reason. And quickly, his choice was proven right. Assorted yells started ringing out from the back of the crowd, and a loud shout shifted the entire mood of the group. Charge as fast as you can. Those who stay in the air will die. Shinli sped up, leaving the group behind and bypassing the red aura that surrounded the sect. Damien and Longchen followed without thought as behind them, the screams became more jarring. The red aura that covered the sect speedily approached the crowd of cultivators and entrapped them within. The red aura turned into a fog before entering the bodies of those it entrapped. Any aura emitting from them was removed as their cultivation was seemingly sealed. But even with this, they remained suspended in the air. Slowly, the fog that entered their bodies ate away at them from the inside, acting as a black hole that consumed all of their blood. Those cultivators quickly became lifeless and mummified husks, dropping to the ground and crumbling into dust. They had all died. But Damien didn't have time to focus on that at the moment. As one of the few that made it through before the aura began its attack, he was able to witness the scene within the sect. Bloodstains painted the walls of the many buildings in the small city and assorted body parts littered the ground. However, even these weren't intact. The body parts had clearly been corroded, and traces of a black ink-like substance could be seen on many of them. Hundreds of cultivators slowly showed up, seemingly having passed through without being harmed by the aura, but their original number in the thousands had been drastically cut down. What the hell happened here? One of them wondered out loud. In the midst of the chilling silence that had come over the group, the man's voice was particularly loud, but nobody answered his question. In fact, they were all wondering the same thing. Their goal today was to exterminate a wicked sect, but it had already been done before they arrived. But that didn't mean they could rejoice. From the pungent smell in the air, it was clear that the massacre that took place was extremely recent. Perhaps the one who committed it was still within the sect. As Damien observed the surroundings, his eyes slightly flashed and a black mana entered his vision. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be death. But it wasn't an aura or threat of death, it was mana that emanated the feeling of death itself. As he traced its source, Damien found himself staring directly at the center of the city. The sound of low footsteps began ringing through the air before one pair became many, sounding more like a march of troops. And slowly revealing themselves from within the blood-red mansion in the middle of the city was a group of humanoid beings. They weren't necessarily Nox, as compared to the one Damien met in the temple. Their stature simply didn't match up, but they definitely weren't human. Their skin was the color of midnight, and a slimy black substance dripped off of them with every movement. The whites of their eyes were blue while their pupils were the same black as their skin. Many of them had mutations as well, ranging from extra limbs to demonic horns protruding from their bodies. Hundreds of these strange beings soon emerged from the mansion. At the forefront, there was a large man whose stature didn't lose out to Shinli's in the slightest. He had cracked glasses on his face and long fiery red hair that reached his waist. Looking up at the crowd of cultivators in the sky, a large grin formed on his face. Well, well. It seems that the heavens have graced us with even more sustenance. Chapter 154 Devil Worshippers 2. The man's voice was just as disconcerting as the rest of his appearance. If it had to be described, it was a mixture of nails scraping against a chalkboard and blatant pervertedness mixed into a single sound. It was disgusting to hear. "Who are you?" Shinli asked with a grim face. Regardless of whether these people slaughtered the beguiled devil sect or not, they didn't seem to be friendly. "Us? We are nothing special. Simply lowly beings who desire to spread word of our gods, nothing more. The large man responded. As for me, you can call me Dufeng. With the man's introduction, it became impossible to classify him as someone who invaded from another world. Besides the grotesque look he had, he resembled a person from the northern continent to the T. Shenli's eyes narrowed as he thought of something. You must be one of those damn devil worshippers I've been hearing so much about. From what I know, your sect is also a wicked power. For what reason do you move against others on your side? On our side? Dufeng laughed in ridicule. Our side is only those who are the same as us. The rest of you shall either submit to our gods or die a fool's death. The crowd of 500 devil worshippers behind him released their auras, indicating that every single one of them was at core formation realm or above. As for Dufeng himself, he was at the peak of 3rd class. There is no more need for words. If you wish to talk more, you shall become one of us. Raising himself into the air, Dufeng shot at Shenli like a speeding bullet. Along with this, the rest of the cultivators also erupted with battle intent. Even in this unexpected situation, they knew they no longer had the option to flee. The crimson fog stood behind them like a beast with its maw gaping, and the battle in front of them seemed inevitable. If they let fear overcome them, they were bound to die. Damien looked at Long Qin and gave a slight nod before hopping off Zara's back and charging at the approaching devil worshippers. Boom dash! He immediately drew his sword, slamming it into the ground as he dropped. A huge shockwave erupted with him at its epicenter, catching many of the devil worshippers off guard. The other cultivators present weren't dumb at all, taking advantage of the slight distraction to make their moves. With that, a fierce battle began. With every being here at 3rd class, Damien couldn't slice through them effortlessly, but he could definitely take a couple of them at a time. His sword became covered in crackling destructive lighting before vibrating fast enough to produce smoke. The lightning heated up and combined with the vibrating molecules to create a beam of plasma that coated Damien's sword. Vanishing from his position, he appeared behind one of the devil worshippers closest to him and sliced his sword down. Ack! The man let out a groan of pain, noticing a deep gash on his arm, but recovered quickly. HAAA! With a loud battle cry, B charged at Damien. His nails elongated into small blades and slashed towards Damien's side, but were quickly parried by a sword. Even for a normal cultivator, the plasma sword would be hard to take barehanded. Not to mention someone with Nox traits. Noticing his finger blades melting, the man took his arm away quickly before circling around Damien, looking for an opening to strike. Noticing that the man was having trouble, 3 other devil worshippers came and surrounded Damien. However, this only caused him to grin. Gravity lock. The space around the 5 people solidified and formed a thick cage that none could bypass. When they tried, they felt their bodies being weighed down and borderline crushed by the pressure. By the time they realized they couldn't escape, the Grim Reaper's chilling voice entered their ears. Now that we're all here, how about we fight for real? Boom. Boom. A few meters away, another fierce battle had erupted. 5 devil worshippers surrounded a single black-haired man, but even with their combined might they couldn't do much harm to him. The black slimy substance leaking from their pores was weaponized, becoming sharp projectiles that bombarded their opponent. The shards were covered in that black mana that clouded the environment, and anytime they made contact, they tried to corrode their target from the inside. Many of the cultivators that were fighting the devil worshippers had already severed their own limbs to stop the spread of corruption. 9 dragons soared through the heavens. Pristine white mana coalesced below the feet of those devil worshippers and swept them away, consuming them whole. However, Long Qin found himself facing another barrage of attacks. Heavenly Cloud Steps. He maneuvered through the crowds and used his refined sword skills to damage his enemies on his way. Whenever he saw an opportunity, he immediately went for the kill. As he moved through the massive battle, he noticed a particular area that was mostly devoid of devil worshippers. The ones around that space seemed to fear it, trying their best not to be trapped within. Ha ha ha. Come on, you idiots. Is that all you got? Roaring laughter thundered through the surroundings. Accompanying it, 5 mangled and lifeless bodies of devil worshippers exited that space from before. Long Chen was well aware of who this voice belonged to, and it caused him to smile. He rushed in that direction, ignoring the apprehension of everyone else. Damien, I have yet to see what it's like when we fight together. How about we find out now? The shimmering space slowly dissolved to show Damien's amused face and a ground littered with corpses. Fighting together, huh? All right. Sounds fun. Damien stood side by side with Long Chen and gazed upon the ongoing battle. Blood was wantonly spraying in the air as well as a black substance that imitated it. Cultivators and devil worshippers were falling lifelessly in every direction, and unbeknownst to anyone, something strange was happening with their blood. Those corpses that littered the ground slowly became husks as their blood was drained. For someone like Damien who could see the movement of mana as colors, he knew exactly where it was going. In the air, 2 massive men stood facing each other. Even with the massive battle going on underneath them, they had hardly moved. Yet, their clash had already begun. Their auras spread through the air wildly, meeting in the middle and causing visible sparks to form. On one side, Shinli was slowly releasing his own aura, seemingly much more powerful than anyone could have guessed. It was to the point where Du Feng's earlier show of power seemed like a joke. But there were thin lines of blood that snaked through the air and entered his body in a concealed manner. Every time this blood came into contact with him, his aura and power were given a slight boost. Looking at these 2 men, Damien realized something. He was a member of the beguiled devil sect. In fact, most of these devil worshippers were most likely the same. The extinction of the sect wasn't done by some outside force, but from within their ranks. Still, Damien didn't feel the need to think about it right now. Grinning at Long Chen, he made a proposal. Whoever gets the least kills had to call the winner, boss, for an entire month. Deal? Long Chen's eyes flashed as his fighting spirit blazed. A wide grin slowly formed on his face. Deal. And with that, an unstoppable force was created on the battlefield. Chapter 155 Devil Worshippers 3. The battlefield on the north side of the canyon was enveloped in a whirlwind of destruction. Pillars of light burst forth from the ground. Dragons made entirely of mana wreaked havoc among the devil worshippers, space distorted and swallowed those who couldn't avoid its grasp, and arcs of lightning incinerated those who were left behind. In the middle of it all, Damien and Long Chen stood only a few meters apart, circling each other and attacking relentlessly without interfering with each other's momentum. From the way they were fighting together, it would seem as if they had been doing so for years. Not one person would guess that this level of synergy was born from only a handful of spars against each other. Seeing how terrifying their prowess was, many more devil worshippers ran towards them to help their suffering comrades out of such a perilous situation, but to no avail. Any attack they threw would start rapidly losing speed when it entered a 10-meter radius of the duo, and those that somehow made it past that barrier were returned to their senders with even more force than they originally had. Slowly but surely, the number of 500 or so devil worshippers was cut down to a little over 300, with most of the work being the contribution of Damien and Long Chen. Noticing that they were on the final stretch, the duo looked at each other and grinned. Damien expanded his vector field to keep out any interference before inhaling mana into his throat. As for Long Chen, he thrust his sword into the ground, causing a golden dragon larger than any other he had produced thus far to appear. The duo stood back to back and, without another second of delay, released massive beams of dragon's breath using their own methods. They directed their attacks in half circles, causing the entire 360 degrees radius around them to be filled with beams of scorching light. One was pitch black while the other was gold, but they worked in tandem to destroy a common foe. The number of devil worshippers who survived the massive attack was even less than before, making it much easier for the other cultivators who had joined the raid to kill their enemies. In the air above the raging battlefield, the 2 leaders stood opposite each other, watching the scene with indifference painting their expressions. "Your people are dying. Do you not plan to help them?" Shinli inquired. "If their deaths can further our cause, they should die happily. Otherwise, they are useless." Du Feng responded. Shinli glared at this opponent that he couldn't read whatsoever, but soon gave up on having any sort of peaceful interaction. How about we take our battle out of this canyon? Its destruction doesn't mean anything good for either of us, Shinli proposed. Dufeng thought for a second before nodding. He didn't desire the needless sacrifice of his people, as they still had more use. The two leaders flew out of the canyon, uninhibited by the bloody fog that killed so many cultivators on their way in. Shortly after, massive earthquakes shook the entire region of the northern continent. It didn't take more than 2 hours after Damien and Long Chen's combined assault began for the raid group to completely wipe out the devil worshippers they were facing. The bottom of the canyon was filled with black blood and slime from the lifeless corpses that littered the ground. Even the corpses of the cultivators had been corroded and corrupted by the liquids. As a light silence and an aura of relief swept the crowd, they finally felt the massive rumbles of the earth that had been drowned out by their own battle. Peering up at the sky above, they were able to notice bright flashes of light and dispersing mana, clear signs that another intense fight was taking place. As Damien tried to understand the course of the battle on the surface, Zara approached him from behind and stood next to him. She had also been fighting on her own throughout this battle, consuming her enemies to enhance her strength. Damien, something feels weird about those people, she transmitted into his head. She didn't want to talk in front of such a large crowd, especially about things they didn't need to hear. It could be said that Zara was maturing on her own while Damien continued to blaze his path forward. Even if she was still plenty innocent, it wasn't near as much as before. Damien ran his hand through her silky fur as he urged her to continue. What kind of weird? They felt familiar somehow, she answered, like I've met them before somewhere. Damien pondered. Maybe it's because of the Nox we met in a Pyrrhon. Well, we can think about it deeply later and figure it out. Zara nodded lightly before returning back to his shadow. Inwardly, she was genuinely happy that he didn't discard the weird feeling she was having as some one-time occurrence. Turning to Long Chin, a slight grin formed on Damien's face. How many? Including the dragon's breath, my total is 112. And you? Damien's grin widened even more. 123. Long Chen's face soured quickly hearing the number, and, even after checking with Little Flame, who had been watching the entire fight, he couldn't find any discrepancies. Damn it. He cursed. The mischievous grin on Damien's face didn't help his situation one but. Anyway, should we head up and see what's going on up there? Long Chen mentioned, trying to change the subject. But Damien wouldn't let him off so easily. HM? I feel like you just said something but for some reason, I didn't hear it. Mind repeating yourself? Long Chen's face began to burn in shame. Not once had he, the scion of the Long clan, been forced into a situation like this. Should we go check on the situation on the surface, BB boss? He finally said through clenched teeth, stumbling a bit to get the words out of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Damien roared with laughter. That's right, I'm your boss now. When he noticed the strange looks they were getting from the other cultivators in the room, his laughter only became more rambunctious. Putting his arm around Long Chen's shoulder, he raised his voice so the others could hear him. Everyone, this right here is the scion of the Long clan in the central continent, Long Chen. And as of today, I, Damien Void, am his boss. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen wanted to push Damien away, but at this point, anything he did would be used against him. He glared hatefully at Damien while vowing that one day he would repay this grievance. Not just in kind, but tenfold. He even began brainstorming the different punishments he could have Damien do. While they were joking around, the rest of the raid force also generally recuperated enough to leave their area. Not to mention, the rumbling and quaking of the earth around them had only become more pronounced as time passed. Those who had beasts mounted them while the rest flew to the skies with their own power. Just like with their leader, the bloody fog didn't impede their ascent. The most likely scenario was that it had to be activated manually. And as the group finally reached the precipice of the canyon, their eyes became focused on a scene of devastation. Chapter 156 Coincidence? 3. On the northern coast of the central continent, there was a fortress bordering a large forest. For the past week, this fortress had been drowned in the sounds of roars and thunderous battle, but as of this moment, it had all died down. However, the end of the beast tide, which would usually bring joy and celebration, didn't do so. Instead, there was only stifling silence. The eyes of the cultivators present, which would usually be greedily eyeing the countless beast corpses littering the ground, were all glued on a single woman. Her shoulder-length blue hair flowed in the wind, and her eyes had a sharpness that made it so nobody dared to approach her. However, this wasn't the only reason. Surrounding the woman were 8 figures draped in majestic white armor that radiated holiness, yet the eyes of these figures were hollow, filled with a burning white flame that showcased their intelligence. The armored figures were all in pairs. 2 with massive swords over 3 meters long, 2 with bows taller than the average human and shining quivers of arrows, 2 with heavy spears whose weight alone caused the earth to crack, and 2 whose figures were lean and carried short daggers that didn't lose out in majesty to the others. The sword and spear-wielding figures were mounted atop armored steeds that looked like a mix between horses and birds, while the other 4 were standing on their own feet. However, the most glaring fact was that each of these figures, who were radiating the aura of a peak core formation realm expert, were now kneeling in front of that very same blue-haired woman. Usually, a group of core formation realm experts such as this was not a sight to behold, and anyone would assume that the woman in question simply had a powerful background. But the cultivators present knew the truth. Halfway through the final wave, this woman suddenly appeared in the middle of the beast tide and called out 3 words that radiated power. Souls of Valhalla. The area around her was painted in pristine white light as an ancient formation etched itself onto the ground. In the next instant, these 8 figures appeared. After that, it was a bloodbath. The massive weapons of the armored figures wreaked havoc upon the beasts, causing massive explosions and damage that was reminiscent of a minefield. They swept the battlefield with unprecedented synergy, moving without care for their lives. Whenever they were injured, they were bathed in green mana with a heavy life aura until they regained their peak state. And, even while they were being healed, they continued to fight. The white flames that lit up their empty eye sockets burned brighter with every kill, reveling in the feeling of battle. The force of these 8 core formation experts was greater than that of the rest of the cultivators combined, and it was all due to that blue-haired girl they had seen. She stood in the rear, seemingly in awe at her own abilities, as she watched her summons blaze through her enemies. And the tide itself ended only hours after their descent. Currently, Elena was observing the beings she called forth with her new skill. Their existence was contradictory, radiating an aura of both holiness and death, but their power was even greater than her own. When Elena chose to become a Valkyrie, she expected the class to be an upgrade of her second class. She didn't expect that she'd legitimately gain a connection to the place called Valhalla. And she could tell that she truly did. These beings were, as the skill proclaimed, the souls of Valhalla. They were warriors of the past who lived and died on the battlefield. And now, they had become her personal army. She could only summon 8 of them at the moment, but she could firmly feel the connection she had with an unknown plane of existence. It was a connection through which she felt she could call upon many more warriors, perhaps even building her own legion once she was strong enough to do so. In the distance, Rose and Da, who had reappeared now that the combat had ended, were also watching in shock. Rose had been fully expecting Elena to receive massive boosts after her class change, but this simply felt too exaggerated. With that kind of combat power, she couldn't be sure if even she would win in a fight. And that was if she was going all out with her illusions. In a pure upfront confrontation, Rose was assured of her loss. But this wasn't discouraging for her. The threat she felt from Elena drove her competitive spirit and gave her a new drive to improve. Her rival surpassing her simply wasn't something she would allow. As for Da, she could barely fathom the 2 monsters she had been tasked to protect. With this kind of prowess, was she even needed? It had to be known that the 2 of them were still concealed by Rose's illusions to the point where not even the strongest beings on the premises could sense them. I have to tell the sect master about these 2 ASAP. she thought to herself. With the secret realm opening and massive changes on the horizon, two monstrous talents like them were imperative to the sect. Her only regret was that they had only recently joined. If their growth had been fostered since the beginning, Dia could only imagine the results. However, it was unknown what she would think when she realized that both of them had only been truly gaining power for less than a decade. As the crowd watched on, Elena's summons turned into streaks of white light before charging into her body. Two wing-shaped tattoos formed on each of her arms and two twisting serpents snaked up the sides of her neck. Elena's ocean blue eyes became tainted with a hint of black, but it was barely noticeable if one didn't examine her thoroughly. Sighing lightly, Elena raised her gaze to look at the crowd watching her. Like clockwork, they immediately turned away from her and continued with their post-battle arrangements. At the back of the crowd, a man watched all of this happen with a profound look on his face. When the spectacle ended, he turned and walked away, every cultivator making way when they noticed his identity. When he came to this fortress, he had never expected to see such an interesting scene. In fact, he was currently patting himself on the back for making such a wise decision. The man held an imperceptible smile on his face as he thought back to the beast tide that had finally ended after many days of fighting. Everything is going according to plan. Still, I should tell father about those two girls. The man soon mounted a lavishly adorned flying beast and left the premises of the fortress. If Rose had been present to see this man, she would immediately feel something off about him. After all, his body was coated in a thick yet invisible layer of a familiar black mana oozing with the scent of death. Chapter 157 Mission End 1. In one portion of the mountainous region that encompassed the entirety of the central region of the northern continent, there was a large canyon that used to be surrounded by a snow-covered desert. The snow itself was many feet deep, considering the weather patterns of the central continent, but the ground had also been compacted and contained a firmness to it after being tempered by such an atmosphere. However, the beautiful white tundra was no more. In its place was a barren wasteland. A 3,000-kilometer area surrounding the canyon was free of snow, with only the small rivers of water formed by its melting left in its place. The water flowed towards the canyon and pooled within, causing a small waterfall to form. As for the ground itself, it was in even worse condition. After the many feet of snow had melted and most of the water formed from it had evaporated, the ground was cracked and sundered until even its firmness could no longer save it. There were hundreds of craters littering its surface, looking like a meteor shower had just impacted it. Not to mention the portions of rock that were melted into magma or covered in a thick red liquid reminiscent of blood. In the center of the apocalyptic scene was a sight that looked like it should have been immortalized in a painting. A large man with black hair and fierce blue eyes stood with his foot on another, equally large man's chest. His clothes were ripped and torn, with the beast's skin cloak that used to cover his body being a mere cape on his back. Trails of blood ran down his face and dried blood caked his bulging muscles. As for the man below him, he could barely be called a man anymore. His face was caved in with his skull evidently being broken, his arms were a mixture of red blood and black slush, and his chest had a gaping hole in it that was filled by the other man's foot. Any signs of life within him had long been extinguished. This was the sight Damien and those cultivators saw when they exited the canyon. Due to the bloody fog, they had failed to notice the waterfall that had formed, but the obvious rumbling was enough to cue them in on the situation. When Shinli felt the multiple gazes that had locked onto his position, he looked up at the cultivators, the fire in his eyes slightly dimming. Without a single word, Shinli jumped onto the back of his flying beast and made his way back to Dahlia City. And the cultivators soon followed. They didn't need to be told what had happened and no instructions on how to proceed were needed. The trip back was much more silent than the previous one. Not only had they just fought a perilous battle, but many of them had also lost people in its duration. In the back of the crowd, Damien and Long Chin were also silent. Although they were fine, they could read the room well enough to keep their mouths shut. However, Damien's thoughts were still as active as ever. The Nox invasion in this world is either going much more smoothly than anyone assumed, or they are just pretending to be blind. To be honest, he hoped it was the former option. The latter suggested treachery in the highest levels of society, which would not bode well for him. He was already thoroughly invested in the situation with the Nox since it didn't seem like they were intent on leaving the universe alone. He would be roped in at some point, he just felt like being proactive was better. This way, at least he chose to enter this war. Either way, I need to let Master know about what happened here. With his strength and status, he'll probably know what to do. It might have been odd for Damien to trust his master without knowing him much, but it was how things ended up. His master had helped him plenty even in the short time they had known each other, and even while knowing Damien was an otherworlder, he didn't make any trouble. It wasn't a level of trust that would allow him to reveal all his secrets, but it was enough for this. Especially since his master was a true resident of this world. At the end of the day, Damien had no real connection to the Cloud Plane. He might have sympathy for its destruction or the tragedies that might take place, but only the amount a normal outsider would have. It'd be more accurate to call it the shock of watching a society collapse from the inside. It had only been a few months since he had come here, and he didn't have anyone like Rose to care for. It was only natural that he wouldn't feel the same as he would if a Pyron met the same fate. While Damien was considering all of this, the group arrived back at Dahlia City. Shinli dismounted his beast before turning to face the crowd of cultivators before him. Although there were some unforeseen circumstances, we still managed to succeed in our task. I found this on that man I fought earlier, so there's no doubt about it. A triangular token appeared in front of him. It was blood red in color and contained a strange 7-pointed star insignia. This is the sect master token of the Beguiled Devil sect, so it's obvious who the leader of that force was. As for why they committed a massacre of their own people, that isn't our concern. I will mark this mission as a success and report to all the powers from whom we sought help. By the time you reach your respective sects, it will be done. So, you don't have to worry about the rewards. Until then, I have many things to take care of. Thank you all once again for your help in this endeavor, and may you have a safe trip back to your homes. Leaving these words, Shinli entered his city. Slowly but surely, the crowd of cultivators dispersed in every direction, following Shinli's words. Likewise, Damien and Longchen headed back to the Celestial Star Palace. It was a truly eventful trip for them, filled with riveting battles and many level increases, but at the same time, it alluded to a scourge existing within the shadows. Damien, what are your plans once we get back to the sect? Longchen inquired. B-boss. Ah, so you were talking to me. I don't really have anything planned. I'll probably go see my master first and tell him about our trip before I decided anything. Longchen nodded, having a similar idea, but didn't say anything else. Truthfully, he had a lot of fun on this mission. He wasn't the type to outwardly show his emotions, but having someone who could keep up with him and also beat him in competition brought him genuine excitement. Due to this, he wanted to continue going on missions with Damien. He felt it was the best way for him to challenge himself. But thinking about how he would have to call the shameless idiot boss made him reconsider. With the duo having their own thoughts, they calmly made their way back to the sect. And it wasn't just them. With the beast tied over, the girls were also on their way back to the Supreme Fairy Paradise. What they didn't know, however, was that Dia's call to the sect master led to an unexpected surprise waiting for them. Chapter 158 Mission End 2. An entire week later, Damien and Longchen finally arrived back at the familiar mountain that they called home. It had only been around 2 months since they had left, even though the mission was held for 6 months, causing the guards at the gate a good deal of surprise. As for what they did when they got back, they went straight to the mission hall to claim their rewards. All right, the sign of completion has been given by the one who issued the requests. Just give me your disciple tokens and I can mark it as done. The mission hall elder said in a surprised tone. After all, an outer court disciple taking on a major mission was already surprising enough, let alone the speed at which they finished. When the process was finished, the elder handed each of them their spirit stones before sending them on their way. Damien didn't waste any time, making his way up the mountain to see his master. He had nothing better to do, Plus, he wanted to see if his master would teach him anything new. And before long, he arrived at the familiar pagoda. Knocking on the door, he patiently waited for someone to answer. "Looks like you're back from your mission." A cold voice answered as the door opened, revealing a familiar, beautiful face. "Of course I'm back. Did you miss me?" Damien replied. "And why would I do that?" Shui Ruyue responded immediately. Damien wanted to tease the senior sister of his more since he still wasn't over the way she treated him, but it was clear she wouldn't be entertaining it. Rolling his eyes, he changed the topic. "Is Master here?" Ruyue averted her gaze into the pagoda before lightly nodding her head, stepping out of the way. Watching him enter the pagoda with a smile on his face, Ryue's brow wrinkled slightly before she let out a soft sigh and followed him. Unfortunately for her, Tian Yang had explicitly stated that she had to be present for the coming conversation. And of course, he had been aware of Damien's return from the second he stepped foot in the sect. Damien walked through the small hallway lined with ornate paintings before reaching the wooden sliding doors that led to the room he had previously been in. It was the same room where he had gone through that incomplete transformation. "Oh ho, looks like you've leveled up a bit, haven't you?" An aged voice inquired as Damien slid open the doors. "It's nothing major. I still haven't been able to do anything about my skills yet," Damien replied. It was probably the thing he was most concerned about at the moment. With spatial magic and even vector control, he was able to level them up significantly in short amounts of time. Even if he hadn't completely grasped the more esoteric branches of the magics, he was still able to increase his proficiency. However, it wasn't the same anymore. Whether it be his dimensional magic, the question marks in his status, or even creating a domain, he was able to do none of them. He felt some sort of block in his psyche, something that was preventing him from making any more progress, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Even with the Void Heart Sword Law that he had only recently picked up, he hadn't been able to grasp its movements at all. Seeing the worry evident on Damien's face, Tian Yang slightly smiled. "Is this the first roadblock you hit?" Damien nodded back with a difficult expression. He was made painfully aware of how smooth his journey thus far had been. "Well, the third great realm is like that for every cultivator. It's a realm where you aren't trying to increase your skills or simply level up, you're trying to increase your connection to the elements." Damien looked up at the old man, evidently confused. Connect with the elements? What did that even mean? "Don't be in such a rush, I'll obviously tell you now that I've brought it up. Tell me, do you know what the difference between the third and fourth realm is?" Damien once again shook his head. Anytime he asked or even heard about fourth class, everyone always shut him down and told him it was too early for him to learn about it. But he didn't think so. He felt that the best way for him to work towards the next realm was to know exactly what it contained and what he was hoping to achieve. The entry point to the fourth great realm is called Law Connection Realm for a very good reason. It's because up until that point, you were using elements in their most primary form. Your affinities are simply the elements you are most in tune with and the ones you can become proficient in. You might even have some affinities that aren't listed in your status simply because you don't have enough talent in them compared to your main affinities. But that doesn't mean you can't learn them. With years and years of practice, such a thing can become possible, unlocking new affinities in your status. However, this ain't the main point I'm trying to make. Noticing Ryue standing in the back and listening, Tian Yang motioned her forward. Naturally, she complied, arriving next to Damien, who had taken a seat while listening to the lecture. Seeing his disciples paying rapt attention, he continued. "Until the third realm, you've been using elements in their base form, in the way the mana is presented to you. But did you really think that's all there was?" Tian Yang waved his hand, causing spatial essence to fill the room. However, there was something intrinsically different about the mana, as if it was on a higher level. When you step into fourth class, your being evolves and you come into contact with something called laws. These are the laws that govern the universe and grant it stability. These are the building blocks of everything we know. The spatial essence continued to dance around the room, sometimes being formless, but other times having pressure that weighed down on the two disciples like a mountain. A law connection realm expert has just recently come into contact with laws and has to gain an understanding of their function to enter the Law C realm. As for how this relates back to your current problem, that's simple. I have to understand my elements more so that they can evolve into laws. Damien suddenly interrupted. Tianyang smiled and nodded, letting his disciple come to his own conclusion. He could almost see the gears spinning in Damien's head after reaching this point. What he needed to do now wasn't simply train his skills or gain levels. What he needed to do was gain a deeper understanding of elements and their mana itself. It wasn't about comprehending space, and it wasn't about any of the destructive power he was always trying to learn. It was deeper than that. It was as if something clicked in his mind. What he was lacking, what was stopping him from advancing, he understood it all. What Damien needed was a path forward. It was like he had been drifting aimlessly in a massive desert with no idea which direction was north. But now, he knew exactly where to go. Even if he didn't have a starting point right now, even if he still had plenty of things to do before he reached the point Tianyang was speaking about, at least he knew it existed. Damien's spirit burned with fervor once again. His desire for strength blossomed. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. Chapter 159, Second Lesson, 1. Even if Tianyang said nothing else today, Damien already got what he wanted. He had been drifting aimlessly for so long that he felt extremely fulfilled with just this small amount of knowledge. At first, he was confused as to why the fourth class mattered at all to him right now, since he had just reached level 115, but it all made sense after Tianyang explained. In fact, it wasn't just Damien who had gained something from this teaching. Even Ryue was absorbed in thought over what she had just learned. Being the little princess of the Shui family, she naturally had much more knowledge than Damien about such things. She knew about laws long before she became a third-class expert. Still, any explanation about the subject or about how to reach that point wasn't given to her. With her monstrous talent, it was expected of her to figure it out herself. And maybe she would have successfully done so, but it wouldn't have been any time soon. When the duo returned their attention to Tianyang, there was an extra hint of worship in their eyes. It was only natural for them to feel this way. Tianyang didn't actually say much at all, but his inflection and the way he led their thoughts made them both reach a level of enlightenment about their cultivation. While it was new for Damien, Ryue only felt adoration before today. After all, her master was also of the idea that she should figure most things out for herself. But ever since this junior brother of hers joined the fray, her master was much more open with his teachings. She didn't know whether to be jealous or thankful for this, so she just stopped thinking about it altogether. Now that you've understood, allow me to go more in depth about the concepts you both need to pay attention to. First of all, what exactly is mana? Tianyang questioned. It's the building blocks of everything, Damien replied almost instantly. This was the basis of everything he knew. It is the energy that birthed the universe. Ryue followed up. Tianyang only gave a slight nod at their answers. While you are both technically right, do you know why that is? Or rather, do you truly understand what you just told me? The duo pondered once more. What was there to understand past these points? Why was it necessary to know that? Damien wondered what it truly meant for mana to be the building blocks of all things. For the sake of organizing his thoughts, he spoke out loud. Mana is present within everything. Animals, plants, or even just the air around us. But these things can exist without mana, right? Planets that haven't awakened their mana yet live like this for up to many eons without trouble. That's only partially true, Ryue answered, doing the same as him. While unawakened worlds live without a constant influx of mana, it doesn't mean that mana isn't present within them. Mana is within everything from the start of its formation, even if it's a minuscule amount. Without mana, life can't sustain itself. Well then, what about oxygen and nitrogen? What about the base elements and concepts such as physics? Mana breaks such laws simply with its presence, so how can they exist in a place where mana resides within everything? Those concepts are simply human designs to label the unknown. Not understanding how things worked, they made such an explanation. And besides, mana itself doesn't break physics, it just bends the existing laws. It's the use of mana through elements that can totally break the concept. Damien thought about what she said and understood that it had logic behind it. The existence of mana alone doesn't break any laws. Mana is a neutral energy that doesn't actually do anything unless it's willed to do so. So, mana itself is tame, but its usage is anything but. Mana existed before the laws of the universe were formed, thus being a higher form of power than them. I'm not sure, Ryue responded as her brows creased. If mana is a higher form than laws, then why can we only use laws after entering the fourth great realm instead of manipulating them from the start? Damien also didn't know the answer to this, but there were plenty of theories swirling through his mind. As for the main one, what if us lifeforms who exist in mana's sphere of influence don't have the capability to wield the laws that make up the world simply from the start? What if the use of elements for the first three realms is a build-up or something like training wheels before we can use laws? Ryue's eyes widened. The answer was so simple, yet they couldn't think of it. Ryue almost leaped at the thought, grabbing Damien's shoulders in excitement. That's right. Just like Master said, we need to have a firm grasp on mana and the elements before we can use laws. Without it, it's impossible for us to control something so esoteric and powerful that actually forms the universe. Laws are too high in power for any normal being to use if they don't gather the appropriate strength first. Damien was a bit stunned by her move, snapping out of his tangent thoughts. He ended up staring into her bright golden eyes that were far too close for comfort. Especially with the excitement she was showing at the moment, Ryue was like a different person. Rather than the cold and distant senior sister he had gotten used to, she was just a normal and agreeable woman. Ryue wasn't in any better condition. She hadn't noticed her state of mind until she had already gotten close enough to Damien where if he wanted to, he could take full advantage of her. Since when did they become close enough for her to act like this? The answer was that they hadn't. There was just something about Damien that made her drop her guard. Not to mention, their banter had been so smooth that she almost forgot he was essentially a stranger to her. As she gazed into those red and purple eyes, she felt something that she hadn't felt in a long time. It was like she met someone she could actually enjoy spending her time with, even if it was just as fellow disciples under the same master. A sudden cough interrupted their thoughts. Now, I don't mind if my disciples get closer, but I'd prefer you not do it in front of this old man. Ha 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 ha. The duo quickly separated, not daring to look at each other or Tianyang at this moment. There wasn't even anything romantic about the interaction, so why were they acting like blushing children? It amused Tianyang so much that he almost couldn't contain himself. Shaking his head, he returned to the previous topic. You're both on the right track. Although the things you said were just theories, they do contain some truth to them. As long as you continue digging deeper, you should be able to form a true hypothesis. At that time, come back to me for help. As for what to do from now on, well, the synergy between you two is surprising even to me. When did you two become so similar? Last time I checked, you were at each other's necks. Tianyang almost failed to hold back another fit of laughter, but managed to continue. Because of this, it's probably best for you to work together from now on. I feel that the best way for you to get results is such. Not to mention, your affinities complement each other perfectly. Although the two of them had some hesitation, they agreed that they wouldn't have been able to figure things out as fast if it wasn't for their combined effort. Sighing in unison, they continued listening to the lecture. Chapter 1, 60-second Lesson 2. Tianyang's lecture continued into the night, teaching the duo many things and widening their horizons far past what they thought possible. That should do it for today. I can't give you all the answers at the start now, can I? He teased. Since there's nothing else to teach you for today, how about you spar each other? You two haven't really had much interaction before today, after all. Damien and Ryue looked at each other, their interest piqued. While Ryue had seen a glimpse of Damien's power when he was learning about teleportation earlier, she didn't know his true capabilities. And for Damien, Ryue was a complete mystery. She had two elements whose mana looked similar to ice, but neither of them were the same. He had Zara's ice element for comparison, so he was sure of this fact. The only thing he was sure of was the fact that she was at the mid-levels of third class, perhaps at the core expansion realm. And technically by Cloud Plane standards, Damien was also at this realm even if his level didn't match up. He had formed his core long ago, and expanding it wasn't something he had to do manually. It was one of the greatest benefits of his Ananta system. Seeing that both disciples expressed their willingness, Tian Yang released his spatial mana and teleported them out of the pagoda. Even if the pagoda had the strength to handle their power, it didn't mean that there was enough space for them to have a proper fight. When the two were able to see again, they found themselves in the middle of a grassy plain. They could clearly see the Star Mountain in the distance, but they were far enough to where nobody from the sect would be alerted to their battle. Standing between the two, Tian Yang smiled. "All right, since this is just a friendly spar, I want you both to hold back a bit. Just enough so there are no serious injuries. I'm looking at you, Damien. I don't want another incident like the one during the disciple examination." Damien averted his gaze while whistling the tune to an old anime he used to watch. It's not like he would ever admit that his actions back then were a mistake. Ignoring Damien's amusing reaction, Tian Yang turned to Ryue, who also nodded lightly. Seeing that they were both ready, he didn't waste any more time. Taking out a circular token, Tian Yang threw it in the air, making it flip around its own axis. The match will start when this token hits the ground. It was like the token moved in slow motion. It flipped continuously until finally, it landed on the ground with a soft thud. But the sound was overrun by the sonic booms that came forth when both Damien and Ryue charged at each other. Damien pulled out his sword while a shining white spear emerged in Ryue's hands. Void Sword Art First Form, Bladeless. Moon Goddess's Spear First Form, Tide Formation. A wave of spatial mana charged forward, wanting to tear the world asunder, but it was met by a firm yet gentle force from Ryue's spear. The tide of mana was pushed and molded to her will, completely dispersing before it was replaced by her own. An iridescent white mana gushed out in waves as Ryue swept her spear in a horizontal motion. Seeing the incoming tide, Damien didn't move. Instead, he changed tactics. Magnitude and direction. The space around him bent as he tapped his fingers in the air. Swirling vortexes were formed before they charged towards the tide. And similar to what Ryue did to him, Damien dispersed her tide. Its forward charge suddenly altered slightly to the left, missing him entirely, and by the time it even reached his position, it was barely at the level of a love tap. In their first altercation, they came out in a tie. Without wasting any time, they charged forward once more, knowing that such ranged tactics would only be futile. Void Sword Art Third Form, Dance of the Void. Moon Goddess's Spear Second Form, Moonlight Serenade. Although the names of their attacks seemed to allude to a beautiful night filled with elegance and grace, their actual clash was anything but. Ryue swung her spear, its weight bearing down on Damien's sword. Although he was moving in and out of the spatial layers and his body became elusive, she was still able to pinpoint his every motion. Clang dash. Once again their weapons connected, causing a massive shockwave to emanate from their location. Luckily, Tian Yang was there to minimize the damage. The scale of their clash became wider and wider, with both of them becoming ethereal to the point where they were almost one with mana. The sparks flying from each of their clashes being the only indication that they existed within reality. Looking into those fierce golden eyes that burned with fighting spirit, Damien grinned. Void Sword Art Fourth Form, Spatial Collapse. He didn't overcharge the attack this time, so there was no gaping black hole. Still, the results of the strike were devastating. Boom dash. Everything around them crumbled, with the fabric of reality seemingly shattering like glass. The duo was within an entirely black space where even light couldn't penetrate, but the nauseating swirl of the blackness made it clear that space was still collapsing. Ryue felt lightheaded and she could barely understand how time was passing. Everything seemed so muddled together as if things that weren't meant to collide were fusing. She knew that if she didn't get serious, she would fall. Blood moon. A seemingly impossible thing happened. Cracks started appearing in the black space before one portion of it turned entirely red. It wasn't just a red light, though. It was an entire miniature celestial body. A true blood moon appeared within the black space, illuminating it with its light. The ebbing tides of collapse slowed to a halt as tranquility was brought back to the atmosphere. But before space could reconstruct itself, Ryua made her move. Moon Goddess Descent. Her pristine white hair began to glow with an almost holy aura, turning into a shining silver. Her bright golden eyes became dyed in silver. If anyone saw her right now, they would truly think she was the embodiment of the moon. Ryua raised her hand lightly before gracefully waving it like she was conducting an orchestra. All this while, Damien could only stand in a stupor. It was as if he got charmed by her new appearance. But Ryua didn't wait for him to return to himself. Her movements sped up, causing the tides of chaos to flow once more. This time in reverse. The blackness that encompassed them enveloped Damien like a cocoon, limiting his movements before beams of lunar energy tore through space towards his location. Bang dash! Holes were pierced through the cocoon, and although Ryua couldn't see Damien's state at the moment, she was sure he had been injured. Although it may not have sounded like much, her lunar energy was as destructive as it was gentle. Not to mention, she added a little something else into it. However, if she could see Damien at the moment, she'd be endlessly surprised. He was bleeding with several holes in his body, but a wide grin painted his face. He had just learned something new after all. Damien looked up at Ryua's beautiful form, his eyes piercing through the abyssal darkness of the cocoon. An iridescent light began to shine from his pupils as two commanding words left his mouth. Celestial Authority. Chapter 161, Second Lesson, 3. Celestial Authority. It seemed like matter itself froze. The reparation of space, the swirling cocoon entrapping Damien, the rays of lunar energy piercing through him, and even the blood moon itself. Everything stopped as an indomitable aura burst forth from Damien's body. Suddenly, the blood moon began spinning counterclockwise, its mana reversing and wrestling out of Ryua's control. As for Ryua, she could only stare in shock as the moon conjured by her stopped obeying her will, becoming an independent existence. Or was it? Retracting the energy it shot towards Damien, the moon once again regained its full power before descending from the sky at a rapid pace. Its target? Ryua herself. The moon barreled through the atmosphere, growing larger with each passing second before it eclipsed even the sun. Ryua stared at the oncoming attack with a grim expression before firming herself. She didn't plan on using this here, as she felt it'd be cheating, but Damien's prowess didn't allow her to hold back much. Come. She said only a single word, but it was accompanied by an essence that radiated negative energy. The atmosphere froze over with something other than ice. In fact, the cold was worse than anything mere ice could produce. It was to the point where even Damien, who was still coated in that same indomitable aura, was unable to approach her. When the massive moon reached Ryua's outstretched palm, it didn't result in the explosion that one would expect. Instead, it began to decompose into swirling motes of light before entering her body. Turning her attention back to Damien, her silver eyes flashed. Erasure. The black space created by the collapsing of space in their surroundings vanished, the cocoon entrapping Damien vanished, and the essence that achieved such feats charged directly towards him. But Damien wasn't helpless in the situation. Even if he couldn't approach, the new skill he had just discovered was enough to counter this apocalyptic essence. Come forth. A massive portal opened above Damien's head before a burning star raced out, charging straight towards the essence of Ryua's erasure. And when they met, a silent collision was incurred. Both forces eliminated each other, with neither having the remaining energy to continue forward. With this, the battlefield was once again encased in silence. Damien and Ryua glared at each other fiercely, amethyst aura clashing with silver. Neither was sure if they could make a move that the other wouldn't be able to counter. Although they were powerful, their skill sets diametrically opposed each other, constantly leaving them at a stalemate. Still, neither wanted to lose. And Damien was still confident in his chances. The celestial authority had many more uses that he was still trying to figure out. He just had to learn them through battle. The star summoning he performed was only a basic application of his authority. The same was the case for wresting control of Ryua's moon. After all, he was putting into practice the authority of a genuine celestial. Any celestial body would be dominated by his control, bending to his will. That is, if the celestial body didn't possess a stronger will of its own. He had already tried to manipulate the earth around him, but it was clear that the cloud plane wouldn't allow him to do so. If it did, it would essentially be putting itself under him. Damien mused that this would only happen once he was able to successfully bind the world. But it wasn't just Damien who had more cards to play. Ryua had only just begun using her second element, which also happened to be her trump card. There was no way she only had 2 moves to use with it. But the problem was, her Een element wasn't suited for attacking. It was an element that denied impurity and denied positive force. It was best used for defense and diversion. Hesitating slightly, she made her decision. She still had 1 card she was willing to show. She simply didn't want to reveal everything she had in a spar like this. Raising both hands to the sky, she did something she never expected she would do today. Summon. A dark red runic circle took form in the sky, etching itself into the atmosphere. Its size was so great that the sunlight shining down on them was dyed red. Once it was fully formed, it shined brightly, releasing austere rays of red light before something clawed its way out of the center. It was massive, towering over 100 meters tall and humanoid. It had 2 goat-like horns protruding from the forehead of its central head, while 2 other heads were also present on its shoulders, each with a pair of blood-red eyes. On its back were bat-like wings that spanned for hundreds of meters. By any definition of the word, it was clear that this being was a devil. But when this devil finally solidified in the world, it turned to Ryua and descended onto 1 knee. However, to Ryua, this was par for course. If the devil had done anything else, perhaps she would have been surprised. Go, rough him up a bit, but don't kill him. The devil nodded its heads before turning to Damien with a bloodthirsty grin on its face. Damien was immensely surprised by the sudden summoning, but to be honest, he welcomed it. It was just another challenge for him to overcome. His eyes flickered between that of a normal human and reptilian slits, and large clouds began to gather over his head. Streaks of black lightning danced through the air as Damien's chest expanded. Draconic scales slowly covered his arms before disappearing, and his teeth grew into fangs. Rumble. Thunder and lightning raged as massive tornadoes formed in the periphery. And in the center of it all, Damien floated while staring at the demon. Both combatants were ready, and all that was left was to start the next round of their battle. However, before it happened, another person entered the fray. All right, that's enough for now. Tian Yang had been watching the proceedings from the sidelines while enjoying the show, but he felt that if they went any further, one of them would end up seriously injured. Ryua hadn't summoned one of her higher-class devil servants, so it was clear she was holding back, but Tian Yang was well aware of Damien's character, especially the way he could lose himself when a fight got too intense. The flickering scales that appeared and receded into Damien's skin were clear proof that such a thing had already started occurring. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Tian Yang flicked his wrists. The bloodthirsty demon that had been waiting for battle was thrown back into the runic circle it came from while the storms around Damien quickly dispersed. Although he felt like he was cock-blocked, he couldn't really complain. After all, he knew that even a portion of his master's strength was enough to knock him out for weeks. You two sure had an interesting fight, Tian Yang commented with a smile. Neither of them went all out and they didn't cause any major destruction like they could have, but he was certain that they both found ways to increase their current arsenal of attacks. Ryua and Damien descended to the ground, their transformed states fading as they glared at each other. Although this battle had ended in a tie, it was solely due to interruption. Both of them were dying to fight once again, their competitive spirits burning with passion. Chapter 162 Second Lesson 4. Not long after the battle, Tian Yang teleported them back to his pagoda. Now that you've seen each other's strengths? What do you think? He questioned the two disciples who still looked sour from having their battle interrupted. I feel like senior sister's elements are more focused on defense than attack, Damien pointed out. It was the biggest thing he got from the fight. Ryue was able to redirect or entirely block any attack he threw at her, even molding his spatial mana to fit her needs. It was something he wasn't used to, the feeling of being completely powerless even though he knew she wasn't that much stronger than him. Even with Rose, when they first met she was much stronger than him, the only thing was that her main element was illusions. And with his eyes, he was simply a perfect counter for her. As for Ryue, she was feeling somewhat similar. His base attack power is greater than mine by miles, but he doesn't have the diversity to keep up with me. Throughout their fight, Damien only used spatial element and, even then he only used a few moves from it. Even his celestial authority, while possessing the potential to be something grand, wasn't at that level yet. He's a brute. He's too green when it comes to true complex battles. If I had to guess, he's made it this far on raw power and absurd mana capacity. Although her words were harsh, they were true. Damien knew this as well, which is why he was doing his best to contain the annoyance bubbling inside of him. He really had gotten this far on brute strength alone. His sword mastery came from savagery and his spatial comprehension was always on the basis of destruction. When it came to elegance and strategy, he was basically dumb. Basically, he's dumb. You didn't have to say it out loud. HM? But I'm right, aren't I? You're a dumb brute and that's that. So, what does it say about you that you couldn't even defeat this dumb brute? Nothing at all, it's just like you said. My prowess is mainly focused on defense, not offense like you. Those are just excuses. Imagine if I went and told the world that my senior sister, the one and only little princess of the Shui clan, couldn't even defeat an idiot in combat. Damien and Ryue glared at each other with fighting intent once again blazing. Tianyang could only watch their interaction with a wry smile plastered on his face. If it keeps going like this, they might end up a little too close. While his purpose in organizing this spar was for the two of them to get closer, he didn't expect it to work so well. Looking at them bickering like childhood friends, he couldn't figure out what led to such a thing. It was only then that he realized something he had forgotten in the past few years. Although Ryue liked to portray herself as a cold woman who stood above all, it was only suppressing some of her other most prominent personality traits. One of which was so important that it basically made her reputation when she was younger. Tianyang had been her master for many years, but it had been a while since he reminisced on those old days. The Shui clan's little demon. With how she had grown up becoming colder and more distant, he almost forgot about how much she loved to bicker with others like this. It was like she had a knack for causing trouble and fully embraced it. Or perhaps, she was just a bit of a sadist. Either way, it was something that used to be a core of her personality, and it'd be more surprising if it had vanished even after all these years. Perhaps she simply didn't have anyone she could be expressive to. No, he knew that was the case. Considering the situations she's been in as she grew up, there was no way it wasn't like that. Once more gazing at Ryue, who was now smiling triumphantly, and Damien, whose veins were almost popping out of his head, Tianyang's smile became heartening. I wonder what's so special about this boy to get such a reaction from her. He wanted to continue their lesson today, allowing the two to improve on the things they learned through battle, but he decided against it. It had been too long since Ryue could have fun like this, and he didn't want to be the one to ruin it. Silently sitting back in his seat, he continued to watch the bickering duo in amusement. Meanwhile, the duo's argument had already gone past the previous battle and become slightly personal. And to be frank, largely childish. You think you're so cool, I bet you don't even leave the sect that much. I leave all the time? For missions and missions, but that still counts. Go touch grass. As if you're any different. You probably lived in some secluded mountain all your life. Why are you talking like some expert? Because, of course, I am an expert, Damien replied with a profound smirk, imitating a certain old man who liked to act all mysterious. As if. Prove it then. Proof? I don't need any proof. Of course you do. Otherwise you're just a liar and a cheat. Huh. Both Damien and Ryue paused at the strangeness of her words. Although they were both clearly aware of what she meant, it could be taken in a completely different way out of context. And of course, with Damien being Damien, there was no way he wouldn't capitalize on such a mistake. Oh ho? A liar and a cheat, huh? Could it be that little senior sister is jealous? Or maybe he trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Ryue's face adopted a slightly red hue as she averted her gaze. It wasn't her first time being teased like this, and usually, she'd have already blasted the perpetrator into oblivion with her lunar energy, but this time was different. After all, she found herself enjoying it, along with the rest of the childish argument they were having. Still, there was something she was curious about. When Damien said he had traveled more than her, it was obvious he didn't just mean continents. She had also gone on missions to other continents, so that wouldn't be a solid argument. As for what he truly meant, during our fight, you summoned a star to counter my absolute erasure. How did you do that? She couldn't hold back her curiosity. Damien smiled lightly, not minding the change of subject as he decided to brag a bit. It's because of my class. Not only can I summon stars, but I can also borrow their power for my own use. As he spoke, Damien flicked his finger, causing a blazing sunfire to manifest on top of it. The wisp of flame skyrocketed the temperatures in the room with its intense heat. But Damien's mana was also draining at a rapid rate. It was the reason he didn't use sunfire often. However, watching the sunfire dance around Damien's palm, Ryue went entirely silent. She stared at the flame of a celestial body as her web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. She began to radiate an ethereal aura once again. Her eyes became silver, and the faint illusory outline of a massive moon took form behind her. Suddenly, she lifted her hand as something began to manifest on top of it. It was a wisp of bluish-white flame. Chapter 163 Second Mission 1. What are the qualities of the moon, and why was it able to be classified as its own affinity? In truth, the latter half of the question could remain unanswered for eons if nobody looked into it. The reason was simple: the sheer number of affinities and elements existing was too large. Although most people are born with the average affinity towards one of multiple of the most basic elements, it wasn't that rare to see someone with a unique affinity. Something like Ryue's moon affinity, however, was especially rare. It was because of how specific it was more than anything else. In fact, even with her Yin affinity, Ryue had the ability to manipulate lunar energy. It was a facet of Yin's connection to all things cold or negative. However, she was specifically born with an affinity toward the moon as well. It was something that should grant her a less streamlined set of abilities, but even now she hadn't been able to understand it. Why did she have an affinity with the moon, and what could she truly do with it? That's what she had spent all these years trying to learn. She even halted her progress on the Yin element to focus on this. Yet, she got nothing. At least, not until this moment. When she watched Damien summon flames from the sun, something seemed to click within her. She watched how he used the energy of celestial bodies, and it seemed to make much more sense. And so, she became immersed in a meditative state as she stared at the flame. And, even after the flame vanished, she continued to stare at its position. Why was the element of the sun a fire? That much was obvious considering what the star was made of. But as Ryue looked at the bluish-white flame on her palm, she had to wonder. Why was the element of the moon a fire as well? The moon absolutely didn't align with the element of fire, which was Yang attributed. It was too destructive. Meanwhile, what Ryue had learned from the moon in all these years was how gentle it was. It didn't use much force, continuing along with the flow of things, but it still managed to assert its power. It still managed to cause tides to rise and fall. As Ryue's gaze shifted to the flame on her palm, she tried to comprehend something from it. Oddly enough, The flame felt cold to the touch, as if she was running her fingers along an ethereal form of ice. Pointing her palm towards the wall to her right, Ryua mobilized this new flame, causing a burst of flames to shoot forth like a flamethrower. And in those flames' wake, there was a path of what seemed like ice. Yet, Ryua knew better. It wasn't necessarily ice, but it wasn't fire either. It contained the properties of both. It burned hot enough to seem cold, but conversely was cold enough to cause burns. This kind of contradiction was something Ryua simply couldn't fathom at the moment. Her glowing silver eyes slowly returned to gold as Ryua was snapped out of her comprehension state. There wasn't anything she could learn at this moment. All she knew was that she finally had a path forward. Looking at the man in front of her, she knew he was the cause. But the man himself seemed clueless. He was staring at the ice fire Ryua had released with interest clearly written on his face. She hadn't really taken the time to look at him before today, but he was a really interesting guy. His eyes were strange even by this world's standards, yet nobody seemed to have a problem with them. The two colors contained within them swirled as if they were alive, and his cross-shaped pupils were like a small boat in the midst of a raging ocean. It was an oddly peaceful sight. His hair looked like a representation of space, especially once you got to know him and understand his affinities. As for the rest of him, it was always hidden under layers of black clothing, so she hadn't really seen it. Wait, why do I want to see that? Ryua wondered as she forcefully stopped her train of thought. Since when was she the kind of person to think about such things? Perhaps the strange atmosphere that had enveloped the room was affecting her. Yes, that had to be it. Either way, she couldn't keep her eyes off him. However, he soon turned back around and noticed her gaze. I know I'm handsome, but is there any need to stare? He said with a teasing smile. And just like that, the atmosphere was shattered. That's right, this guy is so annoying. There's no way he could be as I was thinking. You? Handsome? I just found out that hearing those two words in the same sentence makes me want to gag. She responded in annoyance. What do you mean by that? What do you think I meant? Ryua clutched her stomach while acting like she was sick. Look what you did. I think I'm going to be sick just by looking at you. As if you can talk. It's not like you're any better than me. And what's that supposed to mean? You know exactly what it's supposed to mean. Damien quipped while imitating Ryua's previous motion. You dash. Ha ha ha. Doesn't feel good being on the receiving end, does it? Damien laughed with a triumphant grin on his face. Tianyang, whose presence in the room was somehow ignored by the two who were getting closer at a rate he thought was far too fast, decided it was time to step in. Are you two ever going to stop quibbling like little kids? Or did you just forget I was here and decide to flirt? His interruption immediately shut them up as they diverted their gazes, refusing to look at him. Still, he didn't mind it much. Turning to Ryua, he continued. It looks like you've learned something new. Although I want to congratulate you, I can see that you haven't fully grasped what this fire is. Until then, I can only guide you in practice. Ryua nodded in understanding. Her master was always like this, even though he'd recently become more open. She would have to perfect her new ability much more before she would even get a semblance of praise from him. As for you, he said to Damien, Ryua was right in her assessment. Although you have an extraordinary amount of brute strength, you don't have a proper move set besides your sword art. You need to work on improving this. Damien also ended up nodding, although reluctantly. He didn't want to accept it, but he really had no choice. There would inevitably be times when raw strength alone wouldn't cut it, or his lacking comprehension would catch up to him. Especially with the fact that he'd be improving his base understanding to reach 4th class, comprehension and variety were the things he needed most. From what I've seen, you lack a proper foundation. It's as if you've learned everything you have through battle alone. Although I don't want to influence your path too much, I will help you solidify this. For the first time in a few years, Damien would take the time to properly train. Chapter 164 Second Mission 2. The days passed swiftly as Damien and Ryua spent their time training diligently with Tianyang. Unlike before, he was taking an active role in their training and giving them lessons much more often. It was clear that there would be some sort of event happening in the future that he was preparing them for. And just like that, 3 months passed. Damien had learned more than he would have ever expected in these 3 months. Even he was surprised by his own progress. First and foremost was his sword. He had been training the sword for so long that he expected to feel some kind of connection with it, but he really had none. With the way he found his fighting style evolving, he almost wanted to throw away the sword entirely, but he chose not to. His sword art was still one of his greatest strengths. With Tianyang's help, Damien was able to build a more solid foundation for his sword that he previously didn't have. Until this point, he was sure of what his sword was meant for. It was a tool for slaughter. For savageness, brutality, and killing. That was the only reason he ever picked up a sword. It was the resolve that was bred into his sword when he was still in the dungeon. But did he still need such a sword? The answer was a resounding no. He was long past the point where he would only move to kill, where he was cold enough to not spare a second thought at anything that didn't concern him. Well, it's not like he magically became a better person. He just knew that he didn't need to act so animalistic anymore. So Tianyang taught him skill to add to his previously brutal sword, attempting to make it more concise and methodical. But that was only a minor improvement. Damien didn't actually have a great amount of talent for the sword at all. If anything, his talent was for the destruction he could cause. And for that, his best tool was his spatial element. And with Tianyang also having the same element, it was only obvious Damien would make immense progress. His celestial authority had been properly fleshed out, and Damien had created a few different moves he could evoke with it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was incredibly anticipating the use of them. His vector control also slightly improved, allowing him to affect a wider range around him. Damien tended not to use this power, since it would take all the fun out of battle, but it would be incredibly important when he truly got serious, so he never neglected it. But for the most part, he simply firmed his foundation like Tianyang had told him before. He solidified his base knowledge and comprehended more about space, making sure he would have the ability to back up his strength. Naturally, he also took the time to visit Longchen every day of the first week for the pleasure of being called boss by the helpless young master. And Ryue wasn't slacking either. In fact, she worked even harder than Damien to not be surpassed by him. Even if she didn't look it, she wanted to maintain her position as senior sister and stay stronger than him if possible. Her main problem was with offense, and she had just gained a weapon that would grant her such ability. All they had to do was understand and refine her ice flame until she could properly use it in combat. So that's exactly what she did. Her first move was to enter a comprehension state, foregoing physical training for a while. And in this state, she was able to understand a bit about the element that she couldn't before. Her main question until now had been, what does it have to do with the moon? And she found that it both had everything to do with the moon and nothing at all. In the depths of her comprehension, she learned much more than she originally thought. In fact, her comprehension left the ice flame and returned to her moon affinity in general. In the first place, what is a moon? A moon, in reality, is a natural satellite that orbits a planet. Regardless of whether it opposes a sun or is simply an asteroid caught within a planet's orbit, they are all technically considered as moons. So, what was Ryue's affinity? On her status sheet, it simply said moon, making Ryue, or anybody, assume that she had a connection to the lunar body that rose in the nighttime. But as she delved further into the concept, she realized that her perception was always wrong. Manipulation of lunar energy? That was merely scratching the surface of what she could truly do. Her affinity, she learned that it was much closer to an affinity with celestial bodies as a whole than simply the moon itself. It was eerily similar to what Damien originally thought his celestial class was meant for, connecting to celestial bodies. The differences between the two were many, but in this specific ability, the main difference was the medium used to form connections. While Damien used space itself as a medium, having naturally formed ethereal connections to every celestial body in the vicinity, Ryue had to work much harder to achieve the same result. The reason was simple. She didn't use any medium to form the connections she needed to form. They were direct connections to the celestial bodies, without any outside interference. But the difference in their performance would also reflect that. The reason Damien never truly used the plethora of connections that he constantly had was because he couldn't really get anything out of them. It wasn't the main purpose of his class. For Damien to maximize the benefits of these connections, he had to bind the worlds and form relationships with their world cores. It was both due to the nature of the class and the fact that it was a class rather than an affinity. But for Ryue, she was born with this ability. She didn't acquire it through legends and class changes. So for her, the process naturally differed. And until she realized this fact, she wasn't able to truly bring out the potential of her element. She was only able to use the bare minimum through the single connection that had naturally formed between her and the closest celestial body, one which also leaned more towards Een and synchronized best with her. She was now able to understand what clicked when she saw Damien's sunfire. It wasn't a matter of elements, nor was it something related to the moon she was already connected to. She had subconsciously formed another connection. She was able to feel it now. It was a smaller satellite that orbited around a much larger axis, making it the second closest Een-centered celestial body. She was able to see it clearly now. It was a small world, around 1/3 the size of the moon, but it was an elemental world. It was better classified as a star than anything else, but it somehow still fell under her authority. Most likely, it was due to the synchronization between her Een and moon affinities. The small star was naturally uninhabitable, especially considering its atmosphere. It was covered, or rather, completely made up of the ice flame that Ryue was now able to utilize. Chapter 165 Second Mission 3. While Ryue remained deep in her meditation state, Damien found time to visit his master for a serious talk. He had almost forgotten about it with the sudden insights and progression in the recent months, but he finally remembered it today. Re-entering the main room of Tian Yang's residence, where he had been staying for the past 3 months, Damien greeted his master. "Good morning, master." Come sit." Tian Yang responded while brewing a pot of tea. Damien took a seat in front of him and watched, unsure of how exactly to start the conversation. "It seems you didn't come for a lecture today, so feel free to speak your mind." Tian Yang could very easily sense the tense atmosphere around Damien today, and he wasn't one to waste time on mindless drivel if there was something more important to talk about. Damien also appreciated this bluntness, going straight into the topic at hand. "It's about the mission I went on a few months back. I encountered something I wanted to inform you about since something seemed off the entire time." Damien proceeded to explain everything that happened during the mission. From the moment they entered the canyon and met the blood fog, to the strange physiques of the devil worshippers, the massive battle and the corruption of corpses, and finally, the devastation left in the wake of the battle between the two strongest beings present. He made sure he didn't leave out any details, allowing Tian Yang to gain a clear picture of the events. It was imperative that his master understood the severity of the situation. "With your status, I'm sure you are aware of the Nox and the threat they pose not just to this world, but many others as well. My concern is how they were able to easily infiltrate and corrupt people without anyone noticing. After all, the devil worshippers were working in broad daylight, not even attempting to hide the obvious connection they had to the Nox. Anyone who has seen one of those things would instantly recognize it. And while they are called devil worshippers, they really have nothing to do with devils at all. Another concern is whether they are being written off as just disciples of another wicked sect or not." Tian Yang listened to everything without much change in expression, only slightly wrinkling his brows at the mention of the Nox. He stayed silent for a moment, leaving Damien anxiously waiting before he spoke his thoughts. "Have you told anyone else about this?" Damien thought it was an odd question, but shook his head in denial either way. "Good. It would not be good if panic began to spread to the public due to a slip-up. Now, allow me to explain. When it comes to this matter, you are both correct and incorrect at the same time." Damien raised his brow, not understanding, but Tian Yang didn't force him to remain confused. The peak experts of the world are all aware of the current situation with the Nox, and most of the large sects have also made countermeasures against infiltration. However, their presence in this world has been publicized as a sort of new cult that has emerged. Make no mistake, the wickedness of said cult has been openly spread, but knowledge of a possible invasion or planetary world isn't something available to the public. However, that doesn't mean everything is safe. There are still suspicions that some powers are colluding with the Nox. It's simply not possible to eliminate them without evidence. We are righteous sects at the end of the day. If we move in such a domineering manner, the reputation of our powers would decrease by a large margin. Not to mention, the involved powers will most definitely spread false information to alert the public. Even if we can prove these claims true, the seed of doubt that will be planted cannot be erased easily. Such a situation is what we have been avoiding. Still, there are plans being formulated to counterattack. Perhaps not the Nox themselves, as their homeworld is still undiscovered to this day, but they are not the ones moving against us with fervor at the moment. It is their subordinate power that we must be wary of. A world known as Nibelheim. As Tianyang finished his speech, Damien was left in a slight shock. He never expected there to be so much happening in the shadows. There was a reason he never prided himself as a schemer. There was also the matter with Nibelheim. He had no idea the world was close enough to the cloud plane for there to be talk of planetary warfare. Still, planetary warfare, huh? Just the thought of such a large-scale and epic battle made his blood boil, but he suppressed it forcefully. Now wasn't the time to get battle-hungry. Is there anything for me to do then? He questioned. It seemed that the higher-ups of the world had everything planned out, but he still wanted to be involved in one way or another. Tianyang pondered, looking at Damien with a profound smile on his face. There's really no reason for you to get involved, is there? His tone was clearly teasing, causing Damien to frown a little. Master should know I have plenty of reasons. My homeworld is also being targeted by the Nox. Well, if you told me that when we first met I might have believed you, but are you still going to pretend like that's true? Tianyang was well aware of Damien's personality. Especially in these past few months, he'd been able to clearly see what kind of man Damien was. And with that information, Tianyang was able to form a guess on his intentions that he was sure of. The boy simply wants to be part of such a thrilling adventure. The thought made Tianyang smile, being reminded of himself in his younger days. And seeing how Damien was sheepishly smiling back at him, he knew he was right. If you already knew, then you didn't have to ask me about it, right? Damien complained. Although it might have been wrong to put up a righteous front, he didn't care much. He knew how selfish his intentions truly were, and he didn't plan to publicize them at all. Others would surely label him as someone wicked if he did so. Tianyang wryly shook his head, arriving at the same conclusion. But his expression turned teasing again in an instant. Flicking his finger, he sent an arrow of spatial mana towards the closed door to the room. Ah! A startled shout followed by a soft thump rang out, attracting Damien's attention to the beautiful silver-haired figure that had just fallen to the floor. His eyes went wide, staring at Ryue, who had most likely been eavesdropping on the entire conversation before he turned back and glared at Tianyang. There was no way he wouldn't notice her presence if he hadn't covered it up. As for shooting the spatial mana, it was just for show. After smiling back at the annoyed Damien, Tianyang turned his gaze back towards Ryue. It's good that you're here. Come, I have something for the both of you. Chapter 166 Second Mission, 4. Once Ryue was seated next to Damien, Tianyang continued. Ryue, you heard everything, didn't you? Ryue nodded. She had just finished a long period of meditation and came to meet Tianyang before doing some physical training, but she ended up overhearing an interesting conversation instead. There were many things she was curious about. The Nox and the plans regarding them, the movements of the peak experts of the world, and most of all, the fact that Damien said his homeworld was also being targeted. His homeworld? Ryue wasn't stupid enough to not know what he meant by that. She was just too surprised to totally process the fact. She thought back to their small argument about being well-traveled and realized why he could act so much wiser than her. Still, Before she could ponder on it further, she was abruptly pulled into the conversation. Since you're both aware of the Nox and the devil worshippers in the world, I have something I want you to take care of. Think of it as a mission, Tian Yang said after receiving her confirmation. The duo's interest was piqued at the mention of this. Missions were always assigned by the mission hall. That is, unless they were too important to go through such a wide selection process. For specialized missions that came straight from an elder, especially a grand elder like Tian Yang, there had to be something much more important at stake. You both must be well aware of the Empyrean Dragon Realm opening in 9 months already. The event isn't too big of a deal in usual times, but with the probability of war on the horizon, this year's entrance holds much more significance. I will not go into details at the moment, but if you weren't already aware, the Empyrean Dragon Realm isn't a secret realm as much as it is a hidden world. The entire realm was actually the location of the Empyrean Dragon Palace that ruled the Cloud Plain in ancient times. This information was new to Damien, but he wasn't exactly surprised. Even in the current world, the Supreme Fairy Paradise was said to reside in a hidden realm. Although a hidden world seemed to be a much greater version of such a concept. The reason I bring this up is simple. There are plenty of forces that are planning to send their youths into the hidden world this time, just like every year. The problem is, we don't know how many of them are in collusion with the Nox. If any devil worshippers were allowed to gain an inheritance or a legacy from the ancient sect, who knows what could happen. And that's if we don't even mention the true inheritance of the sect. The inheritances found thus far have been good enough for the secret realm entrance to be widely anticipated every 5 years when it opens. And, even with such consistency, merely 1/3 of the world has been explored. And, even within that 1/3, only half the treasures have been claimed. What I want from you two is simple. I will give you the location where many wicked powers are said to have gathered, and you will investigate. As I said, only investigate, nothing more. If the information holds true, there will be many law connection powerhouses present. If you find anything of substance, leave immediately and report back. And if you get caught, crush these talismans and you'll be transported directly back to this pagoda. Tian Yang pulled 2 slips of paper out of his spatial ring. They were both palm-sized and had a series of runic lines on them that seemed to be drawn in ink. Yet, the power of their aura clearly represented their might. Taking his talisman from Tian Yang, Damien raised a question. If it's as dangerous as you say, why do you need us to do this? That's even simpler, Ryua interjected. Wouldn't they be much more on guard if a powerhouse suddenly showed up? Even if we are powerful, our cultivation levels don't reflect it as much. As long as we have chaos rank artifacts to disguise ourselves, we are the best choice for this kind of mission. Damien nodded in agreement once he heard her reasoning. Indeed, it was a stupid question of him to ask. But his attention was drawn to something else. Chaos rank artifacts? That's right, Tian Yang said. For this mission, I've prepared chaos rank artifacts for the 2 of you. Luckily, we already had them in the sect treasury, or I would have been forced to call in a few favors. The artifacts Tian Yang pulled out were shaped like bracelets with entirely black surfaces. They truly had no defining features, looking as average as an accessory could get. Looking at the first chaos rank artifact that he had ever seen, Damien was a bit disgruntled. He expected something more flashy for a rank with such a domineering name. Not to mention how powerful they were supposed to be. Looking at his expression, Tian Yang let out a slight chuckle. Don't be fooled by their mundane appearance. They're disguise artifacts, not weaponry, so naturally they're made to blend in. Their power is still as great as you imagine. Damien nodded. He already knew it was like this, he was just slightly discontent. It was just him being an inconvenience more than anything else. Ignoring Damien's grievance, Tian Yang pulled out the next item he would give them. This is the final help I'll give you. It's a map of the location I mentioned previously, and also the identities that you will be taking on. Furthermore, there is a list of all the potential powerhouses that might be present. I'm aware that this mission is serious, but your safety takes priority. If worst comes to pass, I will personally move to ensure that you both stay safe. The duo nodded solemnly. If Tian Yang was giving this much assurance, There was really nothing for them to worry about. This kind of mission was a new thing to Damien. They had just been talking about how he always used brute strength to force his way forward, and now he was being put in a situation where he could no longer do so. He didn't know how he would fare on this mission, especially with its importance, but he wanted to do his best. Not only for the completion of the mission, but also due to the sense of duty he felt. It was an odd thing, to say the least. He, who never cared for anything besides his own people, felt a sense of duty in the boiling conflict with the Nox. He was only half lying when he said it was for the sake of his homeworld. While he didn't care about the people residing on the planet, he cared about the world itself. It was bound to him. He didn't want to think about what would happen if it got destroyed or conquered by a race like the Nox. That connection was much deeper than the other ones he had to the random celestial bodies in the distance. He had a gut feeling that as he was now, if the Earth was destroyed, he'd inevitably die. Chapter 167 Setting Out 1. 2 days had passed since Tianyang had given Damien and Ryue their mission, and at the moment, they were busy trying to plan as much as they could. For the most part, they'd be going in blind, not knowing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. But the goal of the mission was investigation and reconnaissance, so they couldn't do much about that. At most, they could flesh out their disguise personas and figure out who to avoid while they were there. Looking at the map in front of them, the two had grim expressions on their faces. This location, it's the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, isn't it? Yeah, there's no doubt about it. In that kind of location, it'd be a miracle if we survive without protection. Even with the escape talismans Tianyang had provided, it was still necessary to be safe. It was unknown what kind of dangers they'd face over the course of their mission, not to mention the talismans were only SSS rank. Although they were powerful in their own right, if the duo was being pursued by a 4th-class expert, there was a chance they could be intercepted. And if the location of the meeting about to ensue was the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, they needed to be much more cautious than they were previously. Within the central region, there were many notable mountains that were immediately recognizable from a distance. However, even among these, there were some that stood at the top. The first few one would think of were the Jade Mountain and Star Mountain of the Jade Heavenly Palace and Celestial Star Palace, respectively, but these were simply due to their status. With the vastness of the central region, which was bigger than some continents back on Earth, there were a variety of dangerous areas that caused the deaths of many cultivators. These danger zones ranged from poisonous swamps to grand canyons filled with spatial wind. And among the plethora of dangers within these zones, there were bound to be fortuitous opportunities as well. This high-risk, high-reward environment was what drew cultivators to these locations, and it was what made their names famous and widespread. But when it comes to danger, there was a mountain range that eclipsed almost all other danger zones. This was the 3000 Beast Mountain Range. The range itself didn't boast an incredible size, containing around 50 mountains in total, but that wasn't its main selling point. After all, it was in the name. When one heard the term 3000 beasts, they wouldn't think much of it. Although it was a large number for any single cultivator to handle, it didn't mean anything in the greater scheme of things. 3000 beasts could be found in any medium-sized forest, even if the level of these beasts was low. For a mountain range to contain this number would seem pathetic. But that wasn't what the name of the range referred to. In reality, it wasn't that there were only 3000 beasts within the mountain range. Rather, within those 50 towering mountains, there were 3000 beast kings. 4th-class existences, some even being in the Lost Sea realm. Naturally, each of these kings had their own army underneath them, causing this mountain range to be infested with a number of beasts that would be unforeseen anywhere else. Unfortunately, the exact number was never publicized. The 3000 Beast Mountain Range was concealed by a thick fog that blanketed its perimeter, blocking any peering eyes trying to discern what was within it. The information that people already had about the mountain range was found over the period of many years and many cultivators spreading what they found. Still, the survival rate of those who entered the mountain range was abysmal. Rarely anyone was able to truly make it out of that hellish environment with their mind intact. And this was the kind of place Damien and Ryue would soon be charging into. Even if the meeting grounds were on the perimeter, within the fog on the outskirts, it was still incredibly dangerous to even be in the area. Seeing this once again makes me doubt why we are being sent on this mission instead of someone more qualified. Damien sighed. He loved danger, and he loved teetering the line between life and death, but going to a place where thousands of fourth-class existences resided? He wasn't stupid enough to put that in the same category. But is there truly anyone more qualified? Ryue argued. And she was correct to some extent. The more Damien thought about it, the fewer people he could think of that could take on the role they were taking. Within the sect, the only other person he could think of was Longchin, but that guy was the same as him. He was the kind of person who would go in guns and fighting intent blazing. He hadn't met any of the core disciples, but they were Law Connection realm experts, so they were automatically disqualified. As for the inner court, with him being as strong as Ryue and her being one of the strongest inner disciples, he didn't really put them in his eyes. And the Celestial Star Palace was second in terms of power among the great sects. Damien hated that there truly wasn't anyone else that could take this task from them. Alright, let's not dwell on the topic anymore. The next thing we need to figure out is disguises. Perhaps Damien was a bit dumb, but it took him a while what it meant for Ryue to be the little princess of the Shui clan. Her status was immense in this world, even though he blatantly disregarded it. If she walked around in public, heads would immediately turn. Let alone her status, her beauty was also enough to drive many men insane. There was no way she could be incognito the way she was. And Damien wasn't any different. Although he didn't have the same status as her, his looks were anything but ordinary. And even if his attractiveness could be attributed to his level, his strange eyes and hair would immediately give away his uniqueness. We need a backstory, I guess. Not to mention names. If I have to be honest, my naming sense is trash. He replied, continuing the conversation. True. Spatial collapse? Could you seriously not think of something better than that? Oi, I like that one. It's short and to the point without any uselessness. It's my minimalistic flair. It's a lame name. You should learn from me when it comes to this kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, Miss Moon Goddess. Ryue's face turned red in embarrassment as she averted her gaze. That one isn't my fault. Its name came from my cultivation technique. I totally believe you. Well then, oh great and holy Moon Goddess, how about you come up with some good names for us? Fine, just watch. I'll create disguises so perfect that you won't even be able to recognize me after. Ryue responded with slightly puffed cheeks. Damien simply smiled in response. The only reason it had taken them 2 whole days already to come up with all their preparations was due to how often their conversations would devolve like this. Yet, oddly enough, he couldn't find it in himself to be bothered by it. After all, her pouting expression is pretty damn cute. Chapter 168 Setting Out 2. Their discussion continued for the next few hours before Damien returned to his residence. There was nothing else they could possibly plan for, and, as they had agreed earlier, Ryue was in charge of the disguises. At this point, there was nothing Damien could do besides sit patiently and wait for the next day to come. He found himself lying on his bed alone for the first time in many months, and honestly, he didn't know how to feel about it. Ever since arriving at the Cloud Plane, he had been moving constantly either by training or going on missions, completely absorbed in the activities he was partaking in. Perhaps it was a subconscious thing, but he never allowed himself to have time alone like this. He knew what would happen when it came. He would inevitably find himself drowning in his own thoughts. Well, recently it was mainly self-loathing. It was this self-loathing that kept him running away from his thoughts, trying his best to ignore his feelings and continue on with his happy everyday life. And he knew the reason for this. It wasn't that hard to figure out. I wronged her. Every time he was alone in bed like this, his thoughts would drift towards the woman who had silently supported him ever since they first met. Even when he made such an outrageous request to separate, even when he was clearly running away from his feelings, she didn't say anything. She continued to support him and wish the best for him from the side. And every time he thought of her, he would hate his guts for leaving her like that. He knew they were still together and that this was just a small period of separation, but that didn't diminish his guilt in the slightest. Why should Rose have to deal with his emotional insecurity? Why does he have to affect her with his mood swings? He hated the idea of it. He didn't want to run away from happiness anymore, but he couldn't find it in himself to embrace it. I'm pathetic. Pathetic. It was the only word he could use to describe the current him. He could charge into a valley of death or a sea of corpses with no hesitation. He could face the aura of a fourth-class existence and resist with all his might. So why was it that when it came to his love life he was so trash? Were his trust issues, his abandonment issues, this deeply ingrained within his psyche? Was he that broken? The odd thing was that Damien had never had a romantic relationship before he met Rose. He hadn't even had a fling with another woman. His situation on Earth and his one-track mind wouldn't allow it. Not to mention, with how he would walk around like a homeless person most of the time after the world awakening, there was no girl who would look his way. He was new to the relationship thing, and even more than that he was new to such dense affection like the one Rose would always show him. Think about why it is that I'm so scared to express my love for her. That was the thought that kept running through his head. Damien wasn't the type to leave his problems unsolved, especially if he could find the solution with a bit of thinking like so. He wanted to get to the crux of the problem as soon as possible so he might have hope of fixing himself or at least acknowledging what he needed to fix. And as his level increased and brought his league up together with it, his memory had become much sharper. He could vividly remember the happy childhood he used to have and the *TTY days that came after that. That's right, it all began when Dad left. His mother was forced to work 3 times as hard, never having time to show him the motherly love he used to experience daily. He became a laughingstock at school to those children who weren't aware of the concept of boundaries, and he slowly became more introverted. That was the day his downward spiral began. It was after that day that he subconsciously conditioned himself to run away from affection, knowing that it could disappear in the blink of an eye. It was after that day that he couldn't trust anyone, the ones he used to spend his days with turning their backs on him. In the end, the core of his trauma was his family. How stupid of me. Why was he letting such an old scar take such prevalence in his life now? This life of his was so much different from what it had been previously that it was such a negligible memory. But that was normal. Trauma wasn't something that would disappear just because you wanted it to, or just because your life turned around. Damien had never healed his trauma. He hadn't even taken steps towards such a goal. Instead, he did as he was doing now. I ran away from my problems. For how much he loved to talk big about not leaving problems unsolved, it seemed he had a rich history of running away from such things. Maybe that was the thing he needed to fix most. Maybe before he could go and meet Rose with utmost confidence, he had to learn to face himself seriously. When his thoughts came full circle back to Rose, his face slightly contorted into a grimace. Although what he had previously been thinking about was the main cause of his guilt towards her, it wasn't the only one. It had been almost 5 months since they separated, and only 4 of those months were spent at the sect. During that time, how much had he thought about her? How much had he missed her? He felt like he was belittling her position in his heart by avoiding even the subject of her like this. And there was another thing as well. He was beginning to. No, let's not think about that. He immediately suppressed those feelings the second they appeared in his mind, trying to deny them with all his might. Even if he couldn't deny them, he at least had to suppress them so they wouldn't interfere with both his daily and romantic life. Why does this *T have to be so complicated? He covered his face with his hands, shaking his head furiously. Was love like this for everyone? I'm tired. It wasn't physical exhaustion at all. He had just been forcing himself to think about too many things over the past few months. Not even including his personal problems, he had been forced to think about the Nox more than he would like. A damn alien invasion. It sounds awesome on paper, but why does it have to bring me so much work? If he could choose, he would just go to the secret realm and then explore another world. Maybe he would also check out a few danger zones before he did so. But no, it seemed the universe had other plans for him, seeing how the Nox would pop up in one way or another everywhere he went. It's not like I can do anything about it. They're literally aiming for universal conquest. Shaking his head once more, Damien started succumbing to his exhaustion. He needed to clear his mental fatigue before tomorrow since he couldn't screw up on this mission. Ugh. Life is so damn complicated. It was the last thought that streaked through his mind before he finally drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 169 Minor Delays 1. When Damien woke up the next day, he was feeling much more refreshed. It was as if a weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Even as cultivators, whose need for mundane things like sleep would diminish largely as they gained power, mental exhaustion was something they needed to keep track of. Not taking proper care of mental health could lead to many complications, even hindering one's ability in battle. After stretching his body lightly, Damien got dressed and made his way over to Ryue's residence, where they would make the final preparations and don their disguises before leaving. Standing in front of her house in the inner court, Damien knocked on the door before waiting patiently for her to answer. He could hear the sound of items clattering around inside before the door was opened. "Did you wait long?" Ryue asked as she stepped to the side, allowing Damien into her house. "No, just got here," he said while stealing glances at her appearance. At the moment, Ryue wasn't wearing the normal sect robes that he was used to seeing her in. Rather, she was wearing a more casual set that one would wear for comfortability. Her hair was slightly messy as well, making it evident that she had just woken up. Seeing the senior sister, who always loved to appear perfect in such an appearance, made Damien feel some type of way. Naturally, Ryue noticed his gaze and realized why he was acting in such a way, causing a slight blush to appear on her cheeks due to embarrassment. "Stop staring so much. I was just too busy working on our disguises to care about my appearance right now." Damien smiled teasingly before averting his gaze. Now wasn't the time for them to play around. "And so? What are the genius disguises that you promised me you'll make?" Ryue nodded before taking out the 2 chaos-ranked disguise artifacts, tossing one to Damien. "Here, put this on." Damien caught the artifact and did as he was told, feeling the effects right away. His height and even his body structure reduced a bit, his hair and eyes changing as well. It was almost like he truly became a different person. Looking over at Ryue, he noticed the same happening to her. Her silver hair became painted black and the gold in her eyes began to fade. "For the duration of the mission, you will be Jinfeng and I will be Xiaoli. We are rogue cultivators who are desperate in finding a sect to join, but to no avail. After many years, we decided that the unfairness of the cultivation world was too much, so we joined a wicked sect to cultivate quicker and more efficiently. Still, we held on to the small amount of morals we still had and made sure to stick together as much as we could." The story makes sense, but why would we stick together everywhere? What is our connection? Damien questioned. It was common for people to defect to wicked sects simply for the sake of gaining power faster. Not everyone within them was inherently evil. The cultivation world was one that favored the talented. And for those without talents, there weren't many paths they could take. Many of them would end up on a crueler path simply due to these reasons. But it was definitely rare for people to hold true relationships when they go through experiences like that, especially when their minds start being corrupted by their cultivation manuals. That, Ryue trailed off, unsure of how to answer his question. As Damien looked at her, pressing for an answer, she did her best to avert her gaze, not looking at his face. She trailed off, her voice becoming fainter with every word until Damien could barely hear what she said at the end. But with his hearing ability, there was no way he would miss it. And once he knew what she said, his eyes widened in shock. "We are lovers." The words reverberated in his mind, shocking him to his core. But he quickly regained his bearings, a sly smile creeping up on his face. "Oh! What did you say? I didn't quite hear you at the end there." Shut up. I know you heard me. I really didn't though." "Oh well, I guess I will go into this mission unaware of such an important fact." What a shame, what a shame." Damien groaned with a destitute expression on his face. He covered his eyes with his hands, continuing with his complaints. Perhaps he was overacting, but he didn't care. This was incredibly fun. When they ask me what my relationship is with you, I won't be able to answer. What if they pull us apart for questioning and our stories don't line up? Oh, how the heavens have failed me. How could you dash? Ryue finally broke, unable to endure his acting anymore. Fine. We are lovers. There, I said it. Happy? Damien grinned mischievously at the furiously blushing Ryue. Oh, what is this? But I already have a woman, you know? What an atrocious act of infidelity this is. A small blast of lunar energy shot towards Damien, which he deftly dodged, his smile never fading. It's for the mission. Who wants to be your woman anyway? Oh! Then why did you choose such a relationship between us? Isn't that obvious? There are so many lustful men out there who don't even care about a woman's appearance before they try to forcefully take her. I'm using you as a meat shield, that's it. A very handsome meat shield, of course. No, definitely not handsome at all. A meat shield that looks like a pig for sure. Although he teased her for it, he agreed with her reasoning for such a disguise. The only thing that felt strange was how half-hearted she was when she said it, almost as if she was making it up on the spot. Either way, he didn't dwell on it much, opting to tease her as much as he could instead. This flustered side of her was something that only he could see. Such a fact made a strange feeling well up in his heart, but he chose to ignore that as well. And like this, their departure time ended up being delayed by a few more hours. The vast plains of the central region were surrounded by a plethora of towering mountains that almost seemed to blot out the sky. And on these mountains, and even throughout the plains themselves, there were plenty of towns and cities where the common populace of the central continent resided. The largest of these cities had a surface area equal to some medium-sized states in America, spanning farther than any city the Earth could ever produce. And outside of the borders of these cities was a land filled with danger and opportunity, a wildland where beasts and nature thrived. In a particular area of these wildlands, a large beast could be seen rushing through the tall grasses. Its paws made contact with the ground in such a manner that it barely made a sound. The beast looked like a panther, with sleek black fur covering its entire body, a cat-like tail, and sharp blue eyes. Surprisingly, there were 2 people mounted atop this charging beast. Lear, how much time do you think it'll take for us to arrive at our destination? The man among them said. His appearance was as plain as one could get. He had short brown hair parted to the right and eyes of a similar color. He was around 6 feet tall, and it was evident he put work into training his body. The girl he was talking to blushed at his form of address, but still answered his question. It should take us another week on this beast. It's not nearly as fast as yours, Brother Fong. She wasn't much shorter than the man she was talking to, being around 5 feet 9 inches tall, and her appearance was similarly average. She had long black hair cascading down to the middle of her back and light green eyes. These were the disguises Damien and Ryue had donned for their mission, and for the sake of getting used to their new dynamic, they opted to use the common terms of endearment used by couples in the Cloud Plane. Well, it's not like we're in a rush. Plus, Zara is too eye-catching to be riding her on a reconnaissance mission. Ryue nodded. The wolf in Damien's shadow had an appearance that practically screamed its rarity, especially the multiple tails that grew in number every time she ranked up. Suddenly, Ryue made a suggestion. Since we aren't in a rush, how about we do some hunting and leveling up on our way? Damien smiled at the suggestion. His gaze became predatory as he looked at the pack of beasts that was trying to stealthily surround them. Sounds like a great idea to me. Chapter 170 Minor Delays 2. From what Damien could sense, none of these beasts were that special, all being around the same level as him, yet they still had the nerve to stalk him and Ryue like prey. In fact, there wasn't even one among them with considerable strength to be called a leader. Maybe this is just a small part of the pack? In the end, it didn't really matter. The only thing these beasts were to him were levels. As if realizing that they had been spotted, the group of 15 beasts stopped hiding and showed themselves to the duo in full force. They were feline, similar to the panther they were mounted on, but their fur was a dark orange color. Damien looked at Ryue, who nodded back at him before they both charged in opposite directions. They would split the beasts as such. The battle started immediately. Ryue summoned a blue fire atop her palm before slicing in a horizontal fashion, causing a wide arc of light to sweep towards the 7 beasts she had taken. Meanwhile, Damien flashed forward with streaks of black lightning streaking across his body, making a similar motion. Boom! 2 simultaneous explosions rang out along with the howls of the beasts. Although there were a few that were laced with pain, the rest were of rage. These beasts weren't weak by any means, so they were easily able to dodge. Glaring ferociously at the duo, the beasts charged forward, flames erupting from their orange fur. The ones at the forefront opened their mouths and shot breaths of flame towards their opponents. Damien deftly dodged what he could, creating a barrier out of lightning to block the rest. He let the lightning course through his veins before entering his muscles and tendons, boosting his speed. He pressed his foot to the ground, causing cracks to appear as he flashed away. When he reappeared, he was directly next to the beast in front of the rest. A ball of lightning was charged in his hand as he crashed it downwards, slamming it onto the beast's head. Without suspense, it exploded, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The light dimmed from the beast's eyes as it fell lifelessly to the floor, but before Damien could do anything else, 2 others pounced at him from both sides. He twisted his body, avoiding their jaws, but a 3rd beast stealthily appeared behind him, slashing its flaming paw at his back. Even though his eyes had warned him about the sneak attack, he wasn't in any position to dodge. If he tried to speed in another direction, he might break his back due to the uncomfortable angle he was currently at. The claw sunk into Damien's flesh, dragging scars along his back while sending blazing heat into his body. Arg! Without any other choice, he discharged a massive field of lightning in every direction, attempting to push the beasts away. The 2 at his sides were paralyzed for a moment, but the one who was still attached to his back received the worst impact. Its fur was singed and its eyes had rolled back, foam coming out of its mouth. Finally having breathing room to move again, Damien grabbed the beast and ripped its claws out of his back, breaking its legs before throwing it towards the other 4 that were waiting for a chance to attack. As for the 2 paralyzed beasts on his sides, he directly stomped on their heads, crushing their skulls. Ryue's battle was a bit different. Rather than a close combat clash like Damien's, hers was a battle of flames. Her bluish-white ice flames coursed through the surroundings, leaving a flaming trail of freezing cold in their wake as they met with the orange flames of the beasts. She coalesced her new flames into spears, sending them towards the 7 beasts she was fighting with precise accuracy. But the beasts didn't have such control over their flames. Unlike Ryue, they couldn't form weapons or constructs using their elements. They tried to combat her flying spears with their flame-coated paws and breath attacks, but they simply couldn't compare. After all, Ryue's flames were much more concentrated than theirs. The spears pierced through their defenses, impacting the torsos and legs of the beasts. Almost all of her opponents were immobilized, but there were still a few who dodged. They surrounded Ryue, growling in fury as they discharged waves of flames in her direction. With them coming from every direction, Ryue was trapped within a dome of fire. But her expression remained calm, the only emotion felt from her being the iciness of her gaze. A silvery essence leaked from her body, combining with the ice flames surrounding her before she let out a similar wave of flames, mimicking the 360-degree attack that Damien released a few moments prior. When the 2 flame waves met, a large explosion resounded through the area. The biting cold of her flames and the heat of the beasts met, causing the air to combust. The 4 beasts around her were sent flying by the winds that were released by the combustion while Ryue held her ground, using the spear she pulled out of her spatial ring as an anchor. It wasn't the spear she used when fighting Damien, however, it was a silver spear that was of an obviously lower grade. The spear almost bent under pressure, but managed to hold its ground. And when the dust cleared up, Ryue walked towards the incapacitated beasts, ending their pathetic lives. With her battle finished, she looked over towards Damien, who was similarly finishing up. Beams of lightning were being shot from his palm, accurately piercing the heads of the last 4 beasts whose legs had already been broken while she was occupied. Waves of experience entered their bodies as they smiled at each other. It was the first time they had fought together, and, even though they didn't necessarily work as a team, they were able to fight efficiently without hindering each other. It was definitely a good start. As they regrouped and were about to mount the panther beast to continue their journey, a sudden scream stopped them in their tracks. "Someone help, please." It was a girl's voice, obviously immature. Damien spread his awareness in that direction, his mana sense being able to cover a massive area, and he was able to grasp the situation. "There are about 40 more of these beasts over there, with one being even stronger than you." "That must be where the rest of the pack is." Ryue nodded. "And the scream?" "The pack is surrounding a group of teenagers. There are 10 of them, and none look over the age of 17. As for the scream, one of the girls is holding onto a wounded boy. Looks like he tried to fight." If they were kids, as Damien said, they obviously wouldn't have the strength to fight against an entire pack of third-class beasts. "Should we save them?" Ryue asked. "Do you want to?" Damien questioned back. He honestly didn't care whether they lived or died, but the beasts would be enough to push him into the level 120s, so he wouldn't mind fighting some more. Ryue nodded once more. "They are just children. Even if I couldn't care less if other people die, kids should be spared from such cruelties." Damien averted his gaze. He wanted to pretend as if he didn't give those kids a death sentence in his mind only a second ago. "If that's the case, then let's go. Either way, it means we get some levels." With the decision made, the two moved, intending to stop this soon-to-be massacre. Chapter 171 Minor Delays 3. "Please stop. Why must you do this to us?" A little girl cried with tears streaking down her face. In her arms, there was a boy around the same age as her with a seared wound across the entirety of his chest. "Our village has lived in harmony with all of you for so many years. Why must you target us now?" The little girl continued, her wails becoming even louder. However, the beast in front of her showed no pity. Instead, a twisted smile crept up its face. "Why, you ask? Well, isn't that simple? It's because it's fun, of course. It's oh so very fun." The girl's face contorted in anger, but her expression quickly crumpled. The situation was hopeless. She could only wait for death. The others around her were the same. In fact, they didn't even have the nerve to say anything in the first place. They stood in shock as their legs threatened to give up. One of them even had a faint trickle of yellow liquid running down their leg, but none of the others would make fun of him for it. They were in the same situation. Yes, yes, that's the look I want to see. Despair, humans. This is the natural order. The beast laughed maniacally. "So what if that damn ruler of the forest says we must not harm you humans? You are nothing but livestock to us." The pack of beasts slowly closed their encirclement, taking their sweet time to kill the children. Even if only their leader was talking, they all shared the same enjoyment as him. "Linger, there's no use holding me. Please get up and run away. Maybe I can use the last of my life to distract them for a bit." The boy in her arms said weakly. "No. When we were kids, I promised I would stay by your side forever. I won't lose you, Brother Cheng," she cried, hugging him closer. But the beasts cared not for their drama. As the leader decided it was time to start killing them off, 2 streaks of light, one black and one blue, exited the forest to their left. Boom! The streaks of light charged into the pack of beasts and created thunderous explosions on impact, shocking not only the group of teens, but also the beasts themselves. "Oi, oi, oi, isn't it a little pathetic to be picking on kids like this?" A voice rang out from within the billowing cloud of dust. "That's right. These little beasts ought to be taught a lesson, don't they?" A woman's voice added from the second dust cloud. "Of course. Arrogant little sh*ts like them need to be put in their place. Though, I don't think they'd have a chance to repent after they become mincemeat," the man responded. As the dust cleared up, 2 figures were revealed. Although their appearances were plain enough to pass over at a glance, the terrifying auras they radiated couldn't be ignored. Now then, The man continued, black lightning crackling through his surroundings. How about we clean things up here? With pleasure. The teens could only stand frozen in shock and watch as the crowd of beasts that had been terrorizing them was turned into corpses littering the ground. The man used horrendous lightning, pummeling the beasts into the ground and crushing their bodies with his physical strength. His fighting style was so raw that he could almost be mistaken for a beast himself. Meanwhile, the woman fought with unparalleled elegance. The blue fire emitting from her caused the atmospheric temperature to drop many degrees as the beasts around her were reduced to cinders. It didn't take long at all for the 40 or so beasts around the group to reduce in number, with only the leader left standing. Although he should have helped his pack in getting rid of the newcomers, he wasn't in the correct mental state to do so. These two. Just where did they come from? That man said all the humans in this forest were weaklings. He was practically shivering in fear, his eyes trembling as he slowly backed away. He was trying his best to flee before the duo noticed he was gone. His steps were as light as air, making no sound as he backtracked towards the bush behind him. But before he could enter it and run for his life, "Where do you think you're going?" The voice colder than ice was like a devil whispering in his ear. Just one more step. He was right there. If he was just able to move slightly further, he would be able to escape before they finished killing off his minions. He even ignored the man's piercing voice that indicated he was already discovered. At that moment, a primal and horrifying killing intent locked onto him. It was so fierce that it was almost palpable. This. The leader couldn't move. Even if he had lived many tens of years, even he hadn't accumulated a killing intent as strong as this one. No matter how he tried to run, no matter how he tried to even move a single muscle, it was impossible. What is this? It was like the aura of a beast. An aura even fiercer than any beast he had ever met and more horrendous than even the man who made him submit. The pack leader raised his head with difficulty, trying to see what was going on in front of him, but he was met with only a pair of deep red eyes that made even his soul quake in fear. "Didn't you hear me the first time?" the man said once again. "Where do you think you're going?" It was no longer a question. He no longer felt he had a path to survival. The beast felt the command in those words. "Stay right here until I tell you to move." Based on pure aura alone, the beast knew he was stronger than the man who was trying to command him. Yet, my body won't listen to me. He was forced to wait patiently and watch as his brethren were slaughtered. Even if he didn't care about them that much, he knew that it was his fate next. And after the last one had died, the two who had caused this calamity to befall him looked in his direction. "And my lord, this is just a misunderstanding. Please spare me." Damien and Ryua looked at each other and smirked. "Oh, really? This is just a misunderstanding, huh?" "Why, yes. You see, we were just playing a joke on those kids. There is actually a rule in this forest that we must not attack the humans residing in the village. I would never try to truly harm them. Is that so? I guess it really was a misunderstanding then." The beast smiled slightly. "This is it. I might be able to live. But isn't this fun?" "I am sorry?" I said. "Isn't this fun? Seeing a beast like you despair. Seeing you cower in front of me. Isn't it fun?" The beast slowly became drenched in a cold sweat as the man approached it. "Isn't this the natural order? You see, I'm similar to you. I just love seeing filthy and arrogant beasts like you tremble in front of me." The beast knew what was going to happen the second the man arrived in front of him. He knew, but he could do nothing about it. His aura, his flames, all of it seemed to be sealed in front of that bestial command that was uttered previously. "Well," the man continued, "there's no reason for me to explain myself to you since you'll be dead soon anyway." The beast was trembling. It could do nothing in front of the massive elusive pair of glowing red eyes that bore down upon him. And suddenly, its field of vision flipped 180 degrees. The last thing it would ever see being the upside-down face of that terrifying man with a vicious smile plastered across his face. Chapter 172 Minor Delays 4. Phew. Damien let out a light sigh as he wiped the sweat off his brow. He might have made it seem easy killing the pack leader like that, but to forcefully grab its head and twist its neck was a much harder task than he expected. First of all, he was weaker than the pack leader to begin with. It would be a miracle if he suddenly had the strength to pull such a move, and secondly, he was forced to slightly distort space to pull off his prior actions. The latter was a bit troublesome since he was hiding his spatial affinity in case someone decided to dive into their backgrounds when they reached the meeting ground. Still, he believed that he had disguised it well enough to be unnoticeable. Not to mention, using his aura suppression in such a way was a bit mentally tiring. To be exact, it was using his killing intent alone. Usually, his killing intent was naturally incorporated into his aura whenever he released it, so he never bothered to isolate it. But for the purpose of suppressing the pack leader with his most bestial aura, he had done so today. It wasn't a particularly strenuous process, but it took more effort than simply releasing his entire aura. In the end, though, it was worth it. His level had jumped all the way to 125, leaving him 1/4 of the way through 3rd class. Be benefactors. A trembling voice snapped Damien out of his thoughts. His gaze refocused on the little girl from before. Noticing his gaze, the girl couldn't help but feel fear. She had seen how he effortlessly killed a beast that was stronger than she could ever imagine, and she had heard the terrifyingly cold words he had uttered before he had done so. How could she not be scared? To her who grew up in such an isolated environment where beasts and humans had a mutual agreement for peace, he was akin to a demon from hell. Did you have something to say? A much gentler voice came from behind her. When she turned around, she saw the woman from before looking at her with encouraging eyes. With most of the attention during the previous fight being on Damien due to his domineering actions, Ryue's visage was like an angel to them. And since the corpses around her had been reduced to ash rather than gruesomely pummeled, this image was further enhanced. And my friend, Brother Ching is dying. Please, I beg of you. Please save him. Ryue looked at the boy in the girl's arms whose body had already gone limp before sighing lightly. She took out a small pill from her spatial ring and threw it at the girl. Just give him this. It should at least heal the worst of the damage. The rest can be healed naturally. Thank you. Thank you. The girl cried as they caught the pill as gently as possible. She held on to it as if it was a divine treasure, afraid of harming it as she carefully placed it in the boy's mouth. Her cries only became louder as she noticed the bloody scar on the boy's chest begin to close. As the girl continued to watch over her friend, Ryue approached Damien. Conceal your aura again, idiot. You're scaring the hell out of them. Damien raised his brow before realizing that his killing intent was leaking. As he ended up in thought after killing the pack leader, he had totally forgotten about it. No wonder she was staring at me like some kind of monster, he said as he reeled it in. As if that's the reason. Look at how brutally you killed those beasts in front of them. Obviously, they'd be scared of a brute like you. I have no idea what you're talking about. Damien replied, feigning ignorance. You should count yourself lucky they didn't see how you were killing those things. Ryue's methods, while outwardly elegant, were just as ruthless as his own. The piercing cold of her ice flames would infect the beasts before the heat it also produced would melt them from the inside. Damien shuddered just thinking about it. These kids are lucky they're too level to know they're in the presence of a demoness. Who are you calling a demoness, you damn fool? You, of course. Do you see anyone else around here so ruthless? He replied while looking around in an exaggerated fashion. No, all I see around here is your ugly face. How sad that I have to spend so much time around it. You're staring at my face that much? I know I'm incredibly handsome, but if you say it like that you'll make me blush. As the two continued their normal squabbles, the boy who had just been fed a healing pill slowly opened his eyes. Groggily looking around, his eyes widened in shock. Linger? Brother Cheng. The girl yelled as she hugged the boy tightly. I thought I'd never see you again. And me too. I'm alive. That's right. Those esteemed cultivators over there saved you. Brother Chung looked over at Damien and Ryue who were still arguing before his gaze shifted to the beast corpses that littered the ground. They killed all of those beasts? he exclaimed. Sure. Don't bother the esteemed cultivators. They are our benefactors. All right. Brother Ching nodded as he tried to stand up, although he still needed help from Linger to do so. Noticing their movement, Damien and Ryue also looked over. It looks like you guys are fine now, Damien said as he looked at the other teens in the group. Right, then I guess it's about time we take our leave. Ryue continued. But before they could move, Linger spoke up. Wait. If you don't mind, could you accompany us to the village so we can properly thank you? Damien and Ryue looked at each other questioningly. Truthfully, neither of them cared about any receiving thanks or pleasantries like that. Noticing that they were planning to reject, Brother Chung also spoke up. Please, I haven't even had the chance to thank benefactors for saving my life. We would truly appreciate it if you came to our village. With the main two speaking their opinions, the other 8 also regained their ability to talk, expressing the same intention. And seeing the pleading look in their eyes, Ryue slightly caved. I guess we do need a place to rest tonight. Damien was surprised by her willingness, but in the end, he just shrugged. Just like before when Ryue chose to help the kids, he didn't really care what they did. Truly thank you, the girl said before her eyes widened. That's right. We haven't even properly introduced ourselves yet. My name is Su Linger and this is Yen Chung. The others also proceeded to introduce themselves. You can call me Xiaoli and this is my Didao companion, Jinfeng. Ryue replied with a slight stutter. And with introductions out of the way, the group began to walk back to the village they came from with Damien and Ryue in tow, telling them about how they ended up in such a perilous situation. Chapter 173 Village Problems 1. As it turns out, the group Damien and Ryue were with at the moment was just one of many that had left the village today. In fact, it was a normal thing for many groups to leave in search of herbs and plants to supply the village with their food source. With them having a sort of non-aggression pact with the beasts in the forest, they had become accustomed to an entirely vegetarian diet. This particular fact, although seemingly mundane, was one that piqued Damien's interest. After all, he had to eat beasts to evolve and grow stronger, so he didn't realize it was even possible to live on such a diet. But his question was answered soon. The plants in the forest have also been affected by mana. They reproduce and grow using the ambient mana in the air in addition to the usual sunlight and water that they need. These plants are more than nutritious enough to sustain us. That was right. With how little interaction he had with plant life forms, he had almost forgotten this fact. Plants were also beings who could evolve and level up just like the rest of the being underneath the system. It was just that it usually took them hundreds of years to do what humans could do in a few decades. For this reason, Damien hadn't seen that many hostile plant life forms. Although, he did have a faint memory of cutting a few down when he was in the disciple examination. It was just that he was in his void heart mode at that time, so he didn't pay them much mind. As they continued to talk, the teens told Damien and Ryue about how they were doing this job they did every day when suddenly they were surrounded by that pack of beasts. It shocked them immensely, being something they had never encountered with all beasts around them being civil, and that led to their situation when the duo arrived. Not only that, but they also have an abysmal level of strength. It wasn't like they were talentless and growing slowly, rather it was like they didn't grow at all. These kids were still at the very beginning stages of first class, not even passing level 50 yet. As for how they managed to survive until Damien and Ryue arrived, that was simple. The beasts had never seriously tried to kill them, choosing to play with their food instead. It's actually a pretty common trend I've seen. Damien mused. Whether he looked back to the sea dragon he had fought upon entry to the cloud plane, or even further back to the very first wolf that allowed him to evolve, they each had chosen to toy with him before actually taking the fight seriously. And by that point, he was already at an advantage. He didn't understand exactly what it was within a beast that made it choose such a stupid action, but in the end, he could sort of relate. Don't I sometimes do the same? Perhaps it wasn't on the same scale since Damien didn't go around killing everything he saw, but even if he looked at the tournament back when he was still on a Pyron, didn't he have fun playing with his competitors? If he wanted to, he could have ended the entire thing from the very beginning if he just activated his vector field. The only limit to that skill was its inability to be used on those at the same level or stronger than him, but none of those competitors reached such a level. But he didn't get the chance to mull on it for too long. Ryua pinched his side, bringing his attention back to reality where they had already reached the front of a small village. Its size was nothing much, fitting 1000 people at most, and its structure was similar. There were only 4 dirt paths in a square shape with shacks and huts made primarily out of wood lining them. In the center of the village, in the middle of the intersection of the 4 roads, there was a group of buildings that were built slightly larger than the rest. Though, the difference wasn't anything major. The streets themselves were relatively empty, making it seem like a ghost town. Well, that was what it was like at first. Everyone, we're home, Linga yelled as they entered the small gate of the village. Her voice rang through the surroundings, bouncing off the walls of the houses. And immediately, a clamor rose up from within those seemingly empty houses. Did you hear? Yeah, they're back. Was that little Linger? It was. It was. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go greet her. That's right. The doors to all the houses in the vicinity opened up and people began to flood out of them. Whether old or young, sick or healthy, they all rushed towards the entrance to greet the group that had just returned. Linger, it's really you. How have you guys been? No problems this time. Oh my. Little Cheng, did you get hurt? What happened to little Cheng? The crowd immediately barraged the group with questions, becoming even more frantic when they saw Yan Cheng's bloodied robe. Linga was a bit flustered, but not by much. This was a generally normal scene to see in the village. Even if they lived in harmony with the beasts, it was only due to the current lord of this region's command. They could never help themselves from being concerned in case something truly happened. Guys, it's okay. We are just fine. But we have something we urgently need to talk to the village elders about, she yelled, grabbing everyone's attention. It was only once they calmed down that they finally noticed the 2 new faces in the back of the group. Linger. Who are they? They are our benefactors. Everyone, please give us some space first. We will come and let you all know what happened afterwards. Seeing the serious expression on Linger's face, the villagers reluctantly made a path towards the shack in the middle of the village. All the while, their eyes were still focused on Damien and Ryua. However, the duo was no stranger to many gazes being focused on them. Ryua was an important figure of one of the 4 great clans and Damien was, well, he always tended to show off and gather attention on himself. The duo simply smiled kindly towards the villagers they passed as they followed Linger. Arriving at the foremost hut in the middle of the village, Linger knocked before asking in a much more polite tone than she used for the villagers. Head Elder, please allow us to come inside. We have very important matters to tell you of. Come. The response was instant. The aged voice of a woman answered Linger's query as the door to the hut lightly swung open. Entering inside, Damien noticed that there was something odd in the air. Rather, there was something off about the mana within this enclosed space. The windows were all tightly sealed, and even when the door opened it didn't seem like it had truly opened, as none of the mana trapped within this room was allowed out. And in the center of this odd atmosphere sat a wrinkled old woman with a gentle smile on her face. Chapter 174 Village Problems 2. Welcome, travelers, to our humble village. I hope we haven't bothered you too much, the elderly woman said softly, inviting them to sit across from her. There was hardly any furniture in the room, with the small table in front of the woman being the centerpiece, but Damien had no problem with this. He went and sat on one of the cushions surrounding the table while Ryua followed suit, sitting down next to him. Linger and Yan Cheng did the same, sitting on the opposite side of them. Nice to meet you, Damien said. My name is Jin Fong, and this is my wife, Xiaoli. The old woman nodded without much thought. No need for a reintroduction, as I have heard it the first time. As for me, you can simply call me Elder Baba. Damien raised his brow questioningly, wondering how she could have heard it when they had introduced themselves far from the village, but he suppressed his doubts. It was already evident that something strange was going on here. "Oh, you seem to be a curious young man, aren't you?" Elder Baba said with a smile, noticing his expression. It can't be helped. After all, the manna in this room is too strange for me to not be curious. This time, it was the elder's turn to be surprised. "Your insights are much sharper than I'd expected." "It's nothing much." The elder looked at him deeply before turning to Linger once more. "You said you had something to discuss with me?" That's right," she exclaimed. "Elder, we were attacked by beasts on our gathering trip today. If it wasn't for esteemed cultivators, we would have surely died gruesome deaths." Elder Baba raised her brow before looking back towards Damien, who simply shrugged his shoulders in response. "It's nothing much. We were just passing by." Ryua, who had been watching the whole interaction, was especially confused at this point. It was one thing to not want to receive thanks for their deeds, but it was another to adopt such an attitude. Damien at the moment was acting much more indifferent than should be logical in such a situation. His responses were so curt that they left no room for questioning. It was almost as if he was trying to draw a line that shouldn't be crossed, or he was trying to avoid staying here for too long. And to be honest, that was exactly what he was doing. The more time he spent in this room, the more his eyes flashed danger signals in his mind. The manna in the room continuously tried to invade his body, even without his active pull, as if it was trying to scour him or read him. It was the same strange feeling he had when he first entered the hut, but as time passed it became much more prevalent, allowing him to gain a slight understanding of what was happening to him. During his time at the Celestial Star Palace, he mainly focused on training himself in the areas he already specialized in. But he didn't stop there. The sect had a specialty that was widely known throughout the world. It was a sect that raised seers. Although he wasn't personally interested in embarking on that path, he didn't think it would hurt him to gain knowledge about it. Whether he would be able to use that knowledge to his advantage later, or it would allow him to counteract anyone who tried to use such techniques on him, it would still be useful. It was this research that he was remembering at this moment. Seers need a medium to foretell the future or destiny of the ones they are trying to read. If it's on a larger scale, such as the fate of a world, such a medium would be the Earth itself. But when it was related to a single person or group, something more personal was needed. But if that person was sitting in front of you, and your mana could infiltrate their body, you'd be able to tell everything about that person. Well, this wasn't an ability unique to seers, as anyone who could spread their awareness could achieve such a thing. But the results of such actions mean something entirely different to a seer. With such an in-depth understanding of a person's body, the seer would be able to use their mana as a medium to foretell that person's fate. And Damien was sure of it. He didn't understand why the mana in the room had such a foreign feeling, as if it was mixed with something it shouldn't, but he was sure about what this elder was trying to do. The only thing that confused him was why he was the only one being targeted. He could clearly see the movement of the murky mana in the room, and it was all centered around him. Even though Ryua was sitting right next to him, it was as if the mana avoided her like the plague. He didn't know this old woman's intentions, but he didn't care. There was no way he'd let some random stranger take a peek at even a single secret of his. Especially now that they were taking on other identities for their mission. Damien! Damien! He was awoken from his thoughts by Ryua shaking his shoulder. Apparently, the conversation had been continuing without him while he was ruminating over these things. And at the same time he was brought back to attention, the mana in the room returned to its static state, unmoving. "Thank you for the information," Ryua said as she gave a slight bow to the elder. "We will be leaving now, but we will make sure to take care of the problem before we continue our journey." Without another word, she grabbed Damien and dragged him out of the hut, and then proceeded to walk him out of the village entirely. "What was that?" she demanded after they had reached a far enough distance away. "What was what?" he asked. "Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending not to know?" "No, I seriously have no idea what's going on." Ryua sighed while massaging her forehead. "The whole time we were there, you were staring at the elder with murder in your eyes. It looked like if I didn't take you out of there at that moment, you really would have killed her." "Huh? What are you talking about? I wasn't planning to kill her at all. What? Yeah, I'm serious. That whole time, I was combating that old hag's mana that kept trying to invade my body. There's no doubt about it. What are you talking about? That woman didn't even have a cultivation base. Huh? Then what was that murky mana that was encapsulating the entire hut? It was specifically targeting me as well. Ryue frowned as she thought about it. She didn't sense anything like that while they were there, and the elderly woman didn't give off any suspicious impressions. Rather, it was Damien that seemed to make the mood in the room plummet. But she had been with him for many months now and had a pretty good grasp on his personality. First of all, he wouldn't lie about something so stupid, and second, he most definitely had something special that allowed him to perceive mana differently from others. Her frown deepened as she tried to rationalize things, but it was to no avail. Whatever, we can figure it out later. For now, let's get on with the task I accepted from the elder. Apparently something is going on in the forest recently, and beasts are becoming wilder. I agreed to find the culprit and try to stop the problem for them. Damien sighed, feeling like he was getting roped into a bunch of business that he had no part in, but only a second later, his eyes lit up. Wait a second, isn't this basically a side quest? Chapter 175 Side Quest 1. Side quests were always fun to do, especially when they had a boring few days of just traveling ahead of them, but Damien knew they couldn't take too much time on this. Even if they had time before the event began, they still had to get there as soon as possible so they could accurately blend in with the crowd and perhaps even gain some useful information. At the moment, even if their identities allowed them entry into the event, they wouldn't be able to gain anything substantial. They were just average sect disciples at the end of the day. For them to achieve something worthwhile during this mission, they needed to properly infiltrate and earn trust. They only had 9 months until the secret realm opening, and the conference was supposed to last 3 months at most. Their schedule for the coming year or so was absolutely packed. Even a short excursion like this one would be problematic. He was sure Ryue knew this as well since she seemed better at the whole planning thing than he was, but she still decided to do something like this. Say, do you perhaps have a soft spot for kids? He suddenly mentioned, trying to find a reason for her actions. No, not particularly. Why do you ask? I mean, why are you going out of your way to help strangers like this when we have much more important tasks to fulfill? That. Besides, aren't you the senior sister who's always cold and lofty towards everyone else? Is there something about this situation that's different? Ryue's brow furrowed once more. Even if she was slightly offended by how he perceived her, she knew he was right. Even she found it odd that she was acting in such a way. And it wasn't just the village situation. The first time her cold front had been derailed was by the man standing in front of her, though he didn't seem to realize it. Since that first day they had a lesson together, her world had become more colorful. It almost made her forget about the problems she had before he arrived. But every time she left his and her master's presence and went about her normal day, she was forced to remember it all by the people around her. She was forced back into that cold front that she always put up. The way they looked at her like a chess piece to be moved as they pleased, the way people tried to fawn on her so they could gain connection to her clan, she hated it all. She never liked the spotlight, and if there was one thing she was thankful for, it was that she was born a woman and wouldn't be forced to inherit rulership over the clan. If she was placed in that sort of position as well, she would have long since fled to somewhere unknown, perhaps even leaving the world entirely. That was just the kind of person she was. She despised the political schemes and society that she was born into. But it was different now. She was no longer Shui Ryue, she no longer had status. She was simply Shaoli, a rogue cultivator that nobody knew or cared for. Perhaps her inner desires were taking precedence due to her change in identity. Maybe it was that she didn't want to be cold anymore. Seeing the complicated look in Ryue's eyes that was coupled with a hint of yearning, Damien sighed lightly. It wasn't like he didn't understand where she was coming from, especially after spending so much time with her, but he didn't see this change as something natural. He didn't want to ruin her mood, nor did he want to sour their relationship by being too blunt. And so, he decided that if things were truly the way he thought they were, he'd just let her find out for herself. His only hope was that she didn't return to being an icy wall in the aftermath. Well, it doesn't really matter, Damien said, snapping Ryue out of her thoughts. In the end, we don't have much time to complete this little request you've taken, so we should split up and search the forest. I remember the leader of that beast pack muttering to himself about some man that forced him to submit, so make sure to keep your eyes out for humans or humanoid races. Yeah, the elder also mentioned something similar, Ryue added. Not just a lone man, but a suspicious group has been lurking around this forest recently. She was only able to find out through the scouts of the village, but we should be fine, since our strengths far outweigh theirs. Don't drop your guard either way, Damien reminded her. No matter what, you can't just blindly trust the information you were given. Be sure to find something concrete before engaging in combat. Also, be sure to contact me when that happens so we can be safe. Ryue nodded her head, albeit reluctant that they had to rush, and ran off eastward. Watching her back fade into the distance, Damien once again sighed. Let's just get this over with. The forest they were currently in wasn't actually that large. At most, it was the size of a small state. For those villagers who hadn't taken the time to level up properly, perhaps this distance was immense, but to Damien, it was nothing. The more he leveled up, the larger his scale of reach was. His destruction prowess had already reached the level where if he put all his mana into it, this whole forest could be razed to the ground. But that was both inefficient and unnecessary. The only reason he thought about it was so he could get a true grasp of how big his range was now. Still standing in the same spot he was before Ryue left, Damien spread his awareness to its utmost. The entire layout of the forest became clear to him. From the spread of vegetation to the location of every beast pack, it was all within his eyes. And in a particular secluded cave in the forest, he found the human he was looking for. It was a man about 6 feet 5 inches in height with an incredibly burly build. He was like a tank in human skin. He sat within the cave and chewed on a stalk of grass with a wide grin on his face, seemingly celebrating something. And while Damien was prepared to teleport over there and deal with the problem immediately, he noticed he did not need to. The man's aura clearly indicated that he was still within the mid-levels of 3rd class, probably at the core expansion realm. And Damien wasn't the only one who had found his location. Only a few kilometers away from the hidden cave, the lithe and graceful figure of Ryue could be seen speeding in that direction. If she has that taken care of, I guess I can act on that hunch I've been having since we got here. Taking one last glance at the Ryue and the burly man, Damien turned and ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 176 Side Quest 2. Meanwhile, Ryue was running at full speed towards a hidden cave she had spotted in the distance. Although her range didn't match Damien's entirely, it wasn't that far behind. She was still ahead of him in terms of levels. As she felt the wind brush past her face and heard the trees rustling around her, Ryue felt oddly at peace. It was a feeling like she didn't truly want to leave this forest and return back to her responsibilities. But she didn't allow such a feeling to break her mindset. Regardless of what her emotions were telling her at the moment, she still had a duty to fulfill. She had her master who had taken her in and trained her, protecting her from the outside world as much as she could. He was the one who sent her on this mission, and she had no plans of betraying his trust. Not to mention, Ryue shook her head as a slight rosy color emerged on her cheeks. What am I even thinking at this kind of time? It didn't take her long at all to reach the cave, with a few kilometers distance being nothing to her. The problem was, the location where she sensed the cave wasn't anything special. It was just another part of the forest that looked the exact same as the rest. But she wouldn't be fooled by something like this. Perhaps if her perception wasn't up to par, this kind of disguise would force her to doubt herself, but that wasn't the case. As she was about to enter, Ryue hesitated slightly. Be sure to contact me when you find them just to be safe. Those were the words he said to her. Glancing at the messaging talisman that was sitting in her spatial ring, Ryue paused. She didn't know whether web audio channel announcement, Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. She actually wanted to call him or not. While it warmed her heart that he cared about her safety, she also didn't feel like it was necessary to have him here. There was only one person within the cave, and his level wasn't that far apart from Hera, so she should be able to handle the situation without him. There were also supposedly more people hiding in the forest, so she thought it might be best if he continued searching for them. Spreading her awareness to cover the area of the forest she was in, Ryua noticed that Damien wasn't anywhere nearby. It would take him too long to come, so there's no point. Besides, I don't need protection for something minor like this. She firmed her resolve, taking her attention away from the messaging talisman before walking forward without hesitation. Although from an outsider's perspective, it looked like she was simply walking through the forest like normal, it wasn't that simple. Every once in a while, she'd slightly alter her direction, almost as if she was drunkenly staggering. And by the time she took her 20th step in this manner, the surroundings started to change. The forest was no more as she had already entered the cave. Her previous movements were to avoid the queue set up to misdirect people who happened to pass by. Staring into the gnawing darkness in front of her, Ryua's eyes turned cold. What's the point of hiding? You already know I'm aware of your position. Ahahaha. It seems like I've been caught. Though, I didn't expect it to be a beauty like you who did so. A rough voice responded. Out of the darkness emerged the massive figure of the man Damien had seen previously, the stalk of grass still within his mouth. So, did you come to play with me, or is there something else? He continued, his gaze becoming lewd as he scanned Ryua's body. Even in her disguise, her proportions were still above average. It wasn't a surprise that a man like this, who was obviously in his barbaric tendencies, would immediately become lustful. Even a child would be smarter than you if you truly think that. I'll make sure that you can't speak such filthy words again once I'm finished here. Ryua responded in disgust. The tips of her fingers began to glow as blue flames appeared on top of them. The man grinned widely, grabbing a massive battle axe strapped to his back. Good. I haven't had a proper battle in a while, so I hope you can entertain me. The man immediately charged, his footsteps thundering and causing cracks to appear on the cave floor. Ryua didn't follow suit, however, opting to keep her distance. She swung her arms upward, causing arcs of flame to shoot in the man's direction. As if that wasn't enough, 10 swords made of the same fire materialized in the air around her before following the previous arcs. The man halted his advance, his expression becoming more serious as he heavily swung his battle axe. HAAA. The blade impacted the ground, causing a fissure to form and a pressurized blade of wind to charge towards the arcs of flame trying to consume him. When the two attacks collided, a small explosion rang out, causing dust to cloud Ryua's vision. Still, her swords moved unhindered. They charged towards the man in a group, as Ryua used her awareness to control them, surrounding the man and attempting to attack him from all sides. A red aura surrounded his body and his veins began to bulge. He swung his axe wildly, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. But he wasn't entirely successful. 3 of the flaming swords managed to pierce the man's body, spreading ice flames across his skin. The red aura around him tried to combat it, but it wasn't totally effective. While the man was distracted, Ryua silently rushed along the edge of the dust cloud, concealing herself within the atmosphere. She calmly approached the man, and when she got within 10 feet of him, she made her move. She put her wrists together and cupped her hands, allowing a beautiful flame to bloom within them. The flame continued to bud, becoming a palm-sized lotus with 13 petals. But despite its small size, its power was immense enough to attract the man's attention. He sensed immediate danger in his surroundings, turning to look at Ryua while ignoring the flames that were still slowly spreading through his body. The man once again attempted to charge, but Ryua didn't allow him that opportunity. She lightly threw the flaming lotus in her palm, causing it to flutter through the air. Its speed seemed as slow as a falling piece of paper, but it reached its target in an instant. And when it made contact, boom! An explosion rocked the cave, causing the walls and ceiling to come crumbling down. Ryue crossed her arms in front of her, creating a flame shield to protect her from any collateral damage. The explosion continued for many seconds, and smaller consecutive explosions rang out from each petal she had made as part of the lotus. By the time it had all ended, Ryue was sure the man was no more. What an idiot! She muttered in scorn. That was barely even a battle, more like she just pummeled him into the ground without any effort. Wait, how could someone that stupid manage to cause a ruckus within the forest? By the time it dawned on her, the dust from the explosion had already cleared up. Standing in front of her was half the body of the man she had just been fighting. Yes, it was still standing, even though it was only the upper half of the body. Rather, the body itself was slowly turning into particles of light. He wasn't real. She exclaimed inwardly as she realized her mistake. She began to feel a sense of foreboding. Something was happening that she had been unaware of all this time. She wanted to rush towards the village as fast as possible to make sure nothing had gone wrong, but at that time, "You're already too late." The grinning face of the burly man let out those final words before disappearing into particles. Chapter 177 Side Quest 4. You're already too late. The words rang out in her mind continuously, disallowing her to think of anything else. Too late? Too late for what? The words made Ryue painfully aware that she had screwed up at some point, but she couldn't figure out when exactly that was. What is happening to me? Ever since she arrived in this forest, she had felt like she wasn't being herself. Still, she went along with it because she enjoyed the way it made her feel. Free and unfettered. But she realized she was wrong. I have to get to the village. It was the only solution she could think of. That was the place she had chosen to protect in the first place, so if there was any place to be while trying to figure out what kind of trap she had fallen for, it was there. She ran towards the cave entrance, but found it blocked by rubble from her previous attack. Luckily, she hadn't spent much energy during the previous fight and was able to blast it apart with a smaller variant of the flame lotus she used to kill the burly man. Immediately after the cave entrance was unsealed, she rushed out and was greeted by a calm moonlight. What? She could have sworn that she was only in the cave for an hour at most, so how did it reach the point where the moon was so high in the sky? At most, the sun should have just recently set. The discrepancies continued to pile up even though it had only been minutes since she felt that sinking feeling in her chest. She was already starting to panic. Right, the messaging talisman. If the burly man was nothing but an illusion, the rest of the crew might be the same. Ryue had to warn Damien, who was most likely chasing after them the same way she did with the man. She rushed through the lush ecosystem of the forest once more, but her heart was no longer peaceful. She was burning in trepidation, injecting her mana into the talisman to contact Damien. However, why won't you pick up? Regardless of how many times she tried to call him, she received no response. You were the one who told me to keep in contact in case of danger, so how can you be silent at such a critical time? She felt slightly betrayed, but pushed the feeling down. There had to be a reason he wasn't answering. He must be in trouble right now. She continued running in a linear path, making her way back to the village, but the distance was too far to reach in a short period of time. She was many kilometers away. But still, she wasn't a third-class existence for nothing. Let alone the power boost she received from the moon at nighttime due to her affinity, she also had the new flames she had just awakened. Flames shot out of her feet like a jet engine, and her speed increased manifold. She zoomed through the forest while leaving a trail of permafrost in her wake. And after 10 minutes of fierce sprinting without care for mana consumption, she finally saw light in the distance. It's there. She sped up once again, reaching the village in half the time it would have taken her at her previous speed. But when she arrived, she noticed that it was oddly quiet. It shouldn't have felt odd considering how it was late at night at the moment, but there was an eerie atmosphere hanging in the air that she couldn't ignore. She slowed down her pace as she entered the wooden gates of the village, heightening her senses and maintaining her wariness towards the surroundings. Looking side to side, she noticed that most of the houses were still filled with light, even though the silence indicated everywhere. Ryue frowned at the sight but continued moving forward. Since the village wasn't large at all, it didn't take her long to reach the center. But when she did, she almost regretted coming back in the first place. The dirt ground surrounding the central huts where the village elder lived was stained in red. The pungent smell of blood invaded her nostrils as if wanting to force her to continue looking at the scene. Strewn across the ground were various pieces of bloodied flesh, the largest pieces resembling human limbs. Although such violence wasn't new to Ryue, this particular scene made her want to vomit. However, she suppressed her feelings once again and continued forward. The chunks of flesh slowly got larger before entire upper bodies and heads entered her vision. Those are. She was staring at a particular set of bodies. Their arms were intertwined as if they were hugging, but their heads were both missing. In fact, they were present only a slight distance away. It was a young girl and boy, both with horror-stricken expressions. The tears that had streaked down their faces when they were still alive were still fresh. It was Linger and Yenshin that she and Damien had saved when they first arrived in the forest. It wasn't just them. Various members of the village and even some of the other children that had been a part of that first group could be seen, lifelessly laying on the ground. Ryue's steps faltered, tears threatening to appear in her eyes. Even if she had only met them for a brief period, their innocence was something she admired. She felt like she had gained some sort of connection with them. But she wasn't going to stop here. She had to figure out what it was that caused this tragedy. She felt a burning flame ignite in her to avenge these innocent people who died today. Grrrrrrr. Suddenly, she heard a muffled growl coming from the opposite side of the shack next to her. To her, who wasn't in the right state of mind at the moment, it sounded like the hungry growl of a beast. Slowly but surely, she made her way around the shack, trying to keep her footsteps as light as possible. She didn't want to alert whatever beast was lurking around the corner until she had verified its strength. But when she finally made it to the other side of the shack, two figures could be seen. One standing tall while the other being only up the other's waist. The strange thing was, they were both humans. The tall figure had his hand wrapped around the smaller one's neck, evidently choking it. Grr. Once again, the growl rang out, and it was clear it came from the taller figure. Ryue concentrated her gaze on them, but she couldn't see them in this darkness. And as if responding to her wish, the moonlight shifted gradually, shining light on the scene in front of her. Copious amounts of blood covered the figures of both individuals, to the point where it was obvious it wasn't entirely their own. The tall figure had elongated fingers that looked more like claws digging into the smaller one's neck. Even more blood was pouring out of wounds on both of their bodies, with the smaller one being more injured. With this level of gore, Ryue could barely tell the identity of the two figures. That is, until the moonlight fully illuminated the area. In front of her eyes was a man with an unforgettable pair of amethyst-red eyes and cross-shaped pupils, in the process of killing the kind elder Baba she had met only a day prior. Chapter 178 Running Away 1. Ryue stared in shock at the scene of her junior brother strangling the kind village elder she had agreed to help before they left the village. She couldn't understand what was happening. Her emotions were in such turmoil that she could barely think straight. Blood everywhere, holding an innocent by her throat. The image that was painted in Ryue's eyes was clear. Why you? She looked at Damien in disbelief, trying to get the words out. You killed them all? She wanted to say it, but the words got stuck in her throat. Rage began to bubble inside of her. She knew that Damien had a beast inside of him, something he couldn't control. She had seen it herself when they were subjected to Tianyang's aura suppression. But to think he would go so far. Her rage reached its peak and she couldn't take it anymore. Bluish-white flames burst forth from her hands and encased her whole body. Let go of her. She screamed in fury, discharging a massive wave of flame towards Damien. But she didn't stop there. Flame swords like the one she used before and explosive lotuses with all 13 petals were thrown at his location. But despite the flurry of attacks charging towards him, Damien didn't move. A strange power left his body, causing slight ripples in space. And then, when the plethora of flaming attacks reached within 5 meters of his body, they disappeared. Well, not all of them. The massive wave of flames was gone entirely, but the rest of the attacks were still there. Only, they weren't moving forward in the slightest. No matter how Ryue urged them or tried to increase her output, her attacks seemed to be stuck in a deadlock. Damien suddenly raised his arm that wasn't holding onto Elder Baba and flicked the air in front of him lightly. Following this movement, the barrage of flames shot forth once more. Except, they were flying towards the sky, no longer on the path Ryue had set them towards. BB boom. A massive explosion rang out in the night sky, resembling fireworks. When Ryue looked back at Damien, she was met with a pair of incomparably cold eyes. However, his gaze didn't stay on her for long. Despite the anguish that was present on her face, the pain of betrayal she was currently feeling, he ignored her. Or at least, that's what it seemed like. When those ice-cold eyes returned back to meet the eyes of the figure in his grasp, 2 emotionless words left his mouth. Release her. Emotionless? No, that wasn't the right word. Those 2 words contained an unbridled fury that surpassed even the fury Ryue was feeling at the moment. Damien at the moment was like a volcano on the precipice of eruption. I have no idea what you're talking about, Elder Baba replied between strained breaths. Please. Let go of me. Ryue's anguish only heightened at the desperate cries of the elder, but before she could attack Damien once more, she felt a restrictive force encase her body, limiting her movement. Stay there for now. Damien's words echoed in her ear. Unlike the biting cold that was contained in them when speaking to the elder, there was an untold gentleness when he addressed her. Stop playing mind games, bitch. Unless you want me to crush your skull right now, release her. Elder Baba's eyes widened at his words before her panicked expression vanished as if it never existed. Instead, it was replaced by a sickening smile. Keck, I never expected there to be a young man like you involved in all this. The voice that left her mouth was no longer that of the kind Elder Ryue remembered meeting. The voice that was now being broadcasted was grating, like nails being scraped across a chalkboard. But Damien didn't care. He tightened his grip around her, no, the thing that was pretending to be hers throat, and repeated the same line over again. Release her. TCH, the thing pretending to be Elder Baba clicked its tongue in dissatisfaction before its eyes glowed slightly, releasing a dull gray light. All of a sudden, Ryue dropped to the ground as a splitting headache assaulted her. What is happening? All her previous animosity and anguish vanished like smoke as a change began to take place in her mind. Her thoughts flashed back to all the actions she had taken ever since visiting the village. The way she volunteered to help, the way she charged forward without thinking, the way she disregarded help in a fit of arrogance, and the way she kept overreacting to every slight problem that had happened. Not to mention the odd peaceful feeling she felt from the forest, the feeling that made her not want to leave. The second that dull gray light disappeared from Elder Baba's eyes, it was all gone. The splitting headache soon ended and Ryue once again opened her eyes. Looking at the scene around her once more, she felt nothing. Not the slightest hint of sympathy. At most, she felt a slight regret that those 2 teenagers had died. She panned her gaze back towards Damien as a complicated light flashed across her eyes. She didn't understand yet what was happening, but she could no longer find it in her to doubt his actions. Keck, now that I've released your little lover, let me go. You said you would let me go. That thing, it valued its life above all else. Even if it was caught in the end, at least it could live and scheme once more to get what it wanted. However, who said you could live? Damien ruthlessly grabbed Elder Baba's face and pulled as hard as he could. With the sound of fabric being torn from Velcro, the entire face was ripped off. Damien threw the skin to the side and looked at the creature whose features were now revealed. It was a creature with a face ugly enough to scar children, causing legitimate trauma. Its eyes were hollow, with dull gray flames lighting up its sockets. Its skin was a mix of green and brown like sewage water, and its nose and mouth were crooked as if someone had bent them out of position. Staring into those dull gray flames, Damien felt a pull on his consciousness, but in the end, nothing happened. "So even at this point, you are trying to fool me," he said to the creature, who still didn't show signs of fear. "What else should I do? Bow down and beg for forgiveness? You're going to kill me anyway, aren't you?" It responded with disdain reeking from its tone. Damien lightly closed his eyes. "I see." And without another word, he tightened his grip around its neck, distorting it with his spatial mana until the creature's head was upside down, similar to the pack leader that had died before. The flames in the creature's eye sockets dimmed before extinguishing completely, and the small human body of Elder Baba faded into the grass beneath them. Damien charged lightning into his hands and let it superheat before shooting it towards the already dead creature, incinerating its body. He wanted to be sure nothing else would come of it. The coldness in Damien's gaze slowly faded as he turned to look at Ryua, who had watched the entire ordeal take place. Seeing the lost look on her face, he sighed lightly. "I'm sorry." Chapter 179, Running Away 2. Ryua's gaze went back and forth between Damien and the corpse on the ground, the lost look in her eyes never disappearing. "Did you know?" She managed to force the words out of her mouth. Damien looked at her with a complex gaze. But ultimately, he shook his head. "I only had a hunch that something was wrong." He was telling the truth. From the start, he had noticed something wrong with the whole situation, he just couldn't pinpoint it. It was for this reason why, after Ryua left his side, he traveled through the forest and observed all the larger beast packs within it, trying to gain some information. During this observation, he realized something odd. There was a familiar feeling about the murky mana that encased the Elder's room in the village. He couldn't figure out the source of this familiarity, but as he continued his stay around the beasts and observed them with utmost concentration, he realized it. The familiarity was beast mana. Not only was it something he had spent 2 years surrounded by, but it was also something that had become a part of him. Although the beast mana was cleansed by his physique when it entered his system, it didn't change the fact that he absorbed it to grow. That familiar feeling stemmed from what he felt during his first evolution when rampant beast mana invaded his body for the first time. The instant he realized this, he rushed back to the village. But he was already too late. By the time he arrived, the deed had already been done. The ground was already stained in blood. But he could still stop anything further from happening. He initiated combat with the thing pretending to be Elder Baba and ultimately ended up winning. He had made sure not to go easy. He tortured that thing for information, and even without too much pain, it told him everything. It seemed to revel in the feeling of being caught like this. It didn't seem the slightest bit afraid, even when he tortured it. It was at that time that he learned how things went down. The feeling he had during their first meeting, the one that made him assume the old lady was a seer, was just a front. The beast, who somehow had knowledge of such occupations, used the situation to its advantage and distracted Damien with it since it judged him as the strongest one in the room. And its strategy worked. Damien was too focused on the old lady's identity and warding off the foreign mana that was trying to invade his body that he lost track of everything else, not paying attention until Ryua dragged him out of the village. And in that time, it had the ability to do whatever it wanted to Ryua. It manipulated her emotions and her perception with its strange ability, forcing her to act out of character. But it felt natural to her. It led her to act according to its plan, fighting against the illusion it set up far away from the village while Damien was dragged along as well. The only thing it couldn't predict was Damien's movement after everything was over with. It had expected him to go along with Ryua, or at least it didn't expect him to return to the village until it had left. But Damien was a variable it couldn't control. If it wasn't for his familiarity with beast mana, if it wasn't for his evolver title, perhaps the beast's plan would have worked. And once this exchange had ended, Ryua showed up. Damien was already furious after learning the prior information, and seeing how Ryua attacked him without a second thought, he became enraged. He didn't even continue questioning the beast before killing it, succumbing to his desire for its death instead. Damien sighed once again as he finished recounting the series of events to Ryua, whose eyes were no longer lost. Instead, they were colder than even his when he was looking at the beast. She closed herself off again. This was the outcome Damien wanted least. He knew that after learning how she was manipulated, she would be affected like this. He just didn't expect it to be so bad. Even when she looked at him, her gaze was freezing. There was none of the familiarity she held previously. And frankly, he couldn't bear to see her like that. Damien's gaze became determined. He walked forward, ignoring the unapproachable aura surrounding Ryua and even her dead eyes as she gazed at him. Ryua backed away as he approached, not wanting to speak to anyone at the moment. Her mind was tumultuous and her heart was in chaos. If it wasn't for my childish dreams. If it wasn't for my personality. If I had just listened to what he had told me. Inside her head, she kept blaming herself for what happened. She wouldn't let herself be happy anymore if it meant she might get sucked into a situation like this again. She felt like she was willingly becoming a caged bird, but she didn't mind. If that's what it took to solve her problems, so be it. She would kill that childish version of herself that wished for freedom. But as her thoughts reached an apex, she felt two strong hands grab her shoulders. Before she could even process what was happening, she was pulled forward. Her head lightly landed on Damien's chest as his arms wrapped around her shoulders, embracing her. "Don't think stupid things," he said in a soft voice. Even if his words were berating, his tone was too gentle for her to get angry. Her body froze. It wasn't necessarily shock that she was feeling, but she couldn't bring herself to move. She felt comfort in his arms. "No, I'm not allowed to be comfortable. This will only lead to another situation like the previous one." She tried to struggle free of his grasp, but he wouldn't let her go. She was forced to stay within the comfort that she was trying to run from with all her might. "Stop. Please stop. If you don't." His soothing voice once again entered her ears. "It's okay. Everything will be okay. Running from those emotions won't solve anything, I promise. Just let it out. You have someone here who is willing to listen to it all." "Why? Why are you being like this? Why can't you just be the annoying asshole that you always are?" She cried inwardly. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't actually say the words. It seemed like without even her own recognition, her arms had snaked around Damien's chest, hugging him tightly. It seemed like without even her own recognition, tears were streaming down her face, staining his shirt. And it seemed like without even her own recognition, Damien had teleported the two of them to a secluded spot away from the carnage of the village. A spot where nobody would bother them as she cried. He moved one of his hands to her head, gently patting her head and brushing her hair. Every action he took made her want to dive deeper into this warmth, but her brain kept screaming at her that this wasn't the right path. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't fight her feelings, yet she wanted to do it so badly. In the end, she ended up crying in his arms, unable to decide on her next course of action. Chapter 180 Running Away 3. Shui Ryua, first and only daughter of Shui Yabai, patriarch of the Shui clan, the little princess of the Shui clan. These were the identities that made up who Ryua was in the eyes of others, and the traits that represented her. It was the person she was forced to be from the second she was born. Even at a young age, she wasn't shown the love a child should know. Be it her father, her mother, her older brother, or her extended family within the clan, none of them thought much of her. The Shui clan was once a matriarchy, being one of the very few within the cultivation world that could hold such a hierarchy successfully, but that all changed many decades ago. The throne was usurped and the clan was changed, becoming patriarchal like almost every other power in the Cloud Plane. But the Shui clan used to be a matriarchy for a reason. The women of the clan were usually the ones who inherited the greatest talents, as the clan was centralized around elements that were primarily Yin in nature. Even Ryue was the same. She was born with immense talents, and rather than having a Yin-attributed element, she had an affinity to Yin itself. It was a threat to the patriarchy. If Ryue ever grew up to be powerful enough, she could very well usurp the throne once again, and nobody would dare object. For this reason, she was always shunned. She was looked down upon and seen solely as a tool to further the goals of the Shui clan. They figured that as long as they continued like this, she would never become a danger to them. She grew up never knowing love. She grew up without smiling. There were only two people she could truly show her smile towards, the guard and housemaid couple that took care of her as if she was their own daughter. Even when her parents abandoned her, they were there, caring for her needs and raising her properly. For this, she could never be more grateful. When she reached the age of 16, the visits started. From the other 4 great clans to people from the major sects, they all visited the Shui clan for a chance to gain her hand in marriage. And with the way she was just a pawn to those higher-ups in her clan, they naturally accepted all these visits. She was forced to entertain those young masters and elders who looked at her body with lewd thoughts evident in their gazes. The Yin essence of someone with an affinity for Yin would be much stronger than that of a normal maiden. But even after all these years of her self-confidence being shattered by her clan, Ryue had still developed a sense of identity. This was due to those two that raised her with proper morals. She had no desire to be a tool for her clan's growth. She despised the clan itself. And with all these years going by, seeing how nobody actually cared about her and only cared for her materialistic value, she developed an ice-cold exterior. She pushed away everyone and everything and developed an unapproachable air. She became someone those young masters would fear trying to court. Doing so would only lead to their misery. She trained in secret and managed to reach 2nd class at the age of 18, allowing her to be somewhat free from the constant marriage proposals that were thrown at her. But she ended up in a situation she couldn't control. Her parents had chosen to wed her off to an elder of the Jade Heavenly Palace. There was no way she could escape the situation the way she had been doing all these years. So she took drastic measures. She fled the Shui clan and after many months, arrived at the Celestial Star Palace. She passed their disciple examination and climbed the ranks, catching the attention of Grand Elder Tianyang in the process. At first, she wanted to reject, thinking he was just like the rest of those creeps who wanted her body. But she realized she needed backing within the sect to protect her from her clan and the Jade Heavenly Palace. In the end, she accepted his tutorship. And as time passed, she realized that he was nothing like what she had thought of him. He would rarely actually teach her things, giving her pointers to lead her in the right direction and then leaving the rest to her. Whenever he looked at her, she could only see the gaze of a master towards his disciple. She started warming up to him, seeing him as her true master. And with his guidance, she was able to achieve 3rd class by the time she turned 20. It was an unprecedented growth speed. But trouble came seeking her. Her clan and the elder she was supposed to be wed to demanded her presence. She believed that there was no hope for her, even if she had backing. But within the next few months, all those demands and approaches died down. Why did that happen? At the time, she had no idea. But now, she knew that Tianyang had acted. With his strength and position, there weren't many who could oppose him. Especially not someone with less strength than the 2nd greatest sect on the entire plane. She continued her training under Tianyang without worries, slowly opening up to him. And then, someone else appeared. A new disciple that her master claimed would be her junior brother. At first, she hated the thought of him. Not only was he a man, but he was also going to break the peaceful daily life that she treasured so much. But unexpectedly, she warmed up to him faster than she had with even Tianyang. He was arrogant, he was occasionally shameless, and he got on her nerves whenever he got the opportunity, but she couldn't find it in herself to hate him. Why was that? She couldn't figure it out at first. But slowly, she began to understand. From the beginning, he disregarded her status. Whether it be as his senior sister or as the little princess of the Shui clan, he didn't care about it at all. When she acted haughty towards him, he would immediately do the same to her. It was an attitude and approach she had never experienced before. He genuinely just saw her as another person. This kind of attitude inadvertently melted the icy wall she had erected around herself. The way she got annoyed and argued with him forced her to become more social. And she didn't hate the feeling at all. It made her feel like she was regaining the youth that was taken away from her. But with the situation that had just occurred, she felt that such youth wasn't something she needed. She had gone on many missions already, and she had witnessed her fair share of violence and carnage, but she never felt anything of it. Perhaps because she was as cold and indifferent as she was. But now, in this place, she felt the pain that such emotions could bring. She felt how terrible the lows could be in contrast to how exhilarating the highs were. And she hated that. She didn't want to feel such emptiness and such sorrow. She liked it better when she could just ignore everything around her and be indifferent. But as he embraced her and brushed his hands through her hair, she couldn't bring herself to do that. "Why won't you let me do that?" she cried as she hugged him tightly. She thought that after hearing her story, he might allow her to do as she pleased. But Damien just smiled in response. "You see, I tried the same thing, but in the end, it'll only bring you greater pain." He thought about the guilt he felt for running away from his feelings for Rose. It was a terrible feeling. Perhaps he could shut out his emotions like Ryua was trying to do, but would that solve anything? No. It was just another form of running away. You could say that we are similar in that regard. He decided to share his experiences with her. He found that no matter how the senior sister of his liked to act high and mighty, at her core she was just as immature as he was. Watching her try to take the same method of escapism that he did, he realized how silly he was being. Is this what he was trying to do this entire time with Rose? He berated himself endlessly. Ryua stood silently in his arms, listening to his story. It wasn't the first time she heard him talk about his woman, but it was the first time she heard it in depth. A strange suffocating feeling arose in her chest, but she didn't let it affect her. Instead, she hugged him tighter as she listened to his story. Under the silent moonlight, the duo relied on each other's warmth, attempting to sort out the troubles that lay within their hearts. Chapter 181 Running Away 4. Running away. Wasn't it something Damien was well accustomed to? It was only a few days ago that he finally made the decision to stop running away from his problems and his feelings. He was still in the process of making that change, and Ryua ended up helping him a lot. She didn't even have to do anything, just the fact that there was someone here who could relate to his feelings was enough. It wasn't just his feelings for Rose that Damien ended up running away from. Rather, it was mainly himself. His emotions and his problems. These were the things he feared. What happened with Rose could be considered as collateral damage from his internal struggle. What was a person's identity? What was the thing that made them different from the rest? Although this was a world where everyone had their unique abilities and strengths, it didn't change the fact that everyone's strength was under the presence of the system. What truly made a person unique, what defines their ego, wasn't it their thoughts and emotions? The way someone felt and the decisions they made, the moral standards one creates for themselves as they continue living in this ruthless world, the relationships they form through it all. These are the things that Damien ran from. Because if he actually ended up solving these problems, if he overcame such things, he was afraid he'd be a different person. He was so used to having these issues within him. He felt that if he no longer had them, he'd allow himself to be taken advantage of. But these thoughts were simply stupid. After all, overcoming such things was the process of accepting himself. This was what he realized as he listened to Ryua tell her story. It was also the reason he decided to tell his. Firstly, he wanted her to feel what he felt, the camaraderie that he experienced when he met someone who could understand him. And secondly, he wanted her to gain something as well. Perhaps, if she could gain her own realizations from what he learned, she would benefit as well. And Ryua was experiencing what he hoped. As she learned about the dungeon, a Pyrrhon, and Earth, she realized how small her worldview was. Not to mention, she realized that she was dealing with problems that were much smaller than his. If she had said that out loud, Damien would call her an idiot. After all, her problems had a much more definite reasoning than his. But it didn't matter since she didn't say anything. This form of thinking was just something she subconsciously used to help herself, so it was for the best. Ryua thought back to those days in the clan. She thought back to the struggles she had been through. Did she go through all those harsh experiences just to become a crybaby? No, she didn't. She didn't feel that the choice she made or the attitude she took was wrong. Rather, she felt that the reasoning for such an attitude was the problem. She was no longer a child. She was no longer weak. There was no reason for her to erect such a wall to scare people off. She could do so with her own strength. But she wouldn't change her personality. Because as she thought about it, she realized that she enjoyed the way she was. She liked herself. Imagining herself being kind or cheerful at all times ended up repulsing her. Because that wasn't her identity. Besides, it wasn't like she couldn't be kind or she couldn't be cheerful. She had people she trusted enough to show these emotions to. And that was enough for her. For what reason should she allow those scum to see her true self? That should be a right reserved for those she allowed it to. Her thoughts slowly became clear as she reaffirmed herself. She ended up coming out of that state only to realize the position she was currently in. She was still clinging to Damien as hard as she could, even though her tears had run dry long ago. She slightly shifted her head to look up at him, only to see that he was still stuck in his thoughts. Not wanting to interrupt him, she decided to stay in her current position. Besides, it was warm here. Yes, I'm staying in this position so he isn't interrupted. That's what this is. Meanwhile, Damien was still thinking about the same concept as before. He was thinking about why things felt so different with Ryua. And it didn't take long to realize. Rose was someone who could act as his confidant at any time. And through thick and thin, she was always supportive. But there were bound to be some things she couldn't do. Her personality, which ended up being much bolder than Damien's, wasn't one that could fully sympathize with him. Her problems lay elsewhere, but she never refused to confront them. Rather, she confronted them as much as she could so that one day she could overcome them. So when Damien saw Ryua, who was similar to him, he felt something different from when he confided in Rose. He felt like the simple fact that Ryua was the same as him helped him overcome himself, albeit slightly. The process of change wasn't something immediate. In fact, it took a great deal of time to complete. But today, under the moonlight, that process was expedited slightly. However, no matter how refreshed Damien felt by this, there was no way he could feel completely happy at the moment. The events prior to their conversation were still stuck in his mind. That creature pretending to be Elder Baba, it obviously had other plans. And he doubted that it was working alone. From how easily it accepted death, even though it couldn't achieve anything in the end, he felt that there was something more going on. But he wasn't in any position to stop it. He was on a deadline. He had to get to that convention and complete the mission his master had given him. If not for his master's sake, then it was for his own. It was a matter related to his safety and the Nox who kept causing problems everywhere he went. Again, I end up running away. There wasn't just one village within this vast forest. When Damien spread his awareness earlier, he spotted at least 3 others. And within all of them, there were traces of the same murky mana he felt in Elder Baba's hut. He knew there were more problems in the forest. He knew more people would end up getting hurt after they left, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't some hero with a misplaced sense of justice that would go around helping anyone without any benefit. That simply wasn't his style. Still, he was from Earth. He had a sense of values instilled in him since he was young. Even if he could ignore the suffering of others on a larger scale, he wasn't someone who would ignore things going on right in front of him. At least, that's how it was usually. But this time, there was nothing he could do. Regardless of how powerful one gets, Regardless if one can control the winds and rain with the snap of their fingers, time is an enemy that can't be overcome. Chapter 182, Running Away. 4. Flash. Damien's eyes suddenly became clouded for a moment after he had the thought. It only lasted for a brief second, but when he came to, he felt that he had comprehended something good. It was nothing but a spark of insight, but just from that he knew he was moving in the right direction. Soon. I'll have that power soon. Damien opened his eyes, unaware of when he had even closed them in the first place, and slowly took in his surroundings. Although it was still nighttime, the moon was no longer high in the sky, already on its way to setting. Looking down, he noticed that Ryue was still on his chest even after so long. "Hey, I think it's time we leave now," he said softly, but he got no response. After poking her cheeks a few times, he realized that she was probably asleep. Sigh, how troublesome. Even while muttering it, he had a smile on her face. He lightly picked her up, using his space element to shift her body so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable before Princess carrying her out of the forest. The cool wind brushed through his hair and caressed his face as he ran, with the sounds of bushes and trees rustling acting as his background music. In this calm atmosphere, he finally made it out of the forest, where the panther beast had been waiting for them. It was a beast they had gotten from Tianyang, so it was naturally tamed. They didn't have to worry about losing it while they went off and did other things. He mounted the beast as gently as he could before ordering it to set off, Ryue still asleep in his arms. He couldn't blame her, though. She had experienced a good amount of emotional stress in the past day, making her this exhausted. With the story she had told him, Damien was aware that she had never truly confronted her problems like this, nor had they blown up in her face. It was a new experience for her, and the whole thing overloaded her. Truthfully, Damien would have been the same if he didn't have his personality. While he would run away from his problems just as much as she did, he would always find himself introspecting and trying to find ways to combat those problems before pushing them away again. It was an unhealthy cycle, but at least it prepared him for situations like this one, making it so he didn't end up with the same fatigue she did. But the past day was annoying for him too. Seeing innocent kids get slaughtered, regardless of how cold his heart was, it wasn't something he could simply accept. It didn't matter how many adults died. That was something they decided for themselves. They made the decisions that led to that death. But it was different for kids. Damien made a vow to himself. A vow that no matter what he did, he would never intentionally harm a child. He closed his eyes and laid down on the beast's wide back, intending to take a bit of rest before they reached their destination. He needed to clear his mind before they got into the truly serious stuff they were about to do. Ryue's eyelids fluttered open as bright rays of sunlight entered her vision, disallowing her from getting any more sleep. Though, she didn't realize she had fallen asleep until she looked around. There were bright and lush plains around her, with small villages and cities off in the distance. It was clear that they left the forest long ago. Not to mention the fact that she was moving atop the panther beast they had gotten from Tianyang before leaving the sect. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes and attempted to get rid of the drowsiness she was feeling. "I haven't had such good sleep in a long time." As the events before she passed out entered her memory, a furious blush crept up her face. Oh my God. What the hell was I doing? She had both cried and fallen asleep on Damien's chest, making her utterly embarrassed. It wasn't something she had ever done before with another person, let alone a man. Is that why I felt like I was sleeping on the most comfortable pillow ever? Wait, but if his chest was the comfortable pillow, then why did that sensation continue to the time even minutes before she woke up? Her head moved robotically as she looked down to see where she was sitting, and in fact, it was as she guessed. Underneath her, Damien was still fast asleep. Her hands were on his chest as she supported her weight, and she was sitting on his stomach, just inches away from. What the hell am I thinking? She wanted to stand up and move away, but there was no space to do so. The panther beast wasn't very large right now, and Damien's body was taking up almost all the space on its back. Ryue was still in a panic, But what she didn't know was that all her fidgeting had woken up a certain someone. Fuck. Why is she moving like that? Damien exclaimed inwardly as he tried to suppress himself, still pretending to be asleep. If she kept moving in such a way, he was afraid that another beast would be awoken, and he didn't want to deal with the shame that would follow that. Sighing lightly, he slowly opened his eyes. I'd appreciate it if you stopped moving around so much, dear senior sister, he said teasingly. Ryua jumped slightly as her movements once again became robotic. She turned her head towards Damien with wide eyes as she witnessed the mischievous smile on his face. Good morning, she muttered, her voice low due to embarrassment. Good morning, Damien replied as he sat up. Yet, this movement resulted in another problem. Ryua, who was sitting on his stomach, slid down and ended up on another region. And as she was already facing him, when his upper body was raised, they ended up eye to eye, their faces only inches away from each other. This time, it was Damien's turn to be surprised. How did I even end up in this kind of anime situation? Do things like this actually happen in real life? Meanwhile, Ryua was frozen in both body and mind. All her senses were focused on a certain beast that had inadvertently awakened due to her sitting position. When Damien realized this, he averted his gaze, his face tinged with a slight redness. It had to be known that even with Rose, he had never been in this position. They had cuddled enough that he learned to easily suppress his urges. But with Ryua, this kind of sense hadn't been developed in the slightest. When Ryua saw Damien's red face, her attention was completely shifted off what was happening with his lower body. She ended up smiling slyly as she watched him. I see, so even my cold-hearted junior brother can make such a face. I have no idea what you're talking about, Damien responded emotionlessly. But Ryua, who had a clear view of his face, was able to see how the redness slightly increased. I think I'm beginning to understand why he loves to do this to me. She continued teasing him, completely forgetting the position they were in at the moment, as the two of them continued their journey. They were now only a single day away from their destination. Chapter 183 Bloodstone River 1. The blistering heat covering the land slowly cooled down as the sun began to set over the horizon. The day had passed without much drama and, finally, Damien and Ryua could see their destination approaching. In the distance, they could faintly make out the outline of an expansive mountain range whose height reached the clouds. However, its contents were veiled in secrecy. It's just as described in the reports from those who have been in this region, Ryua exclaimed in amazement as she gazed upon the majestic sight. Damien could only nod his head in response, as his thoughts were also transfixed on the sight in front of them. The outline of the mountain range they could truly see was only the tip of the iceberg, as the entirety of its structure was covered by a massive fog that looked almost ethereal. It was hazy, yet translucent at the same time. It covered the view of the mountain range like a large wall, preventing outsiders from understanding its contents. This fog was so notorious that it had received its own name, the Myriad Illusion Veil. Though name wasn't grand for nothing, describing the experience one would have once they entered the dense veil. It was said that once one traveled far enough into the fog, they would lose their sense of direction, not knowing up from left or down from straight. And not only that, there were even rumors that one could lose their entire identity to the horrifying yet mysterious fog. And by the time the sun finally set and night fell on the central continent, the duo reached the border of this fog. Luckily enough, there was a small city on the border where plenty of mercenaries and cultivators would gather before setting off to test their luck within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. I think we should stay here for the night. Regardless if we know exactly where we're going, I don't want to risk getting lost in that fog when visibility is at its lowest. Damien remarked warily. I agree. The fog's reputation is already bad enough. Though, I don't think our destination is far enough within for us to experience its true horrors. Ryua responded. Still, the two of them didn't take any chances and made their way into the city. They had already left the panther beast they used for transport, allowing it to return to its original owner. It was only accompanying them to take them this far, as it would only be in danger if it continued with them. For their return trip, They already had the talismans that Tianyang gave them, so it wasn't necessarily a problem. Entering the city, the two were immediately able to feel the gloomy atmosphere that encased it. Considering the location, it was only natural. Many of the cultivators currently residing in the city had already been through the fog, losing their companions on the way. Besides them, there were those who sternly prepared for expeditions. As for the residents of the city, there actually weren't that many. It would be crazy for someone to voluntarily become a permanent resident of a city, such as this one, which always stunk with the aura of death. The only ones that truly made this decision were the owners of the many inns and establishments that made up the city's area. These people were fearless in the face of profits. Anyway, Damien and Ryuet disregarded it all as they entered one of the inns and booked a room. Being infinitely close to the convention they were about to attend, it became much more important for them to keep up their roles, so they only purchased a single room. But both of them were adults. Even if they tended to bicker like children whenever they wanted to have fun, this wasn't the time for such things. Damien took his spot on the floor without saying a word while Ryue took the bed. And like that, a peaceful night passed. When the sun once again rose, it was time for them to enter the tiger's den. Standing in front of the myriad illusion veil, the duo looked into each other's eyes as they firmed their resolve. Although they had always been aware of the importance of their mission, it was only settling in now. They were going to be surrounded by enemies on all sides, with some being far out of the scope of their abilities. If they made one wrong move, they'd be crushed without even knowing how they died. But it was the life of a cultivator to take risks. And it was their responsibility to acquire good information and make it out safely. For the next 3 months, they would have to be on their highest alert. Nodding at each other silently, they rushed into the fog. This fog, its reputation is well-deserved. Damien sighed inwardly as they made their way forward. They had only been running for a few minutes, but he could already feel the range of his awareness slowly decreasing. What used to be enough to cover an entire mid-sized state became only enough to cover small states, before gradually sinking to the level of a city. It was such a drastic decrease that Damien felt slightly claustrophobic. He was someone who loved to be in control. And the current feeling he was getting was the complete opposite. The fog was making him wary. He was now feeling much luckier for the escape talismans they had on them. If he was feeling this uncomfortable with just the outskirts of the fog, he had no desire to find out what it would feel like to go deeper within it, especially if he had to do so while fleeing. Luckily, he wouldn't have to deal with it for long as he saw their final destination up ahead. The location they had marked wasn't some majorly specific area on the outskirts of the mountain range, as the fog would never permit them to find such a place. Rather, it was a landmark that could be widely recognized. Tianyang had gathered a truly concrete amount of information for them to make preparations from. Since the same problem with the fog would affect everyone, the Wicked Sects had set up checkpoints along the location where those attending the convention could be guided to the true location. As they made their way closer, he saw the glorious form of a large river that snaked through the myriad illusion veil, creating a border between the outskirts and the truly dangerous parts of the fog. The river wasn't enormously wide, with third-class beings able to cross it with a single leap, but its depth couldn't be underestimated. However, this wasn't the river's main attraction. Rather, it was the blood-red color of the water that gave this river its name and fame. A river that was rumored to be formed by the blood of countless cultivators that had died within it. A river that used to just be a simple gorge on the outskirts of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. The Bloodstone River, Damien muttered as he witnessed it with his own eyes. Chapter 184 Bloodstone River 2. The Bloodstone River, Damien muttered as he witnessed it with his own eyes. It truly deserved its name. He couldn't even tell the difference between this water and true blood. Even from this distance, its consistency didn't seem the same as pure water. Suddenly, a masked man appeared before them. His entire body was covered in a black cloak as well, making him look overly suspicious. Yet, nobody would question him. It wasn't irregular for cultivators to hide their identities as such when they went out on adventures. Who knew what would happen? There were many cases where naive rogue cultivators accidentally offended powerful young masters or similar people and had their entire lineages eradicated. Such concealment became a regular practice for those without backing. Gazing at the suspicious man, the duo didn't feel any nervousness. They knew his purpose in approaching them. "Would the two of you like assistance in crossing this river?" the man asked, motioning towards a small ferry that was positioned on the shore of the river. Coupled with the man's appearance, it was like a blatant allusion to crossing the river Styx. However, the duo had no intention of crossing the river. "No. Instead, we want to explore what's held in the deepest depths of this bloodstone river." Hearing Damien's words, the man's eyes flashed for a second. But it wasn't something either of the two would miss. Slightly nodding his head, the man beckoned them forward. "If that is your wish, then so be it." The deepest depths of the Bloodstone River lay 5 kilometers east. There, you will meet a man who can guide you to your desires. Damien nodded lightly towards the cloaked man before turning eastward. The words Damien had spoken were the keywords to announce participation in the event about to take place. It wasn't that hard to figure out, but it was still enough to guarantee veracity. Damien and Ryua once again took off running before reaching the location the man had pointed out. Soon, they met the guide the cloaked man had told them about. From there, the process of gaining entry was simple. The new cloaked individual took Damien and Ryua towards a large tree in the vicinity and placed his hand on its bark. This action in turn opened up the tree trunk, revealing a passageway within. "We hope you enjoy your stay," the cloaked individual said as Damien and Ryua entered the passage, the hidden entrance closing behind them. In truth, this event wasn't as secretive as one would expect. It wasn't actually a hidden event at all. Just like how the righteous sects held an annual tournament and gathering of sects, the wicked powers did the same. It was a showcase and a sort of festival. For this reason, they didn't need to care too much about spies infiltrating the event. They did the same for the righteous sect events, so why shouldn't they allow the same? In reality, the righteous sects were well aware of this convention. They just left it alone as there was nothing to gain from interrupting it. Even if they wanted to use the gathering to annihilate the wicked powers, they would obviously fail miserably. And if they didn't, they'd lose too much manpower in the raid for it to actually be a worthwhile investment. And with such a delicate balance in place, this was the perfect place for many covert operations and plans to take place. It was a similar concept to hiding in plain sight. This was the reason Damien and Ryua had to take so much effort to conceal themselves. Even if righteous sect spies weren't monitored within the main convention, they obviously wouldn't be able to gain entry to anywhere important. This was the same for those who came from other uninvolved wicked sects. As Damien and Ryua made their way down the steep staircase that made up this hidden passageway, they came across a heavy iron door with a single latch on it. As if sensing their presence, the latch opened, giving way to a piercing set of eyes that scanned them up and down before the door slowly opened, revealing the scenery within. It was a large cavern that could almost be mistaken for an open-air city if not for the rocky ceiling above them. There were tens of pavilions and stalls set up around the area, forming a scene reminiscent of a state fair on Earth. The makeshift streets were lined with cultivators of all shapes and sizes, the only thing they had in common being the half-masks that covered their faces. It was another measure of ensuring that no identities were revealed unless one chose to do so themselves. As for what happened if they did, well, that was their own problem. The organizers of the event wouldn't clean up after the idiots who made their own messes. Damien and Ryua had also donned these half-masks, as they were given out by the cloaked individual that opened the passageway for them. The duo strolled the streets and took in the sights, in awe of how little the scene resembled what they had originally thought it'd look like. "This place is a lot cleaner than I expected it to be." "Yeah. From the way the wicked sects are usually portrayed, I didn't think they'd abide by conventional standards like this." Damien and Ryua communicated through mana transmission. The perception Damien had formed of the wicked sects from the way those at the Celestial Star Palace talked about them was much more primitive, to say the least. He expected them to be killing each other wantonly, committing debauchery on the side of the street, and many other less than civilized things. Yet, it wasn't like that at all. Perhaps there were some who had fallen so far into depravity that they didn't care about image or public decency in the slightest, but most had enough sense to not act so idiotic. And such rules were enforced in this place. Well, to a certain extent. Hey, you. Didn't I tell you to stay the fuck away from me? A burly man yelled towards another man in front of him, evidently annoyed. Did you? I'm sorry, I don't tend to remember the buzzing of flies around me. The smaller man responded. The fuck did you just say to me? The burly man yelled furiously. Oh, I remember you now. You're that idiot who I crippled a while back because you tried to lay hands on my woman. Your woman? She was my woman from the start. Who gave you the right to call her that? Well, she didn't seem to think she was your woman when she was moaning my name last night. The burly man's face had turned redder than a tomato at this point, and it was clear he could no longer hold himself back. That's it. If I deal with you, she'll be mine again. That's all it takes, right? The aura of an entry-level third class surged from his body and the earth around him trembled. Suddenly, a massive spike protruded from the ground, aiming at the smaller man's stomach. This is the price of messing with me. Yet, the smaller man made no move to dodge. Instead, he lightly waved his hand, causing the earth spike to crack and shatter into pieces. What did you just do? The burly man asked in trepidation. Well, let's just hope you learn how to pick your opponents in your next life. Also, you shouldn't fall in love with sluts who lust after any man with even a bit of power. The smaller man responded. Before the burly man could say another word, the smaller man vanished, appearing in front of him and pushing his palm towards his head. It was too late for the burly man to block, so he tried to use his aura for defense. But he was no match for his opponent. As the smaller man said, he had no idea how to pick his opponents. When the palm reached the burly man's head, the reaction was instant. The force of the palm completely obliterated everything in its path, causing the man's head to explode like a watermelon, his skull fragments and brains painting the ground in their color. Lightly flicking the blood off of his hand, the smaller man looked at the falling corpse in disdain before walking off, pretending as if nothing had ever happened. And just like him, the rest of the witnesses of the event went on with their days as if the prior interaction never took place. Due to a small quarrel like that, a man lost his life. Damien wasn't one to highly value the lives of others, but it was the first time he had seen someone get killed over something so minuscule. Shaking his head lightly, he made a mental note to himself not to end up in the same situation. The world truly is a much more ruthless place than I thought. Chapter 185 Convention 1. In a certain part of the underground space, there were 8 raised platforms where many battles were taking place. On 2 of those, there were familiar figures taking part in the festivities. Damien and Ryua had spent the last day browsing the convention and understanding the proceedings so far, and they were generally underwhelmed by what they found. The stalls lining the streets were like market vendors, selling everything from artifacts and herbs to cultivation techniques. Yet, at least 1 out of every 10 stalls was full of scam treasures. However, the thing that stood out most was probably the cultivation manuals. They were the main reason why wicked powers were considered wicked in the first place, and they were the main cause of the deteriorating humanity of those who joined these sects. There were many different methods within these techniques, some even made to turn victims into cultivation cauldrons. It was an interesting experience seeing all these wicked techniques, as it opened Damien's mind to many methods he didn't think were possible. With the way the system functioned, killing was the most effective way to gain levels. With this kind of system, he didn't think that stealing cultivation was such a big deal. After all, experience gained through killing was essentially stolen from those that died. However, it was different with these manuals. Rather than a part of their experience, they would maximize the amount of experience gained from the victim. But there was a penalty for doing so. The system was an entity that prioritized balance, leaving every action with a reaction. In return for gaining such immense benefits from killing, the user of these techniques would lose their sanity. Not only that, but some of these techniques also deteriorated the appearance of bodily function of the user. Damien passed many people who already looked like soulless husks as they perused the convention grounds. And after they made their way past these stalls, the duo found the dueling stage they were currently on. It was a place for the younger generation to show their fangs and compete. Yet, from their observation before joining, it was evident how little they cared about magnanimity in the wicked powers. The winner of the duels was never the last one standing, rather it was the last one alive. It made him wonder what the wicked sects were doing, since they were effectively killing off seedlings that could become important to their powers in the future, but Ryua explained it to him well. It was a similar concept to what went on with the economy on Earth. The rich get richer while the poor get poorer. Those who won would be fed all the resources that would have been distributed among many if it was a righteous power. Even if the righteous sects also poured more resources into the strongest and most talented, they never forsook those with less talent or strength. The wicked sects were clearly more prone to building elite forces with smaller numbers than the righteous sects. Boom! Black lightning coursed through the dueling stage as Damien unleashed his power. However, his opponent didn't do the same. A deep purple mist spread from her as her body began to move rhythmically. Her lithe and graceful movements entranced the audience watching her, making it so they couldn't take their eyes off of her. Even if they were watching from afar, the effects of her technique still affected them. A slight purple aura began to radiate from their eyes as their expressions began to dull. The woman smirked at the sight. This was the power she was proud of, the power to seduce any and every man to become her loyal slave. The lustful fairy sect. It was a power diametrically opposed to the supreme fairy paradise in principle, and the members of the sect fully embraced their traits, evident in the name of their power. The power of lust was something that could be incredibly dangerous when exploited. It was the foundation of their power and the reason they were highly regarded and despised by other powers. Yet it had a fatal weakness. And the man that was her opponent at the moment happened to be one of those weaknesses. Before the woman could even understand what was going on, Damien was in front of her with her neck clutched in his iron grip. The power of lust? Damien knew it well. It had tried to control him before when his bestial instincts went out of control, but such experiences had led him to learn to control such feelings. But that wasn't the reason he stood on the stage unaffected at the moment. The power this woman was using wasn't necessarily lust itself, it was closer to charm. And this kind of fake charm was nothing more than an illusion. An illusion that he had absolute immunity towards. His cold eyes looked into hers, and without remorse, he tightened his grip. He could clearly feel the disgusting feeling of bones cracking within his hand, but he didn't care. This was a gathering of scum. Even if he knew well that not everyone here was scum, he had to be scum to fit in. Not to mention, he felt that this woman very much deserved death for daring to attempt what she was doing. There were 3 things Damien hated most in the world, if spiders weren't counted. And being manipulated was absolutely on that list. He wouldn't stand by as someone attempted to pull such a trick on him. The second the woman died, the purple mist that surrounded her dispersed and the audience slowly regained their senses. Naturally, many cheers followed this. Damien wasn't the only one who hated being manipulated after all. Seeing that the result was finalized, the one in charge of the match raised his voice. Winner. Jin Fong from the Twilight Blood Sect. Damien smiled lightly before looking over at the adjacent stage, where Ryua had also finished her match. Naturally, the two hadn't come to such a large event without backing. The Twilight Blood Sect. It was a reclusive power that had a powerful name within the wicked sect community. The power had a rich history of conflict with the righteous sects, making it an example that mana sects follow. The sect even accumulated a blood debt with the Jade Heavenly Palace, launching a campaign 100 years ago and successfully assassinating the young palace lord of the sect. Ever since that event, the two sects had been engaged in a silent war in the shadows. Many people on both sides had died in this conflict, but the power of the Twilight Blood Sect never seemed to diminish. However, the entire conflict was a facade. The Twilight Blood Sect was actually a power sponsored by the righteous sects, being their key into the wicked society. It was a fact that remained unknown to most, but due to the nature of this mission, Damien and Ryua became privy to such information. And although it was a cover for the righteous sects, it didn't discredit the power at all. The Twilight Blood Sect was truly as vicious as it portrayed itself. Chapter 186 Convention 2. The lives that were lost in the false war between the Twilight Blood Sect and the Jade Heavenly Palace were real. Those were sacrifices made in order to keep the wicked sect away from suspicion. Even the young palace lord was sacrificed for this purpose, making it evident that the facade was more important to those in power than the lives of a few, regardless of their importance. And even besides the war, the Twilight Blood Sect had committed many wicked deeds. However, their cultivation technique remained unknown. The sect itself was known for being reclusive, and even the officials from other wicked powers had never seen its sect master. For occasions like this one, a representative was always sent. There were rumors that the sect master had been injured in a conflict with the Jade Heavenly Palace, while others believed he was in the middle of cultivating towards a major breakthrough, but nothing was made official. Even the sect never confirmed nor denied the rumors, leaving most people puzzled. Yet, nobody could find out the truth. As previously mentioned, the sect's power was always on an incline, and any spies that were planted within would be swiftly removed. When he learned all this information, Damien felt that the world was always forcing him to see how nothing could be described in terms of black and white. Although he was never one to separate between two categories like this, it was still something pushed onto him. Righteous or wicked, good or evil, it didn't matter. He had long since learned to view the world in gray. And if he was to ask himself what he thought of the Twilight Blood Sect and the actions of the righteous sects, he couldn't come up with a concrete answer. If he had to assign whether it was morally just or not, he'd objectively say it was wrong. But did that mean he opposed it? What would he do if he was in the same position as them? Frankly, he wasn't adept enough at politics to answer such a question definitely, but if he had to weigh his opinion, he couldn't find fault with the righteous sects for their actions. Even if the method was unorthodox or vile, it did what it was intended to do. The sect's existence was the reason why Damien and Ryua were able to infiltrate without any hindrances. It was properly living up to its purpose. And for this reason, Damien couldn't complain about it, not that he would have done so in the first place. As he was immersed in his thoughts, he and Ryua had already left the dueling stages and were once again traversing through the many pavilions within the underground space. They had already fought 5 battles each, which was the limit of what they were allowed to do per day of the convention. And it wasn't like they went up there for fun. "He should be approaching us any time soon," Damien muttered as he quietly looked around. And as he expected, a man who looked to be in his late 20s arrived in front of them not even 10 minutes later. "Ah, it's good to see you again, junior brother and junior sister," he exclaimed, drawing attention to himself with his loud attitude. But when the crowd noticed the insignia on his chest, they quickly turned their gazes away and minded their own business. It was a blood-red moon with 3 ravens flying diagonally in front of it, the symbol of the Twilight Blood Sect. Come. I know the two of you have been enjoying the festivities so far, but we have much to discuss." The man continued with a wink. The duo nodded curtly before following after him, soon arriving in front of an inn that looked slightly fancier than the rest. Arriving within, the man led them up 2 flights of stairs before arriving at a room and entering it. The room itself was nothing special, having a single bed and a relatively decent amount of space, but its entirety was covered in a formation that revealed itself before Damien's eyes. Even without extensive knowledge of runes, he was able to figure out its purpose. It was a soundproofing formation, and a high-grade one at that. "Now that we're here, I can speak freely," the man said. "My name is Xian Lin, and I am an elder of the Jade Heavenly Palace. If I'm not mistaken, you two are from the Celestial Star Palace, are you not?" Damien's gaze sharpened at the man's words. "Why would you suspect us to be from a righteous sect when we are clearly from the same power? Elder Hua would be immensely displeased with you." "Well, no need to worry about that. Elder Hua is my beloved and revered grandfather, after all." Hearing his words, Damien slightly relaxed Bud guard. It was nothing more than a code he needed to confirm before revealing his identity to anyone. In a place where many important figures might gather, who knew what kind of tricks might be pulled? Nodding his head, Damien decided to continue the conversation. The man's identity had been verified, so even if he kept his guard up, there was no more reason to pretend. We are indeed the same as you, however, I won't reveal anything else. Anyway, that isn't the purpose of the meeting, is it? Let's get on to business. Xianlin nodded his head lightly. I simply wanted to confirm, since I saw you making a fuss on the battle stage. I am the representative of the sect for this year's convention. However, I'm aware that your reason for attending is different from mine, as we all have been assigned separate positions. I met with you two today to both verify your affiliation to any prying eyes and give you a bit of intel that might be useful to you. Speaking this far, Xianlin's expression became more serious. In the past 2 days that I have been present here, I have discovered that there isn't just a single convention taking place here. Isn't this a gathering for wicked sects? What other powers would dare to hold an event in this same place? Ryue questioned. Well, even I'm not sure about that. From what I've seen, it's a variety of people from different powers that are entering this convention. I haven't been able to find a link between them quite yet. However, if I had to make an educated guess, I would say they are all part of a separate organization that works within the wicked powers or uses it as a front. There's no way the leaders and sect masters are unaware of this hidden convention, so at least a few of them must be involved as well. Hearing Xianlin's conjecture, there was only a single group Damien could think to be responsible. Devil worshippers. Although his knowledge was shallow and he wasn't sure if there were other similar organizations, he firmly believed that his guess was right. Call it intuition, or call it jumping to conclusions, but he felt that this time there was no other possibility. And besides, wasn't their goal at this convention to monitor the devil worshippers? There were plenty of others like Xianlin who could infiltrate the wicked sect convention. Thinking this far, Damien sent a transmission to Ryue to get her approval. And it didn't take her much thought to arrive at a similar conclusion. Looking at Xianlin, Damien felt no hesitation. He wanted to act fast, even if this mission itself was more of a long game. Very well. Take us to the hidden convention so we can investigate it further. Chapter 187 Hidden Convention 1. Xianlin was a smart man, and seeing the attitude the two had towards him, he felt it better if he didn't delay. Although they were technically allies working towards the same goal, they obviously didn't treat him as such. And frankly, he felt that this was the proper attitude they should have. If this duo, who hadn't even told him their names, had been more open, he would have doubted their credibility. After all, regardless of how many cautionary measures and codes they created, there was never a situation where they could be 100% sure of each other's identities. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on the matter too much. The group stayed in the inn until what would have been nightfall if they could see the sky before departing back through the convention. As they walked, Damien and Ryue once again had time to admire the sights around them, but it didn't seem like that was all they were doing. If Damien had to be honest, ever since that night in the unnamed forest where Ryue had cried on his chest, their relationship had become awkward at best. Even with how they joked around on their way to the mountain range, he still noticed a wall she was trying to erect between them. But he couldn't really say anything about it. From what he could figure out, she was in the process of healing. Although the village massacre hadn't been a big deal to him, it was different for her, who had ended up falling victim to the trap. If what she needed now was time to come out of her shell again, he could only give it to her. They weren't close enough for him to be of any more help. He chose to put the matter aside for now since they were currently on a mission. It'd be weird if she acted too cheerful in the serious atmosphere they had around them since arriving. While the group was in their own thoughts, they arrived at an unassuming wall at the far end of the convention. This wall was the end of this massive cavern, meaning they could go no further. Or at least, that's how it should have been. The main strength of Damien's eyes so far had been their ability to see through illusions, and once again they lived up to this purpose. Directly in front of them, there was an illusion around 3 meters in height resembling a door. Past this door, he could feel plenty of life auras as if there was another hidden meeting going on there. This wall is where I've seen the people I mentioned disappearing into. I don't know exactly where they're going, but I'm sure it's somewhere around here. Xianlin said. Yeah, I see it as well. Thanks for your help so far, but we can take it from here. I'm sure you have your own duties to attend to, Damien responded curtly. Although it came off arrogant, Xianlin was well aware that it was simply their wariness towards him that elicited such an attitude. Because of this, he could only wryly smile and bid his farewells. As you said, I am here as the sex representative, so I have many duties to attend to. I hope the two of you find what you are looking for. After Xianlin left, Damien and Ryuet didn't immediately enter the premises of the hidden convention, instead opting to watch out for other entrants beforehand. And it only took a single group for Damien to confirm his suspicions. As the group of individuals passed the illusion, he ended up finding something interesting. A familiar black aura that smelled of death radiated from each and every one of them. He had seen it once before on the northern continent, but he didn't pay it much attention back then since the enemies had proudly declared themselves as devil worshippers. The curious thing was that the strength of these auras was abysmal. There was one among them that had slightly more aura than the rest, but it still didn't amount to much. Remembering the leader that the Shen clan head had fought, he realized there must be ranks among even the devil worshippers. It might have been stupid of him to think otherwise, but the fact of the matter was that he never necessarily considered it. They were all the same to him anyway, they were enemies. Still, since the fact that the hidden convention was for devil worshippers had been confirmed after he watched a few more groups enter, he and Ryuet decided to enter as well. The main preparations they had to make before embarking on this trip were all related to identity. From their new names and relationships to their affiliation with the Twilight Blood Sect, and finally, Damien looked down at his own body, which was radiating a similar black aura to those he had watched previously. This was yet another reason for Damien to praise Tian Yang's seemingly endless capabilities. The two of them only had to take a simple pill, but now they were radiating the aura of a Nox follower. What was the secret behind this? Damien didn't bother to ask. Back then, there was a clear look in Tian Yang's eyes that forbid questioning. But he was sure that the top experts of the world had done some, not-so-righteous experiments to create such things. But there was no use in complaining. Such inventions were the reason he could successfully infiltrate as he was doing today. It was the same case as what he felt with the Twilight Blood Sect. If it was anyone else, perhaps their opinions and view on the righteous sects would have been shattered, but for Damien and Ryuet it wasn't that big of a deal. While Damien was an outsider and had never really taken the righteous title seriously, Ryuet was a core member of a major clan regardless of how terribly they treated her. She was well aware that the powers that coined themselves as good were anything but. Maybe that was part of the reason the two of them had been given this mission. Besides the fact that they could keep their mouths shut, they weren't going to be disillusioned, so there was no worry about defection or anything of the sort. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Thinking these kinds of useless things, Damien led Ryuet through the illusory area of the rock wall that functioned as a door. There was no tedious procedure for them to prove themselves, but there was a guard radiating the aura of a peak third-class existence waiting at the door. On his face were a pair of glasses, and considering how nigh impossible it was to have bad vision as one's body evolved through ranking up, Damien was sure they were an artifact. Most likely, they were used to see the black aura that surrounded devil worshippers. Anyone who had such an aura would gain entry into the hidden convention. Yet, as Damien looked around the new area he had just entered, he no longer knew whether convention was the proper word to describe it. No, rather than a convention, it was more a combination of a trading post, an exchange fair, and an auction. Chapter 188 Hidden Convention 2. Well, although he said it like that, his description wasn't entirely accurate. The floor plan of this new area was much smaller than that of the main convention, and it was separated into 3 different areas. The first, as he said, resembled an auction house. There was a large stage with rows of seats lined up in front of it, as well as VIP boxes with tinted glass that even Damien couldn't see through with his eyes. Noticing this, he mused that it must be the material of the glass that gave it its one-way feature rather than any formation. Anyway, the auction house didn't necessarily matter at this point since there was no actual auction going on. Instead, it looked like the area was currently in the process of being fleshed out for an auction that would take place in the future. Rather than that, his focus was drawn towards the other two areas: a trading post and an exchange fair. While they were the same in essence, the difference was the product. While the trading area was for material goods, the exchange fair was more of a science fair, where knowledge was being exchanged. But none of it was innocent. In fact, the main good being sold in the trade area was slaves. Slaves of all different races, but for the most part, they were bipedal and humanoid. And that wasn't to say that there was nothing wrong with the exchange fair. It was to be expected, though, considering that this was a den of devil worshippers. They worked for the Nox, so their agenda would reflect that. Seeing the proceedings, Damien was reminded of the Nibelheim base he and the girls had raided back on Earth. He remembered when Rose and Elena had told him about their discoveries, where scientists were experimenting on humanoids and injecting them with a mysterious serum that tried to transform them but ended up driving them insane. What the hell are these damn aliens planning? He still couldn't figure it out. Artificial Nox? What was the point of that? Devil worshippers? Didn't they already have those in droves? So what was the point of all this experimentation? If the Nox served to gain nothing from it, then it wouldn't be taking place at all. Damien found himself cursing his lack of information. It wasn't just him, but everyone he knew lacked information, be it those on a Pyron or the Cloud Plane. He knew a single person who had more information that he could use, but that person had already died. Even when they met for the first time, he was nothing more than a soul fragment. Sighing lightly, Damien once again found himself suppressing his thoughts. It was annoying, but it had to be done as there were much more important things to do. Hey, did you hear about what's going to happen at the auction in a month? What? No, I told you to guess. Bastard. Just tell me already. Stop playing these stupid games. As they walked, Damien and Ryue began overhearing many conversations taking place in the surroundings. Of them, the most prevalent were those about the auction. There are many crazy items being auctioned in a month. Things that even those sect masters would covet. Really? Those guys who are always acting high and mighty. Yeah, I heard there will be artifacts that are even at Chaos rank. And those are just the starters. Really? Yeah, I heard the main item is a gift provided by the lords themselves. Sigh, I wanted to take part in the auction and maybe win myself something good, but it looks like it's too high profile for me. No sh*T. What could someone like you do at an auction? You're more broke than even a beggar. Hey, don't talk to me like that. I'm going to become a priest one day, and I'll be sure to punish you at that time. Priest? You're just trash. Fuck being a priest, I'll become an inheritor and rule over everyone. Huh? You called me trash? As if someone like you could become an inheritor. You should know that only those crazy talented people who follow our lords even have a chance at the position. Hey, can't you just let a man dream? Ha 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 ha. As if. More than just information on the auction, Damien was given another pleasant surprise. Worshipper, priest, inheritor. Judging by the way they talked about them, these were the ranks given to devil worshippers to enforce hierarchy. And more than just rank, there seemed to be a thing else involved as well. The inheritor title in particular interested Damien, as the word alone was dangerous when related to the Nox. Damien, I think we should attend the auction. Ryue suddenly transmitted. Damien raised his brow. Ryue had been especially silent ever since they entered the underground, leaving everything to him, but she finally spoke up. And knowing her personality, the words couldn't be empty. Thinking it over, he nodded his head in agreement. Attending the auction would be a great way to gain more information, especially considering what the main item was. Plus, Tian Yang had given them such an enormous mountain of spirit stones to use on this trip that he almost felt bad for not spending any money. It was a mountain so big that Damien felt he was currently carrying more wealth than some smaller sects. A devious grin crept up Damien's face as he thought of this point. I can't physically pay that old man back for beating me up, but maybe I can make his pockets hurt enough to make him shed a tear. Far away from the convention, at the Celestial Star Palace, a familiar old man was peacefully meditating within his residence before a sudden ominous feeling began to creep up his spine. He was already at a point where he didn't think he could grow in power more unless he decided to leave the planet, so there was no use in meditating for comprehension purposes. Instead, he was using the arts the Celestial Star Palace became known for, divination. Regardless of the reason, he wasn't a fan of sending young kids to do missions that their seniors should be taking on. But no matter how hard he tried to divine things related to them, or even if he tried finding out their current progress, he could only see bits and pieces. It was as if something was interfering with his divinations. Considering his strength, he felt that it was impossible for that to happen, but the truth was in front of his eyes, disallowing him from denying it. He couldn't do anything about the interference, but from the bits and pieces he could see, his disciples seemed to be doing fine. In fact, they had gotten even closer in this time that they were away. What startled him, however, was the final vision he saw. It was Damien wearing a smile that screamed mischief. And for some odd reason, he was 100% sure that smile was directed towards him, even though Damien wasn't aware he was watching. Shivering slightly, he opened his eyes. What the hell is that kid planning to do? Chapter 189 Auction 1. A month quickly passed by as Damien and Ryue continued attending the hidden convention of devil worshippers, attempting to glean any information they could. Meanwhile, in another hidden area connected to the main convention, a meeting of grandiose figures was taking place. There were many people filling the room, numbering 32, but most of these people were merely standing on the outer edges of the area. At the main table, there were 8 personages that all others in the room looked at with immense respect. Clearly, their status couldn't match up to these 8 in the slightest. Those trashes who betrayed their homeland are getting bolder and bolder recently. If they hadn't even given us any benefit from their activities, I might have gone to eradicate them myself. The speaker was a familiar face, yet his tone was vastly different. Xian Lin, who seemed friendly and overly open with Damien and Ryue, was now sitting at this table of esteemed persons with a haughty and aloof attitude. That's true. Even if I don't care about this planet, it's still my home for now. As if they'd dare do anything so slick right under our noses. Those fools only know how to dance in the palm of their masters. Still, their so-called lords are definitely grandiose and ambitious. Even I'm not stupid enough to claim such wide-scale domination. Well, at least they presented an opportunity to leave this dying planet. Those damn righteous sects have always pissed me off. A variety of complaints and opinions filled the room, mostly spoken by 6 others at the main table. Their every word was wrought with disdain and malice towards those other than themselves. Enough. However, a single word was enough to silence all of them. Although there was no grand standing or ranking between those highest powers in the wicked sects, there was one undisputed fact. That was the most powerful of them all. The Eclipsing Shadow Sect. It was an existence that could rival even the main palaces of the central continent. A power that even Tianyang and those on his level had to be wary of. Similar to the Twilight Blood Sect, many of their proceedings and even their cultivation techniques were largely kept secret. Even when their disciples went out into the world, they would never leave anyone who learned these secrets alive. The disciples of this sect had the firmest wills and tightest lips, bearing a kind of loyalty that one would be hard-pressed to find in the wicked sects, where personal gains were prioritized above all else. And the leader of such a sect had just spoken. Perhaps it was an unspoken law that the Eclipsing Shadow Sect was number 1, but that didn't mean anyone had the gall to go against it. The man in question sat at the head of this grand table, and a single word from him commanded the attention of all those present. There is no need for this pointless drivel. We're here to discuss business, so business is all that shall be discussed. Now tell me, what have you all learned within the last month of this convention? The other participants of the meeting looked at each other in hesitation, not knowing for sure who should speak first, when Xian Lin stood up. Since everyone is so busy being a wuss, I shall speak first. I took the time to wander the roads of the convention as an average cultivator, and although I still brandished my affiliation, I did not compromise my position. Through this, I have spotted numerous people I suspect to be spies from the righteous powers. As we thought, they sent their men here. What else should be expected from those low lives? Silence. The eclipsing shadow sect leader shushed them once again. It is only natural that they sent spies, but from your words, it seems like the number is greater this time around. They must be wary of the dogs of those aliens. Everyone else couldn't help but agree. That was the only difference between this convention and all others that had taken place. Still, the illusion formation those dogs have employed is at a level where their spies will not be able to penetrate. We need not worry about such pointless matters. Now, onto the important topic. What news has come about the auction taking place? That auction. Those dogs actually have good heads on their shoulders when it comes to survival instinct. It seems they know they can't gain a foothold without our powers, so they've already sent us invitations. I heard that the items on auction are going to be quite interesting. Many Chaos rank artifacts and rare materials are on the list they handed out. Yet, the most intriguing part is the final item. That thing? Has its identity been revealed? No news yet, but it's sure to be something interesting. They say their lords are the ones who provided it after all. The eclipsing shadow sect leader listened in on these conversations with a pondering look on his face. The truth was, unlike these people, he had a vague idea of what the final item was set to be. He was someone who kept a firm grasp over his sect, never letting betrayal go unpunished. And even if they didn't defect to the righteous path, siding with those aliens was still a form of defection. Any time one of those rats managed to sneak in, he would make sure they were thoroughly wrung for all the information they had. And he had plenty of satisfactory means to do so. Only recently, he had caught a big fish trying to enter his net. During interrogation, he learned this man was what they considered as an inheritor. Through this, he was able to learn the identity of the final item. Death Seed. It was such a simple name, yet he knew its use had to be anything but. There was undoubtedly some sort of scheme behind this auction. It was most likely a way to bring the sect heads over to their side. Whether it was through civility or force. He wasn't sure yet. That was something he'd find out once he saw the Death Seed in person. Still, he hadn't brought much wealth with him this time, not bothering to empty the sect's coffers for such an auction. He was well aware that none of these fools would dare compete with him if he truly wanted something. Concluding his thoughts, the eclipsing shadow sect leader returned his focus to the ongoing conversation, where the other sect heads and representatives were still speculating about the auction. Let us end this topic here, he said. The auction starts in but a day and a half. We shall find out everything we need to know at that time. Meanwhile, back at the hidden convention, Damien and Ryue exited an inn with refreshed looks on their faces. The past month had been generally taxing on them, not physically but mentally. They had witnessed a great deal of generally unsavory things, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. Well, for Ryue, that is. Damien's mental stress mainly came from holding her back and making sure she didn't fly into a rage and burn everyone to cinders. Sigh, although it was a tough time, at least we managed to get some information, he said wearily. However, it didn't take long for his eyes to brighten once again. The time for the auction to start had finally arrived. Chapter 190 Auction 2. Damien and Ryue made their way past the crowds of people lining the stone roads of the underground cavern as they headed to the auction site. Unlike when they first arrived at this hidden convention, the site had been fully erected, and the pavilion could be seen from many meters away, even with the hubbub of people crowding the streets. When they arrived in front of the building, they were greeted by a line so long they couldn't see the end of it. Only then did they realize that the crowds they had waited past were all waiting in said line. However, they didn't have to pay attention to such details. Xian Lin had contacted them a day ago and had given them an invitation to the auction meant for the Twilight Blood Sect. Although they normally should have gotten only one of these, Xian Lin had pulled his weight to make sure the duo also got a spot. As such, they swiftly bypassed the line and found one of the many attendants on the first floor of the two-story building that had been built in this area. "Hello, if you are planning to participate in the auction, you must wait in the line you saw on your way here," the attendant said with a slight hint of contempt in his expression. Evidently, there were plenty of people who had tried to bypass the line and bribe their way in, and the attendant made it clear he believed Damien and Ryue fell in this category. After all, their looks with their disguises on were generally average, perfectly middle of the pack. There was nothing in particular that stood out about the duo, as even the aura of their elemental affinities was hidden. The only detail that could raise a brow was the logo of the Twilight Blood Sect that was patched onto their robes, but obviously, the attendant didn't care for any of these things. Or rather, he didn't even bother to check. His identity was that of a devil worshipper, regardless of the politeness he showed for the sake of the event. He had long since stopped caring about affiliations to sects that would be destroyed as soon as his lords took control of the world. Damien was well acquainted with the so-called auction house scenario, where plenty of trouble and unneeded attention could follow him, but he had no desire to partake in such annoyances. Rather than face-slap this attendant who was probably sick of the **T the many idiots wandering these halls had put him through, Damien chose to be civil. He silently withdrew a thin sheet of parchment from his spatial ring. It was coarse to the touch and had a sort of aura that no ordinary paper could contain. This material was specially constructed for the sake of this event so that nobody could force their way in with fake invitations. The attendant swiftly grabbed the paper that Damien handed to him and perused its contents before a slight smile crept up his face. "Ah, I see the esteemed guests have been invited by our leaders to attend this auction. Forgive my insolence earlier, but it is necessary to stay on guard in case anyone tries anything funny. Anyway, ignore my pointless drivel. I'll show you to your private room." Even the way the attendant addressed the duo had become more formal, but neither of them cared. Rather, Damien was focused on another detail. Yes, a private room. Each sect that was invited was given its own private room to use during the auction. It would both conceal their identities and show their standing to the average cultivators that took up the 10,000 normal seats in the pavilion. But to Damien, the former condition was most important. He didn't know exactly how much money he'd spend today, but he guaranteed it'd be in the millions of spirit stones. This kind of wealth was something even he wasn't used to carrying around, as even his total wealth in a Pyrrhon only amounted to several 100,000. He didn't even trust himself to hold such wealth, which is why Ryue had been in charge of the money during the trip. While he was shuddering at the thought of throwing away what was essentially millions or even billions of dollars, the attendant had led the duo to their private room. "If there is anything esteemed guests need, please be sure to press the button on the left side to call an attendant to the room. They will be sure to fulfill your requests. As for the button on the right, you may use it when you are ready to bid." The attendant retreated while closing the door to the private room, and Damien and Ryue were able to take a glance at the space they were given. Similar to the hotel room Xian Lin had taken them to a month ago, this room was also equipped with many formations. From what Damien could gather, there was one for soundproofing and another to conceal what was happening in the room. It seemed the latter formation would work in tandem with the glass he saw previously to totally isolate the space. Now that he thought about it, Damien realized that he hadn't really put much thought into formations or runic arts at all. He hadn't encountered any during his stay in a Pyrrhon, so he never bothered to learn. However, they seemed overly abundant on the cloud plane. Damien had plenty of books collecting dust in his subspace inventory that he got way back when he was in the dungeon. When he left Kurt's subspace, he took almost everything with him. He was sure there were books about formations within the pile since even alchemy seemed to have a small section. Making up his mind to at least gain basic knowledge of runic arts, Damien made his way to the two-seated sofa in front of the glass looking down on the auction stage. Without saying a word, Ryue joined him. The two of them watched in awkward silence as the guests continued to pile in, quickly filling out the seats of the action. Damien was feeling especially constricted in the weird atmosphere. Witnessing the kinds of activities the devil worshippers were partaking in seemed to take a hit on Ryue's psyche. She had been mostly silent ever since they entered the convention, but her aura had become noticeably frosty over the past month. Truth be told, Damien would have been similar if it was his first time witnessing such things. But they were doing the same thing on Earth. Experimentation, human trafficking, killing of innocents, these kinds of sins were just a part of the tally Damien could make in his head. And the fact that they were happening on multiple planets was even worse. He didn't like it at all, but it wasn't his place to say anything. He was a third class, in this world's terms a core formation realm expert. If he went to Earth, he could dominate as a god. If he went to a Pyrrhon, he could become a premier existence just under the level of an emperor. But here he was merely a speck of dust. One of many. He had come to realize that not all beings were created equal, regardless of strength. He remembered his days on a Pyrrhon when he was just a second class who hadn't even ascended to this level, but he could still kill mid-level third classes. He remembered the old men from the Burning Sun sect that he had met. Even if they were a cut above the rest, they weren't anything he couldn't handle with his level of strength. But here in the Central Continent, he would always come across beings that changed his perception. Longqin, Ryue, Tianyang, even Xianlin. Time and time again, he was forced to realize that his genius wasn't as insane as he originally thought it was. Perhaps he was indeed a genius worth celebrating. He was most definitely at the head of the pack, but it wasn't by much. He wasn't anything heaven-defying. In his observation, he realized how much environment could affect strength regardless of level. He realized that with the purity of mana on the Central Continent and the vast amount of fortuitous encounters one could have here, the third-class existences of a Pyrrhon wouldn't be able to match up. And as he thought this far, there was one question that took precedence above the rest. How were Rose and Elena able to match this level even though they hadn't had access to the same benefits as the rest? Chapter 191 Auction 3. Although the question about Rose and Elena's prowess, and even his own prowess, attempted to plague his mind, he decided not to linger on it for too long. This was the kind of mystery he knew he couldn't solve no matter how deep he thought about it. He simply didn't have the worldly knowledge to do so. Perhaps all his questions could be answered as he climbed up the stages of power. Still, the difference in power between third-class existences on the different planets or even continents that he had been to had been duly noted in his mind. He had to make sure he didn't take his experiences in one world's power scale to define his universal power. Who knows, there might even be a world where their normal third classes were comparable to the fourth-class existences he'd met so far. Well, besides Tianyang. The feeling of pressure and fear he felt from only a portion of Tianyang's aura that day still haunted his mind. It was a clear wall he could see. A denominator between him and true power. But no matter how high the wall seemed, it didn't seem impossible. He was glad he was given a goal to surpass. As Damien submerged himself in his thoughts, the seats of the pavilion were completely filled and light whispers of conversation were spread throughout its area. At this time, the lights in the pavilion dimmed, highlighting the stage that was still brightly lit. A young woman entered the stage, her every step exuding grace with a slight touch of seduction. Her long blue hair flowed down her waist and her emerald green eyes were calm as a spring breeze. This sort of ethereal presence immediately captured the audience's attention. Isn't that Fairy Lin? Indeed, it has to be her. There is none other who can match her beauty. What bullsh** tea are you spouting? Fairy Tang is much more beautiful than her. Huh? You dare insult my goddess. All sorts of murmurs were spread through the crowd as this Fairy Lin sauntered up to the podium in the middle of the stage. Even Damien's eyes were attracted to her demeanor. Although it wasn't the same idolization the men from the crowd were feeling, he was still interested. He truly had to commend her ability to command attention. Still, he made sure not to stare too hard and to make his honest intentions clear, since he could clearly feel the piercing cold gaze coming from his side, sending waves of shivers down his spine. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this humble auction. Although this one cannot guarantee her experience as an auctioneer, she can guarantee the veracity and quality of items up for auction today. Fairy Lynn started, panning her gaze across the crowd. I hope the honored guests will enjoy the proceedings today. Without further ado, I shall present the first item. Two female attendants entered the stage carrying a small tray covered in cloth. Damien sent his awareness towards it to see the item hidden underneath, only to find himself blocked. They truly have their guards raised high for this event. Even if it was merely this piece of cloth that concealed the item before it was revealed for bidding, it was enchanted with the ability to block anyone's senses trying to intrude. It was clear how much preparation was put into the auction. When the attendants finally reached Fairy Lynn, they took the cloth off, revealing a sleek black pair of throwing knives, shaped similarly to kunai. These throwing knives are called Shadow Edge. Make no mistake from their stature, these are peak SSS-grade artifacts, capable of sneakily penetrating the defense of even an experienced core formation realm cultivator if they are caught off guard. The bidding will start at 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. 12,000 spirit stones. 15,000. The audience in the normal seats went crazy. There were many present who were at the early stages of third class, and even some still within the boundaries of second class. This kind of weapon was a huge boon for them. However, the bidding didn't last too long. Not many were interested in such an item, but were more intrigued about its significance to the auction. If the very first item was an SSS rank artifact, they could only imagine what would come late. The bidding soon finished at 30,000 spirit stones before the auction continued. And as expected, Chaos rank artifacts began to show themselves after the fifth item. Damien didn't pay too much attention to the auction, knowing he had to save money for the final item. Instead, he immersed himself in thought about the discoveries they made in the last month. Besides the things he already knew, Damien actually didn't end up learning much. The actions of these devil worshippers almost marched the actions of the dark imps on Earth to the T. The experiments weren't even that different, with the same black substance being injected into victims and similar harrowing results in the end. Even after an entire month, Damien hadn't witnessed a single successful injection. He was also able to learn that rather than a direct connection to the Nox like Nibelheim had, these devil worshippers were even lower. They were subordinates of the subordinates. Most low-rank devil worshippers even assumed that those at Nibelheim were the so-called lords everyone kept praising. He could only disdain the foolishness of some of these people. Well, then being foolish was a given considering that they succumbed to their thirst for power and traded their home world in return. Still, to not even know the source of their power? To not even understand the murky and tumultuous waters they were willingly jumping into? Contempt and disdain were all Damien could feel no matter how much of an open mind he tried to keep. If there was one thing he gained during this time, it was knowledge of the item termed as the Death Seed. This seed, it wasn't necessarily correct to call it as such. Rather, its name had been altered to appeal to those who didn't know any better. Specifically, those who were now occupying the private rooms. From what he gathered, this Death Seed was actually a living being. It was something that devil worshippers who gained inheritor status would gain access to, granting them a stronger connection to the Nox. However, he couldn't glean much else. The level of those attending this convention openly naturally wasn't high in the hierarchy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have reason to be here. The reason he and Ryu attended the auction was also for the Death Seed. Regardless of what it was, they couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of any of those sect masters of the wicked sects. Imagining a figure with such power and influence becoming the dog of the Nox made Damien shudder. That kind of development would surely spell the downfall of the world. Anyway, the auction continued without a hitch, with rarer items coming out one by one. Even Damien couldn't completely hold himself back and decided to buy some things. They were 3 Chaos rank artifacts. A shimmering crystalline bracelet, a pair of beautiful sapphire-esque earrings, and a jewel-encrusted ring with a magnificent ruby-colored stone adorning it. Chapter 192 Auction 4. These 3 items, although they looked like accessories worn for vanity's sake, were anything but. They were just as functional as they were beautiful. All three of these items were defensive treasures at the upper levels of Chaos rank, meaning that they even had the potential to withstand blows from fourth-class existences. Well, their ability was largely subjective. There was a caveat to Chaos rank artifacts, a sort of drawback that made it so possessing them wouldn't make a lower-class existence immune to the attacks of their graders. In their base form, these artifacts had the ability to block a single attack from a fourth-class existence. However, that was under the condition that the fourth class wasn't using all the strength in their body. Still, a relatively powerful blow could be blocked completely, essentially giving the user a second life, or at least a chance to escape. The true power of these artifacts could only be shown when mana was injected into them. At that time, they could block many consecutive attacks and be used as more than just a protective treasure, but as a true piece of defensive equipment. The problem was, Chaos rank artifacts were meant for fourth-class existences. They were made as such. The mana drain to use the artifacts correctly was too great for any normal third class to find bearable. Even if they used all their mana, it would at most last them a few minutes. For Damien, who now had access to an even greater mana pool after binding Earth, the mana drain was slightly less of a problem. Still, he could at most grant himself 15 minutes of continuous use if he was being bombarded. The boost he received in his mana capacity was additive. This meant that regardless of how much more powerful he got, the amount of extra mana he got from Earth wouldn't increase. There would come a time when the added mana capacity would be next to useless. That is, unless Earth became a greater existence. If Earth raised itself in power, Damien would also receive the benefits. Suppose Earth at the moment gave him 2,000 extra points of mana. If it reached the level of a Pyron, he'd receive around 5,000 points, and if it reached the level of the Cloud Plane, he'd receive anywhere from 800 to 10,000 points of extra mana capacity. These numbers were just approximations he made using his current bond with Earth, but he felt they were more or less accurate. However, the artifacts he bought at the auction weren't for him. Even if he had all the money in the world, he wouldn't use millions of spirit stones to buy himself armor. He could reach the point where these armors were useless to him through evolution. That was one of his main strengths. It was for this reason that besides the earring artifact he received as a prize in a Pyron and his sword, Damien never put much thought into buying artifacts. He already knew who these specific artifacts were meant for. He had bought them with those people in mind. A fine jade, sapphire, and ruby. Just from the color scheme alone, it was clear who the recipients would be. And although Ryue was slightly irked that he was spending their money on artifacts instead of waiting for the final item, she didn't say anything. There was a faint hope budding in her heart that she did her best to suppress, but in the end, it got the best of her. She could only sigh lightly and let it go, refocusing her attention on the auction. Many hours had already passed by and countless rare materials, extraordinary pills, and chaos rank artifacts had shown themselves. These items had mostly been snatched away by those in the crowd, but few of them managed to catch the attention of those in the private rooms as well. Still, these people were all similar to Damien and Ryue. No matter how much the other items called to them, they made sure they wouldn't be spending too much. Their focus lay elsewhere. And finally, after what seemed like an eternity of holding back their greed, those in the private rooms were given the show they came for. Fairy Lin, who had been standing on the stage with a light smile on her face the entire time, suddenly became grave. This next item is extremely important. For this reason, the bidding has only been open to those who have been given the honor to sit in the private rooms during this auction. Hushed murmurs spread through the crowd as people speculated the identity of the final item. Even though many were annoyed that they were being excluded, there wasn't much they could do about it. They were well aware of how powerful those in the private rooms were. They were the people who lorded over the ones sitting in the normal seats. They had no right to compete with those personages, even if they wanted to. Such a move was simply courting death. Seeing that there weren't any fools who decided to act up after her declaration, Fairy Lin continued. The item that is about to be presented was passed down by the lords themselves. Those persons that we cannot even fathom have graced us with such a gift. And since us lowly beings are unable to properly comprehend the words of our lords, we have given this item a more digestible name. A single person came onto the stage as Fairy Lin talked. Unlike the previous attendants, this person radiated an aura of undeniable might. However, even with such power, the individual was acting extremely cautious towards the vial in his hand. The Death Seed. This is the name we have given this item. Even the vial that holds it was specially made to contain its power. The material of the vial alone is star jade. Once again, the crowd burst in fervor. Star jade, who didn't know the name of this material? It was one of the strongest, if not the strongest, materials existing on the cloud plane. And such a rare and desirable material was used solely for the sake of containing the power of the Death Seed. As the man made his way to the center of the stage, he entered the spotlight that had been shining, and those in the crowd could finally witness the appearance of this treasure. It was a small and circular item colored in an eerie darkness. With its shape and size, one could mistake it for a marble or a pill. However, nobody doubted its identity. The devil worshippers may be full of various people with different goals and personalities, but there was one thing they had in common. They never used their lords' names in vain. If Fairy Lin said the Death Seed was given to them by the lords, there was no need to further verify its legitimacy. Now, I'm sure all of you are curious about the effects of this treasure, so allow this humble one to explain. The Death Seed is a peerless treasure that can permanently raise one's stats. For third-class brings, every stat will receive at least a 100-point boost, and for fourth-class beings, their stats will gain at least 800 points each. And these are simply the base values. Depending on one's compatibility with the Death Seed, these numbers could very well increase dramatically. Fairy Lin continued to ramble about the greatness of the lords and the treasure they provided, but Damien was no longer of the mind to listen. After all, Zara, who had been silently residing in his shadow during the journey and convention, was letting out a low and bestial growl that only he could hear. He could feel her emotions, and he could see it in her eyes. Emotions she had rarely ever shown before. Hatred and greed. Chapter 193 Auction 5. In the few months Damien had been in the cloud plane, Zara had once again been forced to realize how little help she actually was. Sure, she could act as a mount and help him travel, but was that really enough? Back when they first met in that lonely dungeon she used to call home, they were practically inseparable. Even though she had the ability, she would rarely enter his shadow. She was his partner, fighting by his side and helping him overcome any obstacle he couldn't handle alone. Even after they left the dungeon, it was still similar. At least relatively. As time went on, she found herself becoming useless. She was becoming nothing more than a typical mount that she saw every random cultivator using. And this realization hurt her more than she could ever imagine. She knew very well that Damien had no intention of treating her as such. Whenever he had free time, he would call her out and enjoy her company, telling her about various things. She loved these conversations. But it still wasn't enough. When was the last time she was able to properly help him in a fight? When was the last time she could truly show off her power? It had been years. Zara had been fretting over this problem for a long time, but she didn't want to burden Damien with her feelings. For this, she slightly disturbed the connection they held and hid some of her crucial thoughts from him. They signed an equals contract after all. This was well within her right. As such, Damien had continued on his journey while being none the wiser. Naturally, just because she hid her complex emotions from him didn't mean she was content with her current life. She had been fretting over how to change constantly, trying to find a solution to her problem. But it was all to no avail. The only way for a beast to gain strength was to kill, eat, and evolve. It was common knowledge. At least, that's what she thought. Until that day when Tian Yang lectured Damien about the truth behind third and fourth class, that was her belief. But all the while, she had been watching what went on in the outside world while she stayed within his shadow. Regardless of how useless she felt, she was always prepared to jump in front of Damien in case there was any danger he couldn't handle. And since she was always watching, she was also able to digest the lecture that Tianyang had given. The power of comprehension. A new way to gain strength. It was a light that shone in the endless darkness Zara had submerged herself in, a path forward. So, she ardently strived towards success. She sunk deep into her consciousness and put all her effort into gaining a true understanding of her elements. Shadow, ice, the only way she had been using them was the most basic methods allowed to her race. And slowly but surely, she was starting to see a true improvement as she pondered on these two affinities of hers. She couldn't test anything with her ice while she remained in Damien's shadow, but the shadow element was something she could easily test. And when she awoke from her meditative state once again, she looked around to grasp the situation, realizing that Damien was in a room alone with the new woman he had been accompanying for the past few months. Although this was no surprise to her, she soon turned her attention to the rest of the setting, the area beyond the glass in front of Damien. And that's when she saw it. A small place marble that seemed inconsequential in appearance, but held an insurmountable power within it. The second she laid eyes on it, all other thoughts immediately vanished from her head. Even her sanity started to dissipate at a rapid pace, as if her intelligence was devolving. She felt an unadulterated fear, a burning hatred, and also endless greed that conflicted with the prior two emotions. She had no idea what was going on inside her own mind. She had no idea why this random object was eliciting such a major reaction from her. But it wasn't under her control. In fact, she was using every sliver of sanity she had left to hold herself back from jumping through that glass and snatching the black marble she had set her sights on. Her whole world was crumbling apart when suddenly she felt a gentle hand land on her head. Without her knowledge, she had already left the shadow and was standing next to Damien, who was slowly running his hand through her fur. And oddly enough, the small action alone was enough to pour a bucket of cold water on her head. As he continued to silently console her, she felt herself regaining control over her body. And finally, by the time Fairy Lynn had finished her rant about the greatness of her lords, Zara managed to calm down and come back to herself. Ha ha. She closed her eyes, taking a few deep breaths before once again opening them. Is everything okay now? Damien's soothing voice entered her ears. She nodded lightly in response. It was all thanks to him that she was back to her senses. Once again, he had saved her, and once again, she had almost become a burden. Damien shook his head with a light sigh when he saw her state. With her mind still confused, he was naturally able to read the emotions she had been hiding from him all this time. He immediately felt a pang of guilt in his chest. He might have been doing his best to not neglect her, but had he ever once considered how she felt this entire time? He had almost forgotten how prideful and battle-hungry the little Zara he once knew was. Did something happen? He felt obligated to ask. The emotions he was reading were a problem that could be solved at any time. Now that he knew of them, he could make a conscious effort to remedy his past mistakes. What was more important was the outburst she just had. I don't know, Zara replied meekly. The second I saw that little black marble, my mind blanked. All I could feel was an indescribable urge to consume that item. She could have said more, but now that her mind was completely open to him, there was no need. He understood everything she had just gone through. The death seed is what caused this reaction? The death seed was still a mystery. Even with all the boasting Fairy Lynn had done, the only real effect she had described was the permanent stat increase. As for everything else she said, it was just flowery speech indicating that one would become incredibly powerful after consumption. It was odd enough that something from the Nox had made Zara react like this, especially since she was born and raised within a dark dungeon that had never come in contact with the alien race. Or at least, that's what Damien thought until now. The most surprising part of it all was something Zara had only subconsciously realized. This reaction was caused by her bloodline. Chapter 194 Auction 6. Zara's bloodline had been a mystery since their very first meeting. Just the fact that the Damien at that time had no desire to devour her was a miracle in itself. But even after all these years, Damien had found no clues regarding it. It's not that he didn't look, since he had actually done an ample amount of research while on a Pyrrhon. It was just that he was legitimately unable to find any information regarding it. He had seen characteristics of all the wolf bloodlines the Adelair Empire had documented during the 6 months he spent there before leaving to Earth, but none of them matched Zara's. He was of the mind to go visit the Beast Empress to maybe glean something off of her, since she showed some kind of understanding and even said she felt a connection to Zara when they first met, but the constraints of time never allowed that meeting to happen. It was all but guaranteed that he had to make a trip back to a Pyrrhon at some point. There were many events lined up in the near future that prevented him from doing so immediately, but he swore he'd find the time. Plus, he still had to bind a Pyrrhon's world core. It was an imperative task that he had idiotically forgotten about. And by the time he realized it, he was too far away to do anything about it. Perhaps he could warp to a Pyrrhon to do what he needed to do, but as he figured before, there was simply no time at the moment. He just had to remember the importance of doing so and hope there'd be an opening in the future. Sigh, I really need to learn how to not be led around by my emotions. While he was in his thoughts, the bidding for the Death Seed had already begun. And it had to be said, the battle was much fiercer than any of the other items. It seemed the flowery words and empty compliments Fairy Lynn had given it beforehand had truly spurred the crowd. Even with the base price of the treasure being 5 million spirit stones, there were very few who didn't participate in the bidding. Even those in the normal seats pooled their money together to get their hands on the treasure. It was as if they no longer cared to give face to those powerhouses occupying the private rooms. 10 million spirit stones from me. Old ghost, don't try to steal away my treasures. 11 million. Huh? Wanluo, do you think I wouldn't recognize you? First, check if you have the qualifications to compete with me. 15 million. These two were occupying adjacent private rooms and seemed to have turned the bidding war into their own personal show. Everyone even stopped their objections just to watch it unfold. After all, they didn't need to constantly bid to win the treasure. They could simply bide their time until these two finished their fiasco and then continue. Old ghost, give me some face here. I'll be sure to compensate you handsomely. 16 million. Wanluo, you still have a world of potential in front of you. Don't lead yourself to an early death. 17 million. Are you threatening me? Wanluo growled. If you can't even tell that much, then maybe you should give up your position as head elder. Damn old ghost. Wanluo cursed. It wasn't that he didn't have the money to continue, but he was well aware of the power difference between the two of them. He had lived for hundreds of years already. He had long since learned when to advance and retreat. 30 million. Suddenly, a deep voice pervaded the auction hall. Even if it came from one of the private rooms, it rang in the ears of everyone present as if the speaker was standing directly next to them. Hey, isn't that? Yeah, there's no way we could mistake him for anyone else. That terrifying aura can truly only belong to him. The attention of all present was directed towards the private room that sat in the middle of all the rest, the one with the best view in the entire house. Even if the person occupying it hadn't consciously released his aura, just the power in his words alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Sigh, fellow Taoist can take this one. There are plenty of other ways for me to gain strength. The Burning River sect concedes. It's the same for me. Our sect has a firm foundation and plentiful resources. The loss of a single treasure isn't that big of a deal. The Autumn Wind Abode concedes. Same to me, the Crimson Cathedral concedes. The Lustful Fairy sect concedes. Many of the guests in the private room have upped the auction one by one. They harbored endless grievances in their hearts, but there was no way they could voice them out. That was the level of influence the Eclipsing Shadow sect leader held. The bid of 30 million spirit stones comes from the guest in private room number 1. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? Fairy Lynn asked, though it was evident she expected the auction to end here. Very well then, if there are no new bids, the Death Seed goes to 40 million. A new voice came from one of the private rooms on the outer edge. Judging from the tone alone, it was clear that it was a youngster who had spoken. What? Someone dares to compete with something the sect master wants. That guy is simply courting death. Damien naturally overheard all their voices, but he said nothing else. His attention was entirely focused in the direction of the first private room. 50 million. A reply came softly. Still, the slight hint of rage in the voice couldn't be hidden. But Damien didn't care at all. Without hesitation, he doubled the price. 100 million spirit stones. With the amount of money he received from Tianyang, he could still double the price once more and have a good amount remaining, so he had no fear of losing here. Young lad, are you sure you want to do this? The opposing side questioned. The voice was contemptuous, and it was evident he was warning Damien. Yet, Damien once again paid it no mind. This is an auction, isn't it? If I want something, I will naturally bid on it. Very well. If that is the path you chose to take, so be it. You can blame nobody but yourself for the consequences of your actions. The Eclipsing Shadow Sect leader was a man who didn't take any disrespect, let alone a blatant slap to his face such as this one. But he wasn't an idiot. Who didn't know that he was the most powerful person present here? Who didn't know that he was someone who could commit atrocities without batting an eye? This wasn't the righteous path. Regardless of his status, regardless of his power level, he had no qualms with crushing an ant if it slighted him. And what need was there to waste money? If the other party wanted to grab the death seed, he'd allow them to take it. The only question was how long they could hold on to it before it inevitably fell into his hands. Then, that settles it. The death seed goes to esteemed guest in private room number 16 for 100 million spirit stones. There was no raucous applause or excitement within the audience, only mockery towards the idiot who offended such a massive figure. Without suspense, an attendant entered Damien's room with the vial holding the death seed in hand, and judging by Zara's barely controlled reaction, he was sure it was authentic. Honored guest, please submit your payment before I give you your item. Damien nodded and tossed over a spatial ring containing the entire 100 million spirit stones. The attendant quickly grabbed it and did a sweep with his consciousness, confirming the contents within. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest. Please be careful with the item, as you can never be too sure about what will happen in the future. The attendant cast a meaningful look towards Damien, handing him the vial before exiting the room. So this is the death seed, huh? He murmured. He was well aware of the connotation of the attendant's words. Even the man he had offended hinted at what he would do, so only a dunce wouldn't understand. Nevertheless, Damien was still fearless. It wasn't groundless confidence, it wasn't even confidence in himself. There was no way for Damien to resist even a normal fourth class, so how would he resist the strongest one present? Damien's confidence stemmed from his master and the talismans he had given them before they set out. With them, he was assured of his escape. So why was it that no matter how much mana he and Ryue injected into the talismans, they wouldn't activate? Chapter 195 Fleeing 1. Damien stared at the talisman in his hand as a sense of trepidation entered his heart and took root. Every time he tried to inject it with mana, it would flash and spark, but show no result in the end. What was the cause of this? What was going on? There was no way Tianyang would give him a faulty talisman, and even if he did, there's no way he'd do the same with Ryue. Panic had already begun to set in even though it had only been a few seconds since he first started fiddling with the talismans, and a terrifying idea sprouted in his mind. There wasn't time, he had to test it. Grabbing Ryue's arm, Damien spread his awareness until he could feel the surface and willed the mana around him to invoke teleportation. And soon, they disappeared from where they stood, and reappeared only 5 meters away, still within the confines of the private room. Damien gritted his teeth, a flash of worry flashing through his eyes. Damien, what is happening? Ryue asked as she pulled her arm away. She was naturally perturbed by the talismans failing as well, but she didn't feel the same dread he did. Well, it wasn't her fault since she didn't have any insights on space. That was the exact reason Damien was panicking right now. The situation itself hadn't reached that level, but the implications were much larger. Although he hadn't yet touched upon this particular aspect, he was well aware of the possibility. He had even been planning to incorporate it into his sword art soon. Grinding his teeth, Damien muttered an answer to Ryua's question. Spatial lock. For all normal cultivators, a spatial lock was simple. It was a method used to prevent escape using escape talismans while at the same time limiting their movement. The latter worked similarly to the concept of gravity, while the former was even more simple to explain. If the spatial lock that was cast was directed solely at Damien, he'd know. He'd just have to peer into the layers of space and he'd find out. But even when he had done so, he found no indication of spatial nodes or outside interference. This could only mean one thing. The entire area was locked. And while whoever cast this lock had most likely done so to trap all those present in this convention, he was the one who was affected the worst. Spatial lock was a concept that was most useful against other practitioners using the space element. Damien was well aware from the fact that he could barely even teleport that the person who cast this lock was above him in comprehension of the space element. This meant his abilities in battle would be supremely hindered. His void sword art, vector control, and many other arts would become largely unusable with the other party locking down space. Especially vector control, which dealt with points in space, would become virtually useless in such a situation. Still, he wasn't out of options. Just as his combat capabilities were restricted, his evasion capabilities could still be used. As long as he could properly wade through the spatial layers, escaping was still viable, even if it became infinitely harder to do so. Damien's gaze became grim as he explained all this to Ryua, and her expression soon followed. They both knew it wouldn't be long before all hell broke loose. And as if answering their call, such events began immediately. Boom. With none the wiser within the convention besides those fourth-class existences in the private rooms, a storm came crashing down. The ceiling of the massive cavern they were occupying came crashing in, large pieces of rubble fell everywhere, and clouds of dust obscured everyone's vision. What? What's happening? The light of day shone brightly in the cavern as a swarm of people descended from the sky. Each and every one of them was wearing uniforms of pure white and gold, with similarly colored masks adorning their faces. Hear my call, vile miscreants hiding in the shadows. Today is a day of inquisition. Today is a day of judgment. None shall leave here alive. In the name of justice. In the name of justice. The figure at the head of the crowd started, and all those behind him followed, chanting incessantly as they gazed upon those below them. They cared not for the hundreds of people that had been crushed by the rocky fragments of the cavern ceiling due to their domineering entrance, and they cared not for distinctions between man, woman, and child. There was only scorn in their eyes, and without wasting another breath, they charged. Those white-cloaked figures spread out within the large cavern and began a mass slaughter, with no respect whatsoever. From their auras alone, it was clear these people were all high-level third-class and even fourth-class beings, but they slaughtered those first- and second-class beings like pigs. A rain of blood descended on the convention, accompanied by ghastly screams filled with fear and unwillingness. Heads and limbs became scattered across the floor, not a single person being spared. Hell, even those innocent victims being sold in the slave market were cut down without being given the chance to resist. Damien watched it all happen. Oddly enough, those so-called inquisitors made no move on those within the private rooms. And throughout the entire ordeal, all he could feel was disgust. Who were these people to decide justice? They were just cowards who only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. If not, how is it that those in important positions were still safe while tens of fourth classes slaughtered their juniors for no reason? And even worse still, he was well aware of this massive farce. Regardless of how angelic they dressed themselves and regardless of how many passionate speeches they made about slaying the wicked, could they hide from him? No matter the words that come from one's mouth, their aura tells no lies. This was a lesson Damien had learned long ago. And the auras of these fools? Black and putrid. They held the same stench as those devil worshippers, only much stronger and to a much higher degree. There was no mistaking it. These people were those so-called priests and inheritors that the Nox appointed. Damien narrows his eyes as he shifted his gaze away from the atrocities being committed down below, his gaze centering on a certain private room. And, even though he was sure that the glass partition was still doing its job to conceal him within it, he was almost certain he could feel a cold stare gazing directly back at him. There's no other choice. If anything, this is the only way we can escape with the talismans being ineffective. He felt like a hypocrite. Wasn't he the one who had said he wouldn't allow any injustice as long as it was happening in front of him? Wasn't he the one who said he couldn't bear the suffering of innocents in large conflicts like this one? But it wasn't something he could change. When emperors fought, it was the common people that suffered. Damien took one last look at those white robes figured. He stared daggers into their angelic forms. Only their eyes were visible behind their masks, but even then he could clearly see their glee. They were feeling ecstasy while being soaked in the blood of those weaker. He seared their auras into his memory. These atrocities, I will remember them. And then, the space around him twisted once again, as he and Ryue vanished from their prior position. Chapter 196 Feeling 2. Within a separate private room, a large man sat calmly as his gaze panned across the chaos that had descended on the convention. Even with the pandemonium and festival of blood taking place, his expression didn't change. Instead, he focused his gaze on a private room far removed from his current location. Even with his strength, he couldn't see through the glass wall, but that didn't mean he wasn't aware of the happenings within. There were 3 strong life auras that he had been keeping track of ever since the auction ended. Once again turning his attention to the slaughter taking place below, he let out a light snort. Those idiots. Did they truly think such gaudy tactics were enough to mask their identities? He knew very clearly who they were, but he said nothing. They had even approached him before beginning their act, so he had no reason to be surprised. Still, he didn't expect that there would be someone bold enough to oppose him previously. And with the start of the show he was forced to take part in, he had no time to retrieve his possessions with his own hands. As he was thinking, he noticed the life auras he had been tracking vanish, reappearing a few meters away. It seems he's trying to run. First shadow. He called, seemingly speaking to empty air. The shadows on the walls behind him danced and transformed, coalescing into a hooded figure. You called, my lord? Tell the 5th through 12th shadow to move out. Their goal is to reclaim the treasure someone dared take from me. As you command, my lord. Would you like that person to be brought back? No need. Just kill him and be done with. First Shadow voiced his confirmation before retreating once more. Without looking back, the large man stood up from his seat. It was time for him to put on a performance. He had received a hefty offer in return, so he figured he should play along. Besides, it was a good way to waste time before he inevitably got his hands on the death seed. The man's aura billowed, attracting the attention of the 4th class beings among the Inquisitors. And without further ado, he entered the stage. Damien spared no effort in fleeing. At the moment, he had no thoughts other than maneuvering through the complex maze of spatial layers in front of him. Ever since he was in the dungeon, he had been able to easily sense and even physically see the spatial layers, but he had never done such in-depth combing of them before today. For the most part, his moveset was based on wider-scale destruction. It was crude and with a singular motive. This kind of action was much more methodical and graceful than anything else he had put his mind to. He weaved through the fabric of space with his hand grabbing Ryue's arm, pulling her along with him. There was nothing else he could do at this juncture. He couldn't even alert her of his plan. His entire attention was focused on the task ahead of him. As such, he slowly forgot his surroundings. He waded through the intricately spaced layers like a snake, reveling in the feeling of spatial fluctuations around him. And by the time he snapped out of his trance, he had effectively dragged Ryue to the cavern of the main convention. The scenes of slaughter hadn't spread here, but he was still within range of the spatial lock. Due to this, he decided the best course of action was to make a run for it. There was a sinking feeling in his chest that he couldn't get rid of. It had been a long time since his danger sense and intuition had rung alarm bells like this. This was the feeling of true life-threatening danger. In his hurry, he finally made it out of the main convention, using the same route he used to enter. And seeing the light of day and the thick fog that befuddled even his senses around him, he was hoping to feel comfort. But even still, he was unable to do so. Abruptly, his facial expression changed. He grabbed Ryua by her waist and twisted his body, narrowly evading a projectile that flew past. It impacted the trunk of a nearby tree, instantly corroding it until it became a withered husk. Ryua's face paled at the sight, but she was quick to regain her bearings. The entire time so far, she had been too confused to act herself. She had just let herself be caught in the momentum. But seeing them be targeted in such a way, she was able to come back to her senses. What the hell was she doing? Perhaps it was the scenes of slaughter from before that left her in such a state, but it was no excuse. Damien had gotten them this far with her only acting as a burden, so there was no more room for her to sit still. She made her way out of his grasp, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for the perpetrator. Swoosh! A thin arc of blue fire left her fingertips, aimed at the air in front of her. And surprisingly, a set of needles was caught and melted. But was that the end? Multiple concealed attacks followed, barraging the duo from all sides. They evaded ceaselessly, but it was evident they were at a disadvantage. They had no opportunity to counterattack. Blades flew through the air, and the smell of poison wafted into the atmosphere. The sheer amount of projectiles being dispatched was enough to terrify any normal cultivator. But just as suddenly as it had started, the onslaught slowed to a halt. From the murky atmosphere of the forest around them, 8 figures emerged. Since the 2 targets obviously weren't susceptible to sneak attacks, a head-on approach was the best move. "Who are you?" Damien growled. He already had his speculations and didn't really expect them to answer, but he needed to stall for time somehow. Their auras were entirely concealed, but they couldn't hide from his sight. 6 of the 8 figures were high-level third-class beings, while the foremost 2 were at the peak of the class, perhaps even on the cusp of ranking up. And from the density of the mana surrounding them, Damien was sure they weren't weaklings. Perhaps if he was on a Pyrrhon, he had a slight chance against this number of opponents, but it was different here. He had just recently realized the difference in strength between the 2 worlds, so he was in his utmost cautious state right now. He was sure he had no chance to beat them. Make no mistake. A dead person has no need to know too much. I shall only say one thing, it will be your eternal regret that you have offended our master. An altered voice came from the cloaked figure in the middle. Damien was surprised that he had actually elicited a response, but there was nothing more. He had already made his decision on how to act. He looked over at Ryua and noticed her gaze on him as well. He didn't need to do too much for her to understand his intentions. There was no hesitation in their actions. Turning swiftly, they dashed along the Bloodstone River, hoping to make distance from their opponents. Damien first thought to flee out of the forest, but it currently wasn't a liable option. If anything, the Myriad Illusion Veil was something that could help him in this situation. However, there wasn't much room to run. They could only follow the river in one direction or the other, since the distance between the river and the edge of the forest wasn't large enough. The 8 shadows glanced at each other and smiled. Although their lord had given them the order to kill, he hadn't made any comments on the speed at which they did so. And knowing their lord, he was quite meticulous about even the smallest details. He would never leave out something that needed to be said. There was only one conclusion they drew at this point. Their lord wanted the target to suffer. Watching the target turn and flee, they thought this was the perfect situation. With only a single glance, the shadows were able to hatch their plan. Their figures turned into streaks of darkness and spread out, melding into the shadows and chasing their prey. The situation was eerily similar to Damien's encounter with a certain wolf many years back, however. This time the danger had multiplied by many times. Chapter 197 Feeling 3. A Sea of Darkness. That was all Damien could see behind him and on both sides as he rushed through the maze of trees that lined the side of the Bloodstone River. 6 black-cloaked figures constantly trailed after him, expanding their influence on the surroundings. He could only grit his teeth and push forward, constantly making sure Ryue was following his pace. And luckily for him, she didn't seem to be lacking in the speed department. He had no idea how long they had been running for, but regardless of time, they had been unable to escape the clutches of those hooded figures. The sea of darkness that was gradually encroaching on him was proof of that. Damn it! The spatial lock that had been placed on the surrounding area was still in effect. No matter how far he got from the original location of the convention, his main strength remained impeded. It was evident that this wasn't the work of a single person. Rather, a formation must have been at play. But none of this mattered. The only point he could focus on was the fact that teleportation wasn't an option. Lightning cracked and trails of flame decorated the path they left in their wake as Damien and Ryue burst forward at full speed. The only indication they had of direction was the river adjacent to them. Thousands of black tendrils emerged from the surrounding darkness, shooting towards the duo at speeds untraceable by the naked eye. The trees they touched were withered into dust, the ground was cracked on impact. Lightning burst forth from Damien's body as he continuously attempted to evade the tendrils charging at him. It burned everything in its surroundings, but he wasn't able to block them all. Luckily, he wasn't alone. Blazing blue flames ignited even the air it touched, driving back the encroaching shadows. In any other situation, the duo would have had no problem in escaping. However, this time, they were heavily outnumbered. For every tendril of darkness that was destroyed, 10 more would emerge and charge at them. And for every 10, another 100. Still, they pushed forward. If there was one thing Damien could be thankful for in this situation, it was the myriad illusion veil that perpetually decorated the jungle. The veil heavily limited one's awareness and even slightly disturbed their thoughts, leaving the duo some slight leeway. Otherwise, their pursuers would have caught up to them long ago. However, slight leeway wasn't enough. The darkness soon caught up and passed them, painting the grassy ground black. The tendrils of darkness multiplied exponentially, soon becoming accompanied by other constructs that attempted to corrode them. A rain of black spheres showered the area around the duo, once again forcing them to go on the defensive. Their momentum was rapidly slowed until they could no longer move forward. Every route of escape was blocked. Damien's eyes narrowed as he tried his best to peer into his surroundings, hoping to glean even the slightest chance, but there was none. His eyes were powerful, but they were almost useless in this situation. He could see through illusions, but there were none at play. He was hoping to find traces of the enemy's aura within the encroaching shadows, but it was also futile. Every bit of the darkness was created from their own mana, and they had melded with it perfectly. It was virtually impossible to single them out. He might have been able to pinpoint something if he was able to calmly analyze, but the enemy didn't give him the time. His attention was occupied by the constant barrage of attacks that fell on him. Swords, spears, tendrils, bullets, and many other coalesced forms of darkness charged without pause. He took a quick glance to his side and realized Ryue wasn't any better than him. Waves of blue flame continuously surged from her person, clashing with the waves of darkness that surrounded them. A blood-red moon had already manifested behind her back, empowering her flames and distributing lunar energy into the atmosphere. It was incredibly frustrating. No matter how much those cloaked figures attacked, they never used their full power. There's no way the combined power of 6 high-level third-class beings only amounted to this much. They're toying with us. It was the only explanation he could come up with. How the hell am I supposed to get out of this situation? It had been too long since he had faced such a hopeless situation. Or was it better to say that it had never happened at all? He had become too conceited, wholeheartedly believing that he would always be able to escape danger as long as he had his spatial affinity. This was the kind of mindset that a skill like Warp had instilled in him. Yet, now that the skill and many of his other abilities were locked, he had become nothing more than a lamb waiting for slaughter. It was unacceptable. What had he been training for all this time if he was just going to become prey for someone else's convenience? What was the point of power if he was unable to use it? His fury burned so brightly that it was almost tangible. Was there no hope? No, as long as the enemy was underestimating them, they had a chance. He slashed his sword wantonly, no longer caring for style or grace. The black lightning coating his body lashed out, constantly strengthening itself. He increased the intensity of his attack, superheating the lightning and causing massive beams of plasma to impact the ground. He had to melt the shadows around him. Arg! A sudden cry of pain echoed through the silent jungle. Looking down at his own body, Damien realized that he had been pierced by a blade without his knowledge. His danger sense didn't activate, nor did he sense movement around him. Before he could react, tens of slashes landed on his body, causing his blood to spurt out in every direction. What the hell? If it was an ordinary blade that had been harming him, he would have already healed with his regeneration. But strangely enough, it didn't activate. He did a quick sweep of his internals, and his face immediately paled. A foreign substance had entered his bloodstream and was corroding his system. That was when he realized. 6 pursuers? That wasn't right. There were 8 cloaked figures that he first saw when he exited the convention. Where had the other 2 gone? He hadn't had the time to think about it before. But being put in such a predicament, his mind slowly cleared. I let my guard down. Not only did he let his guard down, but he had also become too narrow-minded to realize how faulty his thought process was.